Deciphering Capital. Marx's Capital and Its Destiny. Alex Callinicos. In Memoriam. John Callinicos, 1920-2012. Deciphering Capital. Marx's Capital and Its Destiny. Alex Callinicos. Why then did I not answer you? Because I was the whole time at death's door. I thus had to make use of every moment when I was capable of work to complete my book, to which I have sacrificed my health, happiness, and family. I hope this explanation suffices. I laugh at the so-called practical men and their wisdom. If one wanted to be an ox, one could, of course, turn one's back on the sufferings of humanity and look after one's own hide. But I should really have thought myself unpractical if I had pegged out without finally completing my book, at least in manuscript. Karl Marx to Siegfried Meyer, April 30, 1867. About the author. Alex Callinicos is Professor of European Studies at King's College London. He has written widely on Marxist theory. His books include The Revolutionary Ideas of Karl Marx, Bookmarks 1983, Imperialism and Global Political Economy, Polity 2009, and Bonfire of Illusions, Polity 2010. He is the editor of the journal International Socialism. Preface. I feel I have been writing this book all my adult life. It originates in the challenge that Imre Lakatos threw down at me in the summer of 1973 to pursue a doctoral thesis under his supervision on the scientificity of Marxism. Alas, he died a few months later, so I had only a brief, glancing encounter with this brilliant personality. But I wrote my thesis on Marx's method and capital between 1974 and 1978 at Balliol College, Oxford, under the supervision of, first, Paul Streeton and then Francis Stewart. Elements of this thesis survive in this book. So I must thank my supervisors here, and also Leszek Kolakowski, with whom I enjoyed exchanging ironies in his rooms at All Souls. As he was throughout my time at Balliol, Alan Montefiore was a benign and supporting presence. During my doctoral research I was in receipt of a fellowship from the Bate Trust. I am happy, as required under the terms of the fellowship, finally to acknowledge this support. The Trust's founder Alfred Bate was a close ally of Cecil Rhodes in his efforts to conquer southern Africa and its mineral wealth for British imperialism. As another Bate Fellow, Charles Van Onselen, wrote at the beginning of Chibaro, his study of the exploitation of African mine labor under Rhodes's and Bates' successors in colonial Zimbabwe, this kind of support for Marxists is further evidence of the fact that there is no simple relationship between base and superstructure. The Marikana massacre in South Africa has shown that the black mine workers' struggle continues even under regimes that claim to have brought national liberation. The outbreak of the Asian economic crisis in 1997-98 returned me to my studies of capital as part of the effort led by my much-missed friend and comrade Chris Harman to understand the dynamics of contemporary capitalism. Amid many other projects, writing this book for a long time hovered as an all-too-distant goal. I was lucky that I revisited capital at a time when there has been a much broader renaissance of the Marxist critique of political economy. I have more to say about this renaissance and the intellectual influences from which I have benefited in the introduction. Here I would to thank those who have given me more direct help. In particular, I am grateful to Sally Campbell, Joseph Chunara, Martin Empson, Fred Mosley, and Lucia Perdella, who all read the book in draft and made many valuable suggestions for its improvement. It is entirely my fault that I haven't always taken their advice. I have learned especially from Lucia Perdella, both in her comments on my manuscript and in the insights I have gained from her own research. Finally, I must remember my father. My original research in the 1970s took place with my parents' somewhat bemused but always loving support. My father's long life drew to a close as I was working on this book. In my memory, rereading the crowning part of Marx's work, Capital, Volume 3, is inextricably interwoven with my vigil at my father's bedside during his last illness. It is therefore only right that I should dedicate Deciphering Capital to his memory. Introduction. The Return to Capital. Marx's Capital is back where it belongs, at the center of debate about Marxism and its purchase on the contemporary world. Of course, this isn't the first time this has happened. The renaissance of Marxism in the 1960s and early 1970s was the product of a profound political radicalization whose high points were marked by the worker and student revolts of May to June 1968 in France and the hot autumn of 1969 in Italy. One, it involved an intense engagement with capital, and not as a pious or scholarly exercise, but as a means of better understanding both the nature of the Marxist project and the dynamics of capitalism. The collective undertaking by Louis Althusser and his students at the École Normale Supérieure that produced Reading Capital, 1965, was merely the tip of a much larger iceberg. 2. Althusser laid out a strenuous reading program. But someday it is essential to read Capital to the letter. To read the text itself, complete, all 4 volumes, line by line, to return 10 times to the first chapters, or to the schemes of simple reproduction and reproduction on a large scale, before coming down from the arid tablelands and plateaus of Volume 2 to the promised land of profit, interest and rent. And it is essential to read Capital not only in its French translation, even Volume 1 in Roy's translation, which Marx revised, or rather, rewrote, but also in the German original, at least for the fundamental theoretical chapters and all the key passages where Marx's key concepts come to the surface. 3. Rather surprisingly, Althusser later claimed that, when he wrote these words, he knew nearly nothing of Marx, and indeed only read Volume 1 of Capital in 1964 for the seminar that resulted in reading Capital. 4 But many others, myself included, did their best to follow his injunction, and the understanding of Capital was a main reference point in the Marxist debates of the time, not just in the immense controversy provoked by Althusser's reinterpretation of Marx, but also, for example, in the discussions among German and British Marxists about how to derive the state from the capital relation. 5. But, as the tide of reaction swept the political and intellectual scene in the second half of the 1970s, the debate on Capital largely fell silent, a fate suffered by Marxist intellectual work more generally. The study of Marx's economic writings didn't cease altogether, but heroically continued in some relatively specialized scholarly circles. Marxist economists discuss the so-called new interpretation of the famous problem of how to transform values into prices of production first put forward in the early 1980s. 6 A small group of economists and philosophers got together as the International Symposium on Marxian Theory, ISMT, and came to produce in the 1990s a series of important collective volumes on Capital. 7. And most significant in the long run is the vast project that David Ryazanov began in Russia after the October Revolution of publishing Marx's and Engels's complete writings. This was cut short when Ryazanov was murdered by Stalin during the 1930s, but taken up again by scholars in East Berlin during the 1970s. The Marx-Engels-Gesamtausgabe, complete works, generally known as Mega 2 in acknowledgement of Ryazanov's earlier efforts, survived the collapse of its original sponsor, the East German regime, in 1989. Though it faces considerable difficulties in finishing what seems like an endless work. As a result, we now have available not only the crucial economic manuscript of 1861-63 but also the various drafts from which Engels edited the second and third volumes of Capital after Marx's death in 1883 as well as many of the notebooks in which Marx excerpted from his vast reading and developed his ideas. 8. In recent years, however, there has been an explosion of much wider interest in Capital. 2 interconnected factors are involved here. The first is the gradual dispersal of the euphoria surrounding triumphant neoliberal capitalism after the collapse of the Stalinist regimes between 1989 and 1991. Financial and economic crises, first in East Asia in 1997-8 but then on a global scale following the financial crash of 2008, have played a crucial role here. One symptom of how these events have redirected attention back to Capital is the regular, indeed somewhat ritualistic, appearance of articles in mainstream journals announcing that, because of capitalism's latest difficulties, Marx is back. Secondly, there has been a renewed contestation of capitalism, beginning with the protests at the World Trade Organization Summit in Seattle in November 1999, reaching a temporary peak with the anti-war demonstrations of March 2003, but gaining renewed vigor since the outbreak of the global crisis, in the shape of the Arab revolutions, the 15th of May movement in the Spanish state, and Occupy Wall Street and its numerous imitators. 9. As in the 1960s, political radicalization has stimulated intellectual investment in Capital. The most visible sign of this has been the immense audience for David Harvey's online lectures on Capital. But, as a broader interest in Marxist theory has re-emerged, so too has a focus on the interpretation of Capital. It is emblematic of this development that 2 of the premier English-speaking Marxist theorists, Harvey himself and Frederick Jameson, should both have recently published studies of Capital, followed now by another book by Harvey on Volume 2.10. In The Limits to Capital, a much earlier work that was one of the main fruits of the 1960s and 1970s wave of capital studies, Harvey wrote, "Everyone who studies Marx, it is said, feels compelled to write a book about the experience." 11 This book is my own surrender to this compulsion. Harvey is right to suggest that studies of Capital are in part a struggle with the text. The passage from reading Capital that I quoted earlier implies the same. Today, thanks to the much greater volume of Marx's economic manuscripts that are now available, wrestling with his writings has become an ever more strenuous undertaking. The problem of relations. But there has to be a better, and less narcissistic, reason for writing another book on capital than paying tribute to one's time in the library. My excuses are both theoretical and political. Michael Heinrich, one of the most influential contemporary Marxists working on capital, has pointed to the tendency in what he calls traditional Marxism towards the substantialist misunderstanding of Marx's value theory '12. In other words, Marx's version of the labor theory of value is misinterpreted as being in essence the same as that developed by David Ricardo in On Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, first published in 1817. According to Ricardo, commodities exchange in proportion to the physical amounts of labor performed on them. Maurice Staub is a sophisticated representative of this approach, presenting Marx, along with Ricardo and the other classical political economists before him, and the theorists of marginal utility who came to dominate mainstream economics from the 1870s onwards, as all offering versions of that unifying quantitative principle which enabled political economy to make postulates in terms of the general equilibrium of the economic system. 13 Marx himself, by contrast, tended to stress the discontinuities between his own approach and that of his predecessors, arguing that, in focusing on the magnitude of value, Ricardo, like Adam Smith before him, ignored the form of value. C. 174 and 34. The problem of the form of value highlighted the peculiarity of the capitalist mode of production that the products of labor take the form of commodities that exchange on the market according to their values, which in turn requires that these values are expressed in money. The importance of the value form, first thematized by the Russian Marxist Isaac Rubin, another victim of Stalin, in the late 1920s, has informed much discussion of capital, particularly since the problem was rediscovered by a number of German theorists in the 1960s. But in my view, focus on the value form can give rise to another misunderstanding of Marx's value theory, what is best described as etherealism. This is the mirror image of substantialism, in which any sense of Marx seeking to develop an empirical and quantitative theory of capitalist development vanishes. As I try to show in what follows, Heinrich himself, among many other contemporary capital scholars, falls into this error. What both etherealism and substantialism have in common is a failure to grasp the centrality of the idea of capital as a relation, or rather as a nexus of relationships, to Marx's project. 14. One way of understanding the trajectory of Marx's critique of political economy is to see it as a movement from substance, not to function, to echo the title of a famous essay of Ernst Cassierer's, but to relation. Marx's writings of the 1840s, the German ideology, for example, often involve, as Jacques Derrida points out in Spectres of Marx, a substantialist problematic that counterposes to the institutions and ideologies of bourgeois society the struggles of real, living individuals. 15 The formulation of the concept of the relations of production, which first becomes fully visible in The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, offered a means of escape, but the refinement of this concept became imbricated in the tortuous process through which Marx painfully constructed, and constantly reconstructed, his theory of the capitalist mode of production. One central theme of the final product of this arduous struggle, capital itself, is the way in which capitalist relations of production are systematically occluded by the functioning of the economic system as a whole. Thus Marx observes in a passage to which we return in Chapter 3. The actual production process, as the unity of the immediate production process and the process of circulation, produces new configurations in which the threads of the interconnection get more and more lost, the relations of production becoming independent of one another and the components of value ossifying into independent forms. Chai, 967. The name that Marx gives for the process through which the threads of the interconnection get more and more lost is, of course, fetishism, the naturalization and fragmentation of social relations thanks to the production and circulation of use values as commodities. But what gets lost is the relationality of capital. And this itself must be conceived as consisting in a double relation, first, the exploitive relationship between wage labor and capital, and, second, the dynamic, competitive relationship among capitals themselves, which does not simply serve to obscure the interconnection but allows it to function, since it is through the interaction of many capitals in competition that the imperative to accumulate is transmitted. Yet if Marx's own discourse in Capital gives primacy to relations, it is striking how often in contemporary radical thought it is rather subjects that are given primacy over relations. For example, Tony Negri's Marx Beyond Marx uses a particular reading of the Grundrisse to reduce the capital relation to a relationship of force between two subjects, social capital and social labor. At one level, Negri's later books with Michael Hart, Empire, Multitude, and Commonwealth, represent a retreat from this position, Since capital is dispersed, desubjectified, relativized into the network power of empire. But the corollary is to enthrone one active social subject of the contemporary capitalist process, the multitude, whose productive vitality simultaneously fuels the machines of empire and prefigures the liberated joy of being communist. 16 Though Hart and Negri do occasionally register the interdependence of empire and multitude, the extent of the disconnect between contemporary labor and capital, as they conceive it, is indicated by their employment of the metaphors of exodus and desertion to evoke the subversion of the capital relation, as if spatial displacement could somehow substitute for socio-political transformation. In my view, Marx offers the basis of an alternative approach. He himself complains that the political economist knows of nothing but either tangible objects or ideas. Relations do not exist for him. CW 30, 150. I shall try to show how an understanding of capital as a nexus of relations allows us to gain a better grasp of Marx's argument. But this way into capital is also politically important. In the first place, it allows us a better understanding of the dynamics of the global economic and financial crisis that began in 2007-08. As I show in Chapter 6, Marx was particularly interested in the interaction between the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the way the financial markets of his day, like those of our own, oscillated between bubble and panic. This is a relationship that is particularly relevant to making sense of what is happening to contemporary capitalism. Secondly, partly under the influence of the kind of philosophical conception to which I have just referred but also by misinterpretations of Marx's analysis of primitive accumulation, much contemporary radical thought tends to absolutist resistance to capital and to portray it as external to the capital relation. I try to show in chapters 5 and 7 why Marx in Capital provides a superior starting point for understanding the nature of revolutionary subjectivity. How to read Marx. Anyone studying Capital and its precursors today can draw on plenty of support from other Marxists. There is now a wealth of commentaries. Among the older, three stand out: those by Evalid Ilyenkov, Roman Rozdilsky, and Isaac Rubin have passed the test of time, setting standards for their successors to match up to. It is interesting that all are products of a distinctive Central European culture of scholarship, and all were victims of the disasters of the 20th century, Rubin murdered under the Stalinist terror, Ilyenkov driven to suicide by the forces of late Soviet conformism, Rozdilsky taking refuge from the martyrdom of mid-century Mitteleuropa and Detroit, which in the year of his death, 1967, reverberated to the sounds of proletarian revolt. 17. My understanding of capital and capitalism is profoundly shaped by the influence of my teachers in the international socialist tradition, Tony Cliff, Mike Gidron, and Chris Harman, all, alas, no longer with us. I have also learned much from my contemporaries, Jacques Bidet, whose fine book Affaires de Capital continues nearly 30 years after its publication to cast a long shadow, but also Chris Arthur, Gérard Dumenil, Enrique Dussel, Ben Fine, David Harvey, Michael Kratka, Fred Mosley, Lucia Pradella, Alfredo Saad-Filho and John Weeks. The larger renewal of dialectical thought, represented above all in Frederick Jameson's magisterial work but also by Slavoj Žižek's provocations, is also an aid in studying capital, the main site of controversy over Marx's relationship to the Hegelian dialectic. 18. While, as will become clear, I don't believe the conceptual structure of capital somehow mirrors that of Hegel's science of logic, I bow to no one in my admiration for Hegel. Not only is Marx heavily indebted to him for the conception of science that he develops in Capital, but Hegel to my mind remains the most advanced bourgeois thinker, who at the very dawn of industrial capitalism grasped the inherent limits of this mode of production and of political interventions aimed at managing its inner contradictions. 19 To deny that Marx somehow actualized the logic in Capital is in no sense necessarily to be anti-Hegelian or to diminish Hegel's sheer philosophical greatness. This greatness constantly seduces non-idealist thinkers into playing down the metaphysical extravagance that is central to his achievement, and Marxists into assimilating Marx to Hegel. One can acknowledge the force of this seductive power while refusing to give way to it. Increasingly the question of the Marx-Hegel relationship has come to focus on the extent to which the system of categories that Hegel elaborates in the logic influenced Marx's conceptual construction. In a famous letter to Friedrich Engels of January 16, 1858, Marx explained how he was getting on with his first major economic manuscript, the Grundrisse. What was of great use to me as regards method of treatment was Hegel's logic, at which I had taken another look by mere accident, Freiligrath having found and made me a present of several volumes of Hegel, originally the property of Bakunin. If ever the time comes when such work is again possible, I should very much like to write 2 or 3 sheets making accessible to the common reader the rational aspect of the method which Hegel not only discovered but also mystified. CW 40, 249. One of the most recent attempts to write those sheets, which Marx of course never got round to, like so much else, has been taken by a current of Marxists working on capital whose approach they describe as systematic dialectics. Marx's Hegelianism, they argue, did not involve adhesion to a broad philosophy of history, but the development of a method of categorical construction. As Chris Arthur puts it, it is concerned with the articulation of categories designed to conceptualize an existent concrete whole. 20 In Marx's case, this whole was the capitalist mode of production. His preoccupation with the problem, and its interrelation with his substantive analysis, is indicated by a slightly later letter to Ferdinand Lassalle, February 22, 1858. The work I am presently concerned with is a critique of economic categories or, if you like, a critical exposé of the system of the bourgeois economy. It is at once an exposé and, by the same token, a critique of the system. CW 40, 270. While I disagree with Arthur and his co-thinkers that Hegel's logic provides the template for capital, they are right to highlight Marx's concern with constructing and ordering the concepts he used to analyze capitalism. But all this is swept aside by Harvey, the most influential contemporary commentator on capital. In his 2011 Deutsche Memorial lecture, Harvey argues that Marx in his economic writings was rigidly guided by a passage from the 1857 introduction to the Grundrisse, thus production, distribution, exchange and consumption form a regular syllogism. For the political economists, production is the generality, distribution and exchange the particularity, and consumption the singularity in which the whole is joined together. This is admittedly a coherence, but a shallow one. G. 89. According to Harvey, he sticks as closely as he can to the bourgeois conception of a law-like level of generality, of production, and excludes the accidental and social particularities of distribution and exchange and even more so the chaotic singularities of consumption from his political economic inquiries. 21. Harvey goes on at some length to illustrate Marx's exclusions, for example of supply and demand and of the credit system, and to document the difficulties that he believes this creates for Marx, difficulties that he claims express a polarization between theory and history in which empirical detail is excluded from theoretical generality. Now, as we shall see, Marx indeed struggles with the problem of what to include in and what to exclude from his analysis of capitalism. But this is inseparable from the problem of the construction and ordering of the categories that form this analysis, which Harvey completely ignores. Further, he argues that the 3 levels of generality, particularity and singularity are not the whole story. There is a 4th level, that of universality, which concerns the metabolic relation to nature. 22. Harvey's source here is the famous passage when Marx calls the labor process the universal condition for the metabolic interaction, Stoffwechsel, between man and nature, c. 290. The trouble is that the word translated as universal here is allgemein, while the original of generality in the Grundrisse passage on which Harvey relies so heavily is Allgemeinheit. The same word may, of course, express 2 different concepts, but one can't help feeling that Harvey is ignoring the requirements of philological care in interpreting texts as complex and as sedimented as Marx's, particularly when these passages are then melded together to support the claim that the focus of Marx's scientific inquiry is to uncover how the general laws of capitalist political economy came to be, how they actually function, and why and how they might be changed. And he wants to do this without invoking the universality that describes our ever-evolving metabolic relation to nature. 23. Although Marx's treatment of nature is not the subject of this book, it's worth saying that Harvey's last assertion is absolutely without warrant. As Paul Burkett shows in his definitive study, the power of Marx's approach to nature stems from its consistent treatment of human production in terms of the mutual constitution of its social form and its material content. While recognizing that production is structured by historically developed relations among producers and between producers and appropriators of the surplus product, Marx also insists that production as both a social and a material process is shaped and constrained by natural conditions, including, of course, the natural condition of human bodily existence. 24. The trick in reading Capital is to track Marx's formulation and reformulation, his orderings and reorderings of categories, while not losing sight of the big picture that Harvey commands with such panache. In attempting to do this I have tried to follow a method that treats texts as products of history. 25 Setting them into their context while not allowing them to disappear into that context requires, in my view, paying attention to the problems they seek to address, as well as their interlocutors. The historian of economic thought J. M. Clark offers the following maxim: to understand any forceful writer and to make the necessary allowances, find out what it was against which he was reacting. 26 One virtue of this method is that focusing on problems allows one to transcend the distinction between text and context. For the problems that constitute a given text at once serve implicitly to order the text internally, but at the same time point outwards to the debates to which it is a contribution. Thus Marx's correspondence and, during the 1850s and early 1860s, his journalism are extremely valuable in allowing us to reconstruct the problems with which he was struggling. It is surprising how little even the best commentaries explore the context these writings, and Marx's notebooks, revealed. 27 They can help us at once to recover Marx as a historical subject and to render more intelligible the vast enterprise that is capital. The order of my argument therefore begins in Chapter 1 with an examination of Marx's manuscripts and of the process through which they were written. This involves confronting some of the controversy about whether or not he revised the famous six-book plan developed in 1858-9. Chapters 2 and 3 form in many ways the heart of the book, examining and seeking to clarify the problem of Marx's method. Of course, this requires confronting the question of Marx's relation to Hegel, which I believe is most fruitfully addressed if one follows Antonio Gramsci's cue and triangulates by adding Ricardo to the dialogue. Marx struggles at once to learn from and to transcend both. Chapter 4 seeks to address more directly some of the issues raised in contemporary debates about Marx's value theory, while Chapter 5 looks at the place of labor in capital. Chapter 6 is devoted to a detailed study of Marx's thinking, never elaborated into a systematic theory, on capitalist crises. This is, as I have already suggested, an issue of pressing contemporary importance. I return to the actuality of Marx's thought more generally in the concluding Chapter 7. A final word is in order on the intellectual status of this book. More than anything else it is a work of philosophy, which focuses on the clarification of concepts rather than on substantive analysis. But the boundary between the two is particularly blurred when one is dealing with Marx's critique of political economy, where what he calls the critique of economic categories supports the effort, as he puts it in the preface to the first edition of Capital, to reveal the economic law of motion of modern society, c. 92. This book, as should already be clear, is not a basic introduction to capital. There are some excellent ones already available, and I've tried my hand at presenting Marx's economic ideas simply elsewhere. 28 Nevertheless, I try here to avoid more technical questions and value theory, above all, the perennial transformation problem, though I am broadly sympathetic to Fred Mosley's approach to these issues. 29 But clarifying what Marx says in Capital also helps to clarify our understanding of capitalism itself. 30 This isn't because Marx was always right. I make plenty of criticisms in what follows. But after all my labors on his writings, what strikes me is their astonishing freshness and relevance to our times. Thomas Piketty's Capital in the 21st Century, both in its very title and in its claim that growing economic inequality is a consequence of a fundamental law of capitalism, pay indirect tribute to Marx's great work. Despite Piketty's disparaging comments on Marx and Marxism, the enormous impact his book has had has confirmed the actuality of the critique of, not of this or that aspect of capitalism, but of the system itself. Jameson expresses very well Marx's fundamental intuition about capitalism. What the Marxist dialectic enjoins, as a historically new and original thought mode, is the conflation of good and evil, and the grasping of the historical situation as unhappiness and happiness all at once. The manifesto proposes to see capitalism as the most productive moment of history and the most destructive one at the same time, and issues the imperative to think good and evil simultaneously, and as inseparable and inextricable dimensions of the same present of time. 31. Jameson cites the Communist Manifesto here, but the same intuition is restated brilliantly in the Grundrisse and it continues to inform Capital, see especially g. 487-8. What Marx gains across his successive drafts is simultaneously analytical precision and empirical depth. His labors, as I discuss in Chapter 1, were incomplete, but they left behind a critique, not just of political economy but of the mode of production that the economic categories simultaneously reveal and conceal, that holds true in some ways more strongly today than when it was written. Capital and capitalism are chained together, antagonists in perennial combat. As long as the system whose logic Marx exposed survives, his great work will continue to repay study. 1. Composition. The Marx problem. The idea of someone who devotes their life to a work of art that turns out not to exist is a recurring one. It is, for example, the theme of Henry James's short story The Madonna of the Future. In a very obvious sense, this isn't the problem with Marx. What we have is not the absence of a work, but a profusion of them. Enrique Dussel has written about the 4 drafts of Capital, but this is an underestimate. One can indeed identify the following economic manuscripts that form parts of the vast project that is best named by their recurring title or subtitle as Marx's Critique of Political Economy. 1. The Grundrisse, written between July 1857 and May 1858, first published in 1939. 2. The so-called Urtext, fragments of a draft of the Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, written between August and October 1858 and first published in 1941. 3. A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, written between November 1858 and January 1859, published in June 1859 as Part 1 of Marx's intended Critique of Political Economy. 4. The Economic Manuscript of 1861-63, written between August 1861 and July 1863 and intended as the continuation of the Contribution, published in part by Karl Kautsky as Theories of Surplus Value between 1905 and 1910 and in full only in 1982. 5. The Economic Manuscript of 1863-5, Marx's draft of the 3 volumes of Capital, written between July 1863 and December 1865, from this friend and collaborator Friedrich Engels edited Capital, Volume 3, published in 1894, the so-called 6th chapter of Capital, Volume 1, The Results of the Immediate Process of Production, was published in 1933, and the entire manuscript in 1988 and 1992. 6. Capital, Volume 1, published in September 1867. 7. Le Capital, the French edition of Capital, Volume 1, published between 1872 and 1875 and increasingly treated as a separate text by scholars because of the substantial changes Marx made to it, not all of which were carried over into the second German edition, 1873, or the third, published a few months after Marx's death in March 1832. 8. Smaller manuscripts written between the late 1860s and late 1870s in which Marx sought to address issues, particularly with respect to surplus value and profit, that he had broached in the 1863-5 manuscript 3. 9. The manuscripts from which Engels edited Capital, Volume 2, first published in 1885, which is a complex palimpsest of texts written at different times, see Table 1. Table 1. Manuscripts from which Capital, 2, was compiled, page references to Penguin edition. The problem then with Capital is not so much that Marx labored without result, but that his efforts were so vast and incomplete that his work dissolves into the multiplicity of fragmentary texts that he left behind. The immense achievement of Mega II in publishing the bulk of these manuscripts means that it is easy now for the apparently determinate structure of Capital to liquefy before our eyes. Dussel in his excellent study of the 1861-63 manuscript expresses the view of a number of scholars. It is well known that Marx only wrote Volume 1, Book I, for publication. Hence, all the other volumes should be methodologically considered as non-existent and one should make references in the future, exclusively to the manuscripts of Marx themselves. Engels and Kautsky's editions, of Volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, edited in the 19th century, and the old Theories of Surplus Value, should be studied in order to know the thoughts of these two authors, but not Marx's own. 4. This is an extreme reaction, to which I return below when discussing Engels's supposedly malign role in editing Capital, 2 and 3. But in the meantime there is Marx himself to be dealt with. No one can dispute that, despite labors spanning more than 20 years, he left Capital unfinished. Michael Howard and John King in their outstanding History of Marxist Economics take him to task for this. In view of the central political importance that he assigned to the economic analysis of capitalism, Marx's lethargy was most unfortunate. Even allowing for the effects of ill health, it is difficult not to convict him of neglecting his responsibilities, both to the international socialist movement whose mentor he aspired to be, and more especially to his lifelong friend Friedrich Engels, who was left to pick up the pieces. 5. Lethargy is definitely not the right word. It is becoming increasingly clear thanks to the research conducted as part of Mega II that Marx continued to work intensively, although not always continuously because of the interruptions caused by political activity and ill health, till not long before his death. For example, in 1879-81, before the hammer blow struck Marx by his wife Jenny's death in December 1881, he worked on world history, devoting 5 notebooks to the subject, which related to his efforts to broaden the scope of Capital. 6. The problem rather is something much more mundane, Marx's inability to finish anything, which was often accompanied by announcements of imminent completion. For example, He wrote to Engels optimistically on April 2, 1851, "I am so far advanced that I will have finished with the whole economic stuff in 5 weeks' time. At Celifet, and that done, I shall complete the political economy at home and apply myself to another branch of learning at the museum." CW 38, 325. The fact that he died nearly 32 years later leaving Capital unfinished is sometimes put down to his reaching some deep intellectual impasse. For example, Tristram Hunt speculates the problem might have been that the economics of Das Kapital no longer appeared credible or the political possibilities of communism unrealistic. 7 Though Marx left behind him many unresolved problems, this kind of explanation is nonsense. His sometime young Hegelian collaborator Arnold Ruhe had identified the real problem as early as 1844, writing about Marx to Ludwig Feuerbach. "He reads a lot, he works with uncommon intensity and has a critical talent, but he completes nothing. He always breaks off and plunges anew into an endless sea of books." 8 Responding to Engels's chivying to finish Capital, Marx saw it, July 31, 1865, to make a virtue of his perfectionism. "Whatever shortcomings they may have, the advantage of my writings is that they are an artistic whole, and can only be achieved through my practice of never having things printed until I have them in front of me in their entirety." CW 42, 173. The weary Engels replied rather crushingly, August 5, 1865, "I was greatly amused by the part of your letter which deals with the work of art to be." CW 42, 174. The 1861-63 manuscript, the most important of the recently published drafts, provides an excellent insight into Marx's working method. He starts off as planned, writing a continuation of the 1859 contribution. Having dealt with the commodity and money in the 2 chapters of the earlier work, Marx now directly broaches capital in general. For nearly 350 pages he writes what is recognizably an early version of Capital, before breaking off in March 1862 midway through his analysis of relative surplus value and machinery to discuss theories of surplus value, presumably to mirror the procedure he used in the contribution of critically examining the political economist's treatment of value and money in respectively chapters 1, the commodity, and 2, money. But then, while discussing Adam Smith's theory of profits, he confronts the problem of reproduction that will become one of the main subjects of Capital, too, and particularly the puzzle of how, in the circulation of commodities, the value of constant capital, invested in means of production, is replaced. Marx rather airily acknowledges that he has skidded off-piste. The question of the reproduction of the constant capital clearly belongs to the section on the reproduction process or circulation process of capital, which however is no reason why the kernel of the matter should not be examined here. CW 30, 414. This first discussion of reproduction illustrates another of Marx's tendencies, which is to think on paper, trying to resolve a problem by writing about it. Here, as elsewhere, this involves plentiful calculations before he reins himself in. So much for this question, to which we shall return in connection with the circulation of capital, CW 30, 449. Marx then dives into a discussion of the problem of productive and unproductive labor, which at least is related to Smith, before digressing out of chronological sequence for 40 pages on John Stuart Mill. Then it's back to productive and unproductive labor, which slips into a further discussion of reproduction. At the end of this Marx acknowledges that he has not considered the case of extended reproduction, where the money generated by the cycle of production has to cover additional workers and means of production. This intermezzo has therefore to be completed in this historico-critical section, as occasion warrants, CW 31, 151. And then Marx returns to the chronology of his historico-critical survey of the political economists, though not for long, since Marx inserts into the manuscript a digression on the Tableau économique of François Quesnay, leader of the 18th French school of physiocratic economists, which greatly influenced the reproduction schemes in Capital, 2, Part 3. Although Marx then returns to the chronological track, he soon slides into his most fertile digression, on the theory of rent. This was apparently prompted by the German socialist leader Ferdinand Lassalle's request in June 1862 that he return a book on rent by the Ricardian economist Johann Karl Rodbertus that Lassalle had lent Marx. See Marx to Lassalle, June 16, 1862, CW 41, 376-9. The result was what Dussel calls the central moment of all the manuscripts of 1861-63, and the beginning of the confrontation with Ricardo'. 9 as we explore in more length in the next chapter. Ground rent is an obvious anomaly for the labor theory of value, since the landowner obtains a revenue thanks merely to the ownership of a material asset without making any productive contribution. Ricardo in his principles sought to solve the problem through the theory of differential rent, which explained rent by differences in the productivity of labor on different pieces of land. But he denied the existence of absolute rent that arises even on the poorest patch of land. Marx devotes over 300 pages to solving this problem, in the course of which he reformulates the labor theory of value, drawing his fundamental distinction between the values of commodities, the socially necessary labor time required to produce them, and their prices of production, values modified by the equalization of the rate of profit on different capitals. Marx then moves to considering Ricardo's more general theory of value and surplus value, as Vitaly Vygotsky puts it. Here Marx proceeds in his analysis first from the concrete to the abstract, but soon returns to the problem of reproduction. 10 He finally broaches the question of expanded reproduction before developing his longest discussion of crises, and then returns to Ricardo and continues the chronology of political economists. But this historico-critical sequence constantly blurs into more substantive discussions, for example, a brilliant excursus on the expansion of production and circulation under capitalism, CW 32, 414-23, and then is interrupted by a much more extended analysis of the different forms of capital and the kinds of revenue they attract. This is itself interrupted in turn by nearly 100 pages on capital and profit, which covers some of the same ground as the first three parts of Capital, 3. Finally we return again to theories of surplus value, though the very interesting discussion of the clergyman economist Richard Jones is punctuated by two important plans of what would become volumes 3 and 1 of Capital, CW 33, 346-7. This completed, Marx picks up the thread of his analysis of the capitalist production process, abandoned for theories of surplus value, offering a rich and extensive discussion of relative surplus value and the technological revolutions wrought by capital, and the first version of what becomes the results of the immediate production process, though these are shot through with brief notes on early economists such as David Hume and William Petty. Some final reflections on primitive accumulation trail off and the manuscripts come to a halt, appropriately enough, with polemic and arithmetic, a denunciation of Marx's socialist rival Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, with a critique of whose monetary theories the Grundrisse commences, and detailed calculations of the rate of interest. The meandering path taken by Marx's thoughts in the 1861-63 manuscript is extreme. But, for example, the reader may be puzzled to find Marx in the penultimate chapters of Capital, 3, struggling with the same problem that started him off into analyzing reproduction in the 1861-63 manuscript of whether, as Smith and Ricardo affirmed, the value of the total product could be reduced to the sum of revenues, wages, profit and rent, even though Marx concedes that the problem posed here was already solved, in Volume 2, Part 3, Chai, 975. Glissades such as this may explain John Elster's complaint about Marx's inherent lack of intellectual discipline, but they do not excuse it. 11 Marx will still be making waves long after the eddy in the academic pond made by Elster has vanished. His economic manuscripts are, as Dussel puts it, the river of ideas where Marx slowly constructs his categories with all its ebbs and flows. 12 Far from revealing his intellectual weakness, the hesitations, digressions and repetitions display the depth of the analytical effort he undertook. The delays were not solely a product of Marx's struggle for conceptual clarity. One of his main preoccupations after publishing Capital, was to ensure that the empirical scope of the later volumes was adequate to the forms in which capitalism was beginning to transform the globe. In Capital, Britain figures as the locus classicus of capitalist relations of production, c. 90. 13 But Marx writes to Nikolai Danielson on June 13, 1871, I have decided that a complete revision of the manuscript, of Capital, 2 and 3, is necessary. Moreover, even now a number of essential documents are still outstanding, which will eventually arrive from the United States, CW 44, 152. Though Marx also expressed his desire to include in his treatment of rent material on Russian agriculture, his focus seems to have become especially on the U.S. He wrote to Friedrich Adolf Sorge in New York on April 4, 1876 to ask for American book catalogs. The point is that I want to see for myself, for the second volume of Capital, by which Marx means both Capital, 2 and 3, what has appeared that might, perhaps, be of use as regards American agriculture and relations of land ownership, ditto as regards credit, panic, money, etc., and anything connected therewith, CW 45, 115. Making his analysis more comprehensive was at least in part a strategy of evasion on Marx's part. On April 10, 1879 he explains to Danielson that he has to wait till the economic crisis then gripping Britain has reached maturity, but then admits, The bulk of the materials I have received not only from Russia, but from the United States, etc., make it pleasant for me to have a pretext of continuing my studies, instead of winding them up finally for the public. CW 45, 355. Certainly Engels was skeptical about Marx's accumulation of data, telling Sorge after his death, 29 June 1883, had it not been for the massive American and Russian material, there are over 2 cubic meters of books of Russian statistics alone. Volume 2 would have long since been printed. These detailed studies held him up for years. As always, everything had to be brought up to date, and now it has all come to nothing. CW 47, 43. Engels wrote to Danielson, November 13, 1885, about Marx's letters to the latter. I could not read them without a sorrowful smile. Alas, we are so used to these excuses for the non-completion of the work. Whenever the state of his health made it impossible for him to go on with it, this impossibility preyed heavily upon his mind, and he was only too glad if he could only find out some theoretical excuse why the work should not then be completed. All these arguments he has at the time made use of vis-à-vis de moi, with me, they seem to ease his conscience. CW 47, 348-349, in English in the original. The personal story behind the writing of Capital encompasses more than Marx's efforts to postpone the completion of his work. The intellectual grandeur of his project contrasts with what he himself called the petites misères de la vie domestique et privée, the petty miseries of domestic and private life. CW 40, 273. Nowhere is this most striking than the terrible letter of June 30, 1862, where Marx, infuriated by Lassalle's insensitivity during a stay with the Marxes at a moment of particular financial distress and social humiliation, rants to Engels about the Jewish nigger Lassalle. CW 41-389. 14. In counterpoint to this outburst are 2 following letters, in which Marx 1st, 2nd of August, outlines to Engels the transformation of values into prices of production that he had hit upon in his critique of Rodbertus and Ricardo, and then, 7th of August, lucidly criticizes Engels for his pessimism about the North's fortunes in the American Civil War, which was responsible for the Marx family's difficulties because it brought to an end the income he had received for writing for the New York Tribune. In my view, all this is going to take another turn. The North will, at last, wage the war in earnest, have recourse to revolutionary methods and overthrow the supremacy of the border slave statesmen. One single nigger regiment would have a remarkable effect on Southern nerves. CW 41, 400. Marx's use of the N-word here, when making a strikingly accurate prediction of the increasingly revolutionary course the war would take, is particularly distressing. The word recurs in the manuscripts and correspondence, creating a powerful dissonance both with the logic of Marx's theory, which makes no resort to racial categories, and with his political identification with the oppressed. 15. The latter is expressed, for example, very late in his life in the letters he wrote while convalescing in colonial Algiers. Thus he writes to his daughter Laura on April 13, 1882. Some of these more, in a café, were dressed pretentiously, even richly, others in, for once I dare call it blouses, sometime of white wool in appearance, now in rags and tatters, but in the eyes of a true Mussulman such accidents, good or bad luck, do not distinguish Mahomet's children. Absolute equality in their social intercourse, not affected, on the contrary, only when demoralized, they become aware of it. As to the hatred against Christians and the hope of an ultimate victory over these infidels, their politicians justly consider this same feeling and practice of absolute equality, not of wealth or position but of personality, a guarantee of keeping up the one, of not giving up the latter. CW 46, 242, in English in the original. Marx's development of his critique of political economy nearly a quarter of a century earlier was inflected by a very specific location. It was the explosion of a global economic and financial crisis that stimulated him to resume the abandoned work on his economics in the summer of 1857. I am working like mad all night and every night collating my economic studies so that I at least get the outlines clear before the deluge, he told Engels that December. CW 40, 217. But covering the crisis was part of his day job as London correspondent of the New York Tribune, a role he took on in the early 1850s. According to Michael Kratka, as the NET was rapidly growing, selling eventually nearly 300,000 copies altogether, and becoming the largest newspaper in the English-speaking world, Marx was actually one of the leading and most widely read economic journalists of his time, a renowned expert on all economic and financial matters whose judgment on monetary and financial crises was highly respected. Marx also earned himself a reputation as a leading expert of international politics. He wrote on all the major international conflicts and wars of his time. 16. Crucial to Marx's ability to perform this role was his location in London, as he put it, a convenient vantage point for the observation of bourgeois society. Con. 21. This is to put it mildly. If England be the heart of international trade and cosmopolitan finance, and London be the heart of England, the city is the heart of London, wrote T.H.S. Escott towards the end of Marx's life in 1879.17. His long exile in London broadly coincided with what Eric Hobsbawm has called the Age of Capital, the period spanning 1848 to 1875, when an integrated world economy increasingly regulated by the rhythms of industrial capitalism took shape. 18 This process made London, in Herbert Fesch's words, the center of a financial empire, more international, more extensive in its variety, than even the political empire of which it was the capital. 19 The great crises that shook the city gripped Marx's attention, at the same time as he closely followed British political life. A reader of his economic manuscripts and journalism cannot but be astonished by the in-depth character of his knowledge of the history and literature of modern Britain, even if it wasn't always deployed effectively, as in his obsessive pursuit of Lord Palmerston as an agent of the Russian Tsar. He also benefited from Engels' presence in the hub of the Industrial Revolution in Manchester. It is worth reminding ourselves that the small island where Marx and Engels took refuge after 1848 embraced the mid-19th century counterparts of Wall Street, Washington and the Pearl River Delta. From his London vantage point, Marx could follow the one great event of contemporary history, the American Civil War, c. 366 and 358, and trace its impact on Britain, whose textile-centered economy was severely hit by the shortage of cotton produced by the slave plantations of the South, and whose ruling class weighed the option of intervening in the war to halt the rise of a peer competitor. 20 British working class opposition to military intervention in support of the Confederacy was one of the starting points of the International Working Men's Association, or First International, 1864-72. Marx proudly told his old comrade Joseph Weidemeyer, who was fighting in the Union Army, "Its English members consist chiefly of the heads of the trade unions here, in other words, the real worker kings of London, the same people who organized that gigantic reception for Garibaldi and who, by that monster meeting in St. James's Hall, under the bourgeois radical MP John Bright's chairmanship, prevented Palmerston from declaring war on the United States, which he was on the point of doing, November 24, 1864, CW 42, 44. 21 Marx completed Capital, at a time when he was playing his most influential political role, leading the International, for example, to champion the Union cause and support Ireland's right to self-determination, in both cases not out of abstract principle but as a means of uniting the working class across the divisions of race, nation, and religion. 22. Marx's perspective was indeed global. As early as February 1858 he pointed to Britain's structural deficit in the balance of trade. Generally speaking, the so-called balance of trade must always be in favor of the world against England, because the world has yearly to pay England not only for the commodities it purchases from her, but also the interest of the debt it owes her. The really disquieting feature for England is this, that she is apparently at a loss to find at home a sufficient field of employment for her unwieldy capital, that she must consequently lend on an increasing scale, and similar in this point, to Holland, Venice, and Genoa, at the epoch of their decline, forge herself the weapons for her creditors. CW 15. 429-430. The most important of these creditors would be the United States, towards which Marx's attention increasingly turned. He told Danielson on November 15, 1878. The most interesting field for the economist is now certainly to be found in the United States, and, above all, during the period of 1873, since the crash in September, until 1878, the period of chronic crisis. Transformations, which to be elaborated did require in England centuries, were here realized in a few years. But the observer must look not to the older states on the Atlantic, but to the newer ones. Ohio is a striking example, and the newest, California FI. CW 45, 344. The Fall Guy. Marx's preoccupation with the U.S. was, as we have seen, one reason why the work was never finished. It was Engels who was left to clear up the mess. This was considerable, as he explained to the German socialist leader August Bebel a few months after Marx's death, August 30, 1883. As soon as I am back, from Eastbourne, I shall get down to Volume 2 in real earnest, and that is an enormous task. Alongside parts that have been completely finished are others that are merely sketched out, the whole being a brute draft, with the exception of perhaps 2 chapters. Quotations from sources in no kind of order, piles of them jumbled together, collected simply with a view to future selection. Besides that, there is the handwriting, which certainly cannot be deciphered by anyone but me, and then only with difficulty. You ask why I of all people should not have been told how far the thing had got. It is quite simple. If I had known, I should have pestered him night and day until it was all finished and printed. And Marx knew that better than anyone else. He knew besides that, if the worst came to the worst, as has now happened, the Ms. could be edited by me in the spirit in which he would have done it himself, as indeed he told Tussie, Marx's youngest daughter Eleanor, as much. CW 49, 53. Whether Engels actually succeeded in carrying out this enormous task in Marx's spirit has come into question in recent years. In particular, the publication of the 1863-65 manuscript in Mega 2 has provoked widespread criticism of Engels's edition of Capital, 3. This, of course, isn't the first time that Engels has been in trouble. The discovery after the Second World War of the humanist young Marx of the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 encouraged some to portray Engels as Marx's evil twin, who, particularly after the latter's death, encouraged the construction of a scientistic and determinist Marxism. Whatever the real theoretical differences between the two, and we shall touch on some below, this portrayal of Engels is absurd. Towards the end of his life he was particularly concerned to correct dogmatic readings of Marx, as his letters of the early 1890s on historical materialism clearly showed. 23. Now, however, Engels is on trial again. Karl Erich Vollgraff and Jürgen Juchnickel aptly call the 1863-5 manuscript Marx's biggest construction site. The accusation against Engels is that he turned a building site into the facsimile of a finished building. Vollgraff and Juchnickel document the very extensive changes that Engels made to Marx's text, substantially increasing the number of chapters, changing their order, incorporating parenthetical comments and footnotes into the text, adding text of his own, cutting and polishing Marx's text, and making a variety of corrections. 24 The effect of this editing, Michael Heinrich complains, is to make Marx's text seem more finished than it actually was. The arrangement of a text and the headings used obviously strongly influence the understanding of a text, especially if the text is not finished but in large part sketchy and incomplete. By putting this material together into chapters and inserting headings, this draft character is concealed. But even more important, the readers can no longer tell at what point in the manuscript presentation turns into inquiry. The difference between presentation and inquiry, however, is of central importance for Marx's own methodical understanding. To Marx, presentation does not just mean the more or less skillful assembly of final results. The factual correlation of the conditions presented should be expressed by the correct presentation of the categories, by advancing from the abstract to the concrete. To Marx, the search for an adequate presentation is an essential part of his process of inquiry. But the difference between complete and incomplete presentation is concealed by the structure imposed by Engels. Additionally, Engels tried to strengthen the coherence of the text through omissions and connecting phrases. The readers do not learn that a large part of Marx's manuscript is open and undecided. Engels gives them a possible solution of the problems without letting them know that there is a problem. The solution given by Engels appears as a mostly complete elaboration by Marx. 25. Heinrich is particularly critical of the very extensive editing and rearranging that Engels made of Chapter 5 of the manuscript, the division of profit into interest and net profit, industrial or commercial profit, interest-bearing capital, which he transformed into Part 5 of Volume 3. This is especially messy, including two long sections entitled Confusion, largely consisting of excerpts from evidence given at the parliamentary inquiries into the suspension of the Bank Act 1844 during the panics of 1847 and 1857, accompanied by Marx's comments. Engels found dealing with this part of the manuscript especially difficult, telling Laurel Lafargue, November 4, 1892, "The day I finished that section on banks and credit, which has been my stumbling block for 4 to 5 years. The day I finish that, there will be some consumption of alcohol, you bet." CW 50, 23, in English in the original. Engels divided the manuscript into 15 chapters, in the process reordering the material considerably. He also amended the following sentence: "It lies outside our plan to give an analysis of the credit system and the instruments this creates, credit money, etc., by inserting the word detailed before analysis. Compare Mega 2, 2/4.2, 469 and Chai, 525. According to Heinrich, for Marx's concept of presentation, the central question is whether the inherent laws regulating credit can actually be discussed on the highly abstract level of capital, or whether they are linked to a number of historically specific institutional factors, such as the constitution of the money and banking system, so that there cannot be a general credit theory. In Marx's manuscript this question remains open. Engels chose to present the research material found in Marx's manuscript on the general level, which led to the reproach against Marx that he had unduly generalized specific historic conditions of the credit system in 19th-century England. 26. Heinrich's specific criticism about the treatment of credit can only properly be addressed when we consider the problem of Marx's overall construction of capital in the concluding section of this chapter and examine his method in chapters 2 and 3. But his general indictment of Engels is overstated. Engels inherited from Marx the Herculean labor of completing capital at a time when he himself was aging, struggling with chronic illness, and engaged in an enormous correspondence with a growing international socialist movement. He was also subject to the same din of inquiries about when capital, 3, in particular would appear that Marx had suffered for the latest 15 years of his life. In the event, it was published in 1894, 9 years after the publication of Volume 2, and not long before Engels' own death. Heinrich is right that Engels' editing of Chapter 5 of the manuscript makes it seem more finished than it actually was. But if he had excluded this material he would have been attacked also. He was in an impossible situation. Moreover, Vollgraff and Jucknickel are right to point out that Engels' editing work did not conceal the fact that the third volume had remained a torso and that the manuscript remained a draft, even in its published version. The many digressions Marx made in his exposition and in his reflections are recognizable as such even without the optical tool of the parentheses which Engels removed. 27. One doesn't require the immense apparatus of the Mega-2 to realize, for example, that the chapter Engels gave the title Development of the Law's Internal Contradictions, another of Heinrich's bugbears, is a fragmentary draft. This doesn't alter the fact that some of Engels' editing is unfortunate. He changed the subtitle of Volume 3 from Gestaltung und des Gesamtprozesses, Figures of the Process as a Whole, into Der Gesamtprozess der kapitalistischen Produktion, the process of capitalist production as a whole. For reasons that should become clear in the next 2 chapters, I prefer the original subtitle. It is, moreover, important to know that one of the most frequently cited of Marx's remarks on the causes of crises, the ultimate reason for all real crises always remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses, in the face of the drive of capitalist production to develop the productive forces as if only the absolute consumption capacity of society set a limit to them, appears in a passage from which Engels removed the parentheses, compare Chai, 615 with Mega-2 2/4.2, 539-540. He also seems to have replaced every occurrence of productive capitalist with industrial capitalist. This is misleading because it encourages the view that Marx is offering an account of industrial capitalism when he is quite clear that productive capital includes what we would call service sectors, e.g. transport. Most seriously of all, Engels interpolates into Marx's discussion of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. In a passage where Marx is suggesting that higher labor productivity may cause the rate of profit to rise thanks to a cheapening of the elements of constant capital, the reassuring pronouncement, in actuality, however, the rate of profit will fall in the long run, as we have already seen, Chai, 337, translation modified, compare Mega-2 2/4.1, 319. Here undoubtedly Engels' politico-historic predilections overcome an accurate rendering of Marx's own thinking. 28. But the biggest weakness of Engels' edition of Volume 3 has long been well known, namely the famous supplement and addendum where he outlines the so-called historical interpretation of the labor theory of value, claiming that it holds true in conditions of simple commodity production, prior to the development of capitalism, but not where capitalist productions prevails. This involves a complete misunderstanding of Marx's value theory. As we shall see in chapters 3 and 4, it is rejected by virtually every contemporary commentator on capital. Moreover, as John Weeks points out, the account that Engels gives of the transition from feudalism to capitalism is very different from Marx's. Engels argued that the development of capitalism could be explained in purely economic terms, without the necessity for recourse in a single instance to any political interference. In contrast, Marx devoted the final section of Volume 1 of Capital to the violent methods that accompanied the emergence of capitalism. 29. These theoretical differences are important, both because Engels enormously influenced the reception of Marx's work and because they indicate the distinct perspective from which he edited Capital. But they should also remind us that Engels needs to be treated as himself a contributor to the critique of political economy. After all, it was he who first broached this critique publicly in his 1844 article Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy and in the Condition of the Working Class in England, 1845. These texts were important reference points for Marx while working on Capital, when he acknowledged, July 7, 1864, as you know, 1. I'm always laid off the mark with everything, and 2. I invariably follow in your footsteps. CW 41, 546-547. He calls the outlines brilliant in the 1859 preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Con. 21. Marx reread the condition when writing the 1861-63 manuscript and wrote to Engels on April 18, 1863, so far as the main theses in your book are concerned, by the by, they have been corroborated down to the last detail by developments subsequent to 1844. For I have been comparing the book with the notes I made on the ensuing period, CW 41, 468. While writing Capital, he modestly told Engels, February 10, 1866, that the great chapter on the working day supplements your book, sketchily, up to 1865, CW 42, 224. It is, moreover, Engels who first formulates the concept of the industrial reserve army of labor, arguing in the condition that English manufacture must have, at all times save the brief periods of highest prosperity, an unemployed reserve army of workers, in order to be able to produce the masses of goods required by the market in the liveliest months. 30 The influence that Engels in his distinct theoretical perspective, which, as we shall see, highlights the role of competition, had on the development of Marx's own critique of political economy would repay separate study. But these differences don't diminish the scale of Engels's accomplishment in completing Capital for publication, for all that it may not pass the test of modern scholarly editing. In publishing Capital, 3, he made available what he told Danielson, April 23, 1885, was the concluding and crowning part, the most astounding thing I have ever read to later generations, CW 47, 278. The long and winding road. But if Capital has a history, it also has a prehistory. One can tentatively identify three phases in Marx's development as an economic thinker. It is worth noting that the periodization I have adopted cuts across Louis Althusser's famous epistemological break between the young humanist Marx struggling with the influences of Hegel and Feuerbach in the first half of the 1840s and the scientific Marx that emerges in the theses on Feuerbach and the German ideology at the middle of the same decade. 31 This doesn't necessarily invalidate Althusser's interpretation, but it underlines the complexity of Marx's development, particularly in relation to Hegel. Much more about this in chapters 2 and 3. 1844-7, The Humanist Critic of Political Economy. Marx started his intensive study of political economy after his arrival in Paris in the autumn of 1843. As he later explained, having attempted a critique of Hegel's political philosophy, he had reached the conclusion that legal relations and political forms originate in the material conditions of life, the totality of which Hegel, following the example of English and French thinkers of the 18th century, embraces within the term civil society, that the anatomy of this civil society, however, has to be sought in political economy. Con. 2032. As was his practice throughout his life, Marx took plentiful notes excerpting from and commenting on the works of political economy he was reading. These excerpts merge into the texts with which we most associate the young Marx, namely the notes on Mill and the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844.33. But we find broadly the same problematic in the slightly later draft article on Friedrich List, written in March 1845, just before Marx and Engels started work on the body of writing published posthumously as the German ideology. 34 Here Marx shows an increasingly confident grasp of the categories of political economy that led him to plan a 2-volume critique of politics and political economy, and even, in a characteristic letter of August 1, 1846, explaining to his publisher why he hadn't delivered this work, a separate critique of economics, CW 38, 49. In these texts Marx uses the findings of the political economists to exemplify the theme of alienated labor and more broadly to show how bourgeois society violates the human essence. For our purposes, in some ways more interesting than the much better known Paris manuscripts are the notes on Mill, excerpts from and comments on James Mill's Elements of Political Economy, 1820. Here Marx endorses but elaborates on Mill's conventional definition of money as the medium of exchange. The mediating function or movement, human, social activity, by means of which the products of labor mutually complement each other, is estranged and becomes the property of a material thing external to man, viz. Money. If a man himself alienates this mediating function he remains active only as a lost, dehumanized creature. The relation between things, human dealings with them, become the operations of a being above and beyond man. EU, 260. Money as the autonomized mediator between human activities is an alienated expression of human species being, a concept that Marx takes from Ludwig Feuerbach, but gives a new content. According to Marx, human beings find fulfillment through creative activity. Hence this mediator is the lost, estranged essence of private property alienated and external to itself. It is the alienated mediation of human production, the alienated species activity of man. All the qualities proper to the generation of this activity are transferred to the mediator. Thus man separated from this mediator becomes poor as man in proportion as the mediator becomes richer. EU 261. This is quite typical of Marx's treatment of political economy at this stage. He broadly accepts the descriptions of economic relations and practices that he finds in the works he studies, but offers a different interpretation of their significance. As Alan Oakley puts it about Marx's more extended discussion in the Paris manuscripts, when he turned his attention to the elaboration of his own critique of the system that political economy had enabled him to outline, the distribution status of labor is taken as an empirical fact of capitalism. Marx's ultimate concern was with the situation of labor in general, humanistic terms rather than only in material terms, that is, with labor vis-à-vis the realization of human potential, with labor as an essential ontological process. 35. Or, as Althusser puts it, Marx doesn't modify any of the economist's concepts, he simply reads them, by relating them to their hidden essence, the alienation of human labor, and across this alienation, the human essence. 36. But this interpretation isn't just lowered onto the economist's concepts and descriptions, like an external scaffolding. On the contrary, the philosophical anthropology that guides Marx's assessment is itself formulated thanks to his encounter with political economy, which in particular allows him to begin to transcend Feuerbach by reconceiving the relationship between humans and nature. No longer is this relationship defined, as it was by Feuerbach, by sensibility, Sinnlichkeit, the passive faculty of receiving sense impressions emitted by an external nature. Now it is labor that binds humans to the rest of nature in an active process of mutual transformation. Thus in the manuscripts Marx praises Hegel because he adopts the standpoint of modern political economy. He sees labor as the essence, the self-confirming essence, of man. EU 386. It is this understanding of human beings as inventive social producers that forms the basis of Marx's critique of alienation. The alienation of labor under capital means that workers are denied the possibility of fulfilling the very core of their species being. 37. But Marx's endorsement of the standpoint of modern political economy is not complete. Remarkably, in the light of his later intellectual evolution, he distances himself from the labor theory of value. Both on the question of the relations of money to the value of metal and in his demonstration that the cost of production is the sole factor in the determination of value, Mill succumbs to the error, made by the entire Ricardo school, of defining an abstract law without mentioning the fluctuations or the continual suspension through which it comes into being. If e.g. it is an invariable law that in the last analysis, or rather in the sporadic, accidental, coincidence of supply and demand, the cost of production determines price, value, then it is no less an invariable law that these relations do not obtain, that value and cost of production do not stand in any necessary relation. The true law of economics is chance, and we learn people arbitrarily seize on a few moments and establish them as laws. EU 259-260 38. Meanwhile, the humanist critique of political economy was being developed independently but in parallel by Marx's fellow Feuerbachian communist Friedrich Engels, soon to become his lifelong collaborator. In Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy, published in 1844 and, as we have seen, an important reference point for Marx, who mentions it in the Paris manuscripts, Engels also rejects the labor theory of value in very similar terms. Abstract value and its determination by the costs of production are, after all, only abstractions, non-entities, CW 3, 425. But, whereas Marx treats private property as an expression of alienated labor, Engels, perhaps thanks to the influence of the followers of Robert Owen he encountered during his first stay in Manchester in 1842-44, relates it to competition. In the end, everything comes down to competition, so long as private property exists, because private property isolates everyone in his own crude solitariness, and because, nevertheless, everyone has the same interest as his neighbor. One landowner stands antagonistically confronted by another, one capitalist by another, one worker by another. In this discord of identical interests resulting precisely from this identity is consummated the immorality of mankind's condition hitherto, and this consummation is competition. CW 3, 431-432-39. Informing the young Marx's and Engels's rejection of Ricardian value theory is a hostility to abstraction very different from the stance taken by Marx in his later economic works. In the writings of the early and mid-1840s, abstraction is associated to what is limited and partial compared to the concrete existence of what Marx and Engels call in the German ideology the real individuals, their activity and the material conditions under which they live, which can be verified in a purely empirical way, CW 5:31. Thus Marx already uses the expression abstract labor in the Paris manuscripts, but merely to characterize the alienation of the worker, who lives from one-sided, abstract labor, EU 288. By contrast, in Capital and the drafts preceding it, abstraction is the essential analytical tool to identifying the inner structure of capitalist economic relations. As we shall see in Chapter 2, by the time Marx writes the 1861-63 manuscript, one of his main criticisms of Ricardo has become that he isn't abstract enough. 40. To 1847-1857, the critical Ricardian. Marx's stance towards the Ricardo school decisively changes in the second phase of his treatment of political economy, but this is part of a more complex and comprehensive theoretical recasting. The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, Marx's first mature, complete and conclusive work. Georg Lukács, marks a decisive shift. 41, devoted to a critique of the French socialist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's Philosophie de la Misère. This text is the site of Marx's first explicit formulation of the concept of the relations of production, Produktionsverhältnisse. In an excellent discussion of the origins of the basic concepts of historical materialism, Joran Third-Born notes, the term Produktivkraft, forces of production or productive forces, was bequeathed to Marx by the classical economists. In the form of productive powers, it occurs in Smith and Ricardo, and his excerpts and quotations from them. Marx, from the economic and philosophical manuscripts onwards, usually translates it into German as Produktivkraft. Marx's first formulation of his theory of history in the manuscripts drafted in 1845-7 and posthumously published as the German ideology, treats the development of the productive forces as the cause of transformations in social relations. But, as Third-Born points out, in this text, the concept that accompanies the forces of production is Verkehr or Verkehrsform, a much broader term meaning approximately communication, commerce or intercourse. 42. As late as his letter of December 28, 1846 to Pavel Annenkov, where Marx roughs out the argument of the poverty of philosophy, he still uses the concept of Verkehr, where in his later writing we would expect to find that of the relations of production, to refer to the social relations that interact with the productive forces. Man never renounces what he has gained, but this does not mean that he never renounces the form of society in which he has acquired certain productive forces. On the contrary, if he is not to be deprived of the results obtained or to forfeit the fruits of civilization, man is compelled to change all his traditional social forms as soon as the mode of commerce ceases to correspond to the productive forces acquired. Here I use the word commerce in its widest sense, as we would say Verkehr in German. Thus, the economic forms in which man produces, consumes and exchanges are transitory and historical. With the acquisition of new productive faculties, man changes his mode of production, and with the mode of production he changes all the economic relations which were but the necessary relations of that particular mode of production. CW 38, 96-97. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx maintains the contrast between the productive forces, whose development is cumulative, and transitory and historical social relations, but the latter are given a much more precise specification as the social relations of production, which in turn have definite economic meaning as the relations of effective control over the productive forces. 43. This conceptual shift then allows a reformulation of Marx's critique of political economy. Economic categories are only the theoretical expressions, the abstractions of the social relations of production. CW 6, 165. The association of production relations and economic categories is a persisting theme in Capital and its drafts, as we see in chapters 2 and 3. The introduction of the concept of relations of production serves two crucial functions in The Poverty of Philosophy. First, it permits Marx to conceptualize capital as a social relation. For example, machinery is no more an economic category than the bullock that drags the plow. Machinery is merely a productive force. The modern workshop, which depends on the application of machinery, is a social production relation, an economic category. CW 6, 183. In a slightly later text, Wage Labor and Capital, published in 1849 but based on lectures given in 1847, Marx takes this a step further, specifying the capital relation as one between capital and wage labor. Thus capital presupposes wage labor presupposes capital. They reciprocally condition the existence of each other, they reciprocally bring forth each other. Does a worker in a cotton factory produce merely cotton textiles? No, he produces capital. He produces values which serve afresh to command his labor and by means of it to create new values. CW 9, 214. The view of the capital relation expressed in this passage, the first paragraph of which is quoted in capital I, 724 and 21, implies a theory of how value is created, something Marx dismissed in the Notes on Mill. This brings us to the second function of his introduction of the concept of the relations of production. It allows him to historicize and denaturalize classical political economy, but also to use it as a basis of analysis. So in The Poverty of Philosophy he famously criticizes the metaphysics of political economy, writing, for example, economists express the relations of bourgeois production, the division of labor, credit, money, etc., as fixed, immutable, eternal categories, CW 6, 162. But his attitude to Ricardo changes. In his critical notes on the article The King of Prussia and Social Reform, 1844, Marx refers to the cynic Ricardo, EU, 406. Now he writes, doubtless, Ricardo's language is as cynical as can be. To put the cost of manufacture of hats and the cost of maintenance of men on the same plane is to turn men into hats. But do not make an outcry at the cynicism of it. The cynicism is in the facts and not in the words which express the facts, CW 6, 125. And he goes considerably further. Ricardo shows us the real movement of bourgeois production, which constitutes value. Ricardo establishes the truth of his formula by deriving it from all economic relations, and by explaining in this way all phenomena, even those like rent, accumulation of capital and the relation of wages to profits, which at first sight seem to contradict it. It is precisely that which makes his doctrine a scientific system. CW 6, 123-124. This is an especially interesting passage because Marx here praises Ricardo for what, as we shall see in Chapter 3, he will criticize him for doing in the 1861-63 manuscript, namely trying to establish a deductive connection between value and other economic relations. Marx now explicitly embraces the labor theory of value. The determination of value by labor time is therefore merely the scientific expression of the economic relations of present-day society, as was clearly and precisely demonstrated by Ricardo long before Proudhon, CW 6, 138. And towards the end of The Poverty of Philosophy Marx defends Ricardo's theories of rent and wages in some detail. So at this stage in his intellectual development Marx is critical of Ricardo and other political economists for eternizing the historically specific and transitory relations of production of bourgeois society, but believes they give an accurate account of the substance of these relations. 44 A particularly remarkable example of this is in his 1847 lecture on wages, where he concedes that the political economists are right to criticize trade unions, since any wage increases will by reducing profits, lead directly or indirectly, via labor-saving innovations, to workers losing their jobs, but insists that this is besides the point. If in the associations it really were a matter only of what it appears to be, namely the fixing of wages, if the relationship between labor and capital were eternal, these combinations would be wrecked on the necessity of things. But they are the means of uniting the working class, of preparing for the overthrow of the entire old society with its class contradictions. CW 6, 435-45. This position, that trade unions are ineffective or worse economically but are valuable as forms of class organization, is an unstable one that was only overcome when Marx criticized in the London Notebooks of 1850-53 partially published in Mega 2, the idea common to Ricardo and Malthus that population pressures prevent real wages from rising above a subsistence minimum. This critique was most fully developed in Value, Price, and Profit, 1865. In my view, Marx nevertheless remains in the framework forged in The Poverty of Philosophy of critical Ricardianism up to and beyond his resumption of his economic studies in London in the early 1850s. The London Notebooks contain excerpts from and comments on Ricardo's principles, alongside, among other topics, extensive notes on British debates on currency and banking, excerpts from a wide range of political economists, and studies of world history and colonialism. By this period Marx is becoming more critical of Ricardo, as is clear also in his correspondence of the early 1850s, which explores the currency debates and Ricardo's theory of rent, see Chapter 2. As a result, Marx's economic analysis developed in ways that threaten to burst out of the Ricardian framework. For example, Lucia Pradella argues that it is in the notes on Ricardo that Marx distinguished for the first time the value of wages from the value produced by workers'. 46 But something new happens in 1857-83 The Artificer of Categories. Beyond any specific theoretical changes, what appears in the Grundrisse is a new preoccupation with the construction and ordering of categories. These categories in turn are seen as articulating the structure of capitalist relations of production. Even if prompted by Marx's rereading of Hegel's Science of Logic, this shift must be understood in terms of the problems Marx inherited from Ricardo. This will form the subject matter of the next two chapters and, to some extent, of this book as a whole. It is, however, worth stressing the continuities in Marx's critique of political economy. There is, to begin with, a set of theoretical presuppositions that remain unchanged. The philosophical anthropology that Marx formulated in the Paris manuscripts underlies all his later economic writings. This is most obvious in the account of the labor process in Capital, chapter 7. This passage, for example, lucidly states the basis of Marx's critique of Feuerbach and the German ideology. Labor is, first of all, a process between man and nature, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism, Stoffwechsel, between himself and nature. He confronts the materials of nature as a force of nature. He sets in motion the natural forces which belong to his own body, his arms, legs, head and hands, in order to appropriate the materials of nature in a form adapted to his own needs. Through this movement he acts upon external nature and changes it, and in this way he simultaneously changes his own nature. C. 283. The German ideology also includes, as we have already seen, Marx's and Engels's first outline of their theory of history. Not only is this presupposed by the evolving critique of political economy, but, as the example of the poverty of philosophy shows, the latter provides the occasion for the clarification and reformulation of the basic concepts of historical materialism. Most of the best books on Marx's theory of history draw heavily on remarks he makes in passing in Capital. There are also thematic continuities. At least some of the content of Marx's theory of fetishism, according to which social relations among persons take the form of relations between things, is already present in his writings of the mid-1840s. Thus in the Notes on Mill he identifies this happening with money. In money the unfettered dominion of the estranged thing over man becomes manifest. The rule of the person over the person now becomes the universal rule of the thing over the person, the product over the producer. Just as the equivalent, value, contain the determination of the alienation of private property, so now we see that money is the sensuous, corporeal existence of that alienation. EU 270. In Capital, 3, Marx writes in very similar vein about that inversion, Verkehrung, of subject and object which already occurs in the course of the production process itself. We saw in that case how all the subjective productive forces of labor present themselves as productive forces of capital. On the one hand, value, the past labor that dominates living labor, is personified into the capitalist. On the other hand, the worker conversely appears as mere objectified labor power, as a commodity. Chai 136. There is, as we shall see, a lot more going on in the later passage, but the continuity with the earlier one is also evident. Roman Rozdilsky even comments on the Notes on Mill. All the elements of the later theory of commodity, fetishism, are present here, even if they appear in philosophical guise. 47. This can't be exactly right, since, as we have seen, Marx didn't accept the labor theory of value in the earlier text, while the theory is presupposed by the distinction between living and dead labor in the later one. For more on this distinction see chapter 4. Nevertheless, the resonances are indeed striking. Another recurring preoccupation is with chapter 26 of Ricardo's Principles, on gross and net revenue. Here Ricardo criticizes Adam Smith for arguing that a country's wealth is a function of its gross revenue. Provided its net real income, its rent and profits be the same, it is of no importance whether the nation consist of 10 or of 12 millions of inhabitants, its power of supporting fleets and armies, and all species of unproductive labor, must be in proportion to its net, and not its gross income. If 5 millions of men could produce as much food and clothing as was necessary for 10 millions, food and clothing for the 5 millions would be the net revenue. Would it be of any advantage to the country, that to produce this same net revenue, 7 millions of men should be required, that is to say, that 7 millions should be employed to produce food and clothing sufficient for 12 millions? The food and clothing of 5 millions would still be the net revenue. The employing a greater number of men would enable us neither to add a man to our army and navy, nor to contribute 1 guinea more to taxes. R. I 348. Ricardo is here targeting the idea, with which his predecessors, David Hume as well as Smith, had struggled, that a state's prosperity, and hence its power, was a function of the size of its population. The passage fascinated Marx. In the 1844 manuscripts it was evidence of political economy's indifference to human beings, for Ricardo men are nothing, the product everything, EU 306. In an article of March 1853 Ricardo was described as regarding net revenue as the Moloch to whom entire populations must be sacrificed, CW 11531. But by the time of the economic manuscript of 1861-63 his attitude towards Ricardo had become more charitable. Ricardo expressed these tendencies, towards maximizing profitability, consistently and ruthlessly. Hence much howling against him on the part of the philanthropic Philistines, CW 32-175. As is made even clearer in Capital, 3, by the 1860s Marx is now praising Ricardo for what he had earlier criticized him for. What other people reproach him for, that he is unconcerned with human beings and concentrates exclusively on the development of the productive forces when considering capitalist production, whatever sacrifices of human beings and capital values this is bought with, is precisely his significant contribution. The development of the productive forces of social labor is capital's historic mission and justification. Chai 368. In what sense is capital unfinished? So even when there is an apparent continuity of preoccupation in Marx's economic writings, closer attention suggests the discontinuities are more important, not, perhaps, with respect to the basic understanding of human nature and history than he developed in the mid-1840s, but certainly in the theoretical development of his critique of political economy. The same sense of a project constantly undergoing reconstruction is evident when we consider what may seem like a silly question: in what sense is capital unfinished? It seems silly because Marx died before he had published more than the first volume, and Engels finishes Capital, 3, with a note that the manuscript had broken off at this point. As Althusser rather melodramatically puts it, the reader will know how Volume 3 ends. A title classes. 40 lines, then silence apostrophe. 48. But there is a bigger problem, which concerns how precisely Marx conceived capital itself. No sooner had he started on the Grundrisse than he started sketching out a plan of the work of which it would be the basis. The order obviously has to be, 1. The general, abstract determinants which obtain in more or less all forms of society, 2. The categories which make up the inner structure of bourgeois society and on which the fundamental classes rest. Capital, wage labor, landed property. Their interrelation. Town and country. The three great social classes. Exchange between them. Circulation. Credit system, private. 3. Concentration of bourgeois society in the form of the state. Viewed in relation to itself. The unproductive classes. Taxes. State debt. Public credit. The population. The colonies. Emigration. 4. The international relation of production. International division of labor. International exchange. Export and import. Rate of exchange. 5. The world market and crises. G 108. A little later Marx comes up with another version of this plan, where he drops the initial discussion of the general, abstract determinants, but considerably elaborates on his projected analysis of capital, in the process showing the influence that Hegel's logic was having on him at this stage. 1. General concept of capital. 2. Particularity of capital. Circulating capital, fixed capital. Capital as the necessaries of life, as raw material, as instrument of labor. 3. Capital as money. 2. 1. Quantity of capital. Accumulation. 2. Capital measured by itself. Profit. Interest. Value of capital. Capital is distinct from itself as interest and profit. 3. The circulation of capitals. A. Exchange of capital and capital. Exchange of capital with revenue. Capital and prices. Sharp S. Competition of capitals. Concentration of capitals. 3. Capital as credit. 4. Capital as share capital. V. Capital as money market. 5. Capital as source of wealth. The capitalist. After capital, landed property would be dealt with. After that, wage labor. All three presupposed, the movement of prices, as circulation now defined in its inner totality. On the other side, the three classes, as production posited in its three basic forms and presuppositions of circulation. Then the state. State and bourgeois society, taxes, or the existence of the unproductive classes, the state debt, population, the state externally colonies. External trade. Rate of exchange. Money as international coin, finally the world market. Encroachment of bourgeois society over the state. Crises. Dissolution of the mode of production and form of society based on exchange value. Real positing of individual labor as social and vice versa, g. 264. A slightly later revision of what Marx will come to think of as the first book on Capital shows his concepts settling on a more definitive shape. Still Hegelian in form, both Capital in general and Capital as a totality are organized as the Hegelian triad of universal, particular, singular. Capital. I. Generality. 1. A. Emergence of capital out of money. B. Capital and labor, mediating itself through alien labor. C. The elements of capital, dissected according to their relation to labor, product, raw material, instrument of labor. 2. Particularization of capital, a capital circulant, capital fixe. Turnover of capital. 3. The singularity of capital, capital and profit. Capital and interest. Capital as value, distinct from itself as interest and profit. 2. Particularity. 1. Accumulation of capitals. 2. Competition of capitals. 3. Concentration of capitals, quantitative distinction of capital as at same time qualitative, as measure of its size and influence. 3. Singularity. 1. Capital as credit. 2. Capital as stock capital. 3. Capital as money market. g. 275. In the three parts of Capital, I. Generality in this plan, we can roughly discern the beginnings of the 3 volumes of Capital devoted respectively to production, circulation, and the unity of production and circulation. Marx outlined a boiled-down version of the overall structure roughed out in the Grundrisse in a letter to Lassalle of February 22, 1858. The whole is divided into 6 books. 1. On Capital, contains a few introductory chapters. 2. On landed property. 3. On wage labor. 4. On the state. 5. International trade. 6. World market, CW 5270. Marx set out exactly the same structure in the preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, published with Lassalle's help the following year. Table 2, drawn up by Oakley, gives a helpful overview of Marx's plan for his critique of political economy at this stage. See also his letter to Engels, April 2, 1858, CW 5297. So, when he finally came to write Capital between 1863 and 1867, did Marx stick by this 6-book plan? If he did, then Capital is a mere fragment of a vast and unfinished work, and indeed necessarily unfinished since, as David Harvey puts it, Marx would have had to become Methuselah to have completed this gargantuan project. 49 Dussel argues that Marx only began his theory and it was unfinished upon publication of the first of the 3 projected parts, which represented only 1/72 his total project. 50. Maximilian Rubel goes even further, treating the 6-book plan as the realization of the economics Marx conceived in the mid-1840s. Indeed, the German ideology, the poverty of philosophy, and the Communist Manifesto were, broadly speaking, part of the economics. According to Rubel, in the first of the plans in the Grundrisse, we have the logical and dialectical structure of a plan that was never subjected to further modification except in several points of detail and was ultimately fixed as a double triad of rubrics with a rigorous and definitive order. Marx was, consequently, committed both morally and scientifically to fulfill the established schema, and it was in this spirit that he described his plan when informing his closest friends of its concretization. 51. Rubel contends that the reason why Marx left the 6-book plan unrealized was that the initial book on Capital simply proved far too long for him to complete his project. But Rubel relies on assertion rather than argument to support this interpretation. Michael Leibowitz, who agrees that Marx never abandoned the 6-book plan, concedes even the most sympathetic reader must conclude, however, that Rubel failed to prove his case. 52 The alternative view is put most powerfully by Rozdilsky, who argues that Marx found himself in the 1861-63 manuscript increasingly dealing with material, for example, competition and landed property, that was supposed to be excluded from the analysis of capital in general to which the manuscript was devoted. Therefore, in 1864-5 he modified the 6-book plan, absorbing the content of the books on landed property and wage labor into, respectively, Capital, 3, Part 6, on ground rent, and Capital, I, Part 6, on wages. What about the final 3 books, on the state, international trade, and the world market? According to Rozdilsky, they were never really abandoned. That is to say, their subject matter was never fully assimilated into the second structure of the work but rather held back for the eventual continuation itself. 53. At issue in these disagreements is in part a question of method. Even if we leave aside Rubel's claim that Marx's theoretical writings from the German ideology onwards are all installments of the economics, There is something problematic about the assumption that the vast cycle of writing spread over nearly 20 years from the Grundrisse to the French edition of Capital, I, are realizations of a plan formulated in the early pages of the former text. Such an interpretation leaves no space for the creative process in which Marx confronts problems, lets his pen do his thinking for him by working them through on paper, and then reformulates categories and theories. As Regina Roth puts it, revision was one of the main characteristics of Marx's working style. 54 There is no reason why this process of constant self-criticism should have spared Marx's overall conception of the structure of his work any more than it did specific concepts. This doesn't mean that we can assume that Marx abandons the six-book plan, merely that his persisting with it must be demonstrated. These criticisms apply with equal force to Harvey's use of another passage from the Grundrisse, which I discussed in the introduction. Developing an understanding of the theoretical recastings through which Marx's analysis develops is impeded by a tendency to treat the Grundrisse as the standard by which his subsequent theoretical development is to be judged. Sometimes this involves treating the later manuscripts, and especially Capital, as vulgarizations of the more critical and Hegelian Grundrisse, a view especially prevalent in etherealist readings of Marx's value theory. 55 I have more to say about this in later chapters, but let me express now my preference for the approach adopted by Jacques Bidet. Unlike other commentators, I do not seek the truth of Capital in the earlier versions. I hold that Marx works like an ordinary researcher, never producing a new version except because of the insufficiency of its predecessor with respect to the project he was pursuing, and under no obligation to explain to himself the reasons for the changes to which he proceeds. 56. Following this path, we can see how, across successive manuscripts, Marx increasingly incorporates into his conceptualization of Capital in general topics that were originally meant to be covered in later books. This is clear in two plans that he wrote in January 1863 as part of the 1861-63 manuscript. The third section Capital and Profit to be divided in the following way. 1. Conversion of surplus value into profit. Rate of profit is distinguished from rate of surplus value. 2. Conversion of profit into average profit. Formation of the general rate of profit. Transformation of values into prices of production. 3. Adam Smith's and Ricardo's theories on profits and prices of production. 4. Rent. Illustration of the difference between value and price of production. 5. History of the so-called Ricardian law of rent. 6. Law of the fall of the rate of profit. Adam Smith, Ricardo, Carey. 7. Theories of profit. Query whether Sismondi and Malthus should also be included in the theories of surplus value. 8. Division of profit into industrial profit and interest. Mercantile capital. Money capital. 9. Revenue and its sources. The question of the relation between the processes of production and distribution also to be included here. 10. Reflux movements of money in the processes of capitalist production as a whole. 11. Vulgar economy. 12. Conclusion. Capital and wage labor. The first section Production process of capital to be divided in the following way. 1. Introduction. Commodity. Money. 2. Transformation of money into capital. 3. Absolute surplus value. A labor process and valorization process. B. Constant capital and variable capital. C. Absolute surplus value. D. Struggle for the normal working day. C. Simultaneous working days, number of simultaneously employed laborers. Amount of surplus value and rate of surplus value, magnitude and height. 4. Relative surplus value. A. Simple cooperation. B. Division of labor. C. Machinery, etc. 5. Combination of absolute and relative surplus value. Relation, proportion, between wage labor and surplus value. Formal and real subsumption of labor under capital. Productivity of capital. Productive and unproductive labor. 6. Reconversion of surplus value into capital. Primitive accumulation. Wakefield's theory of colonization. 7. Result of the production process. Either sub 6, or sub 7, the change in the form of the law of appropriation can be shown. 8. Theories of surplus value. 9. Theories of productive and unproductive labor. CW 33 346-347. These plans correspond relatively closely to, respectively, the draft of Capital, 3, in the 1863-5 manuscript and Capital, I, as it finally appeared, plus the results of the immediate process of production, and minus Part 6, Wages. Among the notable changes here is Marx's decision to replace the discussion of the commodity and money in the 1859 contribution, The 1861-63 manuscript had been conceived as the continuation of the contribution, with a new treatment. But the inclusion of subsequently abandoned parts on theories of profit and theories of surplus value show that Marx was still following the model of combining substantive exposition with critique of the political economists that we find in the contribution. The Plan for Capital and Profit, Section 3 of the chapter on Capital in the Plans of 1857-9, includes treatments of interest and rent that go beyond what Marx had initially envisaged for his analysis of capital in general. This change in all likelihood was a consequence of his grappling with Ricardo's theory of rent in the 1861-63 manuscript. As noted above and explored further in Chapter 2, this involved a decisive development of Marx's value theory with the formulation of the concept of price of production, which is also now included in Capital and Profit. But this concept itself makes reference to a topic that Marx had initially excluded from the analysis of capital in general, namely competition between capitals, which brings about the equalization of the rate of profit on which the transformation of values into prices of production depends. Further evidence that Marx was moving away from the six-book plan is provided by a slightly earlier letter to Ludwig Kuhlmann of December 28, 1862. I was delighted to see from your letter how warm an interest is taken by you and your friends in my critique of political economy. It is a sequel to Part 1, Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, but will appear on its own under the title Capital, with a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy as merely the subtitle. In fact, all it comprises is what was to make the third chapter of the first part, namely Capital in general. Hence it includes neither the competition between capitals nor the credit system. What Englishmen call the principles of political economy is contained in this volume. It is the quintessence, together with the first part, and the development of the sequel, with the exception, perhaps, of the relationship between the various forms of state and the various economic structures of society, could easily be pursued by others on the basis thus provided. CW 41 435-57. Marx is certainly here retreating from the idea of completing the six-book plan himself. But the letter is also evidence of how much his ideas about his project were in flux, thus he still envisages capital as a continuation of the contribution, an idea he seems to have abandoned a few weeks later. And he still proposes to exclude competition and credit. This remains his official position in the 1863-5 manuscript. Thus he writes at the beginning of what becomes the section on revaluation and devaluation of capital release and tying up of capital and capital, 3, Chapter 6. The phenomena that we study in this section require for their full development the credit system and competition on the world market, which is always the basis of the capitalist mode of production, and, which in any case they need as their sphere of action. But these, more concrete forms of capitalist production 1, can only be depicted after the general nature of capital is understood and 2, are outside scope of our work and belong to its possible continuation. Nonetheless, the phenomena referred to in the heading of this section can be treated here in general. Mega 22/4.2-178. As Heinrich points out, Engels inserted the word comprehensively before depicted when editing Capital, 3, Chi 205. 58. But, once again, one appreciates Engels's problem. Marx simultaneously excludes credit and competition from the scope of capital, and then immediately goes on to discuss them. He does this on a much larger scale in his exploration of the confusion surrounding financial markets in Volume 3, Part 5. This reflects, it seems to me, an ambivalence about what to cover in Capital that is quite systematic. In part this is because of the increasing analytical importance of competition, a subject to which I return in Chapter 3. But it is worth noting that the process in which the construction of capital progressively devours content reserved for the later parts of the six-book plan continues into Volume 1. Thus the state, international trade and the world market figure heavily in Chapter 31, which, under the apparently technical title of Genesis of the Industrial Capitalist, gives an astonishingly powerful account of the process of primitive accumulation that includes interstate wars, the colonial system, credit, banking, taxation, and slavery, all methods relying on the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, Die Staatsmacht, die konzentrierte und organisierte Gewalt der Gesellschaft, c. 916, MI 703. Moreover, in the French edition of Capital, the treatment of the industrial reserve army and the business cycle in Chapter 25, the general law of capital accumulation, Section 3, is substantially extended to include material on the world market and colonialism. 59. Thus, as Oakley puts it, the tendency was for the scope of capital per se to increase. The ultimate significance of this tendency is unclear. He elaborates on this judgment thus. There are some indications that Marx intended Capital to present a self-contained and self-sufficient exposition of his critical theories. The reorganization of the categories treated relative to his original plans seem, to have been directed towards that end. This is qualified by the suggestion that such self-sufficiency represented an intellectual compromise relative to the ideal of a much larger work such as the six-book project. There can be no doubt that Capital as it was left by Marx was unfinished. And it is not clear just what the finished work would have included. In this respect, at least, the status of the work as it was eventually published must be assessed with caution. This difficulty is compounded by the lack of any definitive evidence as to how Marx ultimately perceived the work. 60. This seems a shrewd assessment of the uncertainties surrounding the shape Marx sought to give his critique of political economy, and all the more remarkable because Oakley made it in the early 1980s, before even the full version of the 1861-63 manuscript had been published, let alone all the other material that has issued from the Mega-2 cottage industry. Oakley's overall judgment is that Capital is an unfinished climax to an ambiguous critico-theoretical project of uncertain dimensions. It certainly cannot legitimately be read as a definitive or axiomatic statement of Marx's critical theory. 61 So once again Capital appears like a mirage, shimmering without any definite shape. And once again this seems to go too far. Capital is certainly unfinished, not simply in the literal sense but also because of the uncertainties about Marx's overall plan of his critique of political economy. And it can't be described as a definitive statement of Marx's critical theory, if only because he never stopped working on it. It's not clear what form an axiomatic statement of the theory would take. But that doesn't explain why we should think that Marx's project is ambiguous, which suggests some deep and inherent inconsistency. Marx's theory may be internally contradictory or indeed empirically false, but this needs demonstration, which Oakley doesn't offer. The multiplicity of unfinished manuscripts and Marx's shifting plans might suggest that the resulting theory is indeterminate. But this again needs to be shown. Some of what I have called the etherealist readings of Capital with which I will engage in subsequent chapters point in such a direction. It seems clear that Marx's own protracted labors, from the summer of 1857 till the early 1880s, were a struggle simultaneously for greater theoretical determinacy and deeper empirical scope. He sought to give greater precision to the categories that he formulated and the theories that he used them to state. Of course, in various cases, he left problems unresolved, but the overall theory of the capitalist mode of production that he wrought had taken a definite shape in the course of the 1860s that Marx doesn't seem to have subsequently abandoned. See, for example, his letter to Engels of April 30, 1868 CW 4320-6. Stavros Tambatsos puts it well by saying that Capital, is complete. We are simply observing that its categories are sufficiently articulated in order to criticize their critiques. More than a century after Marx's death. 62 The importance that he attributed to Capital is indicated by the ever greater material that he incorporated in it, not merely what has preoccupied us in this section, the topics reserved for later sections of the six-book plan, but also the empirical data that would allow him to offer an analysis of the capitalist mode of production as a global system. 63 This achievement was, in multiple senses, incomplete, in large part because of Marx's inability to let go and an accumulation of new empirical material as relentless and unending as that of Capital itself. But we shouldn't therefore lose sight amid the manuscripts of its grandeur and of the conceptual architecture that sustains it. Let us then turn to examining this architecture. 2. Method, Ricardo. The logic of Capital. Hegel casts a long shadow over Capital. This is obvious to anyone sampling the Grundrisse, a text impregnated with Hegelian terminology. But Hegel's presence in Capital itself was obvious to perceptive commentators who lacked the benefit of having read the earlier manuscripts of Marx's critique of political economy. Most famously, while studying Hegel's Science of Logic during the First World War, Lenin wrote aphorism: "It is impossible completely to understand Marx's Capital, and especially its first chapter, without having thoroughly studied and understood the whole of Hegel's logic." Consequently, half a century later none of the Marxists understood Marx! One from a rather different intellectual and political perspective. Karl Oeth shrewdly noted of Marx in 1941 how well-schooled he is in Hegel is shown less by his early writings referring directly to Hegel, which were influenced by Feuerbach, than by Das Kapital. The analyses in this work, although far removed from Hegel in content, are unthinkable without the incorporation of Hegel's method of reducing a phenomenon to a notion. 2. As both Lenin and Oeth recognize, the critical issue in Marx's relation to Hegel concerns the method the former employs in Capital. Lenin expressed this in another famous remark: if Marx did not leave behind him a logic, with the capital letter, He did leave the logic of Capital'3 as we have already noted. Hegel's role as the source of Marx's method in Capital is the main theme of the contemporary Marxist school committed to systematic dialectics. A preoccupation with his own method, and in particular with the proper construction and ordering of categories, certainly runs throughout Marx's economic manuscripts. But fully to understand this method requires us to cast the net wider than Hegel. In a brilliant passage, Gramsci brushes aside the conventional account of the three sources of Marxism: English political economy, French socialism, and German philosophy. One could say in a sense, I think, that the philosophy of praxis equals Hegel plus David Ricardo. Gramsci's focus is on what he regards as Ricardo's innovation in developing the formal logical principle of the law of tendency, but his intuition admits of wider application. For Marx forges his own method in dialogue with both Hegel and Ricardo, the latter very explicitly, especially in the 1861-63 manuscript, the former usually more tacitly, though we will shortly encounter his more explicit discussions. 5 Across successive drafts, he widens his distance from both as he forges a distinctive and original synthesis of his own. Though it is hard to separate any of the three partners to this complex intellectual dance, in this chapter I focus on Marx's relationship with Ricardo, in the next on his struggle to use but also to surmount Hegel. The structure of the present chapter is as follows. I start off presenting the problem of Hegel's influence on Marx's conception of his own method. I then argue that Marx's resort to Hegel can only be understood in the context of his problem situation when writing the Grundrisse in the 1861-63 manuscript in particular, namely to overcome the limitations of Ricardo's value theory. This requires consideration of Ricardo's own historical and theoretical context, which then allows us to understand how Marx sought to transcend Ricardian value theory, in particular by developing the transformation of values into prices of production. This involved him developing a different conception of the relationship between abstract and concrete levels of analysis from what he found in Ricardo. The chapter concludes with Evald Ilyankov's suggestion that Marx's critique of Ricardo bears analogies to Hegel's critique of Spinoza, a conclusion that sets the scene for the full-on discussion of Hegel in Chapter 3. One of the earliest parts of the Grundrisse, the so-called 1857 introduction, involves a celebrated discussion of method. It seems to be correct to begin with the real and the concrete, with the real precondition, thus to begin, in economics, with e.g. the population, which is the foundation and the subject of the entire social act of production. However, on closer examination this proves false. The population is an abstraction if I leave out, for example, the classes of which it is composed. These classes in turn are an empty phrase if I am not familiar with the elements on which they rest. Wage labor, capital, etc. These latter in turn presuppose exchange, division of labor, prices, etc. For example, capital is nothing without wage labor, without value, money, price, etc. Thus, if I were to begin with the population, this would be a chaotic representation, Vorstellung, of the whole, and I would then, by means of further determination, move analytically towards ever more simple concepts, Begriff, from the imagined concrete towards ever thinner abstractions until I had arrived at the simplest determinations. From there the journey would have to be retraced until I had finally arrived at the population again, but this time not as the chaotic conception of a whole, but as a rich totality of many determinations and relations. The former is the path historically followed by economics at the time of its origins. The economists of the 17th century, e.g., always begin with the living whole, with population, nation, state, several states, etc. But they always conclude by discovering through analysis a small number of determinate, abstract, general relations such as division of labor, money, value, etc. As soon as these individual moments had been more or less firmly established and abstracted, there began the economic systems, which ascended from the simple relations, such as labor, division of labor, need, exchange value, to the level of the state, exchange between nations and the world market. The latter is obviously the scientifically correct method. The concrete is concrete because it is the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the diverse. It appears in the process of thinking, therefore, as a process of concentration, as a result, not as a point of departure, even though it is the point of departure in reality and hence also the point of departure for observation, Anschauung, and conception. Along the first path the full conception was evaporated to yield an abstract determination. Along the second, the abstract determinations led towards a reproduction of the concrete by way of thought. In this way Hegel fell into the illusion of conceiving the real as the product of thought concentrating itself, probing its own depths, and unfolding itself out of itself, by itself, whereas the method of rising from the abstract to the concrete is only the way in which thought appropriates the concrete, reproduces it as the concrete in the mind. But this is by no means the process by which the concrete itself comes into being. G 100-101 translation modified. The meaning of this passage has been much disputed by commentators, but it seems clear enough to me. 6 Marx rejects an inductive movement from concrete particulars to abstract generalizations, preferring instead the method of rising from the abstract to the concrete as the scientifically correct method. It is interesting that he should take such care to differentiate this method from that of Hegel, since the progression in the science of logic has been described also as one from the abstract to the concrete. 7 According to Mark Meany, the entire 1857 introduction is indebted for its logical structure to the final chapters of the Logic. 8 And Hegel does indeed towards the end of the logic present first analytic cognition, which reduces a given content to concepts, and then synthetic cognition, which seeks to integrate these concepts in a unity. But he also argues that both suffer from the limitation that their content is external to them. This is only overcome in the absolute idea, where the method has resulted as the absolutely self-knowing concept, Begriff, as the concept that has the absolute, both as subjective and objective, as its subject matter, and consequently as the pure correspondence of the concept and reality. Hegel goes on to elaborate that what is to be considered as method here is only the movement of the concept itself. But it now has the added significance that the concept is all, and that its movement is the universal absolute activity, the self-determining and self-realizing movement. GL 737. 9. Marx's eagerness to dissociate himself from exactly this idea of a self-moving concept is made clear when he goes on, shortly after the passage cited, to say, "To the kind of consciousness, and this is characteristic of the philosophical consciousness, for which conceptual thinking is the real human being, and for which the conceptual world as such is thus the only reality, the movement of the categories appears as the real act of production, which only, unfortunately, receives a jolt from the outside, whose product is the world and, but this is again a tautology. This is correct in so far as the concrete totality is a totality of thoughts, concrete in thought, in fact a product of thinking and comprehending, but not in any way a product of the concept which thinks and generates itself outside or above observation and conception, a product, rather, of the working up of observation and conception into concepts. The totality as it appears in the head, as a totality of thoughts, is a product of a thinking head, which appropriates the world in the only way it can, a way different from the artistic, religious, practical and mental appropriation of this world. The real subject retains its autonomous existence outside the head just as before, namely as long as the head's conduct is merely speculative, merely theoretical. Hence, in the theoretical method, the subject, society, must always be kept in mind as the presupposition. G 102-3. So the concrete in thought, the result of the process of rising from the abstract to the concrete, must be kept distinct from its presupposition, the real subject, namely society. 10 As soon as he talks about method, Marx seeks to distance himself from Hegel. One might see this as an example of what Harold Bloom calls the anxiety of influence. 11 We can see the same oscillation between tacit reference and explicit rejection in Capital itself. Thus, as Jerry Spinazzi has noted, the entire process by which the concrete is reproduced in thought as something rationally comprehended is described in places by Marx as the dialectical development of the concept of capital, and all moments within this movement which are derivable as essential determinations, including, of course, the forms of appearance, no matter how illusory they are, count as moments, forms, relations, corresponding to their concept. 12. Some examples may bring this out. M thus appears as a sum of values which is internally differentiated, undergoes a functional, conceptual, differentiation, and expresses the capital relation, so erscheint gals in sich differenziert, sich funktionell, begrifflich, in sich selbst unterscheidend, das Kapitalverhältnis ausdrückend wirksam, Key 128. Or again, in a general analysis of the present kind, it is assumed that actual conditions correspond to their concept. Das die Werklichen Verhältnisse ihren Begriff entsprechen. Chai 242. It is in fact this divorce between the conditions of labor on the one hand and the producers on the other that forms the concept of capital, die den Begriff des Kapitals bildet. Chai 354. Correlatively, externalized and fetishized relations such as those in the money markets are described as concept-less, begrifflos, a usage that is not always captured in the English translations of capital. So take this passage from Volume 3 in we have the concept-less, begrifflos, form of capital, the inversion and objectification, Verkehrung und Versachlichung, of the relations of production, in its highest power, Chai 516 translation modified. Now, of course, this language is pure Hegel. We have already seen the crowning role of Das Begriff in the logic, whose third and concluding book, after the doctrines of being and essence, is devoted the doctrine of the concept. But how are we to interpret Marx's use of this language? The passage where he talks about the separation of the producers from the conditions of labor forming the concept of capital is particularly striking, since this implies the kind of movement between concept and reality that Marx excludes in the 1857 introduction. In an even more famous text, the 1873 afterword to the second German edition of Capital, where he gives his most exact account of his relationship with Hegel, Marx once again insists on the difference between concept and reality. My dialectical method is, in its foundation, not only different from the Hegelian, but exactly opposite to it. For Hegel, the process of thinking, which he even transforms into an independent subject, under the name of the idea, is the creator of the real world, and the real world is only the external appearance of the idea. With me the reverse is true. The ideal is nothing but the material world reflected in the mind of man, and translated into forms of thought. The mystification which the dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands by no means prevents him from being the first to present its general forms of motion in a comprehensive and a conscious manner. With him it is standing on its head. It must be inverted, in order to discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. CI 102.3. The metaphors that Marx uses here to differentiate between the rational and mystical aspects of Hegel's dialectic haven't exactly found favor with commentators, who have also taken issue with the distinction Engels draws in Ludwig Feuerbach and the end of classical German philosophy between the whole dogmatic content of the Hegelian system and his dialectical method, which dissolves all that is dogmatic. CW 26 361. 13. Engels's formulation in particular implies a distinction between form and content that Hegel is especially concerned to deny. For Hegel, the form is the indwelling process of the concrete content itself. 14. The highest instantiation of this truth is the absolute idea itself, where, as we have seen, the distinction between method and external content is supposedly overcome. Marxist philosophers have tended to respond to the difficulty of separating method and system in one of two ways. First, like Althusser and for Marx in reading Capital, one can argue that there is a fundamental difference between Hegel's and Marx's dialectic. The difficulty that this approach faces is the presence of Hegelian terminology in the work that Althusser identifies as the pinnacle of Marx's scientific achievement, namely Capital itself. Secondly, one can accept that there is a deep theoretical identity between the logic and Capital. This is the course taken by the proponents of systematic dialectics, most boldly by Chris Arthur. Speaking for myself, I believe it is patent that the movement of the logic is indeed that of the self-acting idea. What we can see, however, is a striking homology between the structure of Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital, or, at least, a homology given some minor reconstructive work on either or both. 15. Remarkably, Althusser said something quite similar some 15 years after his initial intervention. The process which begins with the abstract to produce the concrete doesn't break with the Hegelian Denkprozess, thought process. One can even say that, formally, this Denkprozess of concretization apes from afar the process of Hegel's logic. 16. Neither option seems particularly palatable. Hegelian categories and themes plainly figure in Capital. But I take seriously Hegel's pronouncement that logic is to be understood as the system of pure reason, as the realm of pure thought. This realm is truth unveiled, truth as it is in and for itself. It can therefore be said that this content is the exposition of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and of a finite spirit. GL 2917. Marx was right to be anxious about Hegel's influence on him. The solution, as I argued in my doctoral thesis some 35 years ago, lies in recognizing the ambiguity of the way in which Marx's categories function in Capital. For they both serve to enable Marx to conceptualize various relationships and constitute an obstacle to this conceptualization. 18. Remarkably and completely independently, Jacques Bidet, although with far greater erudition and acuity than I had achieved, undertook in the early 1980s a study based on a problematic of the epistemological support/obstacle. I mean by this that, from 1857 on, Marx's project of a theory of the capitalist social system sought expression with the aid of the method and figures of discourse of Hegelian philosophy, and that he found here a certain measure of support and a possibility of deployment, but at the same time an obstacle and cause of stagnation and confusions. 19. What such an interpretive approach entails should become clearer in what follows. But it needs a point of orientation. In my view, Marx follows the method of rising from the abstract to the concrete in Capital. In other words, he starts from highly abstract determinations, the commodity, money and capital, and from them develops, exactly how is a crucial issue discussed in Chapter 3, more complex determinations, involving, for example, all the perplexities of entrepreneurial calculations, the money market, and real estate. Marx gives an important overview of this process at the beginning of Capital 3. In Volume 1 we investigated the phenomena exhibited by the process of capitalist production, taken by itself, the immediate, unmittelbare, production process, in which connection all secondary influences external, fremder, to this process were left out of account. But this immediate production process does not exhaust the life cycle of capital. In the world as it actually is, der Wirtschaftliche Welt, it is supplemented by the process of circulation, and this formed our object of investigation in the second volume. Here we showed, particularly in Part 3, where we considered the circulation process as it mediates the social production process, that the capitalist production process, taken as a whole, is a unity of the production and circulation processes. It cannot be the purpose of the present, third volume simply to make general reflections on this unity. Our concern is rather to discover and present the concrete forms which grow out of the process of capital's movement considered as a whole. In their actual movement, capitals confront one another in certain concrete forms, and, in relation to these, both the shape capital assumes in the immediate production process and its shape in the process of circulation appear merely as particular moments, besondere momenta. The configurations, Gestaltungen, of capital, as developed in this volume, thus approach step by step the form in which they appear on the surface of society, in the action of the different capitals on one another, in competition, and in the everyday consciousness of the agents of production themselves. Chai 117. In this context, it's worth saying something about the hairs that have been started by the paragraph in the 1873 afterword that immediately precedes the passage cited above. Of course the method of presentation must differ in form from that of the inquiry. Allerdings muss sich die Darstellungsweise formell von der Forschungsweise unterscheiden. The latter has to appropriate the material in detail, to analyze its different forms of development and to track down their inner connection, inner's band. Only after this work has been done can the real movement be appropriately presented. If this is done successfully, if the life of the subject matter is now reflected back in the ideas, then it may appear as if we have before us an a priori construction. See 102. This remark underlines that Marx attaches great importance to ensuring that the real movement is appropriately presented through the proper ordering of well-formulated categories, even though this carries the danger that this presentation may appear to be an a priori construction. But some commentators have been encouraged by this passage to counterpose the method of inquiry to that of presentation, arguing that the former, conceived as an inductive moment from the concrete to the abstract, precedes the latter, the moment of moving from the abstract to the concrete proper. For example, Ernest Mandel writes, there is no doubt that Marx considered that the empirical appropriation of the material should precede the analytical process of cognition. 20 Marx's journalism, notebooks and manuscripts, as well as Capital itself, reveal his strenuous efforts to record and interpret the empirical data of capitalist development. But it would be a concession to the idea, criticized by Hegel in the first chapter of the Phenomenology of Spirit, where he shows that the most unique case of sense certainty presupposes universal concepts, that the facts present themselves to observation preconceptually, to accept the opposition of the empirical appropriation of the material and the analytical process of cognition that Mandel makes here. We see very clearly, notably in the 1861-63 manuscript, how the scrutiny of empirical patterns is bound up for Marx with the critique of pre-existing theories. Ilyankov puts it very well. The data of observation and conception were always interpreted by Marx as the entire mass of the socially accumulated empirical experiences, the entire colossal mass of empirical data available to the theoretician from books, reports, statistical tables, newspapers, and accounts. It stands to reason, however, that all these empirical data are stored in social memory in an abridged form, reduced to abstract expression. They are expressed in speech, in terminology, in figures, tables, and other abstract forms. The specific task of the theoretician who uses all this information about reality does not, of course, consist in lending this abstract expression still more abstract form. On the contrary, his work always begins with a critical analysis and revision of the abstractions of the empirical stage of cognition, with the critical overcoming of these abstractions, attaining progress through a critique of the one-sidedness and subjective character of these abstractions and revealing the illusions contained in them, from the standpoint of reality as a whole, in its concreteness. In this sense, and only in this sense, the transition from the empirical stage of cognition to the rational one also appears as a transition from the abstract to the concrete. 21. So, as Ilyankov puts it, the method of presentation in Capital is nothing but the corrected method of its investigation. 22 This supports the argument I set out in Chapter 1 against treating how Marx proceeds in Capital as simply the actualization of the method projected near the beginning of the Grundrisse. Michael Heinrich is right to argue. Many authors see in the 1857 Einleitung, Introduction, Marx's mature conception of method, but it is rather the first rather than the last word on method. The often quoted method of advancing from the abstract to the concrete is much too vague to describe the complex way in which Marx actually argued in Volume 1 of Capital some 10 years later. 23. The conceptual construction of Capital has to be interpreted in the light of Marx's understanding of the problems that he had to resolve as this understanding evolved across successive manuscripts. This is relevant to those readings of Marx that treat his critique of political economy as an actualization of either Hegel's logic as a whole or some specific part of that logic. Meany argues that the ordering of economic categories in the Grundrisse reflects the ordering of the logical categories in the science of logic. 24 Now even if that argument were valid, and Meany's reading of the Grundrisse is certainly cogent and interesting, this doesn't explain why Marx turned to Hegel's logic when broaching his critique of political economy, and it doesn't guarantee that later economic manuscripts preserve the Hegelian structure that Meany discerns in Marx's first attempt at this critique. More generally, to understand why and how, some 50 years after The Science of Logic was published, a revolutionary communist used it to analyze the structural logic of the capitalist economic system requires giving some thought to Marx's problem situation. Althusser famously argued there is no such thing as an innocent reading. 25 I take this to demand that reading a theoretical text involves attending to what Althusser calls the problematic in forming a text, not merely the implicit presuppositions of the explicit assertions it makes, but also the constellation of problems that it seeks to address. Marx's problem situation. So what was the problem situation that Marx confronted as he embarked on what became the Grundrisse? As we have seen, he was prompted to resume his economic studies by the outbreak of a global economic and financial crisis, which started in the United States and then spread to Britain and the rest of the world economy. 26 We will see in Chapter 6 that economic crises had come to occupy a strategic political significance in Marx's thought. But in the Grundrisse he begins by looking at money. For some commentators this reflected deep architectonic reasons. Thus, according to Meany, Marx begins his exposition of capital in the precise manner that is recommended by Hegel. He begins with capital as it first appears to consciousness. He begins with the immediate content of knowledge, that is, the most simple, and therefore the most abstract determinations of capital, simple circulation. 27 In fact, the very first portion of the manuscript we call the Grundrisse is a brilliant fragment written in July 1857 where Marx critically appraises two contemporary bourgeois economists, the American protectionist Henry Carey and the French free trader Frédéric Bastiat, g. 883–893. 28 This text is both an indication of the extent to which Marx's perspective is already a global one and a warning against attributing more coherence to his manuscripts than they actually possess. Marx had good reasons for initially focusing on money in the Grundrisse. One was conjunctural. The crisis started as a financial panic that spread from one center to another. Another was political. Marx launches the initial chapter on money with detailed critical appraisal on the proposals for banking reform recently made by the Proudhonist Alfred de Riemann. Although Marx and Engels had withdrawn from the Communist League in the early 1850s, they continued to attach great importance to the ideological struggle against rival socialist currents, chief among which was Proudhon and his followers. Amid a tightly technical discussion of de Riemann's argument that crises could be avoided through reforms of the monetary system that ended its reliance on precious metals and credit, Marx states the bigger theoretical and political stakes. We have here reached the fundamental question, which is no longer related to the point of departure. The general question would be this: can the existing relations of production and the relations of distribution which correspond to them be revolutionized by a change in the instrument of circulation, in the organization of circulation? Further question: can such a transformation of circulation be undertaken without touching the existing relations of production and the social relations which rest on them? If every such transformation of circulation presupposes changes in other conditions of production and social upheavals, there would naturally follow from this the collapse of the doctrine which proposes tricks of circulation as a way of, on the one hand, avoiding the violent character of these social changes, and, on the other, of making these changes appear to be not a presupposition but a gradual result of the transformations in circulation. An error in this fundamental premise would suffice to prove that a similar misunderstanding has occurred in relation to the interconnections between the relations of production, of distribution and of circulation. G. 122. The Proudhonists, in other words, have a superficial understanding of capitalism, which leads them to locate its faults in the process of circulation and therefore to argue that these could be overcome gradually by limited monetary reforms. This is an idea still very much around, for example, in the idea that the solution to financial crises is more regulation. 29. So at issue in this abstruse discussion of money is the necessity of social revolution. Marx's discussion proceeds along two tracks: a detailed theorization of money and its functions and broader historico-political reflections on the distinctive form of social dependence that arises when economic relations are regulated by the circulation of commodities and money, represented symbolically as C and M respectively, as they are in bourgeois society. Marx's analysis leads him to broach the relationship between money and capital. It is here that a distinction is first drawn between the formula of simple circulation, CMC, and that of capital, initially MCCM, G200FF, and to argue in a brilliant passage that anticipates but greatly exceeds in theoretical elaboration his famous remark in Capital, I, that the sphere of circulation is the exclusive realm of freedom, equality, property and Bentham, C280. Equality and freedom are thus not only respected in exchange based on exchange values but, also, the exchange of exchange values is the productive, real basis of all equality and freedom. As pure ideas they are merely the idealized expressions of this basis as developed in juridical, political, social relations, they are merely this basis to a higher power. G. 245-30. This argument serves to undercut the Proudhonists' criticism of capitalism for violating the ideals of freedom and equality. They, like Marx, see these ideals as inherent in the process of commodity exchange, but they fail to recognize, he argues, that this process necessarily involves exploitation. To substantiate this claim, he seeks to derive capital from money, an attempt that I discuss in Chapter 3, and makes the decisive move in conceptualizing the capital relation by arguing that what the worker exchanges with capital is his labor capacity, Arbeitsvermögen, G. 282-3. 31. Proudhon and his followers then largely forgotten, though c. towards the very end of the manuscript, G. 804-5, Marx elaborates his analysis of the capitalist mode of production, broadly following the plan he lays out of production, circulation, and their unity, capital and profit, G. 275. But this first march onto the terrain of capital shouldn't be allowed to obscure the importance of Marx's initial discussion of money, to which he returns towards the end of the Grundrisse. Money and credit became a subject of intense debate among British political economists during the first half of the 19th century. Indeed, Marx writes that the English economic literature worth mentioning since 1830 principally boils down to writing on currency, credit and crises, Chai 624. 32. At stake in these debates was an idea that still haunts us, the quantity theory of money. David Hume gave this doctrine its classic formulation in 1754: the price of commodities is always proportioned to the plenty of money. To substantiate this claim he laid one of the main foundation stones of laissez-faire economics, arguing that rising prices in one country would lead to an outflow of money, and falling prices to an inflow, till equilibrium was reached. Drawing an analogy with the tendency of water, wherever it communicates, to find a level, Hume appeals to, not a physical attraction in order to explain the necessity of this operation, but a moral attraction, arising from the interests and passions of men, that makes it impossible for money to lose its level, and either to rise or sink beyond the proportion of labor and commodities which are in each province or country. 33. As its most famous recent exponent, Milton Friedman, makes clear, the quantity theory treats money as an inessential veil over real market transactions despite the importance of enterprises and money in our actual economy, and despite the numerous and complex problems they raise. The central characteristic of the market technique of achieving coordination is fully displayed in the simple exchange economy that contains neither enterprises nor money. 34. Such a conception is at least more plausible where money takes the form of a commodity, gold and or silver, that flows freely between countries in accordance with the fluctuations of supply and demand, expressing Hume's moral attraction. But what happens when the link to gold is suspended and the banknotes in circulation are underpinned by government fiat, as was the case in Britain during the period of restriction occasioned by the wars with revolutionary France, 1797–1819. Ricardo's first intervention in economic and political debates was as an advocate of a return to gold and, as a member of Parliament, a critic of the discretion that restriction gave the Bank of England and bankers in general. He became the main intellectual ornament of the currency school, led by one of Marx's bugbears, Samuel Jones Lloyd, later Lord Overstone, who argued that the quantity theory required tight controls over the bank's ability to create credit money. Their political victory was embodied in the Bank Charter Act 1844, which created what would now be called a firewall between the banking and issuing departments of the Bank of England and limited the amount of banknotes it could issue against bullion and securities. 35 This device in many ways anticipated the unsuccessful attempts by the Thatcher government during the 1980s mechanically to control the money supply as a means of reducing the rate of inflation and reviving British capitalism. The theoretical arguments and policy recommendations of Ricardo, Lloyd, and their supporters were strongly contested by the banking school. Their critique was anticipated by the 18th-century mercantilist economist Sir James Stoyart. The circulation of every country must ever be in proportion to the industry of the inhabitants, producing the commodities which come to market. If the coin of a country, therefore, falls below the proportion of the produce of industry offered for sale, industry itself will come to a stop, or inventions, such as symbolical money, will be fallen upon to provide an equivalent for it. But if the specie be found above the proportion of the industry, it will have no effect in raising prices, nor will it enter into circulation. It will be hoarded upon in treasures, where it must wait not only the call of a desire in the proprietors to consume, but of the industrious to satisfy this call. 36. Makoto Ito and Kostas Lapavitsas write compared to Hume, who put inordinate stress on the functions of means of circulation alone. Stoyart offered a considerably richer analysis, discussing money as unit of account, means of debt repayment, and means of payment in international transactions. 37 The banking school, for example, the pioneering economic historian Thomas Dook, Henry Thornton, and John Fullerton, took over Stoyart's stress on hoarding, an issue that resurfaces in Keynes's concept of liquidity preference, and on what came to be known as the law of reflux, the tendency of credit money to return to its issuer. They also argued that legislation such as the Bank Charter Act could not prevent money markets from generating what Fullerton called speculation and overtrading. 38. In the portion of the London Notebooks written between March and June 1851, Marx intensively studied the debates between the currency and banking schools in a section entitled Bullion, the Perfect Money System. He also read Stoyart before turning to Ricardo. Marx seems to have developed a soft spot for Stoyart, whom he liked for his historical realism. Thus at the beginning of the 1857 introduction he praises Stoyart for avoiding the abstract individualism of Smith and Ricardo because as an aristocrat and an antithesis to the 18th century, he had in some respects a more historical footing. G. 84. References to a passage marked in the London Notebooks where Stoyart bluntly expresses the brutal logic of primitive accumulation, declaring that the revolution must then mark the purging of the lands of superfluous mouths, and forcing these to quit the Mother Earth, in order to retire to towns and villages, where they may usefully swell the number of free hands and apply to industry, reappear in Marx's later manuscripts, Mega 24/A 323 G 276 Chi 921. 39 One of the main results of these studies was that Marx took over the critique of the quantity theory of money developed by Stoyart and the banking school. 40. His account of the multiple functions of money, as measure of value, means of circulation, standard of price, means of payment, and the law of monetary circulation that he presents in the 1859 contribution and in Capital, according to which the quantity of the circulating medium is determined by the sum of the prices of the commodities in circulation and the average velocity of the circulation of money, are heavily indebted to these economists' arguments. See 219. 41 Indeed, Marx's definition of money as the universal equivalent, which I discuss in Chapter 4, seems to derive, in formulation at any rate, from Stoyart's description of the precious metals as an universal equivalent for everything. 42 These theoretical arguments informed the analyses that Marx put forward in his journalism. Thus he published a critique of the Bank Charter Act as early as September 1853 and accurately predicted at the height of the financial panic in November 1857 that, since the Act's restriction on the Bank of England's ability to create credit money exacerbated crises, it would have to be suspended, just as it had been during the crisis of 1847, CW 12 295-315 379-84. We will return to Marx's theory of money and banking when discussing crises in Chapter 6. But there is then a tension between Marx's critical endorsement of the banking school and his reliance on Ricardo's version of the labor theory of value. From the Poverty of Philosophy onwards, Marx insists on Ricardo's scientific superiority over the other political economists. Thus he writes in the 1861-63 manuscript that, after the fertile inconsistencies of Smith, At last Ricardo steps in and calls to science halt. The basis, the starting point for the physiology of the bourgeois system, for the understanding of its internal organic coherence and life process, is the determination of value by labor time. Ricardo starts with this and forces science to get out of the rut, to render an account of the extent to which the other categories, the relations of production and commerce, evolved and described by it, correspond to or contradict this basis, this starting point to elucidate how far a science which in fact only reflects and reproduces the manifest forms of the process, and therefore also how far these manifestations themselves, correspond to the basis on which the inner coherence, the actual physiology of bourgeois society rests, or the basis which forms its starting point, and in general, to examine how matters stand with the contradiction between the apparent and the actual movement of the system. This then is Ricardo's great historical significance for science. CW 31-391. Reading Ricardo's principles made the same impression on Thomas de Quincey in 1819, stirring him from his opium-induced dreams. Had this profound work been really written in England during the 19th century? Could it be that an Englishman, and he not in academic bowers but oppressed by mercantile and senatorial cares, had accomplished what all the universities of Europe and a century of thought had failed to advance even by one hair's breadth? All other writers had been crushed and overlaid by an enormous weight of facts and documents. Mr. Ricardo had deduced, a priori, from the understanding itself, laws which first gave a ray of light into the unwieldy chaos of materials, and had constructed what had been but a collection of tentative discussions into a science of regular proportions, now first standing on an eternal basis. 43. But, as Marx had already shown at some length in the 1859 contribution, Ricardo was a hopeless guide to the other categories insofar as they concerned money, credit and crises. This was a very dangerous position for Marx to find himself in, since it seemed to support the argument of Ricardo's critics that the labor theory of value was a metaphysical doctrine, as De Quincey puts it, deduced, a priori, from the understanding itself, of no empirical relevance. Marx doesn't directly confront this problem in the Grundrisse, where he approaches Ricardo largely in the context of his developing analysis of the capital relation. Thus he criticizes Ricardo along with other economists because they do not conceive capital in its specific character as form, as a relation of production reflected into itself, but think only about its material substance, raw material etc. G 309. Marx's fullest engagement with Ricardo is, as we have already seen, in the 1861-63 manuscript. Properly to understand this, and therefore Marx's resort to Hegel, we have to consider more directly the tensions in Ricardo's value theory. The impasse of Ricardian value theory. 44. Marx's positive assessment of Ricardo stemmed from the latter's clear and rigorous statement of the labor theory of value. The value of a commodity, or the quantity of any other commodity for which it will exchange, depends on the relative quantity of labor which is necessary for its production, and not on the greater or less compensation which is paid for that labor. R.I. 11. Having, however, introduced this assertion at the very beginning of Chapter 1 of his Principles, Ricardo goes on to add a significant exception. This arises from that fact that, depending on the variations of the physical conditions of production in different sectors, industries will be more capital-intensive or more labor-intensive. 45. If there is a rise in average wages, the general rate of profit will fall. This will affect capital and labor-intensive industries alike. But since wages represent a lower proportion of costs in capital-intensive industries, their costs will not rise as rapidly as those in labor-intensive industries, and therefore the prices of goods produced in the former will fall relative to those of goods produced in the latter. R.I. 33-35. Ricardo's general statement of his value theory makes relative prices, the amount commodities exchange for each other, depend on the labor necessary for their production. But in this case the relative prices of commodities change without there being a change in the relative amounts of labor time required to produce them. This argument relies on two assumptions. First, there can be no rise in the value of labor without a fall in profits. R.I. 35. Wages and profits are thus inversely related. Second, implicit in the argument is the existence of the general rate of profit. In other words, Ricardo assumes that capital flows between different branches of production under the impetus of rises or falls in the rate of profit until returns on capital in different sectors are equalized across the economy. It is this that prevents capital-intensive firms from successfully resisting the fall in the relative prices of their goods. R.I. 41-42. 46. The same assumptions are to be found also in Chapter 2 of the Principles, where, with their assistance in two other key items in Ricardo's repertoire, the law of diminishing returns in agriculture and the theory of wages, he develops the theory of differential rent. A number of commentators have isolated the theoretical core of the principles in its first 7 chapters, where Ricardo deals with value, rent, natural and market prices, wages, profits, and foreign trade. But the chapters on wages and profits, 5 and 6 respectively, are, as Marx puts it, not only taken for granted, but fully developed in the first 2 chapters on value and on rent, CW 31-394. However, Ricardo's exception to the labor theory of value proved to be the symptom of a contradiction inherent in this set of theoretical principles consisting the kernel of his system. Ricardo explicitly admitted that the case of wage rises in different production conditions represented a limitation of his value theory. He wrote in the first edition of the Principles, 1817. It appears that the accumulation of capital, by occasioning different proportions of fixed and circulating capitals to be employed in different trades, and by giving differing degrees of durability to such fixed capital, introduces a considerable modification to the rule, which is of universal application in the early stages of society. R.I. 66. This concession was seized on by Ricardo's opponents. His friend and critic Thomas Malthus wrote to him, February 24, 1818. For myself, I am quite satisfied with your own concessions, and if, as you yourself acknowledge, taxation, foreign materials, and the different quantities of fixed and circulating capitals employed all prevent the exchangeable value of commodities from being determined by the labor they cost in production, I should say that your theory was only true caeteris paribus, which might be said of the cost of materials. R7, 253. And Robert Torrens writes in an article attacking the labor theory of value. But, as equal capitals seldom possess precisely equal degrees of durability, this, Ricardo's modification of the labor theory of value, instead of limiting what he calls the general principle, subverts it altogether, and proves that the relative worth of all things is determined, not by the quantities of labor required to procure them, but by the universally operating law of competition, which equalizes the profits of stocks and, consequently, renders the results obtained from the employment of equal capitals of equal value in exchange. 47. Both Malthus and Torrens were pointing to the fact that the labor theory of value and the assumption of a general rate of profit are prima facie inconsistent. If commodities exchange according to the labor required to produce them, then the rate of profit will vary from industry to industry depending on wage rates and production conditions. If, on the other hand, what Torrens calls the universally operating law of competition is admitted, and capitals are assumed to flow between different sectors until a general rate of profit equalizing returns is formed, then commodities cannot exchange according to the labor necessary for their production. The problem for Ricardo was that he required both principles to construct his theory. He wrote to James Mill, December 28, 1818, commenting on Torrens's article. He makes it appear that Smith says that after capital accumulates and industrious people are set to work, the quantity of wealth is not the only circumstance that determines the value of commodities, and that I oppose this opinion. Now I want to show that I do not oppose this opinion in the manner he represents me to do so, but Adam Smith thought, that as in the earlier stages of society, all the produce of labor belonged to the laborer, and as after stock was accumulated, a part went to profits, that accumulation, necessarily without regard to the different degrees of durability of capital, or any other circumstance whatever, raised the prices or exchangeable value of commodities, and consequently that their value was no longer regulated by the quantity of labor necessary to their production. In opposition to him, I maintain that this is not because of this division into profits and wages, it is not because capital accumulates, that exchangeable value varies, but it is in all stages of society, owing only to 2 causes: one the more or less quantity of labor required, the other the greater or less durability of capital, and that the former is never superseded by the latter, but is only modified by it. R7 377. Ricardo's development of the labor theory of value arose from his dissatisfaction with the theory of value outlined by Smith in The Wealth of Nations and accepted by the other major economists of the day, including Malthus and Torrens. 48. For Smith, it is only in that early and rude state of society which precedes both the accumulation of capital and the appropriation of land that commodities exchanged according to the quantities of labor necessary for acquiring different objects. He argues that, assuming the accumulation of capital, assuming that the means of production are owned, not by the direct producers, but by capitalists employing wage laborers, when the price of any commodity is neither more nor less than what is sufficient to pay the rent of the land, the wages of the labor, and the profits of the stock employed in raising, preparing, and bringing it to market, according to their natural rates, the commodity is then sold for what may be called its natural price, around which market prices fluctuate. 49 It follows that if one of these component parts of the exchange value of a commodity rises, its price will also rise. Ricardo's opposition to this theory was stimulated by the intense controversies among British economists and policymakers at the end of the wars with France. 50 After his first intervention over the bullion controversy, he crossed swords with Malthus, initially in their private correspondence, over whether or not the corn laws restricting the import of grain should be repealed. Both were responding to an economic conjuncture in which a steep rise in the price of corn had been accompanied by the improvement and extension of cultivation, high government spending and a decline in Britain's profitability relative to that of other countries. The high cost of living and the slump that followed. Napoleon's final defeat in 1815 led to increasing tensions between the politically dominant aristocracy, the new industrial bourgeoisie, and an emerging workers' movement. In 1812 Luddism spread from Nottingham to the West Riding, to Lancashire and to Cheshire. According to Leav, in the summer of 1812 there were no fewer than 12,000 troops in the disturbed counties, a greater force than Wellington had under his command in the peninsula. During the passage of the Corn Laws in 1815 Parliament was besieged by the London crowd. In 1815, after Waterloo, there were 155 newly constructed barracks and 100,000 troops on garrison in the United Kingdom. 51. Ricardo and Malthus alike reacted with horror to the Peterloo Massacre of August 1819. Which represented the peak of post-war working-class insurgency. Both sought to find the economic causes of these discontents. For Malthus the problem was one of overproduction and a shortage of effectual demand, which could only be overcome with the assistance of unproductive consumers, especially the landowners and the state. Marx, who loathed Malthus, said of him, being a staunch member of the established Church of England, he was a professional sycophant of the landed aristocracy, whose rents, sinecures, squandering, heartlessness etc. he justified economically. CW 31 345. Ricardo by contrast, though himself a stock jobber in the city, took the side of the alliance of workers and manufacturers opposed to the Corn Laws, declaring the interest of the landlord is always opposed to the interest of every other class in the community. RV 21. For Ricardo, both rising prices and falling profitability were a consequence of declining productivity in agriculture that reflected the law of diminishing returns, according to which increasing a given factor of production will, other things being equal, lead to a fall in the additional output gained. The only way of remedying this situation would be to bring down the price of corn by improving the productivity of agriculture or by importing cheaper grain. In his essay on the influence of a low price of corn on the profits of stock, 1815, Ricardo seeks to give his argument theoretical foundations. He argues that a general wage increase will lead, not to a rise in the level of absolute prices, as was implied by Smith's value theory, but to a fall in the average rate of profit. He therefore postulates an inverse relationship between wages and profits. The theory of differential rent also developed in the essay enables him to reject the proposition that rent as a component of a commodity's natural price. Rent is conceived there as a residue after income has been apportioned to wages and profits. We can now see why the modification of the labor theory of value Ricardo presented in Chapter 1 of the Principles was so important. It showed that an increase in the general level of wages could lead to a fall in some relative prices, those of goods produced in capital-intensive industries. Nevertheless, the labor theory of value and Ricardo's theory of profits are closely connected. If an inverse relation between wages and profits is postulated, then the value of a commodity cannot be conceived as their sum, as it was by Smith. Some principle of value determination independent of wages and profits is necessary. In the essay Ricardo relies on the assumption that in agriculture corn is both input and output. 52 As he started working on the Principles, he sought to develop a more general value theory, writing to James Mill, December 30, 1815, "I know I shall soon be stopped by the word price. Before readers can understand the proof I mean to give, that improvements in agriculture have no other effect than that of raising the rate of profit, they must understand the theory of currency and of price." RV 348-349. The labor theory of value fitted the bill, serving to give expression to Ricardo's theory of profits. The centrality of this relationship was closely connected to his conception of political economy. He wrote to Malthus, October 9, 1820, "Political economy you think is an inquiry into the nature and causes of wealth. I think it should rather be called an inquiry into the laws which determine the division of the produce of industry among the classes who concur in its formation." R8, 278. The inverse relationship between wages and profits was the theoretical determination of what Ricardo saw as the antagonistic relations of distribution between the classes. The worker's gain was the capitalist's loss, and vice versa. As Marx puts it, Ricardo exposes and describes the economic antagonism of classes, as shown by the intrinsic relations, and, consequently political economy perceives, discovers the root of the historical struggle and development. CW 31-392. The labor theory of value, by defining the social product independently of the relations of distribution, allowed Ricardo to give theoretical expression to this class antagonism. Ricardo's value theory and his theory of profits were therefore imbricated with each other. At the same time, however, the coexistence within his discourse of the labor theory of value and the assumption of Torrens's universally operating law of competition, which equalizes the profits of stock, introduced an incoherence into the system. This incoherence made itself felt even within Ricardo's lifetime in the efforts of his followers, most notably J.R. McCulloch and James Mill, to rescue his value theory by reinterpreting it in such a way as to make it irrefutable, primarily by defining profits as a form of wages. Mill, for example, argues that, since capital is allowed to be correctly described under the title hoarded labor, profits are simply remuneration for labor. They may, indeed, without doing any violence to language, hardly even by a metaphor, be dominated wages, the wages of that labor which applied, not immediately by the hand, but mediately, by the instruments which the hand has produced. 53. McCulloch went further in correspondence with Ricardo, suggesting that profits were the wages of machines and natural processes. December 5, 1819, R8, 138. Publicly he followed Mill. The profits of capital are only another name for the wages of accumulated labor. 54. Smith had already rejected a version of this idea, arguing that in the price of commodities, the profits of stock constitute a component part altogether different from the wages of labor, and regulated by quite different principles. 55. Ricardo was careful to distance himself from these conventionalist stratagems, as Karl Popper would call them, designed to protect the theory through redefinition, while holding fast to his value theory. Not long before his sudden fatal illness and death in September 1823 he told Malthus, August 3, 1823, "As far as I have been able to reflect on McCulloch, sick, and Mill's suggestion I am not satisfied with it." R9, 323. In the third edition of the Principles, 1821, he wrote of his modification of the labor theory of value. The reader, however, should remark that this cause of the variation of commodities is comparatively slight in its effects. Not so with the other great cause of the variation, in the value of commodities, namely, the increase or diminution in the quantity of labor necessary to produce them. R.I. 36. This is not to say that Ricardo did not feel that the theory involved major difficulties. He wrote to McCulloch, June 13, 1820. "I sometimes think that if I were to write the chapter on value again, I should acknowledge that the relative value of commodities was regulated by two causes instead of by one, namely by the relative quantity of the commodities required to produce the commodities in question, and by the rate of profit for the time that the capital remained dormant, and until the commodities were brought to market. Perhaps I should find the difficulties nearly as great in this view of the subject as in that which I have adopted." R8, 194. These difficulties may help to explain why the Ricardian school stagnated and gradually disintegrated after Marx's death. Marx called the 1820s metaphysically speaking the most important period in the history of English political economy, CW 32-298. On the one hand, the precursors of the marginalist revolution of the 1870s that is the source of the contemporary neoclassical orthodoxy, for example, Samuel Bailey, mounted a series of powerful attacks on the labor theory of value. On the other, the so-called Ricardian socialists, most prominently Thomas Hodgkin, used the theory to champion the interests of the workers' movement, arguing that, if capital was indeed merely accumulated labor, as James Mill and McCulloch argued, why shouldn't the workers receive the full value of their product? John Stuart Mill, schooled by his father James and Jeremy Bentham to be Ricardo's heir, completed the euthanasia of his value theory by adopting the theory developed by Nassau Sr., and the object of much scorn on Marx's part in Capital, according to which profits are the reward of the capitalist's abstinence from consumption. As Joseph Schumpeter puts it, Mill places Ricardo's thought as it were on a soft bed, in order to let it die quietly. 56. By 1844 De Quincey, one of Ricardo's most loyal followers, could lament political economy does not advance. Since the revolution effected in that science by Ricardo, 1817, upon the whole it has been schooled by his father James and Jeremy Bentham to be Ricardo's heir, completed the euthanasia of his value theory by adopting the theory developed by Nassau Sr., and the object of much scorn on Marx's part in Capital, according to which profits are the reward of the capitalist's abstinence from consumption. As Joseph Schumpeter puts it, Mill places Ricardo's thought as it were on a soft bed, in order to let it die quietly. 56 by 1844 De Quincey, one of Ricardo's most loyal followers, could lament political economy does not advance. Since the revolution effected in that science by Ricardo, 1817, upon the whole it has been. The source of the impasse lay in the internal construction of Ricardo's discourse. The labor theory of value provided an indispensable component of this discourse by providing a principle of value determination independent of wages and profits, which were treated as inversely related. But Ricardo at the same time treated as value theory as simply a quantitative empirical proposition whose validity is a matter of contingent fact. Hence, given certain other assumptions, above all the proposition that equal capitals will receive equal profits, the generality and validity of the theory are limited by the existence of differing production conditions. Thus the labor theory of value is both necessary in order to make Ricardo's system coherent and at the same time limited by other assumptions of that very system. Underlying Ricardo's treatment of his value theory as a contingent proposition is an essentially empiricist notion of the economic process. The workings of the economy are treated as readily accessible to observation. Therefore, the propositions produced through the scientific knowledge of the economy will be ones summarizing these observations. Propositions of an equivalent epistemological status, all equally refutable and contingent. The only exception will be self-evident premises that serve as the ordering principles of economic science. 58 As we have seen, among the propositions selected for this role is the assumption that a general rate of profit exists. But this assertion is in fact far from self-evident. Marx shows it to presuppose the separation of the direct producers from the means of production, the existence of a capitalist class controlling these means, the creation of surplus value, its transformation into profit, and the competition of capitals necessary for the equalization of profits. The existence of the general rate of profit is thus specific to a determinate social order, namely capitalism. The structure, however, of what Marx calls the theoretical part of the principles, the first 6 chapters, is such as to make it clear that Ricardo presupposes the existence of a general rate of profit as a basic premise of his argument. CW 31. 393. In this way, the existence of the capitalist mode of production is inscribed within Ricardo's discourse as natural. From this perspective, Marx found Smith superior to Ricardo. It is Adam Smith's great merit that it is just in the chapters of Book I, chapters 6, 7, 8, of The Wealth of Nations, where he passes from simple commodity exchange and its law of value to exchange between objectified and living labor, to exchange between capital and wage labor, to the consideration of profit and rent in general, in short, to the origin of surplus value, then he feels some flaw has emerged. He senses that somehow, whatever the cause may be, and he does not grasp what it is, in the actual result the law is suspended, more labor is exchanged for less labor, from the laborer's standpoint, less labor is exchanged for more labor, from the capitalist's standpoint. His merit is that he emphasizes, and it obviously perplexes him, that with the accumulation of capital and the appearance of property in land, that is, when the conditions of labor assume an independent existence over against labor itself, something new occurs, apparently, and actually, in the result, the law of value changes into its opposite. It is his theoretical strength that he feels and stresses this contradiction, just as it is his theoretical weakness that the contradiction shakes his confidence in the general law, even for simple commodity exchange, that he does not perceive how this contradiction arises, through labor capacity itself becoming a commodity, and that in the case of this specific commodity its use value, which therefore has nothing to do with its exchange value, is precisely the energy which creates exchange value. Ricardo is ahead of Adam Smith in that these apparent contradictions, in their result real contradictions, do not confuse him. But he is behind Adam Smith in that he does not even suspect that this presents a problem, and therefore the specific development which the law of value undergoes with the formation of capital does not for a moment puzzle him or even attract his attention. CW 30, 393-394. In Ricardo's case the treatment of the general rate of profit as a self-evident fact requiring no explanation introduced an element of incoherence into his discourse that led to the disintegration of his school. The inconsistency of this premise with the labor theory of value could lead to 2 courses of action. Since, as a matter of fact, returns on capital do tend to be equalized, then, either the labor theory of value should be abandoned, or the apparent inconsistency of the 2 principles should be removed by a theory that seeks to explain the existence of the general rate of profit starting from the labor theory of value. Neoclassical economics took the first course, Marx the second. 59. Ricardo, Hegel, and Spinoza. Towards the end of the lengthy excursus on theories of surplus value in the 1861-63 manuscript, Marx summed up his view of the causes of the disintegration of Ricardianism. The first difficulty in the Ricardian system was the exchange of capital and labor, so as to be corresponding to the law of value. The second difficulty was that capitals of equal magnitude, no matter what their organic composition, yield equal profits or the general rate of profit. CW 32, 361. As Marx acknowledged, these problems were identified by Ricardo's critics. Bailey, for example, highlighted the first problem, namely that in treating wages as the price of labor and simultaneously making labor the source of value, Ricardo found himself caught in a contradiction. If this principle, the labor theory of value, is rigidly adhered to, it follows that the value of labor depends on the quantity of labor producing it, which is evidently absurd. By a dexterous turn, therefore, Mr. Ricardo makes the value of labor depend on the quantity of labor required to produce wages. 60 Marx in the Grundrisse discovers the solution to this problem when he argues that what the worker sells to the capitalist is not labor, but labor capacity, whose value, determined like that of all other commodities by the socially necessary labor time required to produce it, or, in this case, to reproduce the worker in which the labor capacity is embodied, is represented by the wage. As he puts it in the 1861-63 manuscript. Instead of labor, Ricardo should have discussed labor capacity. But, had he done so, capital would also have been revealed as the material condition of labor, confronting the laborer as power that has acquired an independent existence. And capital would at once have been revealed as a definite social relationship. Ricardo thus only distinguishes capital as accumulated labor from immediate labor. And it is something purely physical, only an element in the labor process, from which the relation between the worker and capital, wages and profits, could never be developed. CW 32, 36-7. So in this case as well it is Ricardo's naturalizing of the capital relation that underlies the theoretical contradiction. But it is the problem of the general rate of profit that dominates Marx's discussion of Ricardo in the 1861-63 manuscript. As we saw in Chapter 1, Marx comes at the problem from the angle of the theory of rent, and more particularly in his critique of Rodbertus. Here he argues that competition, in equalizing returns across sectors, transfer surplus value from capitals with a lower than average organic composition, the ratio of capital invested in means of production to capital invested in labor power, to those with a higher than average organic composition. As a result, commodities exchange, not at their values, equals the socially necessary labor time required to produce them, but at what he initially calls their average prices, later in the 1861-63 manuscript cost prices, and in capital prices of production: 61. The capitalists strive, and this striving is competition, to divide among themselves the quantity of unpaid labor, or the products of this quantity of labor, which they squeeze out of the working class, not according to the surplus labor produced directly by a particular capital, but corresponding firstly to the relative portion of the aggregate capital which a particular capital represents, and secondly according to the amount of surplus labor produced by the aggregate capital. The capitalists, like hostile brothers, divide among themselves the loot of other people's labor which they have appropriated, so that on an average one receives the same amount of unpaid labor as another. Competition achieves this equalization by regulating average prices. These average prices themselves, however, are either above or below the value of the commodity, so that no commodity yields a higher rate of profit than any other. It is therefore wrong to say that competition among capitals brings about a general rate of profit by equalizing the prices of commodities to their values. On the contrary, it does so by converting the values of the commodities into average prices, in which a part of surplus value is transferred from one commodity to another, etc. The value of a commodity equals the quantity of paid and unpaid labor contained in it. The average price of a commodity equals the quantity of paid labor it contains, objectified or living, an average quota of unpaid labor. The latter does not depend on whether this amount was contained in the commodity itself or on whether more or less of it was embodied in the value of the commodity. CW 31, 264-62. So it is here that Marx is prompted to develop his famous, or notorious, transformation of values into prices of production. He is prompted to make this move, which Dussel calls a central moment of the manuscripts of 1861-63, perhaps the most important creative moment, to overcome Ricardo's denial of the existence of absolute rent, rent that arises simply from the ownership of land, unlike differential rent, which is a consequence of differences in levels of productivity. 63 Acknowledging absolute rent appeared to Ricardo to be inconsistent with the labor theory of value. Marx's solution, developed first in the 1861-63 manuscript and restated in Capital, 3, Part 6, is to argue that absolute rent is possible so long as one assumes that the organic composition of capital and labor productivity are lower and hence the rate of profit higher in agriculture than in other sectors. If capital were fully mobile, it would flow into agriculture until prices in the sector fell to a level that would secure investors the average profit, transferring surplus value to other sectors. But the institution of private property in land prevents this happening. Agricultural products are therefore sold at their values rather than their prices of production, and the landowners appropriate the difference as absolute rent. It is quite simply the private ownership of land, mines, water, etc. by certain people, which enables them to snatch, intercept and seize the excess surplus value over and above profit, average profit, the rate of profit determined by the general rate of profit, contained in the commodities of these particular spheres of production, these particular fields of capital investment, and so to prevent it from entering into the general process by which the general rate of profit is formed. CW 31, 271-64. It is in the course of this critique of Ricardo that Marx begins to reflect systematically on his method. Thus he interpolates during a discussion of Rodbertus. Adam Smith, as we saw above, first correctly interprets value and the relation existing between profit, wages, etc., as component parts of this value, and then he proceeds the other way around, regards the prices of wages, profit and rent as antecedent factors and seeks to determine them independently, in order then to compose the price of the commodity out of them. The meaning of this change of approach is that first he grasps the problem in its inner relationships, and then in the reverse form, as it appears in competition. These two concepts of his run counter to one another in his work, naively, without his being aware of the contradiction. Ricardo, on the other hand, consciously abstracts from the form of competition, from the appearance of competition, in order to comprehend the laws as such. On the one hand he must be reproached for not going far enough, for not carrying his abstraction to completion. For instance, when he analyzes the value of the commodity, he at once allows himself to be influenced by consideration of all kinds of concrete conditions. On the other hand one must reproach him for regarding the phenomenal form as immediate and direct proof or exposition of the general laws, and for failing to interpret it. In regard to the first, his abstraction is too incomplete; in regard to the second, it is formal abstraction which in itself is wrong. CW 31, 338. The first criticism is a point Marx repeatedly makes against Ricardo. Far from being, as he is commonly represented, the author of an abstract and deductive theory that takes no account of concrete circumstances, Ricardo fails sufficiently to differentiate the abstract from the concrete. Thus Marx goes on to reproach him for failing to consider surplus value separately and independently from its particular forms, profit, interest, and rent, CW 32, 9. But, as the following passage makes clear, Ricardo's failure to bring his abstraction to completion leads to the problems that bedevil his value theory. Some of the observations that occur in Ricardo's writing should have led him to the distinction between surplus value and profit. Because he fails to make this distinction, he appears in some passages to descend to the vulgar view, as has already been indicated in the analysis of Ch. Ion value, the view that profit is a mere addition over and above the value of the commodity, for instance when he speaks of the determination of profit on capital in which the fixed capital predominates, etc. This was the source of much nonsense among his successors. This vulgar view is bound to arise, if the proposition, which in practice is correct, that on the average, capitals of equal size yield equal profits or that profit depends on the size of the capital employed, is not connected by a series of intermediary links with the general laws of value etc. In short, if profit and surplus value are treated as identical, which is only correct for the aggregate capital. Accordingly Ricardo has no means for determining a general rate of profit. CW 32, 60-61. Ricardo's failure to develop the relationship between abstract and concrete through a series of intermediate links is the essence of the second criticism. He presupposes a general rate of profit or an average profit of equal magnitude for different capital investments of equal magnitude, or for different spheres of production in which capitals of equal size are employed, or, which is the same thing, profit in proportion to the size of the capital employed in the various spheres of production. Instead of postulating this general rate of profit, Ricardo should rather have examined in how far its existence is in fact consistent with the determination of value by labor time, and he would have found that instead of being consistent with it, prima facie, it contradicts it, and that its existence would therefore have to be explained through a number of intermediary stages, a procedure which is very different from merely including it under the law of value. CW 31, 401. By the time Marx wrote this comment he had, thanks to his development of the transformation from values to prices of production, a much clearer idea of what this explanation through a number of intermediary stages involved. Capital offers the fullest picture of this process. In Capital, I, Marx analyzes the immediate process of production. This involves in particular presenting the forms of extraction of surplus value within this process and the accumulation of capital. Among the important concepts introduced at this stage is that of the organic composition of capital, to repeat, the ratio between constant and variable capital, invested respectively in means of production and labor power. But at this stage of the analysis Marx does not distinguish between the aggregate social capital and individual capitals, with one very important exception that we will consider in Chapter 3. One of the major shifts that takes place in Capital 3 is that, having presented the process of circulation in the preceding volume, Marx introduces the effects of the differences both among individual capitals and between different kinds of capital, productive, commercial, interest-bearing. In Part 1, he introduces the concept of the rate of profit. While the rate of surplus value, the ratio of surplus value to variable capital, measures the degree of exploitation of the worker, the rate of profit is the ratio between surplus value and the total capital, constant as well as variable, advanced. Then in Part 2 he shows how competition among capitals leads to the formation of a general rate of profit equalizing returns across sectors and hence the transformation of values into prices of production. This involves, in Chapter 10, a detailed discussion of the process through which competition leads, via the fluctuation of market prices in response to shifts in supply and demand, to the formation in individual sectors of market values, which represent the norm of socially necessary labor time for individual kinds of product. The relationship between these two processes is established in the following passage. What competition brings about, first of all in one sphere, is the establishment of a uniform market value and market price out of the various individual values of commodities. But it is only the competition of capitals in different spheres that brings forth the production price that equalizes the rates of profit between those spheres. Chai, 281. 65. The transformation of values into prices of production thus allows Marx to avoid Ricardo's errors. 66 In Capital, I, he formulates his theory of value and surplus value, abstracting from the concrete conditions that interfere with Ricardo's argument in Chapter 1 of the Principles. Then, in the course of Capital, 2, and the first two parts of Capital 3, Marx develops the series of intermediate links that allow him to explain the formation of a general rate of profit and hence how commodities, though regulated by the rule of value, do not exchange at their values. CW 32, 361. There is much more to be said about what this method of proceeding through intermediary links involves, and I return to this in Chapter 3. But for the moment I want to focus on its bearing on Hegel's influence on capital. Fred Mosley has developed one of the most important recent interpretations of Marx's method, based on the idea that there are two main stages, or levels of abstraction, in Marx's theory in Capital. The first stage has to do with the production of surplus value and the determination of the total surplus value, and the second stage has to do with the distribution of surplus value and the division of the predetermined total surplus value into individual parts, equal rates of profit, commercial profit, interest, and rent. Capital, I, is concerned with the production of surplus value and the bulk of Capital, 3, with its distribution through the formation of a general rate of profit and the fragmentation of the surplus value created in production into revenues, commercial profit, interest, profit of enterprise, rent, appropriated by different fractions of the capitalist class. But Mosley further argues that the relationship between these two levels is best understood through the connection that Hegel draws in the science of logic between the categories of universal, particular and singular. 67. Mosley's distinction between the two levels of abstraction in Capital is a persuasive one, though, as we have seen, these two levels in fact involve a succession of different determinations. And he points to passages such as the following, which we encountered in Chapter 1, in the Grundrisse. Capital. I. Generality. 1. A. Emergence of capital out of money. B. Capital and labor, mediating itself through alien labor. C. The elements of capital, dissected according to their relation to labor, product, raw material, instrument of labor. 2. Particularization of capital. A. Capital circulant, capital fixed, turnover of capital. 3. The singularity of capital, capital and profit, capital and interest. Capital as value, distinct from itself as interest and profit. 2. Particularity. 1. Accumulation of capitals. 2. Competition of capitals. 3. Concentration of capitals, quantitative distinction of capital as at same time qualitative, as measure of its size and influence. 3. Singularity. 1. Capital as credit. 2. Capital as stock capital. 3. Capital as money market. G. 275. But fully to establish the depth of Marx's adoption of Hegel's categories, we need to consider the categories themselves. One theme of the science of logic that is central to Hegel's system as a whole is the critique of the concept of universal inherited from traditional Aristotelian logic. The old logic distinguished sharply between a universal concept and its particular instances. The relationship between universal and particular was an external one. The universal provided a principle for classifying the particulars, but remained an empty form imposed on the reality, the particulars, it sought to classify. Such a universal was abstract for Hegel in the sense that it lacked the concrete content of mediation provided by the particulars and their relationships. What makes this universality an abstraction is that the mediation is only a condition, or is not posited in it. Because it is not posited, the unity of the abstraction has the form of immediacy, and the content has the form of indifference to its universality, for the content is nothing but this totality which is the universality of absolute negativity. GL 537. Thus separated from each other, particular and universal represent an obstacle to knowledge. The classification of particulars in the absence of any attempt to articulate their internal structure does not deepen our comprehension of reality. But this is not the only mode of relation between universal and particular. Hegel advances as the resolution of the contradiction between universal and particular the concept of the singular, or the concrete universal, in which the universal is the unification of the particulars. The turning back of this side, the particular, into the universal is twofold, either by virtue of an abstraction that lets the particular fall away and climbs into a higher and the highest genus, or by virtue of the singularity to which the universality and the determinateness descends. Here is where the false start is made that makes abstraction stray away from the way of the concept, abandoning the truth. Its higher and highest universal to which it rises is only a surface that becomes progressively more void of content. The singularity which it scorns is the depth in which the concept grasps itself and where it is posited as concept. GL 546. This critique of abstract universality has its echoes in the 1857 introduction, where Marx rejects the sort of abstraction in which, because it starts from the concrete, and ascends in exactly the way Hegel describes, the full conception was evaporated to yield an abstract determination. And Marx's notion of the scientifically correct method, the method of rising from the abstract to concrete, recalls Hegel's conception of the concrete universal, which is not a mere sum of features common to several things, confronted by a particular which enjoys an existence of its own. It is, on the contrary, self-particularizing or self-specifying, and with undimmed clearness finds itself at home in its antithesis. 68 The totality which is the universality of absolute negativity is the universal as synthesis of particulars. As such it is subjectivity as the return of self out of other, the universal that retains its identity when mediated in particularity. The concrete is the universal which makes itself particular, and in this making itself particular and finite yet remains eternally at home with itself. 69. Perhaps the best way into considering further how this conception of universality throws further light on the nature of Marx's method is provided by the very interesting interpretation offered by Ilyankov. He suggests that the differences between Marx and Ricardo are best understood in the light of Hegel's critique of Spinoza. 70 Hegel's differences with Spinoza derived from the very thesis that he took over from him, omnis determinatio negatio est, all determination is negation. Spinoza deduced from this doctrine that all finite existence involves negation the conclusion that all finite beings are modifications of the self-sufficient substance that is God. The result, according to Hegel, is that the world is effaced. Spinoza's system is, Hegel insists, not, as the common accusation held, atheism, but a cosmism. The various determinations of reality, conceived by Spinoza primarily as the attributes of thought and extension and a variety of more concrete modes, are resolved into substance. 71. For Spinoza, universal and particular are distinct, therefore their unity, Hegel claims, consists in the abolition of the particular. To have formed the concept of concrete universality would have involved conceiving negation as absolute determinateness, or negativity, which is absolute form. In this way of looking at it, negation is the negation of the negation, and therefore true affirmation. 72 To appreciate the significance of this criticism, we need to bear in mind the structure that Hegel attributes to the dialectical process whose basic forms are unfolded in the logic. The starting point of both the dialectic as a whole, the first category of the logic, being, and of each stage of the dialectic, is an original, simple unity. Because this unity is simple and hence without distinction, it is unconscious. Consciousness presupposes differentiation. This is brought out most sharply at the start of the logic, where being, the absolute beginning of all philosophy, lacks any sort of determination at all. This absence of determination means that being passes into nothing, which is equally an absolute lack of differentiation. Being as such is unknowable, ineffable. But to give the original starting point the determinateness that it lacks and that it requires in order to be known is also to limit and deny it. Omnis determinatio negatio est, Hegel follows Spinoza in affirming, that is, to determine a thing is to establish its limits, to state what it is not. Thus negativity is introduced, the second stage of the dialectic, and the moment that Hegel describes as the properly dialectical stage, first negation. The original unity is broken up, a thing finds identity by means of its relation to its other, to what it is not. It is estranged from itself. The third moment of the dialectic is what Hegel describes as its speculative moment, second negation, or the negation of the negation. Here the entity that has passed over into its other as a result of first negation discovers that its other is identical with itself and thus returns out of its other to itself. This is the movement of subjectivity. Subjectivity presupposes first negation, the differentiation of its original unity, but if it remains at this stage, consciousness is estranged from the reality of which it is part, for it acquires its identity by means of its relation to what it is not, to the other. It finds itself, transcending this self-estrangement by recognizing it for what it is, self-estrangement. Thus by recognizing the other as itself, by finding itself in its other, subjectivity establishes itself. 73. Hegel famously puts forward the slogan, everything turns of grasping the true, not as substance, but equally as subject. 74 It is through the process just described that substance is transformed into subject. The original unconscious unity of substance is broken up through first negation, and then re-established at a different level. The unity that is restored is different from that with which we started because it has gone through the process of self-estrangement and achieved conscious comprehension of the process as a whole through the recognition of the other as itself. This solution operates at all levels of the dialectic. Logic is the original unity of the absolute idea that, divided and self-estranged in the externality of nature, finds a subjective, self-conscious unity at the level of absolute spirit in the self-comprehension of the total process in speculative philosophy. God passes from an unquestioning unconscious unity with his creation through the agony of separation to the conscious realization of the unity between creator and created in the Christian congregation. Social man passes out of the natural and organic unity of the family to the estrangement of an atomized civil society only to find reconciliation between substantial and subjective in the state. 75. In the absence of negation of the negation, subjectivity falls outside substance and we have the position that, according to Hegel, we find in Spinoza, where cognition is an external reflection that fails to comprehend what appears a finite, that is, the determinateness of the attribute in the mode, and in general itself as well. By not deriving them from substance, it behaves like an external understanding, taking up the determinations as given and reducing them to the absolute but not taking their beginning from it. GL 472. The expulsion of particularity, mediation, subjectivity, and the negation of the negation from substance is reflected, Hegel claims, in Spinoza's geometrical method, which reproduces the deductive system of the classical model of science common to both the so-called rationalists and empiricists of the 17th and 18th centuries. Absolute substance, attribute and mode, Spinoza allows to follow one another as definitions. He adopts them as ready-made, without the attributes being developed from the substance, or the modes from the attributes. 76 Hegel's injunction to comprehend substance as subject is directed against Spinoza, and his own mentor Schelling, whom he tends to class with Spinoza. 77 Advance beyond Spinoza, Hegel argues in a key passage in the Phenomenology whose full meaning will become clearer in the following chapter, involves understanding that the living substance is being which is in truth subject, or, what is the same, is in truth actual only in so far as it is the movement of positing itself, or is the mediation of its self-othering with itself. This substance is, as subject, pure, simple negativity, and it is for this very reason the bifurcation of the simple. It is the doubling which sets up opposition, and then again the negation of this indifferent diversity and of its antithesis. Only this self-restoring sameness, or this reflection in otherness within itself, not an original or immediate unity as such, is the true. It is the process of its own becoming, the circle that presupposes its end as its goal, having its end also as its goal, having its end also as its beginning, and only by being worked out to its end, is it actual. 78. Ilyankov argues that, like Spinoza, Ricardo treats reality as modifications of one and the same universal substance, value. And value is conceived by Ricardo as an abstract universal, as what is generic to its particular forms. These forms are thus external to value. The necessity of their existence as forms of value is not proved, but is the arbitrary result of an empirical induction. Ilyankov concludes. All the merits of Ricardo's method of inquiry are closely connected with the point of view of substance, that is, with the conception of the object as a single whole coherent in all its manifestations. Contrariwise, all the defects and vices of his mode of unfolding his theory are rooted in complete failure to understand this whole as a historically formed one. 79. Ilyankov somewhat muddies the water by linking his argument to a version of the historical interpretation of Marx's value theory. 80. But this should not be allowed to obscure the real insight that Ilyankov's comparison between Ricardo and Spinoza offers. For the latter, Hegel claims, differentiation, because it is negation, is external to substance. For Hegel, differentiation is inherent in the concept. In other words, the difference between Spinoza and Hegel lies in the absence in the former's work of the concept of negation or of internal contradiction. So Marx is indeed right that Ricardo fails to treat capitalism as the result of a historical process. But he had already diagnosed Ricardo's naturalization of capitalism in the poverty of philosophy. The problem that he identifies in the 1861-63 manuscript is that none of the classical political economists, even Ricardo, are able to treat their object as an internally differentiated and contradictory structure. We can adapt Hegel's criticism of Spinoza's method to apply to Ricardo. Value, general rate of profit and price, Ricardo allows to follow one another as definitions. He adopts them as ready-made, without the general rate of profit being developed from value, or price from the general rate of profit. This criticism is identical with the one that, as we have seen, Marx made of Ricardo. Instead of postulating this general rate of profit, Ricardo should rather have examined in how far its existence is in fact consistent with the determination of value by labor time, and he would have found that instead of being consistent with it, prima facie, it contradicts it, and that its existence would therefore have to be explained through a number of intermediary stages. Ilyankov sums up the difference in a particular daring formulation that invokes Hegel's slogan of transforming substance into subject in the preface to the Phenomenology. The essence of the Marxian upheaval in political economy may be expressed in philosophical terms in the following manner. In Marx's theory, not only the substance of value, labor, was understood, Ricardo also attained this understanding, but, for the first time, value was simultaneously understood as the subject of the entire development, that is, as a reality developing through its inner contradictions into a whole system of economic forms. Ricardo failed to understand this latter point. 81. So how far is Marx tributary to Hegel? 3. Method. 2. Hegel. The Hegel problem. Hegel offers Marx the resource of a different conception of science from the classical one on which both Ricardo and his successors rely. In his system, knowledge no longer takes the form of a deductive system whose premises are typically justified by the claim they derive from some direct encounter between thought and reality. Hegel offers an explicit critique of what is now called the covering law conception of explanation, where a phenomenon is explained by having its description deduced from a universal law and the statement of a set of initial conditions. Here explanation proceeds through the subsumption of phenomena under principles. Now, here, according to the conception of the non-speculative sciences, it is placed in this dilemma: the principle is either an unproved hypothesis or demands a proof which in turn implies the principle. The proof that is demanded of this principle itself presupposes something else, such as the logical laws of proof. These laws are, however, themselves propositions such as required to be proved, and so it goes on to infinitude, if an absolute hypothesis to which another can be posed is not made. But these forms of proposition, of consecutive proof, etc., do not apply to what is speculative, as though the proposition before us here, and the proof were something separate from it there, for in this case the proof comes with the proposition. The concept is a self-movement, and not, as a proposition, a desire to rest, nor is it true that the proof brings forward another ground and middle term and is another movement, for it has this movement in itself. 1. The idea that the proof comes with the proposition is an interesting anticipation of Imre Lakatos's idea of proof-generated concepts. Conjectures and concepts both have to pass through the purgatory of proofs and refutations. Naive conjectures and naive concepts are superseded by improved conjectures, theorems, and concepts, proof-generated or theoretical concepts, growing out of the method of proofs and refutations. To the idea that the process of proving a theory can generate new concepts is radically inconsistent with the classical model of science. On the latter conception, the basic concepts of a science are formulated through the process of analysis that precedes the deduction of the science from the basic axioms incorporating these concepts. To assert that the deduction itself could generate new concepts would violate the principle of logic that deductive inference cannot increase content. As we shall see more fully in the following section, Marx's discourse in Capital is one where the proof comes with the proposition. The successive transformations through which this discourse unfolds involve the introduction of new concepts, where the assertions incorporating them, and adding new content to the analysis, are not simply deduced from those with which it starts. So Marx's debt to Hegel lies much deeper than the terminological overlap evident to readers especially of the Grundrisse. But the relationship is a problematic one. Hegel's breach with the classical model of science is possible because of the new conception of subjectivity that he develops. For Hegel, subjectivity is not the external guarantee of the validity of the science's axioms. Subjectivity is the result of a process, and this process is at the same time the conceptual cognition of reality. The system of science is the process whereby the essential structures of subjectivity are constituted. This interpenetration of the concepts of science and of subjectivity transforms them both. In this chapter I first consider how Marx draws, somewhat eclectically, on the categories through which Hegel develops this unification of science and subjectivity, but also how across successive manuscripts he increasingly reworks his own concepts so as to reduce his dependence on the Hegelian dialectic. I then consider in detail how Marx moves from the abstract to the concrete, by progressively introducing new determinations that, as we have just noted, add new content to the theory. One important resulting shift is the rising profile of competition in the later drafts. Finally, I discuss how the structure of externalization that Marx traces through the 3 volumes of Capital provides the context in which to understand his mature conceptualizations of ideology, as fetishism, and of science. The goal of Hegel's system is to overcome the distinction between subject and object in absolute spirit. But this distinction is to be overcome through the self-development of an articulated system of concepts. In other words, Hegel rejects the notion that knowledge is dependent on the subject's immediate access to the real. Here he differs not only with other proponents of absolute idealism like Schelling, but rejects a basic tenet of classical empiricism, where knowledge derives from sense experience. Mediation, relation to other, is a necessary moment in the absolute's progression to self-knowledge. Thus the speculative aim of Hegel's system, the identity of subject and object in absolute spirit, can only be achieved discursively, as a structured system of concepts. He commences the science of logic by rejecting the separation, presupposed once and for all in ordinary consciousness, of the content and its form, or of truth and certainty. Presupposed from the start is that the material of knowledge is present in and for itself as a ready-made world outside thinking, that thinking is by itself empty, that it comes to this material as a form from outside, fills itself with it, and only then gains a content, thereby becoming real knowledge. GL:24. Hegel rejects this separation of form and content because for him the categories of logic, which provide the structure of all the sciences, are not a set of concepts that we construct in order to know a reality external to thought. Their movement provides the process whereby the form generates content, whereby thought constitutes reality. Such a move is open to Hegel because the structure of his dialectic is one in which the concept is forced to pass beyond the primal unity of being and to externalize itself in the mediations of essence, where, to account for the appearances, an underlying substratum must be postulated. This is the moment of first negation in the logic. It is thus that form acquires content, for the necessity of the connectedness and the imminent emergence of distinctions must be found in the treatment of the fact itself, for it falls within the concept's own progressive determination. GL 34. But the connection between the concept and its manifestation in essence, and nature, is an external one. The relations constituting the categories of essence link entities that preserve their independence even in their unity. The doctrine of essence includes all the categories of metaphysic and of the sciences in general. They are products of reflective understanding, which, while it assumes the differences to possess a footing of their own, and at the same time also expresses their relativity, still combines the two statements, side by side, or one after another, by and also, without bringing these thoughts or unifying them in the concept. 3. Spinoza's philosophy remains, for Hegel, trapped at the level of the understanding, as opposed to reason, the truly speculative dimension of thought. The interconnection of the concept into which the mediations of essence pass does not only overcome the independence that persisted between the terms of these mediations, it also abolishes the related distinction between the understanding and the reality on which it reflects. The concept forms a spiritual unity, the third term of the dialectic, the negation of the negation, in which the subject and object are united. Thus the unity of the concept, whose realization as the absolute idea, is subjectivity, the return to self out of other. In this turning point of the method, the course of cognition returns at the same time into itself. This negativity is a self-sublating contradiction, the restoration of the first immediacy, of simple universality, for the other of the other, the negative of the negative, is immediately the positive, the identical, the universal. GL 746. But, as we have already seen, the unity of the absolute idea is not the simple restoration of the primal unity of being. Subjectivity is the identity of self in the other, but it is also return out of other. If the recollection of its passage into otherness were effaced, it would cease to be subjectivity. In the absolute method, the concept maintains itself in its otherness, the universal in its particularization. In judgment and reality, at each stage of further determination, the universal elevates the whole mass of its preceding content, not only not losing anything in its dialectical advance, or leaving it behind, but, on the contrary, carrying with itself all that it has gained, inwardly enriched and compressed. GL 750. The content of the absolute idea is, however, in no way distinct from its form, and this form is the dialectical method, the structure of the process whereby being has become the absolute idea, which is not an extraneous form, but the soul and notion of the content. For the consequence of evolving the content out of the form and then resuming it back into the idea is that the idea is nothing other than the process by which it is arrived at. Seeing that there is in it no transition, or presupposition, and in general no specific character other than what is fluid or transparent, the absolute idea is for itself the pure form of the concept, which contemplates its contents as its own self. It is its own content, insofar as it ideally distinguishes itself from itself. And one of the two things distinguished is a self-identity in which however is contained the totality of the form as the system of terms describing its content. This content is the system of logic. All that is at this stage left for the idea is the method of this content, the specific consciousness of the value and currency of the moments. 5. This dialectical method describes a circle. By nature of the method just indicated, the science presents itself as a circle that winds around itself, where the mediation winds the end back to the beginning, which is the simple ground. GL 751. Subjectivity consists in the circular structure of the dialectic, and the circular structure results from the peculiar aim assigned to science, the transformation of substance into subject. The process whereby the subject constitutes itself is identical with the scientific comprehension of reality, and with reality itself. Subjectivity consists in the teleological structure of both thought and reality. All this underlines very strongly that it is impossible to separate Hegel's method and his system in the way that Engels advocated. But it also highlights the difficulty that Marx faces in inheriting from Hegel the thesis that knowledge is a process of internal differentiation, or, more precisely, a process driven by its immanent contradictions. For Hegel conceptualizes this process using the concept of the negation of the negation. Not simply is this concept central to Hegel's account of the structure of subjectivity, but he sees the contradictions that develop in finite things as serving to resume them into the spiritual unity of the absolute. The negation of the negation overcomes the finitude of material reality. Hegel berates the ordinary tenderness for things, the overriding worry of which is that they do not contradict themselves. GL 367. The principle, all things are in themselves contradictory, serves to enthrone absolute idealism. The truth is that the absolute is just because the finite is the eminently self-contradictory opposite, because it is not. GL 381, 385. In a famous passage Hegel pronounces, the claim that the finite is an idealization defines idealism. The idealism of philosophy consists in nothing else than the recognition that the finite is not truly inexistent. A philosophy that attributes to finite existence, as such, true, ultimate, absolute being, does not deserve the name of philosophy. GL 124. There is, particularly among contemporary philosophers, much discussion about the exact meaning of such remarks of Hegel's. In his introduction to his new translation of the Science of Logic, George de Giovanni distinguishes between two broad approaches. The first, and more traditional, asserts that the logic makes an ontological commitment and to that extent advances a dogma. According to the second, the logic still operates within the framework of Kant's and Fichte's idealism and to that extent never abandons the realism of discursive thought. 6. The latter, as de Giovanni describes it, hermeneutic approach embraces a variety of positions, including that of Slavoj Žižek, who attacks the absurd image of Hegel as the absolute idealist, who pretended to know everything, to possess absolute knowledge, to read the mind of God, to deduce the whole of reality from the self-movement of his mind. Here is one of his many elaborations of this deflated view of Hegel. The standard talk about the Hegelian spirit which alienates itself to itself, and then recognizes itself in its otherness, and thus reappropriates its content, is deeply misleading. The self to which spirit returns is produced in the very movement of this return, or, that to which the process of return is returning is produced by the very process of returning. In a subjective process, there is no absolute subject, no permanent central agent playing with itself the game of alienation and disalienation, losing or dispersing itself and then reappropriating its alienated content. After a substantial totality is dispersed, it is another agent, previously its subordinated moment, which retotalizes it. It is this shifting of the center of the process from one moment to another which distinguishes a dialectical process from the circular movement of alienation and its overcoming. It is because of this shift that the return to itself coincides with accomplished alienation, when a subject retotalizes itself. In this precise sense, substance returns to itself as subject, and this transubstantiate is what substantial life cannot accomplish. 7. The extracts that I have perhaps too plentifully cited above from Hegel indicate that Žižek is engaging in what Freud called wild analysis. Shortly after the passage just quoted he complains about Hegel's many misnomers. The general thrust of Žižek's interpretation of Hegel is to save him from himself by reworking his conception of subjectivity with the help of Žižek's own version of Lacanian psychoanalysis. 8. What is valid in his argument is that Hegel's conception of subjectivity is structural. The absolute isn't a substance, and certainly is nothing like a personal God. It is, as we have seen, identical with the process of its own becoming. But the references to the idea of Hegel pretending, or being misread as pretending, to know the mind of God are a ridiculous caricature of the position of those who take the ontological reading of the logic seriously. De Giovanni engages in a similar canard. Thus he writes of one exponent of this interpretation, J.M.E. McTaggart. It transpires, that, despite all protestations that the logic must be read as logic, McTaggart has in fact invested it from the beginning with pre-Kantian, Spinozist overtones. While taking the logic to lay out the blueprint of a universe of meaning that makes the discovery of an actual cosmos possible, he assumes that it thereby also lays out the blueprint of that cosmos. It is from the start an exercise in cosmogony. 9. De Giovanni goes on to refer to McTaggart's absolute idea from which, allegedly, every minute detail of reality can in principle be deduced. 10. Whether or not this is a fair reading of McTaggart, it certainly is in Hegel's version of the absolute. He famously, and scornfully, demolished Herr Krug, who, once challenged the philosophy of nature to perform the feat of deducing only his pen. Thus Hegel argues that in nature, as the sphere where the idea is alienated, contingency and determination from without has its right, and this contingency is at its greatest in the realm of concrete individual forms. This is the impotence of nature, that it preserves the determinations of the concept only abstractly, and leaves their detailed specification to external determination. But we should note that this conception of nature implies its inferiority relative to thought, thus nature has also been spoken as the self-degradation of the idea, in that the idea, in this form of externality, is in a disparity with its own self. 11. So, in affirming nature as the realm of contingency, Hegel is asserting, and not qualifying his absolute idealism. There is an obvious sense in which Hegel's project is a continuation of those developed by Kant and Fichte. Like them, he is concerned to develop a philosophical theory of the constitution of subjectivity. 12. But everything turns on what is meant by the word constitution here. Kant's transcendental argument in the Critique of Pure Reason is concerned to establish the conditions of possible experience, in the process deducing a set of categories through which the sense impressions given to the mind are organized as the causally governed objective world of appearances presented to a unitary, enduring subject. But this kind of constitution is for Hegel the paradigmatic case of the separation of form and content against which he so continuously polemicizes. The implication of this polemic is that the categories of his logic are the essential forms of being, not so that everything can be deduced from them. Apart from anything else, Hegel regards deductive logic as a relatively flawed form of reasoning, but in order to grasp their role in the process of constitution of absolute subjectivity. Moreover, as I have relentlessly emphasized, the Hegelian subject is nothing other than the teleological structure of the dialectical process, that is, the absolute method that is posited at the end of the science of logic. 13. Where does this leave Marx? We can begin to answer this by considering more closely the points at which he resorts to Hegelian categories systematically. One of the latest is the second edition Chapter 1 of Capital, I, where in seeking to articulate his theory of the commodity, Marx uses Hegel's dialectic of quantity/quality/measure to structure the first three sections. These categories come from the doctrine of being, which is best understood as an immanent critique of the treatment of knowledge as a mere register of the immediate aspects of things and of their quantitative and mutually indifferent relations. One can see why this would be attractive to Marx when struggling with critics of Ricardo such as Samuel Bailey who seek to reduce value to a purely quantitative relationship. 14 But more useful for understanding the development of Marx's method is another case, namely his formulation in the Grundrisse of the distinction between capital in general and many capitals. Marx presents his conception of capital in general here. Capital in general, as distinct from the particular capitals, does indeed appear, 1. Only as an abstraction, not an arbitrary abstraction, but an abstraction which grasps the specific characteristics which distinguish capital from all other forms of wealth, or modes in which, social, production develops. These are the aspects common to every capital as such, or which make every specific sum of values into capital. And the distinctions within this abstraction are likewise abstract particularities which characterize every kind of capital, in that it is their position, or negation, e.g. fixed capital or circulating capital. 2. However, capital in general, as distinct from the particular real capitals, is itself a real existence. This is recognized by ordinary economics, even if it is not understood, and forms a very important moment of its doctrine of equilibrations etc. For example, capital in this general form, although belonging to individual capitalists, in its elemental form as capital, forms the capital which accumulates in the banks or is distributed through them, and, as Ricardo says, so admirably distributes itself in accordance with the needs of production. G. 449. Capital in general itself includes, as we saw in the preceding chapter, three moments: production, circulation, and their unity. But the three processes of which capital forms the unity are external, they are separate in time and space. As such, the transition from one into the other, either unity as regards the individual capitalists, is accidental. Despite their inner unity, they exist independently alongside one another, each as the presupposition of the other. G. 403. Thus in the case of the devaluation of capital, a capitalist is unable to sell his product, or only at prices lower than their value. The externalization of the inner unity of capital provides the basis for the transition from capital in general to many capitals. Conceptually, competition is nothing other than the inner nature of capital, its essential character, appearing in and realized as the reciprocal interaction of many capitals with one another. The inner tendency is external necessity. Capital exists and can only exist as many capitals, and its self-determination therefore appears as their reciprocal interaction with one another. G. 414. The Grundrisse contains many other passages like this, where the distinction between capital in general and many capitals is mapped onto the opposition of inner and outer. For example, G. 443-444, 520, 552, 651, 657. Now this opposition derives directly from the category of inner and outer in the science of logic. This comes in the doctrine of essence, which, as MacTaggart puts it, consists in the assertion of the duplicity of reality, its possession of an internal and external nature, capable of distinction from each other, but not indifferent to each other. 15 So, unlike in the doctrine of being, the determinations of essence are not mutually indifferent, their relationship to each other is now posited. Outer and inner are determinateness so posited that each, as a determination, not only presupposes the other and passes over into it as its truth, but, in being this truth of the other, remains posited as determinateness and points to the totality of both. The inner is thus the completion of essence according to form. For in being determined as inner, essence implies that it is deficient and that it is only with reference to its other, the outer, but this other is not just being, or even concrete existence, but is the reference to essence or the inner. What we have here is not just the reference of the two to each other, but the determining element of absolute form, namely that each term is immediately its opposite, and each is a common reference to a third, or rather to their unity. GL 461. The point about the inner is that it remains inner. The unity of which it is constituted is not manifested as unity. Thus the inner unity corresponds to an apparently unrelated external reality. As Charles Taylor puts it, there is a link of equivalence between the state where reality is purely inner, in the sense of hidden, and reality is purely outer, in the sense of external to itself, not inwardly related to any links of necessity. The more that the essence is hidden, inner, the more reality is purely externally related outer. That is what Hegel calls the immediate unity of outer and inner. 16. We can see now how this corresponds to Marx's argument in the Grundrisse. Because there is no direct social connection between the producers and the capitalist mode of production, the relationships that must exist if this mode is to be reproduced become operative by means of competition. Competition is nothing more than the way in which the many capitals force the inherent determinants of capital upon one another and upon themselves. G. 651. Hegelian categories not only serve to conceptualize the relation of capital in general and many capitals, they also provide the transition from one to other. Since value forms the foundation of capital, and since it therefore necessarily exists only through exchange for counter-value, it thus necessarily repels itself from itself. A universal capital, one without alien capitals confronting it, with which it exchanges, and from the present standpoint, nothing confronts it but wage laborers or itself, is therefore a non-thing. The reciprocal repulsion between capitals is already contained in capital as realized exchange value. G. 421n. The economic content of this statement is clear enough. The labor theory of value presupposes a situation where the means of production are controlled by autonomous but mutually interdependent producers. Therefore, in the circulation process, where the capitalist seeks to realize the value of his product, he is confronted by other, competing capitalists, many capitals. But Marx conceptualizes this by resorting to another Hegelian category, repulsion and attraction. This time it comes from the doctrine of being, where we are still dealing with surface relationships, rather than the articulated structure of essence. With many capitals, we have entered the sphere of competition, the sphere that, Marx consistently argues in successive manuscripts, if we take as our starting point, leaves us the captive of the superficial, the appearances rather than the inner structure of the relations of production. See below. In the sphere of being, the negativity of finite reality can only be posited as a limit, that is, as what distinguishes something from its other. We are in a world of subsistent things whose distinctness consists in the limits separating them. This means that their necessary unity, necessary because relation to other is the mode by which being differentiates itself, arises from their interaction. The one gives rise to the many and the latter's unity consists in their mutual repulsion and attraction. Similarly, for Marx, the unity of capital consists in the interaction of competing many capitals. But the employment of their categories is far from unproblematic. For Hegel the external is conceptless, begrifflos, in two related senses. First, the external is unconceptualized, the inner connections that form its essence have not been articulated and therefore reality appears unrelated. This could perhaps be called the epistemological sense of externality. Externality, however, is also the externalization of the concept, the point at which it passes over into reality, thereby becoming self-estranged, as in nature. This, if you like, is the ontological sense of externality. Of course, for Hegel the two senses are not really separable. The inner connections that once articulated reveal the structure of externality are simultaneously the means by which the concept resumes reality back into its now self-conscious spiritual unity. But it is important to keep the two separate from Marx's point of view, as he makes clear in the 1857 introduction and the afterword to the second German edition of Capital, I. Marx himself, however, does not always make the distinction. Sometimes it seems as if the realm of many capitals, of competition, is the realization of the concept of capital in general elaborated previously. Competition merely expresses as real, posits as an external necessity, that which lies within the nature of capital. G. 651. We see a similar ambiguity in the highly Hegelian expression Marx often resorts to in the Grundrisse of positing the presupposition, Setzen die Voraussetzung. One of Hegel's preoccupations is with the self-justification of logic as an absolute science dependent on no presuppositions. Hence he starts the science of logic with being as a pure, abstract, undifferentiated and unmediated unity, but from which all the categories can be developed thanks to the activity of determinate negation, which operates thanks to the flaw inherent in every concept. This process is the self-development of the content because it is driven by internal contradiction, but it involves the progressive positing of the various determinations that are required to provide the abstract starting point with both concrete content and rational support. Not only is this a process of internal differentiation, through the positing of the presuppositions the starting point becomes rationally grounded. The circular movement of the dialectic reflects this process through which being simultaneously generates its concrete content and achieves its retrospective justification. In this advance the beginning thus loses the one-sidedness that it has when determined as something immediate and abstract, it becomes mediated, and the line of scientific forward movement consequently turns into a circle. It also follows that what constitutes the beginning, because it is something still undeveloped and empty of content, is not yet truly known at that beginning, and that only science, and science fully developed, is the completed cognition of it, replete with content and finally truly grounded. GL 4917. Hegel's conception of positing has the same ambiguity as that of externality. The term posit, Setzen, plays an important role in the philosophical writing of Hegel's slightly older contemporary Fichte, who developed a theory of absolute subjectivity in which the self posits both itself and its other. Dieter Henrich writes, Setzen has a richness of connotations, and Fichte constantly plays with them. For instance, to posit implies to constitute something, to establish it originally as a state that comes into being by way of the establishment of its constitution. Another association with Setzen is the word law, Gesetz, and still another is investiture, Einsetzung, in the sense of a ruler or prelate being invested. 18. Michael Inwood identifies the key ambiguity in Hegel's own usage. To say that something is gesetzt, posited, has two implications, either of which may be dominant in a given context. 1. What is gesetzt is explicit or set out rather than implicit or in itself. 2. What is gesetzt is produced by or dependent on something else. Such positing can be either physical or conceptual. 19 So to posit a presupposition may be more than to state the dependence between two concepts, it may be really to produce the referent of the posited concept. Patrick Murray rightly notes that Marx does not follow Hegel in imagining a presupposition-less science. Marx does not leave the circle of Hegelian systematic dialectics unbroken. He objects to the presuppositionlessness of Hegelian systematic dialectics and insists that science has premises, which he and Engels sketched in the German ideology. These premises are given by nature and are not themselves subject to being incorporated as results of some more cosmic systematic dialectic, reappear in Capital and testify to Marx's explicit and frequently reaffirmed divergence from strictly Hegelian systematic dialectics, at least as he, questionably, understood Hegel. 20. One could indeed go further and argue that Marx's theory presupposes, not just nature, but all the relations and mechanisms it posits as existing independently as the real premises of his theory. But he does not therefore abandon the Hegelian usage of positing the presupposition, notably in this important passage in the Grundrisse. The conditions and presuppositions of the becoming, of the arising, of capital presuppose precisely that it is not yet in being but merely in becoming. They therefore disappear as real capital arises, capital which itself, on the basis of its own reality, posits the conditions for its realization. These presuppositions, which originally appeared as conditions of its becoming, and hence could not spring from its action as capital, now appear as results of its own realization, reality, as posited by it, not as conditions of its arising, but as results of its presence. It no longer proceeds from presuppositions in order to become, but rather it is itself presupposed, and proceeds from itself to create the conditions of its maintenance and growth. G. 459-60. The substantive point that Marx is making is developed considerably further in Capital, I, parts 7 and 8, on the accumulation of capital. In the Grundrisse it allows him to copper bottom the claim he has already made in the 1857 introduction that the categories must be studied according to the role they play in the functioning of the capitalist mode of production rather than their historical genesis, in order to develop the laws of bourgeois economy. Therefore, it is not necessary to write the real history of the relations of production. But the correct observation and deduction of these laws, as having themselves become in history, always leads to primary equations, like the empirical numbers e.g. in natural science, which point towards a past lying behind this system. G. 460-461. These reflections precede the foreman, Marx's discussion of pre-capitalist forms of production. 21. But there remains this idea that capital creates its own presuppositions. Here is how Marx restates the idea, without the Hegelian terminology, in Capital, I. It is not enough that the conditions of labor are concentrated at one pole of society in the shape of capital, while at the other pole are grouped masses of men who have nothing to sell but their labor power. Nor is it enough that they are compelled to sell themselves voluntarily. The advance of capitalist production develops a working class which by education, Tradition and habit looks upon the requirements of that mode of production as self-evident natural laws. The organization of the capitalist process of production, once it is fully developed, breaks down all resistance. The constant generation of a relative surplus population keeps the law of supply and demand of labor, and therefore wages, within narrow limits which correspond to capital's valorization requirements. The silent compulsion, Zhuang, of economic relations sets the seal on the domination of the capitalist over the worker. Direct extra-economic force, Außerokonomische, unmittelbare Gewalt, is still of course used, but only in exceptional cases. In the ordinary run of things, the worker can be left to the natural laws of production. It is possible to rely on his dependence on capital, which springs from the conditions of production themselves, and is guaranteed in perpetuity by them. It is otherwise during the historic genesis of capitalist production. The rising bourgeoisie needs the power of the state, and uses it to regulate wages, to force them into the limits suitable for making a profit, to lengthen the working day, and to keep the worker himself at his normal level of dependence. This is an essential aspect of so-called primitive accumulation. C. 899-900. The thought then is that the normal functioning of capitalist economic relations tends to generate the conditions of their reproduction. The Grundrisse version alarmed Edward Thompson, who sees in the idea of capital positing its presuppositions and organicist structuralism. Ultimately an idea of capital unfolding itself, from which many activities and relations, of power, of consciousness, sexual, cultural, normative, are excluded. 22 In the last passage cited, Marx invokes both economic mechanisms, the reserve army of labor, and a broader process of socialization, education, tradition and habit, to explain why the silent compulsion of economic relations replaces direct coercion in subordinating labor to capital. Much more would need to be said, particularly about the latter, for this argument to be persuasive and capable of addressing Thompson's objection, but it certainly doesn't depend in any way on an idea of capital unfolding itself. 23 Even the Grundrisse passage has the felicitous comparison of the relics of the historical formation of capitalism with the empirical constants in the physical sciences, which cuts across any suggestion that the positing of the presuppositions is a movement from concept to reality. The presence of historical remnants is a sign of the recalcitrance of the material. But the assimilation of the conceptual and the real built into Hegel's conception of positing the presupposition is a potential source of confusion. 24. Marx from time to time signals his concern about the misleading effects of an over-reliance on Hegelian categories. For example, he writes in the Urtext of the 1859 contribution, using another of Hegel's favorite terms, Voraussetzen, to proposit or presuppose. It is made quite definite at this point that the dialectical form of presentation is right only when it knows its own limits. The examination of the simple circulation shows us the general concept of capital, because within the bourgeois mode of production the simple circulation itself exists only as proposited by capital and as propositing it. The exposition of the general concept of capital does not make it an incarnation of some eternal idea, but shows how in actual reality, merely as a necessary form, it has yet to flow into the labor-creating exchange value, interproduction resting on exchange value. CW 29, 505. This passage is particularly interesting because it comes in a text that in some ways shows Marx it as most Hegelian, seeking to deduce capital from money, a move criticized in the next section. The worries expressed in passages like this do not lead him ever to abandon Hegelian categories. Consider, for example, the following criticism of the political economists in Capital, 2, edited from late manuscripts. One confuses the economic determination of form, die ökonomische Formbestimmtheit, which arises from the circulation of value with an objective property, as if objects which in themselves are not capital at all but rather become so only under definite social conditions could in themselves and in their very nature be capital in some definite form, fixed or circulating. Me. 164, translation modified. 25 As Isaac Rubin points out, the Hegelian concept of Formbestimmtheit is consistently used by Marx to designate what is distinctive to his conception of the economic, the forms and functions constitutive of a specific set of production relations. 26 Thus in the 1861-63 manuscript he refers explicitly to the form determination, Formbestimmtheit, the definite social relation of production, CW 30, 117, translation modified. Or again, when criticizing Ricardo's confused treatment of fixed and circulating capital, he comments, "What is at issue here is not a set of definitions, Definitionen, under which things are to be subsumed. It is rather definite functions, bestimmte Funktionen, that are expressed in definite categories, bestimmte Kategorien, G. 303, Translation modified. Nevertheless, the overall structure of Marx's argument shifts away from the Hegelian forms that he originally adopted. Thus in the preceding chapter we encountered Fred Mosley's interpretation of capital through the lens of the Hegelian categories of universality/particularity/singularity. As we saw there, this interpretation draws attention to the role that logic plays in helping Marx to develop his critique of Ricardo, and in this respect it is valuable. But it has limits. The passage from the Grundrisse where Marx most explicitly invokes the categories of universal/particularity/singularity includes under singularity 1. Capital as credit. 2. Capital as stock capital. 3. Capital as money market, g. 275. But capital, 3, does not conclude in this way. Instead, finance and credit are covered in Part 5, which is followed by Part 6 on rent and Part 7 on the different forms of class incomes. As Jacques Bidet puts it. Contrary, therefore, to what Marx foresaw in his initial plans, these categories of universal/particular/singular cease to organize the exposition and prescribe a hierarchical order between the various moments. There is no genuine universal relation, but a dominant and global one. Particularity is omnipresent, but it is diverse, cannot be united as particularity, and is thus not theoretically pertinent. Singularity dissolves into a range of different relations. 27. Mosley himself in effect concedes the point when he writes, in Hegel's singularity, a particular form is the perfect embodiment of the true nature of the universal, whereas for Marx, credit capital is the opposite of the true nature of capital, it is the most fetishized form of capital, which makes it appear as if interest comes from capital itself, without any relation to labor in the production process. 28 In other words, Marx in Capital does not conceive the financial markets as the concrete universal in Hegel's terms. In the case of interest-bearing capital, the normal formula of capital, MCM, is reduced to MM. Capital appears to expand without investing in means of production and in the labor power that alone creates new value by using these means to produce commodities. In interest-bearing capital, the capital relationship reaches its most externalized, auserlicht, and fetishized form. Here we have MM, money that produces more money, self-valorizing value, without the process that mediates the two extremes. Chai. 515, translation modified. Marx elaborates in a passage we have already encountered, the fetish character of capital and the representation of this capital fetish is now complete. In MM we have the concept less, begreiflos, form of capital, the inversion and objectification, Verkehrung and Versachlichung, of the relations of production, in its highest power, Chai. 516. So, unlike Hegel's concrete universal, which with undimmed clearness finds itself at home in its antithesis, the financial markets are characterized in Capital by the absence of the concept. This indicates the fundamental structural difference between Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital. The movement of the science of logic is one of internalization. The inner connection that forms the ground of reality is developed out of the externalization of being innocence. This internal connection is progressively articulated as the spiritual unity of the concept in the third book of the Logic. It is through the concept's retrospective comprehension of this process as its own self-formation, Erinnerung, that this internalization is effected. Thus Hegel writes, the restoration of their form and matter's original identity is the inner recollection, Erinnerung, of their exteriorization, GL. 393. The same path is taken by the Phenomenology, which concludes an absolute spirit's retrospective survey of the different forms of consciousness, or spirits, through which it is constituted. The final paragraph declares, the goal, absolute knowing, or spirit that knows itself as spirit, has for its path the recollection, Erinnerung, of the spirits as they are in themselves and as they accomplish the organization of their realm. Hegel goes on to say that the historical unfolding of these different forms of consciousness and their philosophically comprehended organization in the Phenomenology, comprehended history, form alike the inwardizing and the Calvary of absolute spirit, die begreiften Geschichte, bilden die Erinnerung und die Schadelstadt des absoluten Geistes. 29. By contrast, the structure of Capital is that of a process of progressive externalization. This is a theme to which Marx constantly returns in Capital, 3. Thus towards the end of the book he reflects on the distorting effects of circulation and competition. In Volume 2, of course, we had to present this sphere of circulation only in relation to the determinations of Formbestimmungen, it produces, to demonstrate the further development of the form of capital that takes place in it. In actuality, Wirklichkeit, however, this sphere is the sphere of competition, which is subject to accident in each individual case, where the inner law that prevails through the accidents and governs them is visible only when these accidents are combined in large numbers, so that it remains invisible and incomprehensible to the individual agents of production themselves. Further, however, the actual, wirkliche, production process, as the unity of the immediate, unmittelbaren, production process and the process of circulation, produces new configurations, Gestalten, in which the threads of the interconnection get more and more lost, mehr und mehr die Ederdaenen Zusammenhangs verloren 8, the relations of production becoming independent of one another and the components of value ossifying into independent forms. Chai, 966-967, translation modified. The disappearance of the threads of the interconnection is a function of the ways in which the surplus value created in production is transformed and fragmented thanks, crucially, to competition. Thus the presentation of the rate of profit, the ratio of surplus value to the total capital advanced, in Capital, 3, Part 1, represents a first step in this process of externalization. In surplus value the relationship between capital and labor is laid bare. In the relationship between capital and profit, between capital and surplus value as it appears on the one hand as an excess over the cost price of the commodity realized in the circulation process and on the other hand as an excess determined more precisely by its relationship to the total capital. Capital appears as a relationship to itself, a relationship in which it is distinguished as an original sum of value, from a new value that it posits. It appears to consciousness as if capital creates this new value in the course of its movement through the production and circulation processes. But how this happens is now mystified, and appears to derive from hidden qualities that are inherent in capital itself. The further we trace out the valorization process of capital, the more is the capital relationship mystified and the less are the secrets of its internal organization laid bare. Chai, 139. This process of externalization is crucially a consequence of the new forms that arise through the circulation process. In the circulation process, as we have already shown, the production of surplus value, and of value in general, assumes new characteristics. Capital runs through the cycle of its transformations, and finally it steps as it were from its inner organic life into its external relations, aus einem innerorganischen Leben in a swartige Lebensverhältnisse, relations where it is not capital and labor that confront one another, but on the one hand capital, and on the other individuals as simple buyers and sellers once again. Chai, 135-30. The transformation of values into prices of production, presented in Part 2, and crucial, as we have seen, in Marx's ability to advance beyond Ricardo, represents a further step in this process. Now capital's appropriate surplus value in proportion to their size, and the actual extraction of surplus value in production is further concealed. The price of production is already a completely externalized and prima facie conceptless form, ganz veraußerlicht und prima facie begreiflos form, of commodity value, and is therefore in the consciousness of the vulgar capitalist and consequently also in that of the vulgar economist. Chai, 300, translation modified. And externalization continues with the fragmentation of surplus value into industrial and commercial profit, rent, and interest. The Trinity formula, according to which these forms of revenue correspond to the productive contribution of different factors of production, is the ideological apex of this process. Marx discusses it at the beginning of the concluding Part 7 of Capital, 3, the revenues and their sources. Capital profit, or better still capital interest, land ground rent, labor wages, this economic trinity is the connection between the components of value and wealth in general and its sources, completes the mystification of the capitalist mode of production, the reification, Vertinglichung, of social relations, and the immediate coalescence of the material relations of production with their historical and social determination, Geschichtliche Sozialen Bestimmtheit, the bewitched, inverted and topsy-turvy world haunted by Monsieur Le Capital and Madame La Terre, who are at the same time social characters and mere things. Die Verzauberte, Verkehrte und auf den Kopf gestellt Welt, wo Monsieur Le Capital und Madame La Terre als Sozialcharaktere und zugleich unmittelbare als Blastinge ihren Spuk treiben. Chai, 968-9, Mive, 830, translation modified 31. It is in this light that we must understand Marx's own preferred subtitle for Capital, 3, Gestaltungen des Gesamtprozesses, figures of the process as a whole. The volume is devoted to analyzing the specific configurations taken by the externalized forms of capital relations of production. Of course, Capital, 3, is unfinished. But we know how Marx intended it to end. He wrote to Engels on April 30, 1868, "Finally, Since those three items, wages, rent, profit, interest, constitute the sources of income of the three classes of landowners, capitalists and wage laborers, we have the class struggle, as the conclusion in which the movement and disintegration of the whole shit resolves itself, CW 43, 26. So rather than closing in on the unity of the concept, capital opens out onto the class struggle. One of the weaknesses of many Hegelian interpretations of capital is that they ignore the fact that Hegel was himself, like Marx after him, an attentive reader of political economy, and that he developed a complex analysis of civil society as the sphere in which the infinitely expanding subjective desires of modern individuals can be realized, but which leads to a destabilizing polarization of wealth and poverty. Hegel's logic is thereby disjoint from his social philosophy. 32 He argues in his philosophy of right, the inner dialectic of society drives it, or in the first instance this specific society, to go beyond its own confines and look for consumers, and hence the means it requires for subsistence, in other nations which lack those means of which it has a surplus or which generally lag behind it in creativity, etc. This process leads to the development of international trade, with all its fluidity, danger, and destruction, and to the establishment of colonies for the surplus population of civil society. Through their representations and reflections, human beings expand their desires, which do not form a closed circle like animal instinct, and extend them to false infinity. But on the other hand, deprivation and want are likewise boundless, and this confused situation can be restored to harmony only through the forcible intervention of the state. Thus, while Hegel sees modern societies as liable to inherent economic and social contradictions that went unrecognized by Smith and Ricardo, he argues that the state, which is objective spirit, so that it is only through being a member of the state that the individual himself has objectivity, truth, and ethical life, represents a moment of reconciliation in which these antagonisms can at least be contained. 33 Quite unlike Marx's critique of political economy, Hegel's dialectic of civil society concludes in the harmony established by the state. Given this fundamental difference of structure from the logic and the philosophy of right, Marx's resort to Hegelian categories is best seen as a philosophical cannibalization. His critique of political economy is not simply directed at the theories of the political economists, it implies also a critique of the concept of science presupposed by these theories. Only Hegel offered a critique of this concept of science and the epistemology it involved. Marx then extracted categories from the logic to set them to work, but in a fairly pragmatic way. This is true even in the manuscript most deeply indebted to Hegel, the Grundrisse, where, in order to conceptualize the relation between capital and general and many capitals, Marx draws on categories from the doctrines of being, repulsion and attraction, and of essence, inner and outer. And as he revises and reformulates his concepts across successive manuscripts, his distance from the logic grows. Thus the dialectic of universality/particularity/singularity undoubtedly helped Marx think through the difference between his method and Ricardo's. But, as we have seen, by the time he reaches the 1863-5 manuscript, it no longer functions as a rising from the abstract to the concrete. The formula of rising from the abstract to the concrete as the scientifically correct method put forward by Marx in the 1857 introduction functions there as a slogan, although one with tremendous resonances thanks to its source in the science of logic. I have already said that it does in fact accurately summarize how Marx, in the light of the extended methodological discussions in the 1861-63 manuscript, actually proceeds in Capital. But what does this involve more precisely? The method of Capital is effectively that of the progressive introduction of increasingly complex determinations. Commentators sometimes distinguish between the oppositions abstract/concrete and simple/complex. I'm dubious that this can be made out successfully. Gérard Duménil calls this process toast abstraction, a concretization constructed element by element, and Fred Mosley the sequential determination of the key variables'. 34 Thus Marx starts in Capital, Part 1, with the commodity and money before introducing in Part 2 the more complex category of capital. This process continues across successive volumes, culminating in Marx's exploration of the configurations of externalization in Capital, 3. The earlier and more abstract concepts serve to explain the later and more concrete ones. This is very clear in the overall structure of capital. The formation of value and surplus value and the accumulation of capital in the immediate process of production, Volume I, has explanatory priority over the circulation of capital, Volume II, and the unity of production and circulation, Volume III. Moreover, the concrete figures studied in Capital, 3, are mystified only if considered in their own terms, which means from the perspective of competition. Take, for example, the following discussion of the rate of profit. Surplus value and the rate of surplus value are, relative to this, the invisible essence to be investigated, das Unsichtbare und das zu erforschen Wesentliche, whereas the rate of profit and hence the form of surplus value as profit are visible surface phenomena, der Oberfläche der Erscheinungen zeigen. As far as the individual capitalist is concerned, it is evident enough that the only thing that interests him is the ratio of the surplus value, the excess value which he receives from selling his commodities, to the total capital advanced for the production of these commodities, whereas not only do the specific ratios of this excess value to the particular components of his capital, and its interconnections, innere Zusammenhang, with them, not interest him, but it is actually in his interest to disguise these particular ratios and interconnections. Even though the excess value of the commodity over its cost price arises in the immediate process of production, it is only in the circulation process that it is realized, and it appears all the more readily to derive from the circulation process inasmuch in actuality, the world of competition, on the actual market, in der Wirklichkeit, innerhalb der Konkurrenz, auf dem wirtschaftlichen Markt, it depends on market conditions, Marktverhältnissen, whether or not this excess is realized and to what extent. Chai 134 Translation modified. One very important point that emerges here is that the mystification involved in the rate of profit is functional from the perspective of the individual capitalist. This theme, that the externalized forms of appearance of the capital relation are real and necessary, recurs in Capital 3, and I return to it in the next section. Of more immediate relevance here is that surplus value is the invisible essence relative to which the visible surface phenomena can be explained. So notice that Marx in a passage cited a little earlier says that price of production is prima facie conceptless. In other words, once situated within Marx's value theory such externalized forms acquire their concept, that is, they can be explained. The significance of Marx of the distinction between value and price of production is that it permits an advance in the understanding of how the law of value governs concrete market phenomena. Explanation on this method thus means something like being placed correctly in the system of concepts that together form the theory of the capitalist mode of production. It is worth underlining here that the distinction between abstract and concrete, and indeed between all the different determinations, is one between concepts. To return to a contrast drawn in the preceding section, Marx's concept of externality is epistemological, not ontological. The relationship between the different determinations is not one between the concept and its realization, but between different levels of a system of concepts. In this sense the relations arrived at in Capital 3, Part 7, the Trinity formula, etc., are no longer external. In Capital they have been woven into a wider set of conceptual connections that demonstrates their necessity. Their externality consists in their isolation and definition as the object of political economy by the vulgar economists who rejected Ricardo's value theory. The distinction between inner and external connections refers to the places of the concepts concerned within Marx's theory. This conceptual grasp of the Gesamtprozess is not the same as Hegelian Erinnerung, for here there is a bifurcation between the conceptual and the real, not their fusion. The same is true of abstract and concrete more generally. These aren't properties that somehow inhere in concepts. Let's take as paradigmatic examples of abstract and concrete the concepts of value and price of production. In what sense is one abstract and the other concrete? Certainly the concept of value isn't vaguer than that of price of production. It is a determinate concept involving a fairly clear specification of what value is and what it means for a commodity to sell at its value. Nor is the relation of value and price of production one of genus and species. The extension of the two concepts is the same, the difference lying in the fact that in the case of the price of production surplus value is apportioned to capitals on the basis of the general rate of profit rather than of the rate of profit on their own capital. 35 Nor is the relation one between thought and reality such that the abstract value provides a theoretical model of the concrete reality, price of production. Price of production is, to use the vocabulary of the 1857 introduction, a concrete in thought, defined in terms of the theoretical discourse of capital rather than some reference to the reality beyond the theory. Abstract and concrete are a matter of the places concepts occupy within this discourse. As Bidet puts it, the abstract/concrete relationship is to be understood as something within the totality of thought that the theory provides. It is an ordering relationship within the theoretical apostrophe. 36. If the movement from abstract to concrete is thus something that unfolds within thought, how does Marx's theoretical discourse acquire factual content? Hegel's solution, namely that this very movement unfolds the content implicit in the categories themselves by means of determinate negation, is ruled out since it is dependent on the teleology that is the vehicle of Hegel's absolute idealism. Equally, however, Marx's method is inconsistent with the classical conception of science, where a theory is conceived as a deductive system whose content is implicit in its premises and is then made explicit through the subsumption of particulars under the covering laws included in the premises. It follows that the process of dosed abstraction involves at each stage the introduction of new content that is not presented earlier in the process. To be more precise, by the time that Marx writes the manuscripts that have come down to us as Capital, he has rejected the idea, common to both Hegel and the classical conception of science, that the content of a science is implicit in its starting point. This way of proceeding is something that Marx achieves rather than using from the start. The methodological shift is clearest in Marx's discussion of the relationship between money and capital. In both the Grundrisse and the Urtext of the 1859 contribution he seeks to derive capital from money. In both texts, the Urtext takes over quite a lot of material from the Grundrisse. Marx's analysis of the different forms and functions of money concludes with: money as universal material representative of wealth emerges from circulation, and is as such itself a product of circulation, both of exchange at a higher potentiality, and a particular form of exchange. It stands independent of circulation, but this independence is only its own process. It derives from it just as it returns to it again. In this character it is just as much its precondition as its result. Its independence is not the end of all relatedness to circulation, but rather a negative relation to it. This comes from its independence as a result of MCCM. G 216-217. So here money takes the autonomous form of self-expanding value, expressed in an early version of the general formula for capital, MCM. Marx develops this thought most fully in the concluding section 6 of chapter 2, Money, in the Urtext, Transition to Capital. The following passage sums up his argument. As a form of universal wealth, as exchange value become independent, money is incapable of any other movement but the quantitative one to expand itself. By concept it is the essence of all the use values but its quantitative limits, as the limits of what is always merely a definite magnitude of value, a definite sum of gold and silver, is in contradiction with its quality. That is why rooted in its nature is a constant drive to go beyond its own limits. So, fixed as wealth, as the universal form of wealth, as value that counts as value, money is a constant drive to go beyond its quantitative limits and endless process. Its own viability consists exclusively in this: it preserves itself as self-important value, Vorsichtgeltender Wert, distinct from use value only when it continually multiplies itself by means of the process of exchange itself. The active value is only a surplus value positing value. CW 29 495, 496. The thought then is that money can only sustain its role as the universal representative of wealth if it assumes the form of capital and therefore seeks constantly to expand quantitatively through the extraction of surplus value, a process that, as Marx goes on to argue in both texts, requires the purchase and exploitation of labor power. Money, as capital, is now objectified labor, irrespective of whether it possesses the form of money or of a particular commodity. None of the reified modes of being of labor confronts capital, but each of them appears as a possible mode of its existence which it can assume through a simple change of form, passage from the form of money into the form of commodity. The only opposite of reified labor is unreified labor, and the opposite of objectified labor, subjective labor. Or, the opposite of past labor, which exists in space, is living labor, which exists in time. As the presently existing unreified, and so also not yet objectified, labor, it can be present only as the power, potentiality, ability, as the labor capacity of the living subject. The opposite of capital is the independent, firmly self-sufficient objectified labor as living labor capacity itself, and so the only exchange by means of which money can become capital is the exchange between the possessor of capital and the possessor of the living labor capacity, the worker. CW 29 502. It's worth noting that this argument really has the form of a hypothetical inference. If money is to function as the universal representative of wealth, then it must take the form of self-expansion of value, which itself requires the appropriation of the worker's living labor. In other words, the deduction is a conditional one rather than the kind of immanent conceptual drive that is supposed to prompt us from one determination to another in Hegel's logic. In any case, this argument disappears in the 1859 contribution and only figures very briefly in the 1861-63 manuscript, which Marx intended as a continuation of the chapters on the commodity and money in the former book. The manuscript starts with the general formula of capital, during a discussion of which he throws in the highly Hegelian remark that the more the quantity of exchange value or money is increased, the more it corresponds to its concept, CW 3019. But Part 2 of Capital, the transformation of money into capital, contains not a hint of this kind of conceptual derivation. Marx analyzes the general formula of capital, MCM, and goes on critically to examine mainstream explanations of the self-expansion of capital, and in particular the idea of profit on alienation, arguing that this can only hold in specific cases where commodities are sold above their value, but not in general. This analysis leads him to conclude the transformation of money into capital has to be developed on the basis of the immanent laws of the exchange of commodities in such a way that the starting point is the exchange of equivalents, even though the capitalist emerges from the circuit with more money than he originally invested. These are the conditions of the problem. Hic Rhodus, hic salta. C. 268-937. The solution comes in the existence of a commodity whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption is therefore itself an objectification, Vergegenstandlichung, of labor. The possessor of money does find such a special commodity on the market, the capacity for labor, Arbeitsvermögen, in other words labor power, Arbeitskraft, c. 269. What is noteworthy about this version of the movement from money to capital is that Marx simply introduces first MCM and then the purchase and sale of labor power successively as new determinations without any attempt to deduce them from the preceding determinations. Bidet puts it like this: the procedure followed is no longer a dialectic of forms, nor a logical deduction, but a specific mode of progression that, by recourse to the ordinary experience contained in the formula MCM, and the critique based on the categorical results of Part 1, is able to provide the means of presenting the new determinations, those of the capitalist relations of production. 38. There is in fact a problem with how Bidet puts it here that is best brought out by considering Heinrich's assertion that an intrinsic necessary relationship between money and capital must be revealed. He criticizes Marx's abandonment of the deduction of capital from money and capital. With this omission, Marx abetted the interpretations that contrast a market economy and capital as separate things. 39. This opens the door to something like a socialist market economy. 40. Heinrich may have in mind Bidet's work, which particularly subsequent to his study of capital has developed the argument that Part 1 of Capital, I, Commodities and Money, presents a general theory of a market economy of which capitalism is merely one possible realization. 41. But this is an interpretation that demonstrably contradicts Marx's own view that the object of capital is the capitalist mode of production. Thus he explicitly rejects Torrens's view, discussed in Chapter 2, that the law of value only obtains prior to the accumulation of capital, writing, "The product wholly assumes the form of a commodity only, as a result of the fact that the entire product has to be transformed into exchange value and that also all the ingredients necessary for its production enter it as commodities. In other words, it wholly becomes a commodity only with the development and on the basis of capitalist production." CW 32265. The italicized sentence in the following passage is one of many where Marx makes it clear that Part 1 of Capital, I, is as much about capitalism as the rest of the 3 volumes. The prerequisite, the starting point, of the formation of capital and of capitalist production is the development of the product into a commodity, commodity circulation and consequently money circulation within certain limits, and consequently trade developed to a certain degree. It is as such a prerequisite that we treat the commodity, since we proceed from it as the simplest element in capitalist production. On the other hand, the product, the result of capitalist production, is the commodity. What appears as its element is later revealed to be its own product. Only on the basis of capitalist production does the commodity become the general form of the product, and the more this production develops, the more do the products in the form of commodities enter into the process as ingredients. CW 32 300-301 italics added in final sentence. So the pattern of economic relations that Marx analyzes in Part 1 of Capital, I, prevails only where the capitalist mode of production is dominant. Moreover, all the categories of capital have as their object the capitalist mode of production. They do so as a totality. Let's recall that in the 1857 introduction Marx calls the concrete as a rich totality of many determinations and relations, the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the diverse, g. 100, 101. The implication is that it is a mistake to isolate specific categories and relate them to reference abstracted from the real totality. The categories refer to the capitalist mode collectively. This is as true of those presented in Volume 1, Part 1, as it is, say, of those through which Marx analyzes financial markets in Volume 3, Part 5. Whether or not the later categories are in some way implicit in their predecessors is irrelevant, since all have same referent. Therefore Heinrich is mistaken when he argues that Marx's abandonment of the attempt to derive capital from money prevents him from ruling out market socialism. There is, with respect to Marx's method, Nothing special about the transition from money to capital. Each step in his analysis involves the presentation of a new determination that introduces further content and thereby contributes to an understanding of the capitalist mode of production as a totality. Althusser puts it very well. Far from proceeding by the auto-production of concepts, Marx's thought proceeds rather by the position of concepts, inaugurating the exploration, analysis, of the theoretical space opened and closed by this position, then by the position of a new concept, enlarging the theoretical field, and so on, up to the constitution of theoretical fields of an extreme complexity. 42. If Marx doesn't proceed by deduction, either conventional or Hegelian, how are the specific determinations connected? Is the move from one to the next merely arbitrary? 43. The answer is that the presentation of each determination poses a problem that is resolved by the next. Ilyankov treats the move from money to capital as exemplary of this approach. The axiomatic and unquestionable principle of Hegelian dialectics is that the entire system of categories must be developed from the immanent contradictions of the basic concept. If the development of commodity money circulation into capitalistic commodity circulation had been presented by an orthodox follower of Hegelian logic, he would have had to prove, in the spirit of this logic, that the immanent contradictions of the commodity sphere generate by themselves all the conditions under which value becomes spontaneously growing value. Marx adopts the reverse procedure. He shows that commodity money, however long it may go on within itself, cannot increase the overall value of commodities being exchanged. It cannot create by its movement any conditions under which money put into circulation would necessarily fetch new money. At this decisive point in the analysis, thought goes back again to the empirics of the capitalistic commodity market. It is in the empirics that the economic reality is found which transforms the movement of the commodity money market into production and accumulation of surplus value. Labor power is the only commodity which, at one and the same time, is included in the sphere of application of the law of value and, without any violation of this law, makes surplus value, which directly contradicts the law of value, both possible and necessary. 44. Frederick Jameson offers a more generalized account of Marx's procedure. One of the ways of reading capital, that is, of grasping the place of its individual analyses and propositions in the construction of the whole, lies in seeing it as a series of riddles, of mysteries and paradoxes, to which at the proper moment the solution is supplied. Unsurprisingly, this solution will be a dialectical one. It will not dissipate the strangeness of the initial paradox or antinomy by way of a dry and rational unmasking, but preserve the strangeness of the problem within the new strangeness of the dialectical solution. The elaboration of these riddles is of unequal length. They overlap, they find their denouements at unpredictable moments, in which from time to time the identity of some of the riddles with each other is unexpectedly revealed. 45. Competition, appearance and science. This way of thinking about capital, as a chain of problems, the solution to each of which drives us on to the next, has the great merit of capturing the intensive creative process involved in writing it, the constant construction and reconstruction of categories through which Marx developed, refined, and reworked his analysis. The chain pushes through the successive parts of the 1863-5 manuscript and of Capital, pointing beyond them to the books that Marx originally planned but was forced to abandon, and on to the efforts of later Marxists to develop his critique of political economy. One consequence of this process is that oppositions that were important at one stage of the project become less important later on. Thus take the distinction between capital in general and many capitals, as we have seen, so important in the Grundrisse. Roman Rozdilsky argues that the contrast continues to organize capital, whereas the first two volumes of Capital do not fundamentally go beyond the analysis of capital in general. The third volume is the place where competition, credit and share capital are introduced, in the originally envisaged order, even if not quite as extensively as Marx had intended at the outset. 46. Moseley also argues that he maintained these two basic levels of abstraction in his final manuscripts after 1863. Marx clearly did not abandon the distinction between the production and the distribution of surplus value in his theory, nor did he abandon the key quantitative premise of the prior determination of the total surplus value. Therefore he did not abandon the corresponding levels of abstraction of capital in general and competition. The subjects added to Volume 3 and the January 1863 outline are all related to the distribution of surplus value, which still belongs to the level of abstraction of competition. 47. The broad contrast that Moseley draws between the production of surplus value in Volume 1 and its distribution, and fragmentation, in Volume 3 seems to me correct. But it is hard to sustain the idea that competition is restricted to capital. 3. For one thing, Marx in a passage in the 1863-5 manuscript that we discussed in Chapter 1 denies that, This volume is concerned with credit and competition. These, more concrete forms of capitalist production 1, can only be depicted after the general nature of capital is understood, and 2, are outside scope of our work and belong to its possible continuation. Nonetheless, the phenomena referred to in the heading of this section can be treated here in general, Mega 22/4.2 For another, competition nevertheless plays an explanatory role at a crucial stage in the analysis in Capital. One of the most critical distinctions Marx draws in this volume is that between absolute and relative surplus value. These two ways of raising the rate of surplus value involve, respectively, lengthening the working day and reducing the share taken by replacing the value of labor power in the working day. The latter method, because it involves the technological transformation of the production process required to increase the productivity of labor, constitutes the real subsumption of labor under capital, as opposed to the merely formal subsumption where direct producers using unchanged technology become wage laborers employed by capital. C 1023-5 CW 34-428-9. But how exactly does higher productivity increase the rate of surplus value? In Capital, Chapter 12, The Concept of Relative Surplus Value, Marx offers what seems like two stories, the official and the unofficial. The official version focuses on the effect of raising productivity in consumption goods industries, which reduces the value of labor power and therefore, assuming that money wages fall accordingly, raises the rate of surplus value. But Marx then offers a strange disclaimer. The general and necessary tendencies of capital must be distinguished from their forms of appearance. While it is not our intention here to consider the way in which the immanent laws of capitalist production manifest themselves in the external movement of individual capitals, assert themselves as coercive laws of competition, and therefore enter into the consciousness of the individual capitalist as the motives which drive him forward, this much is clear: scientific analysis of competition is possible only if we grasp the inner nature of capital, just as the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies are intelligible only to someone who is acquainted with their real motion, which is not perceptible to the senses. Nevertheless, for the understanding of the production of relative surplus value, and merely on the basis of the results already achieved, we may add the following remarks. C 433. Marx then proceeds to show how an individual capital in any sector may, through technical innovation, reduce its costs of production below the average for that sector. This means that the individual value of its commodities are reduced below what Marx calls here their social value, but which he names as the market value in Capital, 3. In other words, in every sector competition establishes a norm of average efficiency that constitutes the socially necessary labor time required to produce a given type of commodity, represented by its market value. The innovating capital, if it sells its products at this market value, will reap a surplus profit over and above the prevailing average. Marx argues that it will in fact, in order to attract a sufficient market, charge a price lower than that equivalent to the market value but higher than the individual value, and thus still secure a surplus profit. The value of labor power falls as a proportion of the total value created, and hence the rate of surplus value for the individual capital rises. But this advantage is only temporary, since other capitals may copy the innovation and reduce their own costs. Once this happens on a sufficiently large scale, the sectoral norm of efficiency changes and the market value falls, eliminating the innovator's surplus profit but reflecting a higher level of labor productivity and technological development. Marx's summing up again implicitly disavows the significance of this unofficial story. The law of determination of value by labor time makes itself felt to the individual capitalist who applies the new method of production by compelling him to sell his goods under their social value. The same law, acting as a coercive law of competition, forces his competitors to adopt the new method. The general rate of surplus value is therefore ultimately affected by the whole process only when the increase in the productivity of labor has seized upon those branches of production and cheapened those commodities that contribute towards the necessary means of subsistence, and are therefore elements of the value of labor power. CI 436-48. These qualifications indicate Marx's discomfort about giving competition an explanatory role so early in his analysis. As Bidet observes, Marx's awkwardness is clear. He tries to resist the necessity forced upon him of dealing here with competition, but despite his denials and references to a later moment, he ends up well and truly engaged in a full exposition of the principles of competition within the branch. The thesis of the chapter, 12, which is that of the whole of Part 4, can be summed up in one phrase: there is in capitalism a historical tendency to relative surplus value, in other words to a relative decline in the value of labor power resulting from an increase in productivity in the branches producing wage goods, because there is a constant tension among capitalists in all branches, arising from the fact that none of them has any future unless they succeed in raising their productivity as rapidly as their competitors. To put it another way, the competitive relationship between capitalists, far from being a subsequent category whose natural place would be Volume 3, is involved right from the start in explaining the global movement of capital, the production of surplus value. 49. As Alfredo Saad-Filho also notes, Marx in fact deals with two types of competition. 50 in Capital, 3, he is concerned with inter-branch competition, in particular, the flow of capital between different sectors in response to fluctuations in profitability that leads to the formation of the general rate of profit. It is this form of competition that Dussel emphasizes when discussing Marx's crucial confrontation with the problem of rent in the 1861-63 manuscript. Competition is the movement of the totality of capital within which prices are leveled, equalized, oscillation means to level, make equal, and so an average level, Durchschnittsniveau, is produced in all branches of production. 51 But Marx also deals with intra-branch competition, which is initially a differentiating force, when an innovating capital lowers its costs below the sectoral average, thereby allowing it to undercut its rivals and secure a surplus profit. But this is also the process through which a new norm of average efficiency represented by market value is established, so differentiation serves ultimately, through the reactions of other capitals in the sector, a force of equalization, but at a more advanced productive level. Hence the importance of Marx's most systematic discussion of market value and capital, 3, Chapter 10, see Chapter 4. According to Bidet, what really breaks down in the process of elaboration of capital, beyond the articulation of capital in general and multiple capitals, is the very idea of many, which disappears because it divides into two kinds of multiplicity corresponding to two kinds of competition, within the branch and between branches, with each of these having its own proper moment of introduction, one in Volume 1, Part 4, the other in Volume 3, Part 2, on the formation of the general rate of profit. In short, the specific logic of the specific object that is capital does not call for the relegation of competition to Volume 3, but rather a more complex distribution of this determination. 52. So, rather than stick to the organizing principle of capital in general / many capitals, what Marx does in his later manuscripts is to widen the scope of capital in general. He is uneasy about this, in all probability for two reasons. First, he is determined to maintain the analytical priority of production over circulation, and bringing competition into the analysis of the process of production might seem to compromise this priority. Secondly, as we saw in Chapter 1, he is, as it were, systematically uncertain about how legitimate it is for him to cover material intended for later books in Capital. The following formulation laid in Capital, 3, is seen by some commentators as expressing the compromise Marx eventually hits on to justify broaching the subject of competition. The actual movement of competition lies outside our plan, and we are only out to present the internal organization of the capitalist mode of production, its ideal average, as it were, Chai 970. 53 But whatever ambivalence Marx continues to feel about this shouldn't be allowed to obscure how the movement from abstract to concrete ceases to be a set of global oppositions and becomes a much more differentiated process in which the introduction of new determinations continuously refines the analysis. Within this procedure, production retains its general priority over circulation, even though the unity of production and circulation is previewed in Capital, I, Chapter 12. The effect is to pull how Marx conceptualizes competition away from the idea common in the Grundrisse of it realizing the inner nature of capital to a very different stress on the dependence of the general tendencies of capital accumulation on competition, a thought also present in the Grundrisse, as this passage cited earlier in this chapter indicates. Competition is nothing more than the way in which the many capitals force the inherent determinants of capital upon one another and upon themselves. As Riccardo Bellafiore puts it, the originality of Marx's position, if it is translated into the later terminology, is not only in his macro-social foundation of microeconomics, but also in his careful analysis of the micro-competitive mechanism realizing the systemic tendency, that is, in his circular journey from macro to micro, and from micro to micro. 54. It should be noted that Marx discusses competition elsewhere in Capital, I, in Section 2 of Chapter 25, the general law of capitalist accumulation. Here he analyzes how the accumulation of capital leads to a rise in the organic composition of capital, the ratio of constant to variable capital, and also to the concentration and centralization of capital. The latter process involves respectively the growth in the size of individual capitals, concentration, and the absorption of smaller by larger capitals, centralization. The concentration of capital is a relatively slow process, and The increase of each functioning capital is thwarted by the formation of new capitals and the subdivision of old. Accumulation, therefore, presents itself on the one hand as increasing concentration of the means of production, and of the command over labor, and on the other hand as repulsion of many individual capitals from one another. This fragmentation of the total social capital into many individual capitals, or the repulsion of the fractions from each other, is counteracted by their attraction. It is concentration of capitals already formed, destruction of their individual independence, expropriation of capitalist by capitalist, transformation of many small into few large capitals. CI 776-7. As early as The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx writes, monopoly produces competition, competition produces monopoly, CW 6-195. But here in capital, I, the differences and relations between attraction, equals concentration, repulsion, equals fragmentation, and centralization are better explained than, for example, in the 1861-63 manuscript. In the French edition of Capital, I, Marx adds a much more detailed discussion of the centralization of capital, which he plainly regards a much more transformative force than mere concentration, which grows directly out of accumulation, or rather is identical with it. C. 776. Centralization demands organizational changes with the development of the joint stock company and allows large-scale investments such as those in the railways. But it in turn is dependent on a development of the two most powerful levers of centralization, competition and credit, c. 778-779. So here again we see Marx broaching topics that he had previously excluded from the scope of capital. His reason is once again their role in accounting for the fundamental tendencies of capital accumulation. And while in this way, e.g. the development of railway companies, centralization intensifies and accelerates the effects of accumulation, it simultaneously extends and speeds up those revolutions in the technical composition of capital which raise its constant portion at the expense of its variable portion, thus diminishing the relative demand for labor. C. 780-55. Marx's shift towards giving competition a place in capital, I, is related to another interesting feature of his discussion of relative surplus value, namely that it invokes the interests and intentions of individual actors. The innovating capitalist adopts a new technology with the aim of securing a surplus profit. That technology is generalized through the reactions of other capitalists. In Capital, 3, Part 3, Marx invokes the same mechanism to explain why capitalists make innovations that, by raising the organic composition of capital, bring down the rate of profit. No capitalist voluntarily applies a new method of production, no matter how much more productive it may be or how much it might raise the rate of surplus value, if it reduces the rate of profit. But every new method of production of this kind makes commodities cheaper. At first, therefore, he can sell them above their price of production, perhaps above their value. He pockets the difference between their costs of production and the market price of the other commodities, which are produced at higher production costs. This is possible because the average socially necessary labor time required to produce these latter commodities is greater than the labor time required with the new method of production. His production procedure is ahead of the social average. But competition makes the new procedure universal and subjects it to the general law. A fall in the profit rate then ensues, firstly perhaps in this sphere of production, and subsequently equalized with the others, a fall that is completely independent of the capitalist's will. Chai 373-374. See the almost identical passage in the 1861-63 manuscript CW 33 147-148. This form of reasoning provides an answer to the criticism made by Thompson that Marx tends to portray capital as a self-reproducing hypostasis, as well as to rational choice theorists such as John Elster who argue that capital lacks micro-foundations referring to the interests and intentions of individual actors. As a methodological individualist, Elster seeks to reduce social structures to the unintended effects of individual actions. 56 But the kind of analysis that Marx offers in his discussion of relative surplus value serves to integrate economic structures and individual agency without reducing either to the other. Bidet once again puts it very well. The reference to the tendencies of the system and the interests of the ruling class would be purely metaphysical if they were not linked to the question of the interests of the individuals who compose the system, and the compulsions that weigh on them as individuals, individual capitals personified, as Marx says, by their holders. Capitalism possesses no general tendency unless this is connected with what moves individuals, with the structure of interests and compulsions that the competitive relationship defines. This is the object of the theory of extra surplus value, which defines what constitutes the main dynamic of the capitalist structure, that through which it has a tendency, relative surplus value. This determination is just as inner, essential and primary is the general class articulation that makes the bourgeoisie bearer of a project and common interest, thus of a general tendency. 57. But of course the main dynamic of the capitalist structure is not visible to individual actors. Discussing the effects of competition on the behavior of prices, Marx makes a point that he repeats regularly in Capital, especially Volume 3. All these phenomena seem to contradict both the determination of value by labor time and the nature of surplus value as consisting of unpaid surplus labor. In competition, therefore, everything appears upside down, verkehrt. The finished configuration, Gestalt, of economic relations, as these are visible on the surface, in their actual, realen, existence, and therefore also in the notions with which the bearers and agents, Träger und Agenten, of these relations seek to gain an understanding of them, is very different from the configuration of their inner core, Kerngestalt, which is essential but concealed, and the concept corresponding to it. It is in fact the very reverse and antithesis of this. Chai 310. But the configurations encountered in competition are simultaneously inverted and functional. They have, in other words, a certain reality rather than being purely illusory. This is signaled at the very start of Capital, when, in presenting commodity fetishism, Marx writes, "Objects of utility become commodities only because they are the products of the labor of private individuals who work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact until they exchange the products of their labor, the special social characteristics of their private labors appear only within this exchange. In other words, the labor of the private individual manifests itself as an element of the total labor of society only through the relations which the act of exchange establishes between the products, and, through their mediation, between the producers. To the producers, therefore, the social relations between their private labors appear as what they are, they do not appear as direct social relations between persons in their work, but rather as material, Dinglich, relations between persons and social relations between things." See 165-166 italics added. In other words, the value relations governing the producers of commodities appear misleadingly as the socio-natural properties, gesellschaftliche Natureigenschaften, of these things, see 165, because these producers really are governed by the exchange of their products on the market. 58 Appearances are misleading, but also real. Hegel's distinction between Schein, sometimes translated as illusory being, but Schein in the latest English edition of the Science of Logic, and Erscheinung, appearance or phenomenon, is relevant here. According to Inwood, Schein is correlative to Wesen, essence. Essence shows or appears, shined, but itself remains hidden behind a veil of shine. By contrast, 1. Erscheinung is also the appearance of an essence, but the essence fully discloses itself in Erscheinung and keeps nothing hidden. 2. An Erscheinung is, like Schein, transient and dependent, but what it depends on and succumbs to is not, immediately at least, an essence but another Erscheinung. Hence Erscheinung, in contrast to Schein, is a diverse, interdependent and fluctuating whole or world. 3. Erscheinung contrasts primarily not with essence but concept or actuality, as what fully embodies the concept, and is contingent and fleeting rather than necessary, rational, and stable. 59. Essence must appear, GL 418. As Inwood puts it, for Hegel, the essence or nature of anything essentially manifests itself. It is only an essence in virtue of its manifestation, and the manifestation is as essential as the essence. 60. So, even if individual appearances are contingent and fleeting, their existence itself is not. Marx's own treatment of how capitalist relations appear draws on both the Hegelian categories Schein and Erscheinung. Schein, the inner connection, Marx says in numerous passages, is invisible, concealed, etc., behind the appearances. Erscheinung, the different externalized configurations, profit, interest, rent, etc., are related to each other, forming an inverted world. And what they are contrasted to involves a fusion of essence and concept, as in the passage cited a little earlier. That a finished configuration of economic relations is very different from the configuration of their inner core, which is essential but concealed, and the concept corresponding to it. 61. As forms of appearance, Erscheinungsformen, of capitalist production relations, derivative categories such as interest and rent are systematically misleading about the real nature of these relations. What above all disappears is the origins of the various forms of revenue and the extraction of surplus value in the immediate process of production. But Marx goes to great trouble to show that these forms are not therefore arbitrary or illusory. Near the end of Capital, 3, in chapter 50, the illusion created by competition, Der Schein der Konkurrenz, he presents 5 distinct mechanisms that lead working capitalists to treat the new value created by living labor as autonomous and mutually independent forms of revenue, namely wages, profit and ground rent, Chai 1007. The following passage gives a sense of his argument. The value determination is such interests and affects the individual capitalist, and capital in any particular sphere of production, only insofar as the diminished or increased amount of labor that is required with the rise or fall in the productivity of the labor producing the commodities in question enables him in the one case to make an extra profit at the existing market prices, while in the other case it compels him to increase the price of his commodities, since more wages, more constant capital, and hence more interest, falls to the share of each unit product or individual commodity. This interests him only insofar as it raises or lowers his own production costs for the commodity, only insofar as it places him in an exceptional position. Wages, interest and rent, on the other hand, appear to him as governing limits not only to the price at which he can realize the portion of the profit that accrues to him as a functioning capitalist, the profit of enterprise, but also the price at which he has to sell the commodity, if continuing reproduction is to be possible. It is a matter of complete indifference to him whether he realizes the value and surplus value contained in the commodity on its sale or not, as long as he extracts from the price the customary profit of enterprise, or greater profit, above the cost price as individually given for him by wages, interest and rent. Apart from the constant capital component, therefore, wages, interest and rent appear to him as the limiting elements to commodity price, and hence as creative and determining elements. Chai 1013. For the purposes of his daily calculations and decisions, the capitalist doesn't need to know about value and surplus value. Categories such as wages, profit, rent and interest serve simultaneously as ideological representations and as means of orienting his practical activities. Though, as Marx's denunciation of the Trinity formula indicates, they represent the apogee of fetishism, they at the same time have a social reality. This fascinating passage captures the duality. In this quite alienated form, Ganzen from date and form, of profit, and in the same measure as the form of profit hides its inner core, capital more and more acquires a material shape, sachliche Gestalt, is transformed more and more from a relationship into a thing, but a thing which embodies, which has absorbed, the social relationship, a thing which has acquired a fictitious life and autonomy, Selbstständigkeit, in relationship to itself, a sensuous supersensuous, sinnlich übersinnliches, entity in this form of capital and profit. It appears superficially as a ready-made presupposition. It is the form of its actuality, or rather its actual form of existence, die Form seine Wirklichkeit oder vielmehr seine wirkliche Existenzform. And it is the form in which it lives in the consciousness of its bearers, Träger, the capitalists, and is reflected in their representations, Vorstellungen. CW 32-484 translation modified. I have substantially changed the original, to be frank rather poor translation, partly in order to bring out that Marx associates the quite alienated form of profit with the Hegelian category of actuality, Wirklichkeit. For Hegel, actuality is the unity of essence and concrete existence in it, shapeless essence and unstable appearance, have their truth. GL 465, so, in being actual, profit and the other forms of revenue partake of the essential relations of the capitalist mode of production at the same time as, Mies representing them. Bidet puts it well, it is as function rather than illusion that ideology is strictly deduced as a categorial ensemble implied in a function defined by the structure, that of the capitalist acting in the competitive relationship '62. Thus, as Jameson notes, Marx's critique of fetishism locates the ideological, not in opinions or errors, worldviews or conceptual systems, but in the very process by which daily life is systematically reorganized on all its levels, the body and the senses, the mind, time, space, work process, and leisure, by that total quasi-programming process that is rationalization, commodification, instrumentalization, and the like. This is somehow a process without a subject. 63. The movement of externalization that capital traces is therefore not that from reality to illusion. Marx seeks rather to reconstruct the inner logic of a reality that encourages individual actors to accept representations that obscure this logic. As Stuart Hall puts it, the ideological categories in use position us in relation to the account of the process as depicted in the discourse they help to articulate and thereby lead us to accept a partial and one-sided explanation of the whole. 64 This is why starting from these representations is a scientific catastrophe. Vulgar political economy does nothing more than express in doctrinaire fashion this consciousness, that of the individual capitalist, which, in respect of its motives and notions, remains enthralled to the appearance of the capitalist mode of production. CW 32-486. The merit of the critical economists, and chief among them Ricardo, is that they seek to grasp the inner connection in contrast to the multiplicity of outward forms, though, as we have seen, classical economy is not interested in elaborating how the various forms come into being, but seeks to reduce them to their unity by means of analysis, because it starts from them as given premises. CW 32-498, 499, 500. Marx's own method is designed to overcome the defects of both approaches. It should be clear from the foregoing that Rosa Luxemburg was quite mistaken when she asserted in her critique of the reproduction schemes in Capital, 2, Part 3 that the analysis of individual capitals is given in Capital, Volume I'65. J.R. Spinazzi has repeated the same error more recently. Capital, Volume 1 comprises the analysis of the enterprise, of capitalist production, as an isolated entity, as individual capital. 66 in general, Capital concerns itself with aggregate social capital. The distinction between aggregate social capital and individual capitals is not posited in Capital, I, with the exception, as we have seen, of the analysis of relative surplus value in Chapter 12, about which Marx feels decidedly uneasy. The individual capitalist figures, as Marx makes amply clear, only as the personification of social capital, see Chapter 5. So, when individual capitalists and workers confront each other in Capital, I, it is as cases of social types, to exemplify the relationship between collective capital, e the class of the capitalists, and collective labor, e the working class, c 344, and on the basis that each individual capital forms only a fraction of the total social capital, key 427. It is only in Capital, 2, Part 1, on the basis of his analysis of the circuits of money, productive, and commodity capital that Marx is able to posit the distinction between individual capitals and aggregate social capital. He does so in the course of discussing the circuit of commodity capital, C, M, C, P, C, or C. C. Presupposes C, equals LMP, as other commodities in the hands of others, commodities which are drawn into the circuit and changed into productive capital by way of the opening process of circulation. Then, as a result of productive capital's function, C once again becomes the closing form of the circuit. But precisely because the circuit C presupposes in its description the existence of another industrial capital in the form C, equals LMP, it itself demands to be considered not only as the general form of the circuit, E as a social form in which every industrial capital can be considered, except in the case of its first investment, hence not only as a form of motion common to all individual capitals, but at the same time as the form of motion of the sum of individual capitals, E of the total social capital of the capitalist class, a movement in which the movement of any individual industrial capital appears as a partial one, intertwined with the others and conditioned by them. Key 176-7. Here P stands for production, L for labor power, and MP for means of production. Only now that the interrelationship of individual capitals has been posited can the reproduction of the aggregate social capital be analyzed, as Marx proceeds to do in Capital, 2, Part 3, where he explains. What we were dealing with in both Parts 1 and 2, however, was always no more than an individual capital, the movement of an autonomous part of the social capital. However, the circuits of individual capital are interlinked, they presuppose one another and condition one another, and it is precisely by being interlinked in this way that they constitute the movement of the total social capital, gesellschaftlichen Gesamtkapitals. What we have now to consider is the circulation of the individual capitals as components of the total social capital, the circulation process of this total social capital. Taken in its entirety, this circulation process is a form of the reproduction process. Key 429-430. Marx's analysis of the reproduction process in fact continues to treat individual capitals as tokens of general types, though these are now the two main departments of social production, I, means of production, and 2, means of consumption. It is only in Capital, 3, Part 2, when presenting the formation of the general rate of profit through flows between sectors where the organic composition of capital varies, that he explicitly posits the differences between capitals. Aggregate social capital remains the object of Marx's inquiry, but now he is providing himself with the conceptual tools needed to analyze its fractioning, as surplus value is broken up into industrial and commercial profit, interest, rent, etc., and its individualization as competing units of capital. Through this continuous process of dosed abstraction, Marx constantly integrates more empirical material into his analysis. Both Dussel and Ilyankov emphasize this aspect to his moves from one determination to another. And it is evident from even the briefest scan of Capital the extent to which it is based on the most intensive, and indeed unending, process of empirical study. But the incorporation of empirical material into specific determinations should be seen primarily as the way in which Marx adds fresh content to his analysis. It does not represent any kind of direct empirical corroboration of individual propositions. As I have already emphasized, Capital confronts its real object, the capitalist mode of production, as a totality. Marx himself makes this point in the celebrated letter to Kuhlmann of July 11, 1868, where he comments on a review of Capital, in Literarisches Centralblatt für Deutschland. The man is making the greatest concession possible by admitting that, if value means anything at all, then my conclusions must be conceded. The unfortunate fellow does not see that, even if there were no chapter on value at all in my book, the analysis I give of the real relations would contain the proof and demonstration of the real value relation. The chatter about the need to prove the concept of value arises only from complete ignorance both of the subject under discussion and of the method of science. Every child knows that any nation that stopped working, not for a year, but let us say, just for a few weeks, would perish. And every child knows, too, that the amounts of products corresponding to the differing amounts of needs demand differing and quantitatively determined amounts of society's aggregate labor. It is self-evident that this necessity of the distribution of social labor in specific proportions is certainly not abolished by the specific form of social production. It can only change its form of manifestation. Natural laws cannot be abolished at all. The only thing that can change, under historically differing conditions, is the form in which those laws assert themselves. And the form in which this proportional distribution of labor asserts itself in a state of society in which the interconnection of social labor expresses itself as the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. Where science comes in is to show how the law of value asserts itself. So, if one wanted to explain from the outset all phenomena that apparently contradict the law, one would have to provide the science before the science. It is precisely Ricardo's mistake that in his first chapter, on value, all sorts of categories that still have to be arrived at are assumed as given, in order to prove their harmony with the law of value. The vulgar economist thinks he has made a great discovery when, faced with the disclosure of the intrinsic interconnection, he insists that things look different in appearance. In fact, he prides himself in his clinging to appearances and believing them to be the ultimate. Why then have science at all? CW 4368-69. Marx is saying a number of things here. First, he is presenting the law of value, that commodities exchange in proportion to the socially necessary labor time required to produce them, as the specific form taken under capitalism of a trans-historical law requiring that labor be allocated to different branches of production to meet social needs. 67 Secondly, he is reaffirming the critique developed at length in the 1861-63 manuscript of Ricardo's abstract and deductive method and, correlatively, of the vulgar economist's insistence of sticking to the systematically misleading appearances. And finally he is offering a conception of science where validation does not arrive from establishing the truth of the premises, which is presumably what the reviewer was asking for when he demanded a proof of the labor theory of value at the start of Capital. To do so would be to provide the science before the science. One hears the echoes here of Hegel's critique of the classical deductive conception of science and insistence that the proof comes with the proposition. But Hegel can only be of limited help here because it is solely the self-movement of the concept through its different determinations that establishes the truth of the science. Marx too believes that the true is the whole. 68 But here truth is secured by the success of the theory in capturing the real object. The analysis I give of the real relations would contain the proof and demonstration of the real value relation. Marx offers no elaboration of what this might involve. But there is an interesting passage in a letter to Engels of August 9, 1862 where he explains the results of his critique of Rodbertus and Ricardo on rent. All I have to prove theoretically is the possibility of absolute rent, without infringing the law of value. This is the point round which the theoretical controversy has revolved from the time of the physiocrats until the present day. 2. As regards the existence of absolute rent, this would be a question that would require statistical solution in any country. But the importance of a purely theoretical solution may be gauged from the fact that for 35 years statisticians and practical men generally have been maintaining the existence of absolute rent, while the Ricardian theoreticians have been seeking to explain it away by the dint of very forced and theoretically feeble abstractions. Hitherto, I have invariably found that, in all such quarrels, the theoreticians have always been in the wrong. CW 41403. So here we have Marx, pupil of Hegel and critic of empiricism, siding with statisticians and practical men against the theoreticians. Implicit here is a conception of corroboration very similar to that offered by Elie Zahar to Lakatos's philosophy of science. Lakatos followed his teacher Karl Popper in arguing that scientific theories involve empirically falsifiable hypotheses. But he criticized Popper's tendency to compare isolated hypothesis and empirical evidence. What are tested, he contended, are scientific research programs, articulated systems of theories whose implicit structure, or heuristic, allowed the generation of new hypotheses. A research program is empirically progressive if it predicts a novel fact and if this prediction is corroborated. Zahar added the nuance that a fact will be considered as novel with respect to a given hypothesis if it did not belong to the problem situation which governed the hypothesis. 69 Now this isn't exactly the situation that confronted Marx, and as much as it was a recognized empirical phenomenon, absolute rent, that represented an anomaly for Ricardian value theory. But he was able to overcome this anomaly by reformulating the labor theory of value in a way that, through the analysis of relative surplus value discussed above, integrated a range of empirical phenomena ignored by the Ricardians. How well it captured the whole process of capitalist development will, I hope, become clearer in the following chapters. It is, however, worth stressing Marx's empirical focus against suggestions such as the following by Daniel Ben Said. Under the influence of English science, he thought within the constraints of a strange object, capital, an understanding of which required another causality, different laws, another temporality, in short, a different mode of scientificity. German science marks the spot. 70 Ben Said is right about the very complex form of conceptualization required by capital's strange object, and he has written very well about the distinctive conception of historical temporality developed by Marx and later figures such as Walter Benjamin. 71 But the implication of his invocations of German science is that Marx drew on early 19th century nature philosophy. Tracking back the reference Ben Said makes causes this impression to dissolve. Marx is at his most playful when he writes to Engels on February 20, 1866. You will understand, my dear fellow, that in a work such as mine, there are bound to be many shortcomings in the detail. But the composition, the structure, is a triumph of German science, Deutsche Wissenschaft, which an individual German may confess to, since it is in no way his merit but rather belongs to the nation. Which is all the more gratifying, as it is otherwise the silliest nation under the sun. Schoenbein proved, by experiment, that any flame burning in the air converts a certain quantity of the nitrogen in the air into ammonium nitrate, that every process of decomposition gives rise to both nitric acid and ammonia, that the mere evaporation of water is the means causing the formation of both plant nutrients. Finally, Liebig's jubilation at this discovery. The combustion of a pound of coal or wood restores to the air not merely the elements needed to reproduce this pound of wood or, under certain conditions, coal, but the process of combustion in itself. Note the Hegelian category, transforms a certain quantity of nitrogen in the air into a nutrient indispensable for the production of bread and meat. Feel proud of the Germans. It is our duty to emancipate this deep people. CW 42-232 Translation modified. Marx shows here his continuing commitment to Hegelian categories, as he does indeed in Capital itself, when he cites the molecular theory of modern chemistry as an illustration of the law discovered by Hegel, in his Logic, that at a certain point merely quantitative differences pass over by a dialectical inversion into qualitative distinctions, c. 423. 72 The examples he cites of German science, however, come from no romantic weird science. Ben Said suggests the structure of capital is modeled on that of Hegel's philosophy of nature, but from particular instances of the empirical and mathematical physical sciences of Marx's day. He is best understood as seeking to forge a distinctive conception of scientificity that can integrate the empirical data of the statisticians and the formal quantifications of the political economists with the conceptual articulation, involving the progressive introduction of ever more concrete categories, required to grasp the complex totality that is the capitalist mode of production. To conclude the story I have told here is of how Marx, in forging his own method, draws on Hegel but progressively moves away from him. This idea, of a certain methodological Hegelianism, is open to the criticism that it relies on precisely the kind of separation of form and content that Hegel denounces. 73 This is a tricky subject, because Hegel's own account of the integration of form and content is inseparable from his conception of the dialectical method as the self-development of the absolute idea. 74 The ideal of integrating form and content nevertheless seems to me necessary for Marxist thinking that is both dialectical and materialist. It is in this way that thought can capture the contours of its object in their full depth, achieving what Marx calls in his early critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state the discovery of the particular logic of the particular object, EU 159. He affirms this ideal in a sardonic comment to Engels, February 1, 1858, on Lassalle's plan to expound political economy in the manner of Hegel. He will discover to his cost that it is one thing for a critique to take a science to the point at which it admits of a dialectical presentation, and quite another to apply an abstract, ready-made system of logic to vague presentiments of just such a system. CW 39-261. Capital as I interpret it can only be condemned for failing this ideal if the form remains Hegelian. In other words, if Marx simply took over the categories of the science of logic and applied them to capitalist economic relations, that would amount to a separation of form and content. 75 But this is just what Marx doesn't do. As I have shown, even in the Grundrisse he cannibalizes Hegelian oppositions for his own purposes. By the time we get to Capital, he has thoroughly reworked his categories into a distinctive conceptual system that is his own. The aim of this endless adjusting and polishing is to develop a set of categories that can conceptually grasp capitalist economic relations. In other words, what Marx is trying to achieve is just the alignment of form and content that dialectical thought seeks. So let's consider some of the contours of this alignment. 4. Value. Where to begin? In a late text, the Notes on Wagner completed after January 1881, Marx is adamant that he does not proceed from concepts, hence neither from the concept of value. What I proceed from is the simplest social form in which the product of labor presents itself in contemporary society, and this is the commodity, CW 24-544. Whereas Ricardo's Principles begins with a chapter on value, the first chapter of Capital, I, is devoted to the commodity, the economic self-form of bourgeois society, the elementary form of wealth where the capitalist mode of production prevails, C90, 125. As Daniel Ben Said wittily puts it, Spinoza begins with God. Marx with the commodity '1. This way of commencing is indicative of the method defended by Marx in the letter to Kuhlmann that we discussed in the last chapter. The task is not to prove the labor theory of value at the start, but to show how the law of value governs all the complex configurations through which capitalist economic relations are formed and reproduced. But it also symbolizes the shift that Marx makes in how to conceptualize value. No longer is it treated as a quasi-natural substance inhering in commodities, but instead it becomes the web of relationships articulating capitalism into a totality. The main aim of this chapter is not to expound Marx's value theory, there are a number of good modern introductions, but rather to clarify two issues: Marx's celebrated and problematic initial presentation of his value theory in Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 1, and subsequent debates about the form of value. 2. Marx admits beginnings are always difficult in all sciences. C89, this is certainly true of Capital. Like many of his readers, Marx struggled with the opening chapter. In response to Engels's complaints about the obscurity of Chapter 1 in proof, Sheet 2 in particular has the marks of your carbuncles rather firmly stamped upon it, Engels told Marx on June 10, 1867 CW 42-381. He added an appendix, the value form. In the second edition, 1872, Marx extensively revised Chapter 1, dividing it into 4 sections, the third of which was a rewritten version of the appendix. Further revisions were made in the French edition, where, Marx told Nikolai Danielson, November 15, 1878, I was also sometimes obliged, principally in the first chapter, to flatten, the matter in its French version, CW 45-343. Even by Marx's standards this is a particularly strenuous process of revision. How deep do the problems lie? Responding to later complaints by Engels about the proofs of what would become Part 4 on relative surplus value, Marx offers him an overview of what he regards as his main intellectual achievements, August 24, 1867. The best points in my book are 1. This is fundamental to all understanding of the facts, the twofold character of labor according to whether it is expressed in use value or exchange value, which is brought out in the very first chapter. 2. The treatment of surplus value regardless of its particular forms as profit, interest, ground rent, etc. This will be made clear in the second volume, equals Capital, 2 and 3, especially. The treatment of the particular forms in classical political economy, where they are forever being jumbled up together with a general form, is an allapatrida, hodgepodge. CW 43 407-408. The second point we have already encountered in the 2 preceding chapters. It is crucial both to Marx's critique of Ricardo and to his presentation in Capital, 3, of the distribution of surplus value and the accompanying process of externalization of capitalist economic relations. But the first is also crucial to the double movement through which Marx transcends Ricardo by, on the one hand, introducing a far more articulated set of categories designed to present the intermediate links between the law of value and its externalized configurations, and, on the other, developing a more abstract starting point for value theory. This starting point is the distinction between abstract social labor and concrete useful labor. On the one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in the physiological sense, and it is in this quality of being equal, or abstract, human labor that it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form and with a definite aim, and it is in this quality of being definite useful labor that it produces use values. See 137. Abstract and concrete labor thus correspond respectively to value and use value. Note here the reference to value, and not exchange value. In the course of Chapter 1 Marx complicates the traditional distinction drawn by Adam Smith between the utility of some particular object, and the power of purchasing other goods which the possession of that object conveys. The one may be called value in use, the other, value in exchange. 3. Exchange value, as Ricardo emphasizes in Chapter 1 of his Principles, corresponds to the relative price of a commodity. Marx takes over this conception of exchange value at the opening of Chapter 1. Exchange value appears first of all as the quantitative relation, the proportion, in which use values of one kind exchanges for use values of another kind, see 126. But then he distinguishes exchange value from and subordinates it to value, understood as the socially necessary labor time required to produce a commodity. He writes midway through his discussion of the form of value in Chapter 1, Section 3. The value of a commodity is independently expressed through its expression, Darstellung, as exchange value. When, at the beginning of this chapter, we said in the customary manner that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, this was, strictly speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility, and a value. It appears as the twofold thing it really is as soon as its value possesses its own particular form of manifestation, which is distinct from its natural form. This form of manifestation is exchange value, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation, but only when it is in a value relation or an exchange relation with a second commodity of a different kind. See 152. Differentiating value from both exchange value and use value points Marx's analysis in two directions. In one we have the exchange relations between commodities as forms of appearance, Erscheinungsformen, of their values, culminating in the differentiation of money as a distinct commodity that acts as the universal equivalent in which the values of all other commodities are expressed. This is part of what is addressed in the problematic of the form of value, discussed below, but it also constitutes the basis of Marx's theory of money, which informs the unfolding analysis across all 3 volumes of Capital. In the other direction, the distinction between abstract labor/value and concrete labor/use value organizes the entire discourse of Capital. This is expressed most crucially in the conception, put forward in Chapter 7, of the immediate process of capitalist production as the unity of the labor process and the process of valorization, Verwertungsprozess, where the elements of the unity refer respectively to the role of concrete useful labor in making use values and to that of abstract social labor in creating value and surplus value, see 304. The distinction functions at more detailed points, for example in Chapter 8. Concrete labor by using up means of production transfers their value to its products, while abstract labor creates the new value that is divided between capitalist and worker. This whole development modifies earlier positions Marx had taken. Thus he writes in the 1859 contribution, use value as such, since it is independent of the determinate economic form, lies outside the sphere of investigation of political economy. It belongs in this sphere only when it is itself a determinate form, Con 28. By contrast, use value and the concrete labor that produces it play an integral role in the discourse of Capital. 4. In these ways Marx's development of the distinction between abstract and concrete labor fits in with his overall approach to method discussed in Chapters 2 and 3. But what are we to make of the famous first section of Capital, Chapter 1, where he moves from exchange value and use value to abstract and concrete labor? It is here that he argues that where 2 commodities are treated as equivalent, both are equal to a third thing, which in itself is neither the one nor the other. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third thing, see 127. Marx proceeds by elimination. Use values are necessarily qualitatively different from one another. This heterogeneity is inherent in use value, since it consists in nothing more than the ability to meet some particular human need, and this rules out both use value and the concrete labor that produces it from acting as the third thing that makes commodities commensurable. By elimination, Marx identifies the abstract social labor expended on products as what renders them equivalent. Let us now look at the residue of the products of labor. There is nothing left of them in each case but the same ghostly objectivity, Gegenständigkeit. They are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, of human labor expended without regard to the form of its expenditure. See 128 translation modified. It has to be said that if interpreted as the proof of the labor theory of value, as it was, for example, by the leading marginalist theorist Eugene von Bohm-Bawerk, this argument hasn't gone down well. 5. What Marx's method of elimination seeks to do here is to find an abstract property common to commodities that would render them commensurable. But why hit on abstract labor? Why not, as the marginalists did, home in on utility, in other words, not the concrete quality of a particular use value but the property they all share of fulfilling desire, or, in more contemporary terms, satisfying preferences. The effect of adopting this alternative property is, as Maurice Staub puts it, to shift the focus of economic analysis from relations of production to the relations of commodities to the psychology of consumers. 6. The most effective way of parrying this rebuttal is offered by Marx's overall approach of developing a set of determinations that progressively capture the complexity of capitalist relations by articulating them into a totality. To be fair, this is a difficult point to get over at the start of a demanding scientific treatise, but Marx seems almost to glory in the misunderstandings to which the way he proceeds gives rise. Replying to yet another objection by Engels to the proofs of capital, he explains, June 27, 1867, that the problem will be solved in Volume 3. Here it will be shown how the Philistines' and vulgar economists' manner of conceiving things arises, namely, because the only thing that is ever reflected in their minds is the immediate form of appearance of relations, and not their interconnection. Incidentally, if the latter were the case, we would surely have no need of science at all. Now if I wished to refute all such objections in advance, I should spoil the whole dialectical method of exposition. On the contrary, the good thing about this method is that it is constantly setting traps for those fellows which will provoke them into an untimely display of their idiocy. CW 43 390. Not only vulgar economists have fallen into Marx's traps. Chapter 1 in its different versions remains a difficult and unsatisfactory text. This is the justification for Althusser's advice to skip Part 1, Commodities and Money, when first reading Capital, and return to it only after finishing the rest of the book. 7 Widely denounced as a sign of Althusser's distaste for the Hegelianisms in Chapter 1, this recommendation has the merit of common sense. Marx himself advised one correspondent to start with Part 8 on primitive accumulation, letter to Mrs. Wallman, March 19, 1877 CW 45 211-212. But struggle with Chapter 1 we must. One source of the difficulty is the sotto voce argument that Marx pursues throughout the chapter. Isaac Rubin was the first to notice this. If in the Critique Marx passed imperceptibly from exchange value to value, in Capital he seems, on the contrary, to remain on a given point, as if foreseeing objections from his opponents. After the statement which is common to both books, Marx points out exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value, an exchange value that is inseparably connected with, inherent in it, seems a contradiction in terms. Let us consider the matter a little more closely. See 126. One can see that here Marx had in mind an opponent who wanted to show that nothing exists except relative exchange values, that the concept of value is thoroughly superfluous in political economy. Who is the opponent alluded to by Marx? 8. The answer is the Sheffield merchant and radical pamphleteer Samuel Bailey, critic of Ricardo and pioneer of the subjective theory of value that came to dominate mainstream economics thanks to the marginalist revolution. 9 Rubin suggests that Marx's third thing argument disposes of Bailey, but this seems too quick. He remains a ghostly presence throughout Chapter 1, and is honored by having the concluding footnote devoted to him if the followers of Ricardo answer Bailey somewhat rudely, but by no means convincingly. This is because they are unable to find in Ricardo's own works any elucidation of the interconnection, inherent Zusammenhang, between value and the form of value, or exchange value, see 177 and 38. So Bailey tops and tails Chapter 1. As the much more extended discussion of him in the 1861-63 manuscript makes clear, Marx regarded Bailey as a worthy opponent who scores some points against the Ricardians. To appreciate this we have to return to Ricardo. In Absolute Value and Exchangeable Value, a very late text that he was working on in the weeks before his death in September 1823, Ricardo makes explicit a distinction implicit in the principles, between the exchangeable value, by which he means what he calls a commodity's proportional value, or its relative price, that is the power which a commodity has of commanding any given quantity of another commodity, and its absolute value, the regulator of relative price, largely a function of the quantity of labor required to produce a commodity. Changes in relative price do not provide an adequate indicator of absolute value. Anything having value is a good measure of the comparative value of all other commodities at the same time and place, but will be of no use in indicating the variations in their absolute value at distant times and in distant places. R. 4398, 396. The problem that Ricardo struggles with unsuccessfully is that, in his view, no measure capable of accurately indicating changes in absolute value can be constructed because no commodity's value is immune from the effects of changes in the distribution of the net product between wages and profits, effects that, as we saw in Chapter 2, vary according to the organic composition of capital in different branches of production. Bailey offers a subjective interpretation of value that is directly targeted at Ricardo's concept of absolute, or intrinsic, value, in its ultimate sense, appears to mean the esteem in which any object is held. It denotes, strictly speaking, an effect produced on the mind. This conception justifies the reduction of value to relative price. It is impossible to designate, or express the value of a commodity, except by a quantity of some other commodity. From this Bailey concluded that the very idea of trying to construct a measure of value presupposing a causal relation between changes in the productivity of labor and changes in relative price is misconceived. Value is a relation between contemporary commodities, because such only admit of being exchanged for one another, and if we compare the value of a commodity at one time with its value at another, it is only a comparison of the relation in which it stood at these different times to some other commodity. It is not a comparison of some intrinsic, independent quality at one time, with the same quality at another period, but a comparison of ratios, or a comparison of the relative quantities in which commodities exchanged for one another at two different times. 10. Bailey contends that the only use of a measure of value, in the sense of a medium of comparison, is between commodities existing at the same time. Understood in this sense, the measure of value is a non-problem, or rather a problem that is continually solved in practice by the market. The requisite condition in the process of measuring value is that the commodities should be reduced to a common denominator, which may be done at all times with equal facility, or rather it is ready done for our hands, since it is the prices of commodities which are recorded, or their relations to value in money. 11 Remarkably, Marx agrees with Bailey about this in the 1861-63 manuscript. His book has only one positive merit, that he was the first to give a more accurate definition of the measure of value, that is, in fact, of one of the functions of money, or money in a particular, determinate form. In order to measure the value of commodities, to establish an external measure of value, it is not necessary that the value of the commodity in terms of which the other commodities are measured, should be invariable. If, for example, the value of money changes, it changes to an equal degree in relation to all other commodities. Their relative values are therefore expressed in it just as correctly as if the value of money had remained unchanged. The problem of finding an invariable measure of value is thereby eliminated. CW 32-320. But although Bailey is right that the measure of value is a non-problem, it conceals a much more profound and important question. For commodities to express their exchange value independently in money, in a third commodity, the exclusive commodity, the values of commodities must already be presupposed. Now the point is merely to compare them quantitatively. A homogeneity which makes them the same, makes them values, which as values makes them qualitatively equal, is already presupposed in order that their value and their differences in value can be represented in this way. CW 32-320, 321. Hence, the problem of an invariable measure of value is in fact simply a spurious name for the quest for the concept, the nature, of value itself, the definition of which could not be another value, and consequently could not be subject to variations as value. This was labor time, social labor, as it presents itself specifically in commodity production. A quantity of labor has no value, is not a commodity, but is that which transforms commodities into values. It is their common substance. As manifestations of it, commodities are qualitatively equal and only quantitatively different. They appear as expressions of definite quantities of social labor time. CW 32-322. Ricardo commits this confusion because, As Marx repeatedly complains, he is concerned only with the magnitude of value, CW 32-318. What eludes both Ricardo and Bailey in different ways is more than the reduction of exchange value to an identical social substance, human labor, c. 138. The theory of value in Marx's hands addresses a new problem whose nature is suggested in his comment, written largely in English, on a passage where Bailey stresses the relative character of value by comparing it to the concept of distance, which only makes sense as a relation between two. If a thing is distant from another, the distance is in fact a relation between the one thing and the other, but at the same time, the distance is something different from this relation between the two things. It is a dimension of space, it is some length which may as well express the distance of two other things besides those compared. But this is not all. If we speak of the distance as a relation between two things, we presuppose something intrinsic, some property of the things themselves, which enables them to be distant from each other. What is the distance between the syllable a and a table? The question would be nonsensical. In speaking of the distance of two things, we speak of their difference in space. Thus we suppose both of them to be contained in space, to be points of space. Thus we equalize them as being both existences of space, and only after having them equalized subspecies spatii we distinguish them as different points of space. To belong to space is their unity. But what is this unity of objects exchanged against each other? This exchange is not a relation which exists between them as natural things. It is likewise not a relation which they bear as natural things to human needs, for it is not the degree of their utility that determines the quantities in which they exchange. What is therefore their identity, which enables them to be exchanged in a certain measure for one another? As what do they become exchangeable? CW 32, 330. In other words, what makes it possible for the products of labor to take the form of commodities, of use values that are exchanged in proportions expressed by their relative prices? The problem is no longer that of measuring changes in relative prices over time. This question, which so preoccupied Ricardo, is now embedded in a theory whose starting point is to explain why, as capital, I, begins by announcing, the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities, c. 125. Marx goes on to deliver a killer punch against Bailey. In this context Ricardo is not a fictionist but Bailey is a fetishist in that he conceives value, as a relation of objects to one another, while it is only a representation in objects, an objective expression, of a relation between men, a social relation, the relationship of men to their reciprocal productive activity. CW 32, 334, second italics added. Here we have the key to Marx's famous complaint against classical political economy. Even its best representatives, Adam Smith and Ricardo, treat the form of value as something of indifference, something external to the nature of the commodity itself. The explanation for this is not simply that their attention is entirely absorbed by the analysis of the magnitude of value. It lies deeper. The value form of the product of labor is the most abstract, but also the most universal form of the bourgeois mode of production. By that fact it stamps the bourgeois mode of production as a particular kind of social production of a historical and transitory character. C. 174 and 34. What neither the Ricardians nor their subjectivist critics get is the sheer weirdness of value relations, a thought expressed in this striking passage from Marx's revisions to the first edition of Capital, I, which didn't end up in the second. The reduction of the products of labor to their existence as value worth sane, is accomplished by abstracting from their use value. Or it is fixed as value objectivity worth Gegenstandlichkeit, by ignoring all physical properties that make it a certain thing, and therefore also a certain useful thing, use value. What remains is a fantastic objectivity fantastische Gegenstandlichkeit, objectivity of abstract human labor, objective form of abstract human labor, human labor, not in the liquid state but in a congealed state, not in the form of movement but in the form of rest. Mega 22/6, 32. The weirdness lies in the way in which commodities come attached with a supernatural property übernatürliche Eigenschaft, their value, which is something purely social rein gesellschaftliches, c. 149. Marx even at one point calls value objectivity imaginary, when we speak of the commodity as a materialization of labor, in the sense of its exchange value, this itself is only an imaginary Eingebildet, that is to say, a purely social mode of existence of the commodity which has nothing to do with its corporeal reality. It is conceived as a definite quantity of social labor or of money. CW 31, 26-27. Ghostly, fantastic, imaginary, supernatural, These different adjectives are all intended to convey that condensed in the value of commodities, appearing as a property of objects exchanged on the market, is a nexus of social relations. This is what the form of value is about. Value form and money. There is, however, an ambiguity in what Marx means by the value form. After all, in Capital, I, Chapter 1, Section 3, the value form, or exchange value, he analyzes four kinds of relationship among commodities, starting from the simple form of a binary exchange of two products and culminating in the differentiation of a universal equivalent, the money commodity, in which all the products of labor are presented as mere congealed quantities of undifferentiated human labor. C. 160. Rubin, who has come to be seen as the founder of a distinctive interpretation of Marx known as value form theory, however, does not see this analysis as central to the problem of value form. By form of value we do not mean those various forms which value assumes in the course of its development, for example, elementary form, expanded form, and so on, but value conceived from the standpoint of its social forms, value as form'. 12 Rubin points to a passage in the first edition of Capital, I. The form in which the commodities counter one another as values, as coagulations of human labor, is consequently their social form. Social form of the commodity and value form or form of exchangeability are thus one and the same thing. If the natural form of a commodity is at the same time its value form, then the commodity possesses the form of immediate exchangeability with other commodities and consequently an immediately social form. 13. So the form of value consists in a commodity's form of exchangeability. This in turn requires an account of the conditions of possibility of commodities exchangeability, to use the terms of Marx's critique of Bailey, to identify the shared space within which we can measure commodities' distance from one another. This account requires reference to the relations of production. Like Marx, Rubin relates economic forms and production relations. The basic notions or categories of political economy express the basic social economic forms which characterize various types of production relations among people and which are held together by the things through which these relations among people are established. 14. What, then, is it about capitalist relations of production that imprints on commodities the form of exchangeability? The capitalist mode is, as the opening sentence of Capital, I, proclaims, a system of generalized commodity production. It is, in other words, a system of autonomous but specialized and interdependent producers whose reproduction depends on selling their products on the market to each other. It is through the competitive interaction of the units of production on the market that the social character of the labor performed within them is established. Marx brings this out in a long passage in the appendix on the value form in the first edition of Capital, I, where he is discussing the equivalent form, the basis of the transformation of a specific commodity into money. Products of labor would not become commodities, were they not products of separate private labors carried on independently of one another. The social interconnection of these private labors exists materially, insofar as they are members of a naturally evolved social division of labor and hence, through their products, satisfy wants of different kinds, in the totality, Gesamtheit, of which the similarly naturally evolved system of social wants, Natureüsches System der Gesellschaftlichen Bedürfnisse, consists. This material social interconnection of private labors carried on independently of one another is however only mediated and hence is realized only through the exchange of their products. The product of private labor hence only has social form insofar as it is value form and hence the form of exchangeability with other products of labor. It has immediately social form insofar as its own bodily or natural form is at the same time the form of its exchangeability with other commodities or counts as value form for another commodity, under or where. However, this only takes place for a product of labor when, through the value relation of other commodities to it, it is in equivalent form or, with respect to other commodities, plays the role of equivalent. The equivalent has immediately social form insofar as it has the form of immediate exchangeability with another commodity, and it has this form of immediate exchangeability insofar as it counts for another commodity as the body of value, hence is equal, als glacius. Therefore the definite useful labor contained in it also counts as labor in immediately social form, e is labor which possesses the form of equality with the labor contained in another commodity. Thus, because the definite concrete labor contained in the equivalent counts as the definite form of realization or form of appearance of abstract human labor, it possesses the form of equality with other labor, and hence, although it is private labor, like all other labor which produces commodities, it is nevertheless labor in immediately social form. Precisely because of this it is represented in a product that is immediately exchangeable with the other commodities. 15. So it is the necessity of commodity producers to go onto the market and exchange their products in order to reproduce themselves that leads to the transformation of concrete useful labors into units of abstract social labor. The equalization of labors that Marx describes in this passage is a real process. As he puts it in the 1859 contribution, this reduction of concrete to abstract labor appears to be an abstraction, but it is an abstraction which is made every day in the social process of production. Con. 30. 16. Moreover, he affirms a few pages later, the reduction involves exchange as well as production. The different kinds of individual labor represented in these particular use values, in fact, become labor in general, and in this way social labor, only by actually being exchanged for one another in quantities which are proportional to the labor time contained in them. Social labor time exists in these commodities in a latent state, so to speak, and becomes evident only in the course of their exchange. The point of departure is not the labor of individuals considered as social labor, but on the contrary the particular kinds of labor of private individuals, labor which proves that it is universal social labor only by the supersession of its original character in the exchange process. Universal social labor is consequently not a ready-made prerequisite but an emerging result. Thus a new difficulty arises. On the one hand, commodities must enter the exchange process as materialized universal labor time. On the other hand, the labor time of individuals becomes materialized universal labor time only as the result of the exchange process. Con. 45. Marx reaffirms the same point some 15 years later in the French edition of Capital, where he writes, "It is exchange alone that achieves this reduction by setting the most diverse products together on a footing of equality." 17 I'll return to the difficulty Marx identifies here, which is at the heart of debates on value form theory. I want first to focus on what seemed to me at once the central strength and weakness of Rubin's approach. Rubin argues forcefully and successfully against the misleading impression created by Marx's unfortunate reference in the second edition of Capital, to abstract labor as expenditure of human labor power in the physiological sense. In Marx's theory of value, the transformation of concrete into abstract labor is not a theoretical act of abstracting for the purpose of finding a general unit of measurement. This transformation is a real social event. The theoretical expression of this social event, namely the social equalization of different forms of labor and not their physiological equality, is the category of abstract labor. 18. Rubin's conceptualization of abstract labor as the result of a process of social equalization dovetails with an interpretation of the law of value, very much in line with Marx's own account in the letter to Kuhlmann discussed in the last chapter, as the mechanism through which social labor is distributed between different units and branches of production in response to changes in market prices. The increase of productivity of labor changes the quantity of abstract labor necessary for production. It causes a change in the value of the product of labor. A change in the value of products in turn affects the distribution of social labor among the various branches of production. Productivity of labor, abstract labor, value, distribution of social labor. This is the schema of a commodity economy in which value plays the role of regulator, establishing equilibrium in the distribution of social labor among the various branches of the national economy, accompanied by constant deviations and disturbances. The law of value is the law of equilibrium of the commodity economy. 19. But, as the last sentence makes clear, the bulk of Rubin's analysis is developed with respect to simple commodity production, that is, to an economy where the units of production produce for the market but where labor power is not a commodity because the direct producers, artisan or peasant households, control the means of production. It is only towards the end of his book that he focuses specifically on capitalist economic relations, arguing with respect to the transformation of values into prices of production. In the capitalist society, the distribution of labor is regulated by the distribution of capital. 20 This is an elegant formulation, but can the two processes, the allocation of labor to different units and sectors in response to price fluctuations and the movement of capital between branches of production, be treated as separable in this fashion? Marx, as we saw in the preceding chapter, thought not. John Weeks has provided a powerful argument that the law of value only becomes operative where the capitalist mode of production prevails. Consider first the case of individual producers that own their means of production. For simplicity, we assume that the inputs used in production are produced within a self-contained labor process without exchange. A credible example might be a subsistence farmer selling a portion of his product. In this case, only the final product of the labor process is a commodity. The means of production, both equipment and current inputs, are produced by each producer and do not directly face the discipline of competition. There is no social mechanism for bringing about a normal expenditure of labor time for the means of production. In such a case, The limited function of competition is to impose a uniform selling price in a marketplace. Price is a merely formal moment for the exchange of use values. This hypothetical situation is not commodity production. Exchange does not appear until the end of the process, when all aspects of the labor process have been determined independently of exchange. Because the means of production are not exchanged, the producer faces no direct necessity to expend any specific amount of labor time on them. 21. In effect, what Weeks is saying is that in conditions of simple commodity production what Robert Brenner calls market dependence does not obtain. Brenner explains this concept as follows. Unless they are devoid of their full means of subsistence, not necessarily of production, and the ability to secure their subsistence by force from the direct producers, economic producers will not be required to buy inputs on the market. Unless they are required to buy necessary inputs on the market, they will not be obliged to sell on the market in order to survive. Unless they are required to sell on the market in order to survive, they will not be subject to the competitive constraint, their very survival depending on their producing competitively. Unless, finally, they are subject to the competitive constraint, they can be expected to maximize their profits by seeking the gains from trade, so they cannot be counted on to specialize, accumulate, innovate, and move from line to line in response to demand. 22. One might indeed argue that the law of value only obtains where direct producers are market dependent in the sense developed by Brenner. Market dependence in turn, Weeks argues, only exists where the means of production are themselves commodities, which itself presupposes the separation of the direct producers from the means of production and therefore the prevalence of capitalist economic relations. Value can only act as a regulator of price once the entire product, all inputs, are monetized. Until this occurs, the product is not a commodity in its entirety and all the concrete labor time expended on it need not be replaced by money. This, in turn, occurs only with the development of capitalist production. Value regulates price only under capitalist relations and can be used as a tool of analysis only in capitalist society. 23. Another way of putting it might be to say that capitalist relations of production involve two separations. The first is that between the producers, who interact as autonomous, specialized and interdependent units of production through the exchange of their products on the market. The second separation is that between the direct producers and the owners of the means of production, which implies the transformation of labor power into a commodity. Although Marx presents these two separations at different points of his analysis in Capital, respectively in Part 1 and Part 2 of Volume 1, they are in fact interdependent. In other words, the transformation of labor power into a commodity is only possible in a system of generalized commodity production, thus only in these circumstances are means of consumption available on the market for workers to purchase with their wages. Correlatively, it is only where the means of production are themselves commodities, which presupposes their separation from the direct producers, that the units of production are fully market-dependent and so subject to the law of value. Hence, to modify Rubin's remark cited earlier, where the law of value obtains, the distribution of labor is regulated by the distribution of capital. Or, as Alfredo Saad-Filho puts it, there is a relation of mutual implication between capitalism as the mode of social production, wage labor as the form of social labor, and the commodity as the typical form of the output. 24. Rubin's preoccupation with simple commodity production may help to explain why, unlike some later value form theorists, he doesn't have much to say about money. 25 In this context, it is a mistake on his part to dismiss the significance of Marx's discussion of the value form in Capital, Chapter 1, Section 3. Marx's references to the form of exchangeability in the first edition focus heavily on the role of a commodity that acts as the equivalent in which the values of other commodities is expressed. Money emerges as a commodity that takes on this function in a general and permanent fashion. This is the concrete form in which commodities are rendered commensurable, though only, Marx takes care to emphasize, because they are all values in the first place. And at the end of Section 3 in the second edition, Marx, thanks to the introduction of money as the universal equivalent, presents the exchange ratios of commodities, which reflect the abstract labor they embody, as money, prices, the simple expression of the relative value of a single commodity, such as linen, in a commodity which is already functioning as the money commodity, such as gold, is the price form. See 163:26. So price, the monetary expression of value, has already been presented in the very first chapter of Capital, CW 34:72. It is therefore bizarre that a leading contemporary value form theorist, Michael Heinrich, should argue that it was Marx himself who used a non-monetary theory when discussing the transformation of values into prices of production. 27 values have already been converted into money prices, and are indeed constantly illustrated by examples using pounds or thalers, long before Marx comes to the transformation of values into prices of production and capital. 3. Part 2. Elsewhere Heinrich correctly states that Marx's value theory is rather a monetary theory of value. Without the value form, commodities cannot be related to one another as values, and only with the money form does an adequate form of value exist. 28 In this latter view, Heinrich is in line with other contemporary commentators, for example, Fred Mosley, who puts forward what he calls a macro-monetary interpretation of Marx's theory. Volume 1 is primarily about the determination of the total increment of money, (M), or total surplus value, produced in the capitalist economy as a whole. In other words, Volume I presents mainly a macroeconomic theory, and the main macroeconomic variable determined is the total money profit for the economy as a whole. 29. Heinrich may have been led into this strange aberration in part because he disagrees with Marx's attempt to show that capitalism requires, not merely money, but a money commodity. Marx could not imagine a capitalist money system existing without a money commodity, but the existence of such a commodity is in no way a necessary consequence of his analysis of the commodity and money. Within the framework of the analysis of the commodity form, he developed the form determinations of the general equivalent, and the analysis of the exchange process yields the result that commodity owners do in fact have to relate their commodities to a general equivalent. But that the general equivalent must be a specific commodity was not proved by Marx, merely assumed. That which serves as a general equivalent, whether an actual physical commodity or merely paper money, cannot be determined at the level of simple commodity circulation. Only when the capitalist credit system is taken into consideration, does it become clear that the existence of a money commodity is merely a historically transitory state of affairs, but does not correspond to the capitalist mode of production, in its ideal average that Marx sought to analyze. 30. This is dubious as an interpretation of Section 3, the value form, where Marx seeks to trace how in the exchange process a specific commodity, not paper or credit, takes on the role of universal equivalent. But of course he may be wrong. Since the Nixon administration broke the link between the dollar and gold in August 1971, many Marxist political economists have reached the conclusion that Marx confused the necessity of money with a specific, historically transitory form it took as a commodity. 31 But Dimitris Milanakis and Ben Fine offer a different perspective. Marx's theory of money is in part based upon the notion that commodity money is displaced by symbols of money and hence, indirectly, symbols of value, though ratification of such symbols ultimately requires intervention by the state. Paradoxically, it is precisely this displacement in its most modern form, in which the functions of commodity money or gold are more or less confined to the reserves of central banks, which leads many to reject Marx's monetary theory, if they have genuinely considered it. How can a theory of commodity money, based on value theory, be of relevance when commodity money is no longer in use? In riposte, it can be argued that Marx's monetary theory implies the displacement of commodity money. How this occurs needs to be explored in its theoretical and empirical context, beyond the mere symbolic circulation of values as commodities to incorporate the symbolic, at times, fictitious circulation of surplus value. But this is to anticipate Marx's analysis of finance, though it does root consideration of the currently evolving financial system within the bounds of the production system on which it depends for its profitability, however much it might wish otherwise. Thus, Marx's theory of money and finance is a neat combination of logical and historical/empirical analysis, examining how surplus value relations are expressed through money as a logical, practical and contingent process. 32. If Milanakis and Fine are right, Marx's conception of commodity money needs to be related to his broader theory of money, which itself is crucial to how he analyzes financial markets and economic crises. We return to these matters in Chapter 6. The deeper problem with Heinrich's version of value form theory is that, in seeking rightly to underline the extent to which Marx breaks with Ricardo's substantialist value theory, he renders the critique of political economy ethereal. Take his discussion of the role of exchange in validating the value of commodities. It is exchange that consummates the abstraction that underlies abstract labor, independent of whether the people engaged in exchange are aware of this abstraction. But then abstract labor cannot be measured in terms of hours of labor. Every hour of labor measured by a clock is an hour of a particular concrete act of labor, expended by a particular individual, regardless of whether the product is exchanged. Abstract labor, on the other hand, cannot be expended at all. Abstract social labor is a relation of social validation, Geltungsverhältnis, that is constituted in exchange. In exchange, the concrete acts of expended labor count as a particular quantum of value constituting abstract labor, or are valid as a specific quantum of abstract labor, and therefore as an element of the total labor of society. 33. But this interpretation directly contradicts Marx's repeated assertion that abstract labor constitutes an expenditure of labor power. Take this late example from the notes on Wagner. This duality of the commodity there presents itself as the dual character of the labor whose product it is, of useful labor, the concrete modes of the labors which create use values, and of abstract labor, of labor as expenditure of labor power, regardless of the useful way in which it is expended, on which the presentation of the production process later depends. CW 24, 546. Jacques Bidet has pointed to the importance of the concept of the expenditure of labor power, which only appears in Marx's economic manuscripts after the Grundrisse, and which has an implicit reference to class relations of domination. Socially necessary time can only be that of a socially regulated expenditure. And that returns us to the principle of social regulation of expenditure in any society, in other words, to class relations. For the question of expenditure immediately evokes that of the social compulsion to expenditure. Hence, value, as quantity, is also, by being the quantity of an expenditure of socially regulated labor power, a social relationship in a specific sense that includes the political dimension. 34. But what Heinrich is in effect denying is the very idea of value as quantity. That Marx conceives his theory as an empirical and quantitative theory and value itself as having a quantitative dimension is clear from the plethora of calculations and numerical examples that sometimes overwhelm the reader of his manuscripts. As Bidet notes, an explicit intent runs through Capital from start to finish, that of constituting a science in the modern sense of the term, constructing a homogeneous space in which magnitudes are considered and calculation is possible. 35. Production and exchange. One of the many respects in which Rubin is superior to contemporary value form theorists is in his insistence that abstract labor, just as the value which it creates, does not only have a qualitative but also a quantitative side. The equality of two amounts of abstract labor signifies their equality as parts of total social labor, an equality which is only established in the process of social equalization of labor by means of the equalization of the products of labor. Thus we assert that in a commodity economy, the social equality of two labor expenditures or their equality in the form of abstract labor is established through the process of exchange. But this does not prevent us from ascertaining a series of quantitative properties which distinguish labor in terms of its material, technical and its physiological aspects, and which causally influence the quantitative determination of abstract labor before the act of exchange and independent of it. The most important of these properties are, 1. The length of labor expenditure, or the quantity of working time, 2. The intensity of labor, 3. The qualification of labor, and 4. The quantity of products produced in a unit of time. 36. Rubin, like Heinrich, argues that the social equality of two labor expenditures or their equality in the form of abstract labor is established through the process of exchange. As we have seen, Marx in the 1859 contribution describes this as a difficulty, presumably because it seems to contradict the main thesis of the labor theory of value, that value is created in production. Can both propositions be squared? Let us first note that Rubin is mistaken to imply that the social equalization of labor occurs solely in exchange. Because he treats the law of value as governing primarily a simple commodity economy, he fails to see how the domination of capitalist-economist relations enables social equalization of labor within production. As Lucia Pradella puts it, with the Industrial Revolution, the reduction of individual to abstract labor achieves an adequate technical basis. The activity of the worker is emptied of content and becomes purely mechanical and formal, while manual and intellectual functions are split up. 37 Saad Filho has analyzed the normalization of labor in production thanks to intra-branch competition and capitalist control of the production process. 38. This correction of Rubin's version of value theory does not, however, remove the problem of the contribution made by exchange to the social equalization of labor. To answer this question we have to consider more closely how Marx defines value. At the beginning of Capital, he writes, socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. What exclusively determines the magnitude of the value of any article is therefore the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production. C. 129. Marx doesn't explore further here what is meant by the conditions of production normal for a given society, assuming in capital I, that socially necessary labor time is determined by the average conditions of production prevailing in the sector in question. He only drops this assumption in capital 3. Day puts it like this. One of the most surprising paradoxes of the plan of capital is that this famous law of value is officially presented only in Volume 3, more precisely in Part 2, Chapter 10, at the point at which Marx undertakes to provide an explanation of the transformation of value into price of production, an explanation in terms of causes that are nothing else than the properties that capital possesses from the fact that it is based on a market structure, in other words on the law of value and the law of competition that is inherent in it. 39. Capital 3, Chapter 10, is entitled, The Equalization of the General Rate of Profit Through Competition. Market Prices and Market Values. Surplus Profit. So it is partly a continuation of the analysis to which Chapter 9 is devoted of the formation of a general rate of profit thanks to the movement of capital between different branches of production. But the importance of the chapter lies in its discussion of how intra-branch competition sets the market values of commodities. Marx first presents the category here. The assumption that commodities from different spheres of production are sold at their values naturally means no more than that this value is the center of gravity around which price turns and at which its constant rise and fall is balanced out. Besides this, however, there is always a market value, of which more later, as distinct from the individual value of particular commodities produced by the different producers. The individual value of some of these commodities will stand below the market value, less labor time has been required for their production than the market value expresses, the value of others above it. Market value is to be viewed on the one hand as the average value of the commodities produced in a particular sphere, and on the other hand as the individual value of commodities produced under average conditions in the sphere in question, and forming the great mass of the commodities. Only in extraordinary situations do commodities produced under the worst conditions, or alternatively the most advantageous ones, govern the market value, which forms in turn the center around which market prices fluctuate, these being the same for all commodities of the same species. If the supply of commodities at the average value satisfies the customary demand, the commodities whose individual value stands below the market price will realize an extra surplus value or surplus profit, while those whose individual value stands above the market price will be unable to realize a part of the surplus value they contain. Chai, 279. The reference to more later on market value, followed immediately by the presentation of the concept, underlines the roughness of Marx's discussion, not just here but throughout Capital 2 and 3. But this doesn't alter its importance. To some extent it recapitulates the theory of differential profit Marx develops in Capital I, Chapter 12, where he shows how the extraction of relative surplus value can arise through individual capitals making an innovation that reduces their costs of production below the average for the sector and thereby reaping a surplus profit. See Chapter 3 above. At that stage Marx refers to the difference between a commodity's individual and social value, now the latter is rebaptized market value. The shift in terminology probably indicates that Marx has explicitly introduced competition in Capital 3, Part 2, whereas, as we saw, he is uneasy about the role that it plays in Capital I. He might well have been better off to have included the analysis of market value in Volume 1, though, as we shall see below, after the capital relation has itself been posited, and thereby have strengthened the presentation of the law of value there. But, for whatever reason, perhaps the vestigial influence of the older capital in general / many capital scheme, he doesn't do this. But what is most significant here is that Marx refers here to the customary demand. Contrary to the claim made both by critics and by some Marxists, for example, David Harvey, Marx does not simply ignore the role of supply and demand in his value theory. On the contrary, Capital 3, Chapter 10, involves his most developed analysis of the topic. One way of thinking about the presentation of supply and demand here is as a complication of the concept of socially necessary labor time. Now this is to be considered not merely with respect to the conditions of production and the qualities of labor but also to the level of social need for a given product. But how is social need registered where capitalist production relations prevail? Given that production is jointly controlled by competing capitals, this can only be through the distribution of effective demand among different goods and services. Marx is careful to underline that supply and demand are dependent variables. Let us note here that the social need which governs the principle of demand is basically conditioned by the relationship of the different classes and their respective economic positions, in the first place, therefore, particularly by the proportion between the total surplus value and wages, and, secondly, by the proportion between the various parts into which the surplus value itself is divided, profit, interest, ground rent, taxes, etc. Here again we can see how absolutely nothing can be explained by the relationship of demand and supply, before explaining the basis on which this functions. Chai, 282. This explains why a presentation of the law of value cannot start with supply and demand, since the latter is determined by the class relations of capitalist society expressed in the rate and distribution of surplus value. But demand plays a necessary explanatory role in determining the market value of a particular type of product. To say that a commodity has use value is simply to assert that it satisfies some kind of social need. As long as we were dealing only with an individual commodity, we could take the need for this specific commodity as already given, without having to go into any further detail into the quantitative extent of the need which had to be satisfied. The quantity was already implied by its price. But this quantity is a factor of fundamental importance as soon as we have on the one hand the product of a whole branch of social production and on the other the social need. It now becomes necessary to consider the volume of the social need, its quantity. Chai, 286. Despite some equivocations elsewhere in the chapter, the following passage seems to represent Marx's settled view of the role of demand in setting market value. There is no necessary connection, however, but simply a fortuitous one, between on the one hand the total quantity of social labor that is spent on a social article, the aliquot part of its total labor power which society spends on the production of this article, and therefore the proportion that the production of this article assumes in the total production, and on the other hand the proportion in which the society demands satisfaction of the need appeased by that particular article. Even if an individual article, or a definite quantity of one kind of commodity, may contain simply the social labor required to produce it, and so far as this aspect is concerned the market value of this commodity represents no more than the necessary labor, yet, if the commodity in question is produced on a scale that exceeds the social need at the time, a part of the society's labor time is wasted, and the mass of commodities in question then represents on the market a much smaller quantity of social labor than it contains. These commodities must therefore be got rid of for less than their market value, and a portion may even be completely unsaleable. The converse is the case if the amount of social labor spent on a particular kind of commodity is too small for the specific social need which the product is to satisfy, but if the volume of social labor spent on the production of a certain article corresponds in scale to the social need to be satisfied, so that the amount produced corresponds to the customary measure of reproduction, given an unchanged demand, then the commodity will be sold at its market value. The exchange or sale of commodities at their value is the rational, natural law of the equilibrium between them. Das Rationale, das natürliche Gesetz ihres Gleichgewichts. This is the basis on which divergences have to be explained, and not the converse. The law of equilibrium should not be derived from contemplating the divergences. Chai, 291. As Marx makes clear elsewhere, what is at work here is the law of value, allocating social labor among different branches of production in proportion to the social need for different use values. If in the case of an individual commodity this use value depends on its satisfying in and of itself a social need, in the case of the mass social product it depends on its adequacy to the quantitatively specific social need for each particular kind of product, and therefore on the proportionate division of labor between these various spheres of production in accordance with these social needs, which are quantitatively circumscribed. Chai, 774. The process of competition establishes for each product the conditions of production necessary to satisfy a stable level of demand, given the class-determined relations of distribution, for that product. It is through the correspondence thereby achieved between these conditions of production, let's call them for the sake of simplicity the average conditions, and what Marx calls the customary demand, that the social equality of two labor expenditures is established through the process of exchange. Where this correspondence holds, commodities of this type sell at their market value. As Rubin puts it, market value corresponds to the theoretically defined state of equilibrium among the different branches of production. If commodities are sold according to market values, then the state of equilibrium is maintained, the production of a given branch does not expand or contract at the expense of other branches. 40 In this situation, some of the labor performed producing commodities in less efficient conditions is wasted, it fails to receive social validation. By contrast, labor performed producing commodities in more efficient conditions creates more value than the same amount of labor performed in average conditions, which is reflected in the surplus profit reaped by more efficient producers. These cases differ from those where market prices fall below market value, because in the latter conditions more commodities are produced than are required to meet the customary demand. As Saad-Filio puts it, excess supply does not imply that a commodity has lost part of its use value, that the unsold items have lost their entire use value, or that the value of each commodity has shrunk, as if value were determined by price rather than the converse. 41. Of course, the level of customary demand may change, for a variety of reasons. The level and/or distribution of income may alter, labor productivity may rise or fall, the array of types of product may be recalibrated thanks to innovation, and so on. As a result, the equilibrium state between production conditions and level of demand will change. Moreover, the associated fluctuations in market prices leading to the establishment of a new market value will be difficult for economic actors to distinguish from the fluctuations where price diverges from market value. But this is a necessary feature of a system of generalized commodity production regulated by the competitive interaction of autonomous but interdependent capitals, where there is only an accidental connection between on the one hand the total quantity of social labor that is spent on a social article, and on the other hand the proportion in which the society demands satisfaction of the need appeased by that particular article. As Marx says of equilibrium elsewhere in Capital, on the basis of the spontaneous pattern nature Gestalt of this production, this balance is itself an accident. Key 571-42. This interpretation of Marx's value theory underlines that value must be understood relationally. Sodfelio argues, the equalization of labor and the determination of values and prices are the outcomes of a real process in three stages. First, individual labors are normalized across those producing the same kind of commodity. Second, they are synchronized across those who have produced the same kind of commodity in the past or with distinct technologies. And, third, they are homogenized across the other types of labor as the commodity is equalized with ideal money. 43. Synchronization corresponds to what Marx analyzes as the formation of a single market value. The equivalence between labors producing the same commodities at different points in time or with distinct technologies is due to the fact that value is a social relation established by, and reproduced through, capitalist production, rather than a substance historically embodied in the commodities by concrete labor. The social reality of value implies that only living labor creates value. 44. Homogenization, the assignment of prices to commodities that equalize concrete labors in the dimension of money, underlines that capitalist production is regulated through the competitive interaction of capitals on the market. Capitalist control of the expenditure of labor power is oriented to producing commodities whose price will realize at least the average profit, if not a surplus profit. Value thereby governs production in the shape of prices as units of what Marx calls ideal money, or a measure of value, c. 204. Production is thus oriented to exchange, in a unity that determines the nature of abstract labor. As Riccardo Bellafiore puts it, the socially necessary labor time, SNLT, constituting value is not just a technical average, because the sociality of private labors and so the same magnitude to be measured, is eventually fixed in market exchange. Thus, SNLT is known only ex post. The key point is the unity of production and circulation, so that abstract labor is both something presupposed to, and something fully actualized within, final exchange. Commodities are exchanged with money because, Marx says, they are already commensurable. As values, commodities count as objectified abstract human labor, and they count as objectified abstract human labor because they are ex ante ideal money, and because money is a commodity produced by labor. As such, as objectified abstract human labor, values are the preconditions of the equalization going on in exchange. But abstract labor, Marx adds, is achieved only in actual exchange, when commodities as ideal money turn into real money. 45. In moving beyond Ricardo's substantialist conception of value, Marx's value theory strikes a delicate balance, neither reducing value to embodied labor nor dissolving it into exchange. The result is an understanding of value that seeks to conceptualize the social relations involved in the two separations constitutive of the capitalist mode of production, that is, the competitive interaction of capitals and the antagonistic relationship between capital and wage labor in the process of production. Unfortunately, quite a lot of contemporary Marxist discourse seeks to harden this tissue of relationships into the properties of a collective subject, either capital or labor. In the next chapter I critically discuss the issues involved. 5. Labor. Living labor and capital. Capital is in some very obvious sense about labor. For Marx, abstract labor is the substance of value, hence living labor is the source of new value, and the surplus value appropriated from this new value represents surplus labor performed by wage workers. But contemporary discussion of capital frequently marginalizes wage labor. In this chapter I critically assess some versions of this marginalization. The first of these is offered by Enrique Dussel's absolutization of living labor, which renders invisible the relationality of capital. Then I discuss some of the ways in which the constitutive role of wage labor in the capital relation tends to be displaced in Marxist writing today. Finally, I scrutinize the influential idea that Marx conceives capital as a subject analogous to Hegel's absolute idea and the corollary drawn by Moshe Postone that the analysis of capital does not require us to see the working class as the collective agent of their own and humankind's emancipation. Dussel offers this gloss on Marx's famous letter to Engels of August 24, 1867, discussed at the beginning of the last chapter. I personally believe that Marx thought his greatest discovery was the category of surplus value or the distinction between abstract and concrete labor, but both discoveries depend on the following, which I affirm was the most important of all, and of which Marx himself perhaps was not fully aware: the difference between living labor, substance of value without value, and objectified labor, with value. 1. Dussel is commenting here on the following passage from the 1861-63 manuscript. So far we have not spoken of the value of labor but only of the value of labor capacity, since a direct exchange of more labor for less would contradict the law of commodity exchange, and the form, whether the labor is active or objective, is entirely irrelevant, and the more irrelevant in that the value of a definite quantity of objectified labor is measured not by the quantity of labor objectified in it but by the average quantity of living labor required to reproduce the same commodity. On the other hand, the concept of the commodity in and for itself excludes labor as process. The value of the commodity, labor as process, in actu, is the substance and measure of value, not value. Only as objectified labor is it value. Therefore, in considering capital in general, where the presupposition is that commodities are exchanged at their value, labor can only function as labor capacity, which is itself an objective form of labor. In the production process, however, this mediation disappears. If we disregard the formal process of the exchange between capital and labor and consider what really occurs in the production process, and appears as the result of the production process, a certain quantity of living labor is exchanged for a smaller quantity of objective labor, and at the end of the process a certain quantity of objectified labor is exchanged for a smaller quantity of objectified labor. CW 34, 71. The distinction between living labor, the labor performed during each circuit of industrial capital that creates new value, and dead, or objectified, labor, the labor performed in preceding circuits and represented by the value of the commodities used to make the new product and consumed by the workers, is indeed fundamental to Marx's analysis. Thus in Capital, he focuses on the dead labor expressed in the value of the means of production that is transferred to new commodities when living labor uses them up in making this product, writing, "Capital is dead labor which, vampire-like, lives only by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks." C. 342, see generally c. ch. 8. But Dussel extends this indisputable feature of Marx's discourse into a much more ambitious argument. The truth of Marx's analysis rests on and departs from the real reality, wirkliche Wirklichkeit, of the other, different from capital, the living labor as actuality, as creator of value or source of all human wealth in general. Not only capitalist apostrophe. 2 That living labor is different from and opposed to capital is fundamental to Marx's argument, though, of course, in Capital and the Critique of the Gotha Program 1875, he explicitly rejects the idea that labor is the source of all human wealth. 3 Dussel, however, goes further. The exteriority of living labor with respect to the totality of capital is the conditio sine qua non, necessary condition for the total comprehension of Marx's discourse apostrophe. 4. Dussel cites in support of this interpretation a striking passage that, having first been written in the Grundrisse, Marx repeats in modified form in the 1861-63 manuscript. The separation of property from labor appears as a necessary law of the exchange between capital and labor. As not capital, not objectified labor, labor capacity appears, 1. Negatively. Not raw material, not instrument of labor, not product, not means of subsistence, not money, labor separated from all the means of labor and life, from the whole of its objectivity, as a mere possibility. This complete denudation, this possibility of labor devoid of all objectivity. Labor capacity is absolute poverty, the complete exclusion of objective wealth. The objectivity possessed by labor capacity is only the bodily existence of the worker himself, his own objectivity. 2. Positively. Not objectified labor, the unobjective, subjective existence of labor itself. Labor not as object but as activity, as living source of value. In contrast to capital, which is the reality of general wealth, it is the general possibility of the same, asserting itself in action. As object, on the one hand, labor is absolute poverty, as subject and activity; on the other, it is the general possibility of wealth. This is labor, such as it is presupposed by capital as antithesis, as the objective existence of capital, and such as for its part it in turn presupposes capital. CW 30, 170-171, compare G, 295-296. Dussel argues. Can it be said that the living labor, as reality and category, is the same as wage labor or labor already subsumed within the totality of capital? As subsumed, it is an internal determination of capital. But while it has not yet been totalized, living labor is reality, the most absolute reality for Marx, and the measure of all derealization in the totality of capital. It is exterior to this metaphysical position, beyond the being or the ontological reflection of the laborer as corporeality, bodily existence of the nude body, as person, as not being of capital. We have called it exteriority, the alterity of the other than capital. To be other than the totality of capital is still to be in the exteriority. From the exterior alterity, on the other hand, is where the theoretical critique of Marx begins. 5. The philosophical language used here reminds us that Dussel is not simply an outstanding student of capital and its drafts, but a leading liberation theologian. 6. The theme of the worker as suffering body has been taken up by other contemporary commentators. For example, Massimiliano Tomba writes, "The injustice of which capital speaks is the injustice inflicted on the body by the domination of dead labor over living labor. It is injustice against the body." 7. David McNally proposes that at the end of Capital, Part 2, there commences a journey from the sphere of form, valley of form to be precise, to the domain of bodies and their labors. 8. This last statement is most definitely wrong. Marx refers to the specificity of the value form, and consequently of the commodity form together with its further developments, the money form, the capital form, etc. See 174 and 34. The capital form is presented in Part 2, but steadily acquires new determinations: constant and variable capital, absolute and relative surplus value, accumulation, throughout the rest of Capital. Marx's attention for much of this volume is indeed directed at workers' labors, sufferings and struggles, but these actions and passions are examined within the conceptual framework provided by the successive form determinations that Marx constantly introduces. He might moreover think that highlighting workers' bodies mirrors rather than criticizes the separation of manual and intellectual labor that he sees communism transcending. Dussel is quite right to insist on the importance of the role that living labor plays within Marx's analytical framework. Marx does sometimes refer to living labor in a strikingly vitalist way, as the dynamizing force animating the capitalist process. For example, early in the Grundrisse, as he is building the categories of his value theory, labor is the living, form-giving fire. It is the transitoriness of things, their temporality, as their formation by living time. G. 180. A decade later in Capital, he writes of the means of production, inert and deteriorating so long as they are not used in the process of production. Living labor must seize on these things, awaken them from the dead, change them from merely possible into real and effective use values. Bathed in the fire of labor, appropriated as part of its organism, and infused with vital energy for the functions appropriate to their concept and to their vocation in the process, they are indeed consumed, but to some purpose, as elements in the formation of new use values. See 289-299. From a more analytical angle, Jacques Bidet argues that, by the tiny distance that consists in considering labor first of all outside the wage relation, Marx opened a non-Ricardian space. 10. Crucially, this move allows him to conceptualize the wage relation as one constituted by exploitation, in which capital directs the expenditure of labor power in order to extract surplus value. But distinguishing between labor and wage labor doesn't justify treating living labor as a transhistorical, indeed absolute and primitive category, as Dussel does, for example, here, in the development of the concept of living labor, and thus of capital. The first step is to depart from living labor itself as the absolute simple, first, and hence non-constructible, subject of conceptualization, but not definable a priori, category. 11. This hypostatization of living labor seems to reflect Dussel's own philosophical preoccupations. It has absolutely no warrant from Marx's writings, where living, or non-objectified, labor is presented in opposition to dead, or objectified, labor, corresponding in value terms to variable capital, invested in labor power, and constant capital, invested in means of production. In other words, it belongs to the set of determinations through which the capital relation is constituted. 12. As to the broader theme of exteriority, For labor to be other than capital is not the same as being outside the capital relation. This is indicated in the passage cited by Dussel, where Marx, having summarized the duality of labor capacity as both negative, absolute poverty, and positive, living labor, concludes, "This is labor, such as it is presupposed by capital as antithesis, as the objective existence of capital, and such as for its part it in turn presupposes capital. Labor capacity and capital thus mutually presuppose one another." These formulations recall a famous passage from Wage Labor and Capital that Marx quotes in Capital, thus capital presupposes wage labor presupposes capital. They reciprocally condition the existence of each other, they reciprocally bring forth each other, CW 9, 214, c. 724 n. 21. The self-expansion of capital can only become an autonomous process when it succeeds in separating the direct producers from the means of production, a historical transition that is constantly reproduced through the process of exploitation. For its part, labor capacity is not merely a poor, bare, forked animal outside capital, but a historical result that presupposes capital's continually renewed success in denying it direct access to the means of production. It is a necessary consequence of this relationship that labor capacity takes the form of wage labor and its value that of the value or price of labor. A couple of paragraphs after the passage from the 1861-63 manuscript cited first in this section, Marx writes, "In this form, the value, price of labor is a specific expression, which directly contradicts the concept of value. But this contradiction exists. It is mediated through a series of intermediate elements, which we have developed. In reality the relation appears unmediated, and therefore the wage appears as the value or price of a definite quantity of living labor." CW 34, 72. Dussel tries to find support for the idea of the exteriority of living labor to capital by distinguishing labor capacity, Arbeitsvermögen, from labor power, Arbeitskraft. Once alienated, subsumed, intratotalized in capital, labor capacity or possibility passes to its act, to its actuality, to its effective use. The potency becomes act. Only at this moment, capacity becomes power. From labor capacity now it is labor power. This new and distinct category means then the passage to the effective actualization of labor as such, the effectively productive power, but not before. 13. It is strange, and a bit distressing to find such a brilliant and learned commentator on Marx making such a fanciful assertion. Marx uses labor capacity from his discovery of the concept in the Grundrisse till the 1863-5 manuscript, replacing it in capital, with labor power. In the 1861-63 manuscript he writes of the worker, "The sole commodity he has to offer, to sell, is precisely his living labor capacity, present in his own living corporeity." Capacity is here absolutely not to be conceived as fortuna, fortune, but as potency, (?)mu? CW 30, 37, but Marx's presentation of labor power in capital, makes it clear he sees no difference between the two expressions and provides no support for the claim that one is more associated with potency or possibility than the other. The capacity for labor, Arbeitsvermögen, in other words labor power, Arbeitskraft. We mean, by labor power, or labor capacity, the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in the physical form, the living personality, of a human being, capabilities which he sets in motion whenever he produces a use value of any kind. C. 270. Marginalizing wage labor. Dussel's dubious attempt to extract living labor from the form determinations constituting the capital relation and to counterpose it to them is an example of a widespread trend by contemporary critical thought to downgrade or marginalize wage labor. Michael Leibowitz is an exception to this tendency, since he argues that Marx failed sufficiently to recognize the significance of his own stress on the social relativity of needs and therefore did not conceptualize the autonomy of wage labor as a force co-equal to capital. Consequently he didn't stick to his insight in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 that there was not one subject, but two. Whatever the shortcomings of his early conceptions, capitalism for him was clearly characterized by two sides and their relations. The relations of capitalism contained within them the relations of capitalism as capital, the same relations as wage labor, and the mutual relations of these two to one another. 14. Day offers in my view a much more satisfactory discussion of Marx's analysis of the value and price of labor power in capital that shows how the class struggle is built into these concepts. The specificity of the value/price relationship applied to labor power translates into the following curious effect: the price movement, in the sense denoted by Zwischenbewegung subsidiary movements, cf. c. 658-659, rebounds on that of value. In effect, the break that the worker's resistance brings to the mechanical alignment of the price of labor power to its decreasing value can be analyzed as an element that modifies the value and the movement itself, by favoring a growth in the mass of working class means of subsistence. It stamps on a value that productivity tends to decrease, a principle of growth, at least insofar as this resistance determines lasting effects, a new standard of living. And this rebound on the magnitude of value is also a rebound for its concept. 15. It is, however, more common to play down the importance of wage labor in capital. Often this is justified by reference to David Harvey's development of the concept of accumulation by dispossession, accumulation based on predation, fraud, and violence, whose function is to release a set of assets, including labor power, at very low, and in some instances zero, cost, as not, as is commonly attributed to Marx, merely a key element of the primitive or original accumulation that brings into existence the presuppositions of the capital relation, but a chronic feature of capitalism throughout its history. In his original presentation of the concept, Harvey was careful to insist that the two aspects of expanded reproduction, the accumulation of capital based on the exploitation of wage labor and accumulation by dispossession, are organically linked, dialectically intertwined. 16 More recently, however, Harvey has been less cautious. Yet there are commonalities as well as complementarities between the two processes. Harvey doesn't specify, but presumably he means normal accumulation based on the exploitation of wage labor and accumulation by dispossession, as Luxemburg correctly, in my view, suggests by pointing to the organic relation between them. The extraction of surplus value is, after all, a specific form of accumulation by dispossession, since it is nothing more or less than the alienation, appropriation and dispossession of the laborer's capacity to produce value in the labor process. 17. This is, in my view, a disastrous move. As Harvey acknowledges elsewhere, Marx's analysis in Capital, systematically assumes that commodities exchange at their values. 18 Marx was surrounded by radical thinkers, for example, Proudhon and his followers, who treated exploitation as a consequence of capitalists' illegitimate manipulation of the laws of the market. His presentation of the capital relation is intended to show that exploitation is a normal feature of a system of generalized commodity production where labor power has been transformed into a commodity. As we have already seen in Chapter 3, Marx therefore treats what Harvey calls extended reproduction as sharply distinct from primitive accumulation, even if we accept that the latter continues in various forms into the present. The organization of the capitalist process of production, once it is fully developed, breaks down all resistance. The constant generation of a relative surplus population keeps the law of supply and demand of labor, and therefore wages, within narrow limits which correspond to capital's valorization requirements. The silent compulsion of economic relations sets the seal on the domination of the capitalist over the worker. Direct extra-economic force is still of course used, but only in exceptional cases. C. 899. By subsuming the extraction of surplus value under accumulation by dispossession, Harvey risks regressing to a pre-Marxian position where modern exploitation is a consequence of predation, fraud, and violence. Admittedly, this is a common view on the contemporary radical left, led by Michael Hart and Tony Negri, who argue, capital accumulation today is increasingly external to the production process, such that exploitation takes the form of expropriation of the common. Accordingly, they conclude that the exploitation of labor power and the accumulation of surplus value should be understood in terms of not profit but capitalist rent. 19 Compare this to how Marx conceptualizes capital as constituted in its conflictual relationship with wage labor. Capital is productive of value only as a relation, insofar as it is a coercive force on wage labor, compelling it to perform surplus labor, or spurring on the productive power of labor to produce relative surplus value. In both cases it only produces value as the power of labor's own objective conditions over labor when these are alienated from labor, only as one of the forms of wage labor itself, as a condition of wage labor. CW 30, 399. In treating capital as an external force, Hart and Negri transform it into a super-subject battening on the commons. The relentless plunder of resources is undoubtedly an important aspect of contemporary neoliberal globalization. But repressing the relationality of capital blocks any understanding of the distinctive forms of capital accumulation today, and in particular the gigantic extension of the capital relation in the past generation represented by the expansion of industrial capitalisms in East Asia producing for the world market. It also fails to grasp the interdependence of capital and wage labor, which is expressed in the exploitation of workers, but also in their collective capacity to disrupt, paralyze, and take control of the production process. Harvey is also representative of contemporary left-wing thinking in a strange slide that he performs when discussing Marx's distinction between the formal and real subsumption of labor under capital. He writes, "Under what was called the putting-out system, merchant capitalists would take materials to laborers in their cottages and return to collect the worked-up product at a later date. The laborers would not be supervised, and the labor process would be left up to the cottagers. It often entailed family labor and dovetailed with subsistence agricultural practices. But the cottagers depended on the merchant capitalists for their monetary incomes and did not own the product they worked up. This is what Marx means by formal subsumption. When laborers are brought into the factory for a wage, then both they and the labor process are under the direct supervision of the capitalist. This is real subsumption. So the formal is out there, dependent, while the real is inside the factory under the supervision of the capitalist. 20. So, according to Harvey, it is only with the real subsumption of labor under capital that the direct producers become wage workers employed by capitalists. This is an astonishing misinterpretation of Marx. Marx develops the distinction between formal and real subsumption first in the 1861-63 manuscript and 1863-5 manuscript, notably in the so-called sixth chapter of Capital, I, Results of the Immediate Process of Production, which he treats as broadly corresponding to the distinction between absolute surplus value, where the rate of exploitation is increased by lengthening the working day, and relative surplus value, which relies instead on increases in labor productivity. But both forms of subsumption presuppose wage labor, as this passage where the distinction is first fully developed in the 1861-63 manuscript makes clear. The subsumption is formal, insofar as the individual worker, instead of working as an independent commodity owner, now works as a labor capacity belonging to the capitalist, and therefore under his command and supervision, also works no longer for himself but for the capitalist. The means of labor, moreover, no longer appear as means to the realization of his labor appears instead as the means of valorization, absorption of labor, for the means of labor. This distinction is formal insofar as it can exist without causing the slightest alteration of any kind in the mode of production or the social relations within which production takes place. CW 30, 262. But in the case of real subsumption, the capitalist mode of production has already seized upon the substance of labor and transformed it. The subsumption of the worker under capital is no longer merely formal, the fact that he works for someone else, under alien command and alien supervision. Nor is the situation any longer merely as it was in the case of simple cooperation, where the worker cooperates with many others, performing the same work with them at the same time, while his work as such remains unchanged and a merely temporary connection is created, a contiguity, which by the nature of things may easily be dissolved and which in most cases of simple cooperation takes place only for specific, limited periods, to satisfy exceptional requirements, as with harvesting, road building, etc. Nor is it like manufacture in its simplest form, where the main thing is the simultaneous exploitation of many workers and a saving on fixed capital, etc., and where the worker only formally becomes a part of a whole, whose head is the capitalist, but in which he is not further affected, as a producer, by the fact that many other workers are doing the same thing alongside him, also making boots, etc. With the transformation of his labor capacity into what is merely a function of part of the complete mechanism, the whole of which forms the workshop, he has altogether ceased to be the producer of a commodity. He is only the producer of a one-sided operation, which in general produces something solely in connection with the whole of the mechanism that forms the workshop. He is thus a living constituent of the workshop, and has himself become an accessory to capital through the manner of his work, since his skill can only be exercised in the workshop, only as a link in a mechanism which confronts him as the presence of capital. Originally he had to sell to the capitalist, instead of the commodity, the labor that produced the commodity, because he was not in possession of the objective conditions for the realization of his labor capacity. Now he has to sell it because his labor capacity only continues to be labor capacity insofar as it is sold to capital. Thus he is now subsumed under capitalist production, has now fallen under the control of capital, no longer just because he lacks the means of labor, but because of his very labor capacity, the nature and manner of his labor. Now capital has in its hands no longer just the objective conditions, but the social conditions of subjective labor, the conditions under which his labor continues to be labor at all. CW 30, 279-280. So the real subsumption of labor under capital does not involve, as Harvey asserts, bringing the direct producers into the factory for a wage, putting both them in the labor process, under the direct supervision of the capitalist. This has already happened when labor is formally subsumed under capital. By contrast, with the real subsumption of labor under capital, a complete revolution takes place in the mode of production itself, in the productivity of labor, and in the relation, within production, between the capitalist and the worker, as also in the social relation between them, CW 34, 107-108. In a pioneering study of the origins of the factory, Stephen Marglin argues, fully in line with how Marx conceptualizes formal and real subsumption, that the agglomeration of workers into factories was a natural outgrowth of the putting out system, a result, if you will, of its internal contradictions, whose success had little or nothing to do with the technological superiority of large-scale machinery. The key to the success of the factory, as well as its inspiration, was the substitution of capitalists for workers' control of the production process. Discipline and supervision could and did reduce costs without being technologically superior. 21. This doesn't mean that Marx ignored cases where labor is subsumed under capital without being transformed into wage labor. Thus he refers to forms in which the capital relation does not yet exist formally, i.e. under which labor is already exploited by capital before the latter has developed into the form of productive capital and labor itself has taken on the form of wage labor. Such forms are to be found in social formations which precede the bourgeois mode of production. On the other hand, they constantly reproduce themselves within the latter and are in part reproduced by the latter itself. CW 34, 117. Marx gives the example of an Indian peasant who mortgages his cotton crop to a usurer. He is sometimes accused of being indifferent, or even hostile to the condition of peasants. 22 But he was full of praise for the mid-19th century economist Richard Jones for showing what has been lacking in all English economists since Sir James Stoyart, namely, a sense of the historical differences in modes of production. CW 33, 320. One of Jones's main themes is the historical specificity of the capital/wage labor relationship, still a comparative rarity in a world where most producers were still peasants. 23 When discussing the genesis of capitalist rent in Capital, 3, Marx has quite an extensive discussion of small-scale peasant proprietors. It is in the course of this that he makes his famous statement that large landed property under capitalism produces conditions that provoke an irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself. Einen unheilbaren Riss hervorrufen in dem Zusammenhang der gesellschaftlichen und durch die Naturgesetze des Lebens vorgeschriebenen Stoffwechsels, Chai, 949. One question posed by the transitional forms considered by Marx is what counts as the subsumption of labor under capital. It is raised in the work of one leading contemporary Marxist historian, Jairus Benagi. He has strongly criticized attempts to treat free wage labor as a necessary and sufficient condition for the existence of capitalist relations of production, which he associates especially with the school of political Marxists who claim inspiration from Robert Brenner's work. According to Benagi, historically, capital accumulation has been characterized by considerable flexibility in the structuring of production and in the forms of labor and organization of labor used in producing surplus value. The liberal conception of capitalism, which sees the sole basis of accumulation in the individual wage earner conceived as a free laborer, obliterates a great deal of capitalist history, erasing the contribution of both enslaved and collective, family, units of labor power. To take this further, it would surely represent an advance in Marxist theory to think of capitalism working through a multiplicity of forms of exploitation based on wage labor. In other words, instead of seeing wage labor as one form of exploitation among many, alongside sharecropping, labor tenancy, and various kinds of bonded labor, these specific individual forms of exploitation may just be ways in which paid labor is recruited, exploited, and controlled by employers. The argument is not that all sharecroppers, labor tenants, and bonded laborers are wage workers, but that these forms may reflect the subsumption of labor into sick capital in ways where the sale of labor power for wages is mediated and possibly disguised in more complex arrangements. 24. Benagi bases this argument not merely on his historical research but on an influential discussion of modes of production he first published in 1977. His key thesis is forms of exploitation derive their specific historical social forms and functions from the relations of production which they mediate or which are embodied in them. On this basis he distinguishes between wage labor as a simple category, common to several epochs of production, and as a concrete category, as abstract, value-producing labor, hence as labor which already posits the elements of capitalist production. 25 But Benagi has greatly reinforced the power of this theoretical argument by demonstrating the extensive existence of wage labor in pre-capitalist societies. For example, the Eastern Mediterranean in late antiquity. 26 He is right to insist that forms of exploitation have to be understood in relations to their role in sustaining the tendencies, what Marx calls the laws of motion, of a specific mode of production. But, if wage labor pre-exists capitalism, under what conditions does it become abstract, value-producing labor sustaining the laws of motion of capitalism? The same could be asked of forms of non-wage labor that are, as both Bernaghi and Marx agree, subsumed under capital. 27 The only answer that Bernaghi has, as far as I know, given to this question is that labor subsumed under capital takes the form of living labor. 28 I'm not sure that this is right. What gives labor the power to create value is its transformation, through the processes of normalization, synchronization and homogenization discussed by Saad Filho, as we saw in Chapter 4, into abstract social labor. The opposition between dead and living labor presupposes this transformation. But even if we accept Bernaghi's formulation, this simply shifts the question backwards, since, as we have seen, living labor is one of the set of determinations that Marx argues constitutes the capital relation. The problem is under what conditions we can affirm that these determinations exist. One answer is provided by Robert Brenner's concept of market dependence, which we touched on in the preceding chapter. He argues that capitalist social property relations have two defining elements. Economic agents must be separated from the means of subsistence. Though they may possess means of production, tools and skills, the individual economic agents cannot possess their full means of subsistence, all that is necessary to allow them to directly product what they need to survive. What this usually means is that, at a minimum, they must be deprived of ownership of land, or at least of land that, when combined with their labor and tools, could provide them with everything they need to survive. 29. This condition, together with a second requiring that economic agents lack the means of coercion to extract surplus labor from direct producers, ensures that they can only reproduce themselves by producing as efficiently as possible for the market. By making the first condition separation from the means of subsistence, rather than from the means of production, Brenner casts subsumption under capital more broadly than Marx's concepts of formal and real subsumption do, since, as we have seen, these both presuppose wage labor. This is historically important because of the case, studied by Brenner, of the development of capitalism in the northern Netherlands, where ecological change in the late Middle Ages forced peasants into market dependence that promoted economic specialization and higher productivity. 30 When Marx discusses the economic content of wage labor, as he does in the following passage where he is contrasting it to slavery, he too highlights how the worker's market dependence makes labor more productive and versatile, allowing it to meet a wider range of needs. In the case of the slave, the minimum wage appears as a constant magnitude, independent of his own labor. In the case of the free worker, the value of his labor capacity, and the average wage corresponding to it, does not present itself as confined within this predestined limit, independent of his own labor and determined by his purely physical needs. The average for the class is more or less constant here, as is the value of all commodities, but it does not exist in this immediate reality for the individual worker, whose wage may stand either above or below this minimum. The price of labor sometimes falls below the value of labor capacity, and sometimes rises above it. Furthermore, there is room for maneuver, within narrow limits, for the worker's individuality, as a result of which there are differences in wages, partly between different branches of labor, and partly in the same branch of labor, according to the industriousness, skill, strength, etc., of the worker, and indeed these differences are in part determined by the measure of his own personal performance. Thus the level of the wage appears to vary according to the worker's own labor and its individual quality. This is particularly strongly developed where a piece wage is paid. Although the latter does not change in any way the general relation between capital and labor, surplus labor and necessary labor, it nevertheless expresses the relation for each individual worker differently, according to the measure of his own personal performance. Great strength or special skills may increase the purchase value of the slave as a person, but this is of no concern to the slave himself. It is different with the free worker, who is himself the proprietor of his labor capacity. The higher value of this labor capacity must be paid to the worker himself, and it is expressed in a higher wage. Great differences in wages are therefore found, according to whether the specific kind of labor requires a more highly developed labor capacity, necessitating greater production costs, or not, and this on the one hand opens up an area of free movement for individual differences, while on the other hand it provides a spur to the development of the individual's own labor capacity. Certain as it is that the mass of labor must consist of more or less unskilled labor, and therefore that the mass of wages must be determined by the value of simple labor capacity, it remains possible for isolated individuals to make their way upwards into higher spheres of labor by particular energy, talent, etc., just as there remains the abstract possibility that this or that worker could himself become a capitalist and an exploiter of alien labor. The slave belongs to a particular master. It is true that the worker must sell himself to capital, but not to a particular capitalist, and thus he has a choice, within a particular sphere, as to who he sells himself to, and can change masters. All these differences in the relation make the activity of the free worker more intensive, more continuous, more agile, and more dexterous than that of the slave, quite apart from the fact that they fit the worker himself to undertake historical actions of an entirely different nature. The slave receives the means of subsistence necessary for his maintenance in a natural form, which is as fixed in kind as in extent, in use values. The free worker receives them in the form of money, of exchange value, of the abstract social form of wealth, abstract wealth, exchange value, and not a specific traditionally and locally limited use value. Still remains for the worker the purpose and result of his labor. It is the worker himself who turns the money into whatever use values he wants, buys the commodities he wants with it, and as an owner of money, as a buyer of commodities, he stands in exactly the same relation to the sellers of commodities as any other buyer. The conditions of his existence, and also the limited extent of the value of the money he has acquired, naturally compel him to spend it on a rather restricted range of means of subsistence. Nevertheless, some degree of variation is possible here, such as e.g. newspapers, which form part of the necessary means of subsistence of the English urban worker. He can save something, form a hoard. He can also waste his wages on spirits, etc. But in acting this way he acts as a free agent. He must pay his own way, he is himself responsible for the way in which he spends his wages. He learns to master himself, in contrast to the slave, who needs a master. Since the purpose of labor is for the wage laborer wages alone, money, a definite quantity of exchange value, in which any specific characteristics of use value have been extinguished, he is completely indifferent to the content of his labor, and therefore to the specific character of his activity. Hence, insofar as the division of labor has not made his labor capacity entirely one-sided, the free worker is in principle receptive to, and ready for, any variation in his labor capacity and his working activity which promises better wages. In North America, where the development of wage labor has least of all been affected by reminiscences of the old guild system, etc., this variability, this complete indifference to the specific content of labor, this ability to transfer from one branch to another, is shown particularly strongly. Hence the contrast between this variability and the uniform, traditional character of slave labor, which does not vary according to the requirements of production, but rather the reverse, requiring that production should itself be adapted to the mode of labor introduced originally and handed down by tradition, is emphasized by all United States writers as the grand characteristic of the free wage labor of the North as against the slave labor of the South. See Cairns. 31. The constant creation of new kinds of labor, this continuous variation, which results in a multiplicity of use values and therefore is also a real development of exchange value, this continuing division of labor in the whole of the society, first becomes possible with the capitalist mode of production. It begins with the free handicraft guild system, where it does not meet with a barrier in the ossification of each particular branch of the craft itself. CW 34, 436-438, largely recapitulating CW 34, 100-102, c. Introduced originally and handed down by tradition, is emphasized by all United States writers as the grand characteristic of the free wage labor of the North as against the slave labor of the South. See Cairns. 31. The constant creation of new kinds of labor, this continuous variation, which results in a multiplicity of use values and therefore is also a real development of exchange value, this continuing division of labor in the whole of the society, first becomes possible with the capitalist mode of production. It begins with the free handicraft guild system, where it does not meet with a barrier in the ossification of each particular branch of the craft itself. CW 34, 436-438, largely recapitulating CW 34, 100-102, c. What Marx is describing here are the modes of economic action facilitated by wage labor that are necessary to support the transformation of concrete into abstract labor, and it is this transformation that abstract, value-producing labor presupposes. One might interpret him as saying that the wage form provides the framework in which market dependence becomes effective. The test then of when labor is subsumed under capital is the extent to which the direct producer is subjected to economic compulsions to specialize in producing efficiently for the market and thereby intensively to develop the productive forces. Marx, for the reasons spelled out at length in this passage, believes that this will normally take the form of a capitalist employing wage workers who are themselves subject to a similar compulsion through the wage form itself. 32 Thus he considers the case of the Indian cotton producer a very limited form of subsumption under capital that is unlikely to lead to the productivity increases and technological transformations characteristic of the capital relation. The usurer functions as a capitalist insofar as the valorization of his capital occurs directly through the appropriation of alien labor, but in a form which makes the actual producer into his debtor, instead of making him a seller of his labor to the capitalist. This form heightens the exploitation of the producer, drives it to its uttermost limits, without in any way, with the introduction of capitalist production, even if at first with the merely formal subsumption of labor under capital, introducing the resulting heightened productivity of labor in the transition to the specifically capitalist mode of production. It is rather a form which makes labor sterile, places it under the most unfavorable economic conditions, and combines together capitalist exploitation without a capitalist mode of production, and the mode of production of independent small-scale property in the instruments of labor without the advantages this mode of production offers for less developed conditions. Here in fact the means of production have ceased to belong to the producer, but they are nominally subsumed to him, and the mode of production remains in the same relations of small independent enterprise, only the relations are in ruins. CW 34. 118-119. John Weeks's discussion of simple commodity production cited in the previous chapter underlines the limitations of any form of market dependence where the means of production have not been transformed into commodities and appropriated by capital. Without this transformation, which greatly facilitates the mobility of capital and its ability to create or restructure branches of production, the real conditions of abstract social labor that Marx highlights in his discussion of wage labor cannot be sustained. There may well be cases of market dependence other than wage labor that have the economic content that Marx associates with this form. Brenner's discussion of the late medieval/early modern northern Netherlands offers one example. Charlie Post's studies of the role of northern and western small farmers in the development of capitalism in the United States and other. 33 Being open to these cases seems particularly important given the transformations that agrarian economic relations have been undergoing in contemporary capitalism. 34 But this does not alter the fact that Marx believes the properties of labor that he associates with formal and still more with real subsumption, and which are required for the technological transformations wrought where capitalist production prevails, are only fully present when capital confronts wage labor. Marcel van der Linden has recently offered an alternative approach to conceptualizing labor in modernity. Every carrier of labor power whose labor power is sold, or hired out, to another person under economic, or non-economic, compulsion belongs to the class of subaltern workers, regardless of whether the carrier of labor power is him or herself selling or hiring it out and regardless of whether the carrier him or herself owns means of production. As van der Linden points out, the resulting class of subaltern workers is a variegated group, including chattel slaves, sharecroppers, small artisans and wage earners. His main argument for this broader conception, echoing Hart and Negri, he calls it this multitude, is that the boundaries between these different categories of direct producer are blurred and therefore hard to draw. 35 This is of course true. Indeed, it is quite hard to demarcate between things in the physical as well as the social world in general. We still construct concepts that cut up the world along what often seem to be unreasonably sharp lines. The reason why we do this is because it serves our purposes in different ways. What disappear in van der Linden's portmanteau concept of subaltern workers are precisely the differences in economic form determinations on which Marx insists so strongly. Nor is this simply a matter of formalism for its own sake. Marx's approach allows us to isolate those cases where surplus labor is extracted from direct producers as a result of economic compulsion rather than physical coercion. By doing so he connects the subsumption of labor under capital with the intensive development of the productive forces that he holds to be characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. All the other categories of labor listed by van der Linden and more besides may cluster around this central case, which Marx rightly or wrongly associates with the wage form. But those who disagree with him need to address the connection he posits. None of this means that Benage and van der Linden are wrong to point to a broader spectrum of producers subordinated to capital than simply wage workers. Successful struggles against exploitation may often depend on mobilizing broad layers of those subjects of capital, particularly in the global south. But effective political strategy cannot lose sight of the differences in actors' position in production relations that may lead in particular situations to divergences in interest. 36. The pseudo-subjectivity of capital. One way of eliding the relationality of capital is to abstract labor from its relationship with capital, and thereby to transform capital into an external force. Another is to focus on capital itself, treating it as an autonomous subject. 37 Perhaps the leading commentator to express this view is Chris Arthur, for whom the key advance of value form theory is the insight that the value form develops to the point at which, with self-valorizing value, it is constituted as a self-relation, and takes over the world of production and consumption given to it. The accusation against contemporary value form theorists of etherealism is presumably one that Arthur would embrace, since he conceives value as nothing, a sheer void, an immediacy unrelated to anything outside itself, a specter that seeks to capture living labor and turn it to its own ends. Self-valorizing value posits itself in comprehending within self-production, through negating dialectically, preserving the material side within it, the realm of the real labor of production. So far from labor embodying itself in commodities and thereby constituting them as values, the value form embodies itself in production, subordinates its purposes to value creation, and realizes itself in the product, posited as nothing but its own othering, when it successfully gains control of the labor process. 38. Riccardo Bellafiore, another exponent of the thesis articulated by Arthur that there is a homology between capital and Hegel's absolute idea, has pointed out that it was anticipated by Lucio Colletti. The commodity and, even more so of course, capital and the state, represent processes of hypostatization in reality. Now, our thesis is that, given realities of this nature, it is impossible to understand them fully unless one grasps the structure of the processes of hypostatization of Hegel's logic. In other words, Marx's critique of Hegel's dialectic and his analysis of capital hold together. Failing to understand the former, it is also impossible to understand the latter. 39. There are, in fact, other antecedents. Thus Theodor Adorno, without subscribing to the idea of capital as subject, argues that Hegel's dialectic in some sense mirrors the reduction of the qualitative to units of abstract labor and the dominance of commodity fetishism under capitalism. Even in the theory of the conceptual mediation of all being, Hegel envisaged something decisive in real terms. The act of exchange implies the reduction of the products to be exchanged to their equivalents, to something abstract. 40 Moishe Postone, a contemporary theorist working in the Frankfurt School tradition that Adorno helped to found, has in his impressive study of the Grundrisse and Capital criticized Georg Lukács for conceiving the proletariat as the identical subject-object of history and class consciousness. On the contrary, Marx explicitly characterizes capital as the self-moving substance which is subject. In doing so, Marx suggests that a historical subject in the Hegelian sense does indeed exist in capitalism, yet he does not identify it with any social grouping, such as the proletariat, or with humanity. Rather, Marx analyzes it in terms of the structure of social relations constituted by forms of objectifying practice and grasped by the category of capital, and, hence, value. His analysis suggests that the social relations that characterize capitalism are of a very peculiar sort. They possess the attributes that Hegel accorded to Geist. It is in this sense, then, that a historical subject as conceived by Hegel exists in capitalism. 41. So in what sense does Marx understand capital as subject? There is a cluster of remarks at the beginning of the 1861-63 manuscript in which capital is treated as a subject. Thus Marx comments on the formula for capital. 2 points must be stressed here. Firstly, M is value in process. Exchange value is a process that takes its course through various acts of exchange or stages of circulation, and at the same time dominates over them. Secondly, in this process value is not only preserved, it increases in magnitude, it is multiplied, increases itself, it creates in this movement a surplus value. It is thus not only self-preserving but self-valorizing value, value that posits value. CW 30, 12. Shortly afterwards Marx develops the idea of self-valorizing value into subjectivity. Value as it presents itself here is value in process, the subject of a process, CW 30, 13. This linking of process and subjectivity is repeated, for example, here. Value is capital, self-valorizing value, is value raised to a second power. Not only does it have an independent expression, as in money, but it compares itself with itself, or is compared by the capitalist, measures itself at one period, the magnitude of value in which it was proposited to the production process, against itself in another period, namely after its return from circulation, after the commodity has been sold and reconverted into money. Value therefore appears as the same subject in two different periods, and indeed this is its own movement, the movement that characterizes capital. CW 30, 100. But Marx also seems to suggest that the individual capitalist is a subject. It is the money owner, who makes his money, or the value he possesses in the form of money, pass through the process M, C, M. This movement is the content of his activity, and he therefore appears only as the personification of capital defined in this way, as the capitalist. His person, or rather his pocket, is the starting point of M, and it is the point of return. He is the conscious vehicle of this process. Just as the result of the process is the preservation and increase of value, the self-valorization of value, what forms the content of the movement appears to him as a conscious purpose. To increase the amount of value he possesses appears thus as his sole purpose. His purpose is the ever-growing appropriation of wealth in its general form, exchange value, and only insofar as it appears as his sole driving motive is he a capitalist or a conscious subject of the movement M. C. M. CW 30, 19. So capital has two subjects, the process of self-valorization itself and the individual capitalist. This theme is reiterated in the following passage, which has some of the resonances involved in Arthur's assimilation of capital in the idea. In the production process, insofar as this is a valorization process and hence a process of the self-valorization of the proposited value or money value, objectified general social labor, past labor, preserves and increases itself, posits surplus value, through exchange, through the relative appropriation of living labor, an exchange mediated by the purchase of labor capacity. It thus appears as value in process, and preserving and maintaining itself in the process. It thus appears as a self, the incarnation of this self is the capitalist, the selfhood of value. Labor, living, appears only as the means, the agency through which capital, value, reproduces and increases itself. CW 30, 95-96. Marx's treatment of the capitalist here anticipates his famous declaration in the preface to the first edition of Capital, individuals are dealt with here only insofar as they are the personifications of economic categories, the bearers, Traeger, of particular class relations and interests, c. 92. The following passage suggests that the status of individual subject is a dependent one, alienated from or subordinated to the objective conditions of production embodied by capital. Marx writes that the worker is free, that is, insofar as he, on the one hand, has at his disposal his own labor capacity as a commodity, and, on the other hand, has no other commodity at his disposal, is free, completely rid of all the objective conditions for the realization of his labor capacity, and therefore, as a mere subject, a mere personification of his own labor capacity, is a worker in the same sense as the money owner is a capitalist as subject and repository of objectified labor, of value sticking fast to itself. CW 30, 37-38. Marx's usage here touches on an ambiguity that is highlighted by Etienne Balibar, between the subject as it is conceived in Roman law and early modern political thought, a person subordinate to another's power, and the philosophical conception of the subject first explicitly formulated in the German idealist tradition but in some way emerging in the 17th century as, in Charles Taylor's words, self-defining, the source of epistemic and political authority. 42 Individual workers and capitalists are clearly subjects in the first sense, but what about capital? Marx returns in Capital, Chapter 4, the general formula for capital, to the idea of value as the subject of a process, or even the dominant subject, Übergreifend as subject, of this process, and declares in the passage stressed by Postone, but now, in the circulation M, C, M, value suddenly presents itself as a self-moving substance, Selbstbewegungssubstanz, which passes through a process of its own, and for which commodities and money are both mere forms, c. 255, 256. We saw in Chapter 2 that the problematic of transforming substance into subject is central to Hegel's project. As Dieter Henrich puts it, for Hegel this substance is an ontological principle that only underlies this process. The subject for Hegel is, however, nothing but the active relationship to itself. 43 According to Michael Inwood, for Hegel, a substance is in constant activity, generating and dissolving its accidents. Substance appears or shines in its accidents and they are its appearance. Subject, in contrast, differentiates itself and restores its unity, in the process developing consciousness and agency. 44 Here we have a paradigmatic case of self-defining subjectivity. But in Capital, Marx seems a bit careless of the distinction between substance and subject so important to Hegel, referring to capital or value as both. In the French edition he slightly plays down the theme of capital as subject. Thus in the first of the three passages just quoted from Capital, subject eines Prozesses becomes une Substanz automatique, and in the second Übergreifend as subject disappears in this sentence, As value become capital undergoes continual changes in appearance and size, it needs above all its own form in which its identity with itself is affirmed. 45 It may be helpful to recall some of the classical philosophical discussions of substance. 1. A major preoccupation of the British empiricists concerns the problem of how a substance maintains its identity through the various changes it undergoes. Locke struggles with whether personal identity, which he equates, though not without hesitation, with continuity of consciousness, is dependent on the persistence of a single substance, whether material or spiritual. 46 Hume by contrast deconstructs the very idea of substance, affirming that the self is nothing but a bundle or collection of different perceptions, which succeed each other with an inconceivable rapidity, are in a perpetual flux and movement. 47 Another is provided by Spinoza's analysis of the single substance identical with God and nature, which he claims is causa sui, self-caused. By substance I mean that which is in itself and is conceived through itself, that is, that the conception of which is does not require the conception of another thing from which it has to be formed. 48 We can see these different meanings of substance in Marx's references to value and process. As we have seen, capital is self-valorizing value that undergoes a process in which it maintains its identity through the metamorphoses it undergoes from money to commodities and then back to more money. It is in capital, too, that Marx examines these metamorphoses in most detail, in his presentation of the three circuits of money, commercial, and productive capital that are integrated as the movement of industrial capital. And it is in this context that we find the following very interesting passage. Capital, as self-valorizing value, does not just comprise class relations, a definite social character that depends on the existence of labor as wage labor. It is a movement, a circulatory process through different stages, eine Bewegung, ein Kreislaufsprozess durch verschiedene Stadien, which itself in turn includes three different forms of the circulatory process. Hence it can only be grasped as a movement, and as a static thing. Those who consider the autonomization, Verselbständigung, of value as a mere abstraction forget that the movement of industrial capital is this abstraction in action, diese Abstraktion in Actu. Here value passes through different forms, different movements in which it is both preserved and increases, is valorized. Key, 185-49. This passage dates from 1877, thereby demonstrating once again that Marx doesn't retreat into a dumbed-down version of his value theory in his later years. Here capital is abstraction in action, an autonomous movement that is indeed in a perpetual flux and movement but preserves its identity throughout. Given that capital is substance/subject insofar as it maintains itself through these different stages, in what sense can we speak of the autonomization of value? Marx shortly after this passage makes a crack about Bailey for opposing the autonomization of value which characterizes the capitalist mode of production. In reducing value to contemporaneous exchange value, he does not in the least suspect, therefore, that value functions as capital value or capital only insofar as it remains identical with itself and is compared with itself in the different phases of its circuit, which are in no way contemporary, but rather occur in succession. Key, 186. So here autonomization is equated with identity preservation. See Key, 233 for a very similar formulation. My guess is that at least two other meanings may be detected here. The first is the idea that we discussed in Chapter 3 of Capital positing its own presuppositions. Capital as causa sui functions as a self-reproducing process, the outcome of each cycle of which is the maintenance of the capital/wage labor relationship. The second is the way in which the imperative logic of the process, above all, through the mechanism of the law of value, imposes itself on individual and collective actors. What is missing here is agency, the idea, central to the German idealist tradition, of the subject as an initiator of action. Marx is not, for example, inviting us to conceive capital as subject as itself some kind of collective actor. The strongest proponent of the alternative view is probably Stavros Tambatsos, who insists that, for Marx, capital is a living social relation endowed with its own will that organizes human life according to its own immanent criteria. It is a living organism endowed with a body, use value, and a soul, value, its own will and logic, profit, expanded reproduction, and so on. Tambatsos is most persuasive when he writes, capitalist reality is a living thing because, among other reasons, it is capable of reacting and defending itself and because it is capable of self-development, whatever the social price might be. It is a human reality that escapes human control, it dominates society, subjecting man to its own purpose, and for these reasons it is a living thing. 50 What Tambatsos is appealing to here is the theme of capital as causa sui, positing its presuppositions. Now there is certainly an analogy to life here. Chaos and complexity theory emerged precisely to study the way in which systems develop spontaneously in nature with the ability to maintain and sometimes to reproduce themselves. This research has also revealed the sensitivity of such systems to small changes in their initial conditions that can suddenly flip the system from one state to another. 51 Capital as conceptualized by Marx is undoubtedly a complex system in this sense. But the development of self-organized systems in nature is precisely spontaneous, no one planned them, and the systems exhibit no will or soul. They are not subjects, and neither is Capital. 52. Another proponent of Capital as subject, Postone, undermines his own case by effectively denying to Capital the properties of consciousness and agency. Marx's mature critique, therefore, no longer entails a materialist, anthropological inversion of Hegel's idealistic dialectic but, in a sense, is its materialist justification. Marx implicitly attempts to show that the rational core of Hegel's dialectic is precisely its idealist character. It is an expression of a mode of social domination constituted by structures of social relations which, because they are alienated, acquire a quasi-independent existence vis-à-vis individuals, and which, because of their peculiar dualistic nature, are dialectical in character. The historical subject, according to Marx, is the alienated structure of social mediation that constitutes the capitalist formation. 53. So here subject is reinterpreted as structure. Indeed, the most powerful theme of Postone's interpretation of Marx is that capitalism is a system of abstract, impersonal domination. As he elaborates, the system, constituted by abstract labor, embodies a new form of social domination. It exerts a form of social compulsion whose impersonal, abstract, and objective character is historically new. The initial determination of such abstract social compulsion is that individuals are compelled to produce and exchange commodities in order to survive. This compulsion exerted is not a function of direct social domination, as is the case, for example, with slave or serf labor. It is, rather, a function of abstract and objective social structures and represents a form of abstract, impersonal domination. 54. The account that Postone gives of this form of domination, though couched in more traditional Marxist theoretical terminology, differs little from Branner's conception of market dependence, the situation that economic actors find themselves in under capitalism where, to reproduce themselves, they must produce for the market and, to maintain their competitiveness, produce as efficiently as possible. The image Postone presents of capitalism is quite close to Althusser's conception of a decentered totality and of history as a process without a subject in which individuals function in the way Marx portrays the capitalists, as supports of the relations of production. Postone complains that Althusser trans-historically hypostatized as history, in an objectivistic way, that which Marx analyzed in Capital as a historically specific, constituted structure of social relations, but Althusser may still capture an important aspect of how Marx understood Capital. 55. Where does all this leave Arthur's and Coletti's theme of capital as hypostatization in reality? Perhaps the most useful way to pursue this is through the theme of inversion. Coletti writes, for Marx, capitalism is contradictory not because it is a reality and all realities are contradictory, but because it is an upside-down, inverted reality, alienation, fetishism. 56. The theme of the topsy-turvy or inverted world, auf den Kopf gestellt Welt, verkehrte Welt, runs through Marx's writing from his letters from the Deutsch-Französische Jahresbücher of March 1843 onwards, CW 3, 139. 57. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 the inversion now takes a specific historical form, that between labor and capital. The more objects the worker produces the fewer he can possess and the more he falls under the domination of his product, of capital. It is the same in religion. The more man puts into God, the less he retains within himself. The worker places his life in the object, but now it no longer belongs to him, but to the object. The greater his activity, therefore, the fewer objects the worker possesses. What the product of his labor is, he is not. Therefore, the greater this product, the less is he himself. The externalization, Entäußerung, of the worker in his product means that not only does his labor become an object, but that it exists outside him, independently of him and alien to him, and begins to confront him as an autonomous power, that the life which he has bestowed on the object confronts him as hostile and alien. EU 324. The reference to religion highlights a key source of the theme of inversion, Feuerbach's critique of the transposition of subject and predicate involved in Christianity, where all the properties characteristic of human beings and thus constituting their species being are projected onto a deity that is the product of their own imagination. As Coletti and his teacher Galvano della Volpe stressed, Marx took over this problematic of inversion and applied it to the state and civil society in his critique of Hegel's doctrine of the state. 58 In doing so he made inversion util in what became, starting with the Paris manuscripts, his critique of political economy. Compare the 1844 passage cited above with the following from the 1861-63 manuscript. For labor to be wage labor, for the worker to work as a non-proprietor, for him to sell not commodities but disposition over his own labor capacity, to sell his labor capacity itself in the sole manner in which it can be sold, the conditions for the realization of his labor must confront him as alienated conditions, as alien powers, conditions under the sway of an alien will, as alien property. Objectified labor, value as such, confronts him as an entity in its own right, as capital, the vehicle of which is the capitalist, hence it also confronts him as the capitalist. Objectified, past labor thereby becomes the sovereign of living, present labor. The relation of subject and object is inverted. If already in the presupposition the objective conditions for the realization of the worker's labor capacity and therefore for actual labor appear to the worker as alien, independent powers, which relate to living labor rather as the conditions of their own preservation and increase, the tool, the material, of labor, and the means of subsistence only giving themselves up to labor in order to absorb more of it, this inversion is still more pronounced in the result. The objective conditions of labor are themselves the products of labor, and to the extent that they are viewed from the angle of exchange value they are nothing but labor time in objective form. In both directions, therefore, the objective conditions of labor are the result of labor itself, they are its own objectification, and it is its own objectification, labor itself as its result, that confronts labor as an alien power, as an independent power, while labor confronts the latter again and again in the same objectlessness, as mere labor capacity. CW 30, 112, 113. But is the continuity complete? Bede argues not, distinguishing two forms of inversion in Capital. 3. The inversion, or something deserving that name, appears only when the categories that characterize this level are applied in an essential sense, concerning the production of surplus value. What is then called an inversion is the fact that the non-worker appears as a worker, capital as a thing, etc. In short, the relation characterizes the relationship between the representations inherent to the level of reality of Volume 3 and the level of reality of Volume 1. It is thus an ideological phenomenon, an inversion in the representation, a discrepancy between this and the reality of Volume 1, but which is supported in the reality of Volume 3, to which it is in a sense adequate. This use of the theme of inversion is completely coherent with the theory of ideology that Marx offers in Volume 3.59. The second form of inversion is that where, as in the passage just cited from the 1861-63 manuscript, worker and capital, subject and object are inverted. Here the ideological inversion is only the reflection of the inversion in the structure itself, producing the unsustainable paradox that ideology is a true figure of the world as it is. Bede argues that Marx progressively detaches himself from this second schema of inversion, as he discovers the necessity for a fragmented theory of the ideological corresponding to that of the exposition's process without a subject. This would consist in determining, at each moment of the exposition, the representations that it implies in the agent whose function and practice it defines. 60 Bede is right that, as he explains very well, the account of ideology that Marx offers in Capital is one that attaches ideological representations to the perspective of agents occupying specific positions in the capitalist production relations. See Chapter 3 above. But he is less sure-footed than usual in suggesting that Marx distances himself from the theme of real inversion in his later economic manuscripts. Take, for example, this passage from Capital, I, which was, of course, written after the 1863-5 manuscript from which Engels edited Capital. 3. The worker constantly produces objective wealth, in the form of capital, an alien power that dominates and exploits him, and the capitalist just as constantly produces labor power, in the form of a subjective form of wealth which is abstract, exists merely in the physical body of the worker, and is separated from its own means of objectification and realization. In short, the capitalist produces the worker as a wage laborer. C. 716. There seems little difference between what Marx says here and the content of the earlier passages cited from the Paris manuscripts and the 1861-63 manuscript. Let's consider more fully Marx's great denunciation of the Trinity formula towards the end of Capital 3, which we touched on in Chapter 3. Capital profit, or better still capital interest, land ground rent, labor wages. This economic trinity is the connection between the components of value and wealth in general and its sources, completes the mystification of the capitalist mode of production, the reification, Vertinglichung, of social relations, and the immediate coalescence of the material relations of production with their historical and social determination, Geschichtlich Soziale und Bestimmtheit, the bewitched, inverted, and topsy-turvy world haunted by Monsieur Le Capital and Madame La Terre, who are at the same time social characters and mere things. Die Verzauberte, Verkehrte und auf den Kopf gestellt Welt, wo Monsieur Le Capital und Madame La Terre als Sozialcharaktere und zugleich unmittelbare als bloße Dinge ihren Spuk treiben. It is the great merit of classic economics to have dissolved this false appearance and deception, this autonomization and ossification of the different social elements of wealth vis-à-vis one another, this personification of things and reification, Versachlichung, of the relations of production, this religion of everyday life, diese Religion des Alltagslebens, by reducing interest to a part of profit and rent to the surplus above the average profit, so that they both coincide in surplus value, by presenting the circulation process as simply a metamorphosis of forms, and simply in the immediate process of production reducing the value and surplus value of commodities to labor. Yet even its best representatives remained more or less trapped in the world of illusion their criticism had dissolved, and nothing else is possible from the bourgeois standpoint. They all fell therefore more or less into inconsistencies, half-truths, and unresolved contradictions, Widersprüche. It is also quite natural, on the other hand, that the actual agents of production themselves feel completely at home in these estranged and irrational, and from Daten und Rationellen, forms of capital interest, land rent, labor wages, for these are precisely the configurations of appearance, Digestaltung und Daseins, in which they move, and with which they are daily involved. It is equally natural, therefore, that the vulgar economics, which is nothing more than a didactic, and more or less natural translation of the everyday notions, Alltagswortstellungen, of the actual agents of production, giving them a certain comprehensible arrangement, finds the natural basis of its fatuous self-importance established precisely in this trinity, in which the entire interconnection is obliterated. This formula also corresponds to the self-interest of the dominant classes, since it preaches the natural necessity and perpetual justification of their sources of income and erects this into a dogma. Chai, 968-969, Mive, 830, translation modified. So the assignment of fragments of surplus value to the factors of production is at once false appearance and deception, belonging to the world of illusion, and the religion of everyday life, the configurations of appearance in which the actual agents of production move. Bidet interprets this duality of illusion and actuality thus. There is a moment indicated here at which appearance, or Scheinung, becomes illusion, Schein. The categories of competition constitute Erscheinung, in the sense that an essential structure is effectively realized in a more concrete structure. The law of value is expressed in exchange at prices of production. This involves a Schein, in the sense that this order of expression is mistaken for the inner structure and thus gives a fallacious representation of it. This is why Marx speaks frequently in terms of error, confusion, etc. The illusion is analogous to Kant's transcendental illusion, an illegitimate use of categories that have their proper pertinence elsewhere. 61. Bidet's argument here is intended to contain Marx's critique of the Trinity formula within his first sense of inversion, as an ideological representation. The thought is something like this: economic actors' place in production relations leads them to commit a category mistake, applying concepts that have their validity in a limited domain, roughly speaking that defined by the processes through which different fractions of the capitalist class obtain different portions of surplus value, to the entirety of the capitalist mode of production. But what is the illusion here? It seems best captured by G. A. Cohen's account of capital fetishism. First, productivity is separated from its basis in material production, and is attributed to exchange value itself, to capital. Then productivity is referred back to labor power and means of production as physical embodiments of capital, whereas in fact capital is productive in virtue of its embodiment in them. 62. A looser way of putting this would be to say that capital fetishism involves the transposition of subject and predicate involved in Marx's real inversion. After all, the illusion here is that the value-creating power of living labor is being ascribed to physical objects. But, as Bidet himself acknowledges, the illusion arises from categories that have a proper pertinence in capitalist economic realities. Tom Botsos makes the point very forcefully. Ideology and false consciousness are not notions that are subsequently added to the reality of social relations. They form part of these relations, in the same way as surplus value. It is a feature of the nature of surplus value to hide itself in the commodity, to disguise itself in profit, to be confounded with interest, to flirt with the time of circulation, in short, to conceal its origins. 63. So it is much harder to separate the two senses of inversion than Bidet suggests. In this respect Coletti, like many other commentators, is right to say that the problematic of alienation informs the whole of Marx's critique of political economy, from the notes on Mill to Capital, this continuity, and Marx's associated reliance in Capital on the philosophical anthropology developed in the Paris manuscripts indicate the respects in which Althusser's thesis of an epistemological break between the young and old Marx is mistaken. But what does change is the status of the problematic of alienation. In the 1844 manuscripts the main explanatory burden is taken by the theory of human nature, which informs a Hegelian dialectic of differentiation, alienated labor under capitalism, and restored unity, communism. This kind of historical dialectic doesn't completely disappear in Capital. Towards the end of Capital, chapter 32, the historical tendency of capital accumulation, just after Marx predicts that the expropriators are expropriated, he offers this Hegelian triad. The capitalist mode of appropriation, which springs from the capitalist mode of production, produces capitalist private property. This is the first negation of individual private property, as founded on the labor of the proprietor. But capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a natural process, mit der Notwendigkeit eines Naturprozesses, its own negation. This is the negation of the negation. It does not re-establish private property, but it does indeed establish individual property on the basis of the achievements of the capitalist era, namely cooperation and the possession in common of the land and the means of production produced by labor itself. C. 929. The subject of this process, however, is no longer the human essence, but forms of property, with the transition from initial unity to first negation taking the form of primitive accumulation, private property, which is personally earned, which is based, as it were, on the fusing together of the isolated, independent working individual with the conditions of labor, is supplanted by capitalist private property, which rests on the exploitation of alien, but formally free labor. C. 928. This is a much more narrowly focused dialectic than the one that unfolds in the 1844 manuscripts, and it is undercut by the way in which Marx follows this chapter, which reads like a grand finale, with the bathos of chapter 33, the modern theory of colonization. Here Marx focuses on Edward Gibbon Wakefield's England and America, 1833, a work that fascinated him and to which he returns again and again in his economic manuscripts. He discovered that capital is not a thing, but a social relation between persons which is mediated through things. A Mr. Peel, he complains, took with him from England to the Swan River district of Western Australia means of subsistence and of production to the amount of £50,000. This Mr. Peel even had the foresight to bring besides 3,000 persons of the working class, men, women and children. Once he arrived at his destination, Mr. Peel was left without a servant to make his bed or fetch him water from the river. Unhappy Mr. Peel, who provided for everything except the export of English relations of production to Swan River. C. 932-933-64. This splendid conclusion underlines Marx's continuing preoccupation with the colonies as exemplifying the general features of capitalist production relations. He writes elsewhere, Ricardo and other English writers saw in these colonies, only in more obvious form, without the fight against traditional relations, and therefore untarnished, the same domination of capitalist production in agriculture as hits the eye everywhere in their own country, CW 31, 460. But it also relativizes the grand Hegelian drama of the preceding chapter. Frederick Jameson has written of the two great foreshortened climaxes, a heroic and a comic one, each in its own way foretelling the end of the system and of the law of value, and the opening on that unforeseeable future which Marx elsewhere calls the end of prehistory. 65 This double ending of capital, underlines how complex Marx's discourse has become, not simply in the different figures he uses and references he makes, but also in the sense of the modes of explanation employed in order to articulate capitalism as a totality. Think, for example, of the explanatory importance that, as we saw in chapter 3 above, he gives to competition and to the interests and intentions of individual capitalists when discussing relative surplus value and the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. 66 It has burst the confines of the relatively simple anthropological dialectic that informs the 1844 manuscripts. So the problematic of alienation remains in Capital, but no longer does it play the central explanatory role. Of course, labor itself is central, but it has itself been differentiated into a set of oppositions: abstract social labor/concrete useful labor, living/dead labor, constant/variable capital, relative/absolute surplus value, that bear the main explanatory burden. Alan Wood puts it very well. Marx's mature theory, then, does not assign to alienation the basic explanatory role projected for it in the early fragment. Yet Marx does not simply abandon the concept of alienation in his mature writings. On the contrary, we find it still used in many places in the Grundrisse, Capital, and elsewhere. Marx's use of it in these writings, I suggest, is no longer explanatory, rather, it is descriptive or diagnostic. Marx uses the notion of alienation to identify or characterize a certain sort of human ill or dysfunction which is especially prevalent in modern society. The ill is one to which all the varying phenomena exemplifying the images or metaphors of unnatural separation or domination by one's own creations contribute in one way or another. 67. It seems to me that we need to treat the transposition of subject and object that Marx portrays the capital relation involving as one of these metaphors. Metaphors are false sentences that nevertheless allow us to see the world in a different way. 68 As a result of selling her labor power to capital, the worker loses control of her creative powers, including the power to create value. But what she loses control to is not capital in the sense of an agent, whether we consider this agency spectral or that of some more mundane form of collective actor. The use of the worker's labor power is controlled usually by some kind of managerial hierarchy. But the agents occupying this hierarchy, including the CEO and her minions at the top, do not form an autonomous collective agent. They are themselves subject to the imperative of competitive accumulation. We discussed in Chapter 3 some of the problems involved in how Marx conceptualizes competition in the Grundrisse. This should not allow us to lose sight of the essential truth expressed in formulations such as the following: capital exists and can only exist as many capitals, and its self-determination therefore appears as their reciprocal interaction with one another. G. 414. 69 There is no singular capital that imposes itself imperiously on the world. The very alienation that workers and capitalists alike experience consists crucially in their subordination to the competitive logic of an inherently decentered set of economic relationships. Like Walker, Lee Marvin, in Point Blank, what we discover as we go deeper into the labyrinths of corporate power is no secret center from which all power radiates but an impersonal structure staffed by functionaries. As Tony Smith implies in this excellent dismissal of the subjectivity of capital, politics is at stake here. It is not wrong to speak of living labor as capital's other, standing outside capital, or to stress how from capital's standpoint living labor is nothing. But it is very misleading to stop here. Living labor is inside capital all the way down. There are no powers of capital that are not ultimately the collective social powers of labor, or the powers of nature, machinery and science mobilized by collective social labor. On the deepest level of Marx's social ontology it is capital that is nothing, a mere pseudo-subject. Capital may be the ruling principle of the social order, subjecting human agents to a discipline that both unleashes and distorts their creative powers, inside the workplace and outside it. But capital has no powers in itself whatsoever, any more than any other fetish object. To think otherwise is fall prey to the very mystification that Marx's concept of capital is meant to dispel. 70. The subjectivity of labor. The other side of the pseudo-subjectivity of capital is the potential subjectivity of living labor. If labor ceases to allow capital to use its powers, then the limits to capital truly appear. We shall return to this, the core of the politics of capital, in Chapter 7. But it is worth stressing here that treating capital as a subject may lead to a devaluation of labor. This is particularly true of the most rigorous attempt to portray capital as a subject, by Postone. He contrasts two fundamentally different modes of critical analysis, a critique of capitalism, from the standpoint of labor, on the one hand, and a critique of labor and capitalism, on the other. The first, which is based upon a transhistorical understanding of labor, presupposes that a structural tension exists between the aspects of social life that characterize capitalism, for example, the market and private property, and the social sphere constituted by labor. Labor, therefore, forms the basis of the critique of capitalism, the standpoint from which that critique is undertaken. According to the second mode of analysis, labor in capitalism is historically specific and constitutes the essential structures of society. Thus labor is the object of the critique of capitalist society. 71. The latter form of critique is that of Marx and the Grundrisse and Capital, the former that of what Postone calls traditional Marxism, which offers not a critique of political economy but a critical political economy, that is, a critique of the mode of distribution. It is a critique which, in terms of its treatment of labor, merits the name Ricardian Marxism. This is a residual category in which Postone dumps virtually every variant Marxism, including, as we have seen, that of Lukács history and class consciousness. So the idea, central to this text, that the proletariat embodies a possible post-capitalist form of social life only makes sense, however, if capitalism is defined essentially in terms of private ownership of the means of production, and if labor is considered to be the standpoint of the critique. By contrast, according to Marx's analysis, the proletariat is an essential element of value-determined relations of production and, as such, is also rendered anachronistic as capitalism develops. Overcoming capitalism, then, must also be understood in terms of the abolition of proletarian labor and, hence, the proletariat. This, however, renders very problematic the question of the relation of working-class social and political actions to the possible abolition of capitalism. It implies that such actions, and what is usually referred to as working-class consciousness, remain within the bounds of the capitalist social formation, and not necessarily because workers have been materially and politically corrupted, but because proletarian labor does not fundamentally contradict capital. 72. The idea that his critique of political economy committed Marx to denying that the working class is the agent of anti-capitalist transformation would have come as a surprise to him. Near the end of his life he wrote with Engels in their famous circular letter to leaders of the German Social Democratic Party, 16 September 1879, "For almost 40 years we have emphasized that the class struggle is the immediate motive force of history and, in particular, that the class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat is the great lever of modern social revolution. At the founding of the International we expressly formulated the battle cry, the emancipation of the working class must be achieved by the working class itself." CW 45, 408. Nor is it plausible to suggest that Postone, who rather evasively declares that I shall not examine the possibility of divergent or contradictory tendencies in Marx's mature works, has, in presenting the two critiques, exposed a discrepancy internal to Marx's theoretical discourse. 73 The confusion is in Postone's own interpretation. One major source lies in his claim that Marx now, in the Grundrisse and Capital, implicitly rejects the idea of an immanent logic of human history in any form of trans-historical dialectic, whether inclusive of nature or restricted to history. In Marx's mature works, historical dialectic does not result from the interplay of subject, labor, and nature, from the reflexive workings of the material objectifications of the subject's labor upon itself. Rather, it is rooted in the contradictory character of capital social forms. 74. This so manifestly contradicts Marx's conceptualization of the labor process as the universal condition for the metabolic interaction, Stoffwechsel, between man and nature, the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, c. 290, that Postone is forced to acknowledge the existence of two very different sorts of necessity associated with social labor. Labor in some form is a necessary precondition, a trans-historical or natural social necessity, of human social existence as such. This necessity can veil the specificity of commodity-producing labor, that, although one does not consume what one produces, one's labor is nevertheless the necessary social means of obtaining products to consume. The latter is a historically determinate social necessity. 75. This requires some account of the relationship between trans-historical and historically determinate categories in Marx's critique, but Postone offers none. The distinction in any case undermines the supposedly iconoclastic force of his claim that Marx offers a critique of labor in capitalism. Of course, Marx offers a critique of labor in capitalism. This is evident from the great chapters 14 and 15 of Capital on respectively manufacture and modern industry, and their precursors in the 1861-63 manuscript, discussed further in chapter 7. But it doesn't follow that Marx implicates labor as such in this critique, or that he dismisses the bearers of the degraded forms of work under capitalism as incapable of constituting themselves as an emancipatory force. Postone develops his argument for this last claim thus. Despite the widespread assumption that workers' collective action and bourgeois social forms are opposed, commodity ownership can only be fully realized for the workers in collective form. Workers, then, can only be bourgeois subjects collectively. In other words, the nature of labor power as a commodity is such that collective action does not stand opposed to commodity ownership, but is necessary to its realization. The historical process of labor power's realization as a commodity paradoxically entails the development of collective forms within the framework of capitalism that do not point beyond that society. Rather, they constitute an important moment in the transition from liberal to post-liberal capitalism. 76. There is a kernel of truth in this argument. Chapter 10 of Capital, I, The Working Day, portrays collective working class action forcing political reforms that impose on capital the limits to the working day that it is in its interests as a class to introduce to ensure the stable reproduction of labor power, but impossible to achieve without state intervention, since otherwise free riders could undercut those individual capitals voluntarily imposing limits. Moreover, the improvements in living standards secured by workers through collective action both give their consumption an enhanced role in the reproduction of capitalism, a theme strongly stressed by Harvey, and facilitate their transformation into the desiring subjects of the society of the spectacle. 77 But improvements in workers' condition, whether through strike action or as a result of political reforms introduced in part as a result of pressure by the workers' movement, have contradictory effects. Thus it is widely acknowledged that the development of the welfare state involves a process of decommodification. In other words, a significant proportion of working-class consumption is that of services provided on the basis of entitlement and financed by taxation rather than being purchased by monetary payment derived from wage income or produced by domestic labor within the household. Welfare provision can thus undermine the dominance of capital over labor by making workers less dependent on the labor market. The aim of making the poor accept low-paid employment is therefore one of the most visible aims of neoliberal attempts to restructure the welfare state. 78. In a striking passage in the 1861-63 manuscript, Marx argues that the mystified representations of the total process go with the flow of the capitalist's existence, while the workers' conditions of life incite them to reject them and to resist. In the capital relation, to the extent that it is still considered independently of its circulation process, what is essentially characteristic is the mystification, the upside-down world, the inversion of the subjective and the objective, as it already appears in money. Corresponding to the inverted relation, there necessarily rises, already in the actual production process itself, an inverted conception, a transposed consciousness, which is completed by the transformations and modifications of the actual process of circulation. However, the capitalist is nothing but this movement of capital itself. What he is in reality, he is also in consciousness. Since the positive, dominant side of the relation is expressed in him, he only feels at home precisely in these contradictions, they do not disturb him, whereas the wage laborer, who is trapped in the same inverted notion, only from the other extreme, is driven in practice, as the oppressed side, to resistance against the whole relation, hence also against the notions, concepts and modes of thinking corresponding to it. CW 33, 73-74. Postone ignores what is fundamental to class struggle for Marx, however narrowly distributive its aims, namely how it helps transform the working class into a political subject whose collective action tendentially subverts bourgeois ideology. This comes out very strongly in an article in the New York Tribune of July 1853, where Marx discusses the mass strikes by textile workers centered on Preston. I am convinced that the alternative rise and fall of wages, and the continual conflicts between masters and men resulting therefrom, are, in the present organization of industry, the indispensable means of holding up the spirit of the laboring classes, of combining them into one great association against the encroachments of the ruling class, and of preventing them from becoming apathetic, thoughtless, more or less well-fed instruments of production. In a state of society founded upon the antagonism of classes, if we want to prevent slavery in fact as well as in name, we must accept war. In order to rightly appreciate the value of strikes and combinations, we must not allow ourselves to be blinded by the apparent insignificance of their economical results, but hold, above all things, in view their moral and political consequences. Without the great alternative phases of dullness, prosperity, overexcitement, crisis and distress, which modern industry traverses in periodically recurring cycles, with the up and down of wages resulting from them, as with the constant warfare between masters and men closely corresponding with those variations in wages and profits, the working classes of Great Britain, and of all Europe, would be a heartbroken, a weak-minded, a worn-out, unresisting mess, whose self-emancipation would prove as impossible as that of the slaves of ancient Greece and Rome. CW 12, 169. Marx's celebration nearly 20 years later of the Paris Commune of 1871, whose aims and leadership he strongly criticized, underlines the extent to which he values working-class struggles for their moral and political consequences in transforming those involved into a collective agent of their self-emancipation. He may of course have been wrong about this, a subject I touch on in Chapter 7, along with the other traditional Marxists whom Postone consigns to the dustbin of history, not just Lukács, but, for example, such otherwise diverse figures as Rosa Luxemburg, Leon Trotsky, and Walter Benjamin. But there seems no doubt about what Marx actually thought. 79. 6. Crises. Crisis and revolution. The question of economic crisis represents a particular point of difficulty for students of Capital and its drafts. 1. It was, after all, the outbreak of the crisis of 1857-8, described by Michael Kratka as the first world economic crisis, affecting all regions of the world that were in one way or another already integrated in or at least connected to the world market, that prompted Marx to start on the Grundrisse. 2. Moreover, as we saw in Chapter 1, the six-book plan that he developed in the course of these studies culminated in a book on the world market and crises. This reflected a conception of crisis as the summation of all the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production. As Marx puts it in the Economic Manuscript of 1861-63, in world market crises, all the contradictions of bourgeois production erupt collectively, CW 32, 163. But, of course, Book 6 was never written, and Part 3 of Capital, 3, where Marx discusses crises in the context of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, is clearly a work in progress rather than the presentation of a finished theory. Simon Clark goes further, arguing that Marx's writings on crisis are indeed fragmentary and confused. In isolation from his work as a whole they are not of any great interest, and they certainly do not provide a consistent and rigorous theory of crisis. 3. Clark has written a valuable and scholarly study of Marx's writing on crisis, but it has a polemical purpose, namely to demolish what Clark claims is the obsession of orthodox Marxism with general crises and to demonstrate that the focus of Marx's work is not the crisis as catastrophic event, but the inherent tendency to crisis that underlies the permanent instability of social existence under capitalism. From this perspective, Marx is the first and most radical theorist of the postmodern condition. For this unfortunate concession to passing intellectual fashion aside, Clark's iconoclasm fails both properly to situate economic crises in Marx's thought and to grasp the logic of his analysis in Capital. As Daniel Ben Said puts it in one of the best discussions of Marx on crises, Marx produces their determinations at the different logical moments of the process of production, of circulation, and of the reproduction of capital. He doesn't state a positive, coherent and complete theory, but a negative theory, through successive approaches. 5. Another way of putting it would be to say that we can find in Capital not an articulated and finished theory of crisis, but a multidimensional conception of economic crises and their place in the capitalist mode of production. In this chapter I identify 6 determinations of crisis in Marx's economic writings. 2. The formal possibilities of crisis inherent in commodity exchange and the modern capitalist credit system, and the conditions of exchange between the two main departments of production required for the reproduction of the system, are enabling conditions. A second pair, the interaction between fluctuations in wage rates and in the size of the industrial reserve army and the turnover of fixed capital, are conditioning factors. Finally, the interplay between the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the cycle of bubble and panic on the financial markets constitute the decisive causal mechanisms at work in economic crises. But what about the place of crises in Marx's thought as a whole? In a recent study of the development of his thinking on the falling rate of profit, Geert Reuten and Peter Thomas argue that in the Grundrisse, where Marx first addresses this topic, we find a rhetoric of crisis that harks back to the preoccupation with political crisis, specifically of the old regime in Prussia, that he shared with his fellow young Hegelians in the 1840s. Marx in the 1843-44 Introduction to A Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right discovers in the proletariat the universal class that can carry out a revolution whose aim is not merely political emancipation but the total redemption of humanity. EU, 256. Reuten and Thomas argue. With the failure of the revolutions that coincided with the publication of the Communist Manifesto, the defeated 48ers tried to keep their hopes alive for a revival of this world historical subject. Fidelity to the memory of, the theme of crisis, in the midst of widespread abandonment of revolutionary politics by their contemporaries, constituted one of their most potent psychological supports. 6. So crisis here functions primarily as a political, even psychological concept, and the proletariat as a philosophical category. This interpretation ignores Marx's development from 1844 onwards of a different, more precisely socio-economic conception of the proletariat as part of the formulation of his broader theory of history and revolution. 7 More to the point, Reuten and Thomas fail to appreciate the specific, though still political role that economic crises play in Marx's and Engels's thinking after 1848. In September 1850 they broke with the Communist League on the basis of a disagreement starkly stated by Marx. The materialist standpoint of the manifesto has given way to idealism, The revolution is seen not as the product of realities of the situation but as a result of an effort of will. Whereas we say to the workers, you have 15, 20, 50 years of civil war to go through to alter the situation and to train yourselves for the exercise of power, it is said, we must take power at once, or else we must take to our beds. CW 10, 626. A few months later Marx and Engels sought to copper-bottom their political stance by situating the defeat of the revolution in the movements of the economic cycle. Just as the spread of the crisis that broke out in Britain in 1847 to the continent had helped to spark off the wave of risings in 1848, so the subsequent recovery, made possible by global imperial expansion thanks to the discoveries of gold in Australia and California and western penetration of China but once again moving across the Channel via Britain, set the seal on their defeat. Rather than put their faith in assertions of revolutionary will or vague democratic phraseology, Marx and Engels argue, real communists must acknowledge their dependence on the movements of the mode of production. While, therefore, the crises first produce revolutions on the continent, the foundation of these is, nevertheless, always laid in England. Violent outbreaks must naturally occur rather in the extremities of the bourgeois body than in its heart, since the possibility of adjustment is greater here, London, than there. On the other hand, the degree to which continental revolutions react on England is at the same time the barometer which indicates how far these revolutions really call in question the bourgeois conditions of life, or how far they only hit their political formations. With this general prosperity, in which the productive forces of bourgeois society develop as luxuriantly as is at all possible within bourgeois relationships, there can be no talk of a real revolution. Such a revolution is only possible in the periods when both these factors, the modern productive forces and the bourgeois forms of production, come in collision with each other. A new revolution is possible only in consequence of a new crisis. It is, however, just as certain as this crisis. CW 10, 509-510-8. Crises are thus interpreted as both the expression in bourgeois society of the contradiction between the forces and relations of production that Marx in his writings of the mid-1840s identifies as the motor of historical change and the precipitator of real revolutions that call in question the bourgeois conditions of life. A preoccupation with this interplay between economic crises and socio-political revolution is evident in Marx's writings of the 1850s. For example, speculating in the New York Tribune in May to June 1853 about the destabilizing impact of the Taiping Rebellion in China on the world economy, he reaffirms the connection he and Engels had posited in 1850. Since the commencement of the 18th century there has been no serious revolution in Europe which had not been preceded by a commercial and financial crisis. This applies no less to the revolution of 1789 than to that of 1848. It is true, not only that we every day behold more threatening a conflict between the ruling powers and their subjects, between the state and society, between the various classes, but also the conflict of the existing powers among each other reaching that height where the sword must be drawn, and the ultima ratio of princes be recurred to. We may be sure, nevertheless, that to whatever height the conflict between the European powers may rise, however threatening the aspect of the diplomatic horizon may appear, whatever movements may be attempted by some enthusiastic fraction in this or that country, the rage of princes and the fury of the people are alike enervated by the breath of prosperity. Neither wars nor revolutions are likely to put Europe by the ears, unless in consequence of a general commercial and industrial crisis, the signal of which has, as usual, to be given by England, the representative of European industry in the market of the world. CW 12, 99. Marx's journalism in these years constantly monitors the movements of the economic cycle to anticipate the onset of the next crisis, which he had initially predicted for 1852. If Joseph Schumpeter is right in saying that Britain was in recession by mid-1854, Marx wasn't too far out, but it took the 1857 financial panic to make the crisis a global one. 9 As we saw in Chapter 2, Marx's economic studies in the early 1850s focus in particular on theories of money and banking. But this preoccupation has a political dimension as well. Thus in his journalism he pays particular attention to the pioneering French investment bank the Crédit Mobilier, CW 15, 8-24, 130-135. This allows him to develop a critique of the system of fictitious credit that points towards the much more elaborated analysis of financial markets in Capital, 3, Part 5, CW 16, 33-34. But Marx's interest in the Crédit Mobilier is inseparable from his and Engels's critique of the regime of Napoleon III, gravedigger of the 1848 revolution, most famously developed in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. and their appreciation of the strategic political significance of France. Economic crises may start in Britain, though in 1857 the panic began in the United States, but they spark revolutions in France. The Crédit Immobilier, whose Saint-Simonian bosses the brothers Barrère were closely linked to the regime, in channeling savings to industrial firms, especially railway companies, practiced what David Harvey calls in his outstanding study of Paris under the Second Empire a planned evolution of what we now know the state monopoly capitalism. 10 So the end of 1857 finds Marx invoking the interpenetration of the state and private capital as he gnaws away in both an article for the New York Tribune and a letter to Engels written on Christmas Day in order to explain the relatively limited impact of the crisis on France, an empirical variation with political implications. Compare CW 14, 413-418 and 40, 228-232. 11. Solving this particular puzzle was part of a much larger effort to monitor the course of the crisis. He wrote to Engels a little earlier, December 18, 1857, "I am working enormously, as a rule until 4 o'clock in the morning. I am engaged on a twofold task, 1. Elaborating the outlines of political economy. For the benefit of the public it is absolutely essential to go into the matter au fond, as it is for my own, individually, to get rid of this nightmare. 2. The present crisis. Apart from the articles for the Tribune, all I do is keep records of it, which, however, takes up a considerable amount of time. I think that, somewhere about the spring, we ought to do a pamphlet together about the affair as a reminder to the German public that we are still there as always, and always the same. I have started 3 large record books, England, Germany, France. All the material on the American affair is available in the Tribune, and can be collated subsequently. CW 40, 224-225. So Marx was working on a twin track, writing the Grundrisse and assembling the material for an empirical study of the crisis. As Michael Kratka puts it, in early October, when he had started writing his first chapter on money, he began his parallel work on the books of crisis. That was actually another project, the study of the course of the world economic crisis in all details. His work as an empirical researcher, collecting and arranging material on the crisis events in different parts of the world, drawing up statistical tables from various sources, looking for more evidence, kept him busy until the end of January, probably early February 1858, while he was writing the chapter on capital. Hence the conventional imagination of Marx, studying first and foremost Hegel's Science of Logic while writing the Grundrisse manuscript is misguided. At the same time, he was experimenting with the dialectical forms of presentation of the basics of political economy and pursuing a full-scale empirical research on the ongoing economic crisis. The books of crisis were not only meant as aid for his work as journalist. They were also important for the theory, the rational explanation of the phenomenon of modern cyclical crises, which Marx regarded as an indispensable part of his systematic critique of political economy. 12. Of course, the pamphlet, like so much else Marx planned, never appeared. But the books of the crisis, when published in Mega 2, will amount to 500 pages, bearing witness to Marx's interest in investigating empirically the course of this global economic crisis. The fact that it did not cause the political shock waves implied by Marx's and Engels's post-1848 analysis dampened the hopes expressed by Engels in a letter of November 14, 1857. In 1848 we were saying, now our time is coming, and so in a certain sense it was, but this time it is coming properly. Now it's a case of do or die, CW 40, 203. But in the very letter, October 8, 1858, where Marx acknowledged to Engels the optimistic turn taken by world trade at this moment, he engaged in a fascinating world historical speculation. There is no denying that bourgeois society has for the second time experienced its 16th century, a 16th century which, I hope, will sound its death knell just as the first ushered it into the world. The proper task of bourgeois society is the creation of the world market, at least in outline, and of the production based on that market. Since the world is round, the colonization of California and Australia and the opening up of China and Japan would seem to have completed this process. For us, the difficult question is this: on the continent revolution is imminent and will, moreover, instantly assume a socialist character. Will it not necessarily be crushed in this little corner of the earth, since the movement of bourgeois society is still, in the ascendant over a far greater area? CW 40, 346, 346-347. This passage is one of Marx's strongest affirmations of the global character of capitalism as a system whose future lies far from the shores of Europe. His expectations of revolution are at once optimistic, The imminent Continental Revolution will instantly assume a socialist character, a prediction for which he would claim the Paris Commune of 1871 as confirmation, and pessimistic, insofar as such a revolution might be, from a global point of view, a sideshow. But the experience of 1857-8 underlined for Marx the importance of what he called in the 1859 contribution big storms on the world market, in which the antagonism of all elements in the bourgeois process of production explodes. Con. 182. Hence his decision to conclude the critique of political economy with the world market and crises. He never wrote Book 6, but there are important discussions of economic crises in the Grundrisse, the 1861-63 manuscript and Capital itself. These allow us to identify a more or less coherent multidimensional conception of crises and their function within the capitalist system. Dimensions of crisis. The multiple dimensions of crisis that Marx discusses reflect, as Ben Said suggests, their place in the ordering of determinations in capital. In the 1861-63 manuscript, Marx makes it clear that the analysis of these distinct dimensions must follow his method of rising from the abstract to the concrete. The world trade crises must be regarded as the real concentration and forcible adjustment of all the contradictions of bourgeois economy. The individual factors, which are condensed in these crises, must therefore emerge and must be described in each sphere of the bourgeois economy, and the further we advance in our examination of the latter, the more aspects of this conflict must be traced on the one hand, and on the other hand it must be shown that its more abstract forms are recurring and are contained in the more concrete forms. CW 32, 140. But Marx's treatment of the different determinations of crises also bears the imprint of the pre-existing understanding of capitalism that he brought to the resumption of his economic studies in the summer of 1857. Marx's first theory of crisis, competitive accumulation drives production beyond the limits of the market. Marx first begins systematically to reflect on the causes of crises in the late 1840s in texts such as the Communist Manifesto and Wage Labor and Capital. Already here he discovers in bourgeois society a systemic tendency towards overaccumulation and overproduction. Clark gives an excellent summary of this theory. Marx has established that there is a tendency inherent in the capitalist mode of production to develop the forces of production, under the pressure of competition, without regard to the limits of the market, as every capitalist seeks to increase his profits by introducing new methods of production on an increasing scale. The momentum of the development of production in any branch is determined not by the demand for the product, but by the opportunities for acquiring a surplus profit by advancing the productive forces. The result is that, although the growth of capitalist production at the same time develops the world market, the forces of production develop unevenly and without reference to the requirements of proportionality, so that competition imposes a constant tendency to the disproportional development of the various branches of production. 13. A version of this explanation of crises had already been developed by Engels before and independently of Marx in The Condition of the Working Class in England, 1845. Here Engels outlines the nature of a 5 to 6 year business cycle, reflecting the nature of industrial competition and the commercial crises which arise from it. In the present unregulated production and distribution of the means of subsistence, which is carried on not directly for the sake of supplying needs, but for profit, in the system under which everyone works for himself to enrich himself, disturbances inevitably arise at every moment. 14. Clark emphasizes the differences between Marx's and Engels's versions of this theory. Engels stresses the uncertainty the manufacturing capitalist struggles with when trying to guess the market for his products, which inevitably leads to gluts and crises. Engels's focus on supply and demand implies a focus on the commercial crisis as the decisive moment of the crisis, and also implies that the displacement of competition by planning can eliminate the crisis tendencies of capitalism, and these are preoccupations that recur throughout Engels's work. Marx, on the other hand, was interested not so much in the relation between supply and demand as in the relation between the expenditure of productive labor as the basis of value and the realization of that value in the form of money. This is reflected in Marx's detailed interest in banking and in financial crises, which was not shared by Engels. Moreover, the implications of Marx's analysis are also much more radical, the elimination of crises requiring the abolition not merely of competition, but of the social form of capitalist production. 15. However this may be, a broad conception of crisis as a result of the process of competitive accumulation driving production beyond the limits of the market informs Marx's later writings. We find it in his journalism of the 1850s, for example, in the article Revolution in China and Europe that we have already encountered. He writes, "Amid the most surprising prosperity, it has not been difficult to point out the clear symptoms of an approaching industrial crisis, in Britain. Notwithstanding California and Australia, notwithstanding the immense and unprecedented emigration, there must ever, without any particular accident, in due time arrive a moment when the extension of the markets is unable to keep pace with the extension of British manufactures, and this disproportion must bring about a new crisis with the same certainty as it has done in the past. CW 12, 95-6. Marx never abandons this conception of capitalism's inherent tendency to overaccumulation and overproduction. Thus it is present in Capital, in the crucial chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry, where he argues that the transformation of the production process required by the hunt for relative surplus value underlies the business cycle. The factory system's tremendous capacity for expanding with sudden immense leaps, and its dependence on the world market necessarily gives rise to the following cycle: feverish production, a consequent glut on the market, then a contraction of the market which causes production to be crippled. The life of industry becomes a series of periods of moderate activity, prosperity, overproduction, crisis and stagnation. The uncertainty and instability to which machinery subjects the employment, and consequently the living conditions, of the workers becomes a normal state of affairs, owing to these periodic turns of the industrial cycle. C. 580-2. But Marx's fullest exploration of this explanation of crises is during his discussion of Ricardo's theory of accumulation in the 1861-63 manuscript, CW 32, 123-64. In his debates with Malthus, Ricardo endorsed Say's law, according to which general overproduction, as opposed to the oversupply of some particular product, is impossible since the aggregate production of goods and services generates the income required to purchase them. Say has, most satisfactorily shown, that there is no amount of capital which may not be employed in a country, because demand is limited only by production. No man produces, but with a view to consume or sell, and he never sells but with an intention to purchase some other commodity, which may be immediately useful to him, or which may contribute to future production. By producing, then, he necessarily becomes either the consumer of his own goods, or the purchaser and consumer of the goods of some other person. R.I. 290. Ricardo thus assumes that productions are only bought by productions, or by services. Money is only the medium by which the exchange is effected. R.I. 291-292. For Marx this argument is a concrete illustration of the damaging effects of Ricardo's failure to grasp the form of value that we discussed in Chapter 4. If Ricardo thinks that the commodity form makes no difference to the product, and furthermore, that commodity circulation differs only formally from barter, that in this context the exchange value is only a fleeting form of the exchange of things, and that money is therefore merely a formal means of circulation, then this in fact is in line with his presupposition that the bourgeois mode of production is the absolute mode of production, hence it is a mode of production without any definite specific determination, Bestimmung. Its determinate traits are merely formal. He cannot therefore admit that the bourgeois mode of production contains within itself a barrier to the free development of the productive forces, a barrier which comes to the surface in crises and, in particular, in overproduction, the basic phenomenon in crises. CW 32, 156-157, translation modified 16. In fact, Marx argues, the possibility of crises is inherent in the basic metamorphosis of the commodity in the simple form of its circulation. See money as more than the means of circulation, and therefore its hoarding or the interruption of the flow of payments through the banking system can disrupt the process of circulation. If, for example, purchase and sale, or the metamorphosis of commodities, represent the unity of two processes, or rather the movement of one process through two opposite phases, and thus essentially the unity of the two phases, the movement is essentially just as much the separation of these two phases and their becoming independent of each other. Since, however, they belong together, the independence of the two correlated aspects can only show itself forcibly, as a destructive process. It is just the crisis in which they assert their unity, the unity of the different aspects. The independence which these two linked and complementary phases assume in relation to each other is forcibly destroyed. Thus the crisis manifests the unity of the two phases that have become independent of each other. There would be no crisis without this inner unity of factors that are apparently indifferent to each other. But no, says the apologetic economist. Because there is this unity, there can be no crises. Which in turn means nothing but that the unity of contradictory factors excludes contradiction. CW 32, 131-17. On the basis of this argument, Marx identifies two formal possibilities of crisis: first, that consequent on the separation of sale and purchase inherent in the circulation of commodities, and, Secondly, that caused by the disruption of money's function as means of payment within the credit system. He had already analyzed the latter possibility in the 1859 contribution, drawing on ideas developed by Sir James Stoyart. The function of money as means of payment arises when the transfer of commodity to seller to buyer is separated from the transfer of money, through, for example, the issue of a bill of exchange guaranteeing payment at some later date that itself acts as a negotiable instrument that can be presented to bankers for cash at a discount on the price of the commodity, representing the interest charged by the accepting house. This form of money develops through horizontal transactions between private actors, just as formerly the value token as a universal symbol entailed a state guarantee and a legal rate, so now the buyer as a personal symbol gives rise to private, legally enforceable, contracts among commodity owners. Con. 140. Although money as means of payment is thus a spontaneous effect of commodity transactions, the evolution of the credit system, and therefore of the bourgeois mode of production in general, causes money to function increasingly as a means of payment. Con. 143. This generates a new possibility of crisis. When payments cancel one another as positive and negative quantities, no money need actually appear on the scene. Here money functions merely as measure of value with respect to both the price of the commodity and the size of mutual obligations. Apart from its nominal existence, exchange value does not therefore acquire an independent existence in this case, even in the shape of a token of value. In other words, money becomes purely nominal money of account. Money functioning as means of payment thus contains a contradiction. On the one hand, when payments balance, it acts merely as a nominal measure. On the other hand, when actual payments have to be made, money enters circulation not as a transient means of circulation, but as the static aspect of the universal equivalent, as the absolute commodity, in short, as money. Where chains of payments and an artificial system for adjusting them have been developed, any upheaval that forcibly interrupts the flow of payments and upsets the mechanism for balancing them against one another suddenly turns money from the nebulous chimerical form it assumed as measure of value into hard cash or means of payment. Under conditions of advanced bourgeois production, when the commodity owner has long since become a capitalist, knows his Adam Smith and smiles superciliously at the superstition that only gold and silver constitute money, or that money is after all the absolute commodity as distinct from other commodities, money then suddenly appears not as the medium of circulation but once more as the only adequate form of exchange value, as a unique form of wealth just as it is regarded by the hoarder. This particular phase of world market crises is known as monetary crisis. The summum bonum, supreme good, the sole form of wealth for which people clamor at such times, is money, hard cash, and compared with it all other commodities, just because they are use values, appear to be useless, mere baubles and toys, or as our Dr. Martin Luther says, mere ornament and gluttony. This sudden transformation of the credit system into a monetary system adds theoretical dismay to the actually existing panic, and the agents of the circulation process are overawed by the impenetrable mystery surrounding their own relations. Con. Mystery surrounding their own relations. Con. Marx's discussion of money as means of payment and its role in the development of the credit system and of crises underlines the additional intellectual resources he had gained thanks to his critique of the quantity theory. See chapters 2 and 4 above. Nevertheless, in the 1861-63 manuscript, he emphasizes that both this source of crises and that arising from the separation of sale and purchase are merely forms, general possibilities of crisis, and hence also forms, abstract forms, of actual crisis. CW 32, 142. Marx's subsequent discussion reveals some uncertainty. Thus he writes, but now the further development of the potential crisis has to be traced. The real crisis can only be adduced from the realen, movement of capitalist production, competition and credit, insofar as crisis arises out of the form determinations, Formbestimmungen, of capital that are peculiar to it as capital, and not merely comprised in its existence as commodity and money. CW 32, 143, translation modified. So the explanation of crises depends on the development of the analysis of competition and credit that at this stage Marx had excluded from his theorization of capital in general. See chapters 1 and 3 above. A couple of paragraphs later, after saying that crises need to be understood at the level, not of production, but of circulation and reproduction, Marx adds, the actual, workliche, movement starts from the existing capital, the actual movement denotes developed capitalist production, which starts from and presupposes its own basis. The process of reproduction and the predisposition to crisis which is further developed in it are therefore only partially described under this heading and require further elaboration in the chapter on capital and profit, CW 32, 143. This chapter is what would eventually become Capital, 3. The fairly fragmentary draft in the 1861-63 manuscript includes a discussion of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, see below. In a sense, these reflections support Marx's decision to put crises in the final volume of a six-book plan, since they underline the multiplicity of determinations involved. But in the 1861-63 manuscript, Marx focuses in the rest of his discussion of crises on the problem of overproduction. He is reluctant to characterize it as a consequence of disproportionalities between different branches of production. We are not speaking of crisis here insofar as it arises from disproportionate production, that is to say, the disproportion in the distribution of social labor between the individual spheres of production. This can only be dealt with in connection with the competition of capitals. In that context, it has already been stated that the rise or fall of market value which is caused by this disproportion, results in the transfer or withdrawal of capital from one trade to another, the migration of capital from one trade to another. This equalization itself, however, already implies as a precondition the opposite of equalization and may therefore comprise crisis. The crisis itself may be a form of equalization. Ricardo etc. admit this form of crisis. CW 32, 151. Here disproportionality arises from a lack of correspondence between the amount of social labor allocated to producing a specific commodity and the social need, backed by effective demand, for that commodity. Supporters of Say's law need not deny the possibility of crises as market prices adjust to changed market values, see Chapter 4. But they do deny the possibility of general crises of overproduction, even though for Marx the occurrence of such crises is undeniable. So why do they happen? Marx's response shows him, as so often in his manuscripts, thinking with his pen. If one were to answer the question by pointing out that the constantly expanding production requires a constantly expanding market and that production expands more rapidly than the market, then one would merely have used different terms to express the phenomenon which has to be explained, concrete terms instead of abstract terms. The market expands more slowly than production, or in the cycle through which capital passes during its reproduction, a cycle in which it is not simply reproduced but reproduced on an extended scale, in which it describes not a circle but a spiral, there comes a moment at which the market manifests itself as too narrow for production. This occurs at the end of the cycle. But it merely means, the market is glutted. Overproduction is manifest. If the expansion of the market had kept pace with the expansion of production, there would be no glut in the market, no overproduction. However, the mere admission that the market must expand with production, is, on the other hand, again an admission of the possibility of overproduction, for the market is limited externally in the geographical sense, the internal market is limited as compared with a market that is both internal and external, the latter in turn is limited as compared with the world market, which however is, in turn, limited at each moment of time, though, in itself capable of expansion. The admission that the market must expand if there is to be no overproduction, is therefore also an admission that there can be overproduction. CW 32, 153-154. Marx seems to be acknowledging that merely to point to the process through which the accumulation process drives production faster than the market is a redescription of the problem rather than an explanation. Indeed, Clark undermines his efforts to play down the significance of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall when he concedes that Marx does not offer a simple disproportionality theory of crisis because the problem of crisis comes back to the problem of the fall in the rate of profit that precipitates the crisis by disrupting the relations of proportionality between the branches of production, primarily between those producing means of production and those producing means of consumption. 18 A little after the passage just cited, Marx himself suggests that an explanation of overproduction requires us to look more closely at wages and profits. It is the unconditional development of the productive forces and therefore mass production on the basis of a mass of producers who are confined within the bounds of the necessaries on the one hand and, on the other, the barrier set up by the capitalist's profit, which forms the basis of modern overproduction. CW 32, 157-8. This remark points us towards capital, but before we take a look at what he says about crises there, it is worth saying a word about Marx's treatment of equilibrium. Marx's critique of Say's law aligns him with those economists, in Ricardo's day Thomas Malthus and J.C.L. Simon de Sismondi, more recently of course Maynard Keynes, who have argued that capitalism lacks an inherent tendency towards equilibrium, though Marx finds it very hard to find a good word to say about Malthus. 19 As Ben Said puts it, the disjunction of sale and purchase is a principle not of symmetry and equilibrium, but of dissymmetry and disequilibrium. 20 But Marx does not therefore renounce the concept of equilibrium altogether. Thus in a passage that we cited in Chapter 4 when considering his account on the formation of market value, Marx writes, "The exchange or sale of commodities at their value is the rational, natural law of the equilibrium between them, das Rationale, das Natürliche Gesetz ihres Gleichgewichts. This is the basis on which divergences have to be explained, and not the converse, the law of equilibrium should not be derived from contemplating the divergences." Chai, 289. Equilibrium thus plays a regulative role, holding where the law of value is operative and commodities exchange according to the socially necessary labor time required to produce them. On the one hand, every producer of a commodity is obliged to produce a use value, he must satisfy a particular social need. On the other hand, the law of the value of commodities ultimately determines how much of its disposable labor time society can expend on each kind of commodity. But this constant tendency on the part of the various spheres of production towards equilibrium comes into play only as a reaction against the constant upsetting of this equilibrium. C. 476. Harvey puts it well. What differentiates Marx from bourgeois political economists, both before or since, is the emphasis he puts on the necessity for departures from equilibrium and the crucial role of crises in restoring that equilibrium. The antagonisms embedded with the capitalist mode of production are such that the system is constantly being forced away from an equilibrium state. In the normal course of events, Marx insists, a balance can be achieved only by accident. 21. So what, according to Marx in Capital, are the forces driving capitalism towards disequilibrium? This is best answered by trying to follow the ordering of determinations across the 3 volumes that provide the context of Marx's treatment of crises. 2. Capital, I. The business cycle regulated by fluctuations in the industrial reserve army. As we have already seen, Marx argues in the 1861-63 manuscript that the first section dealing with capital, the direct process of production, does not contribute any new element of crisis, CW 32, 143. Here there is a very substantial change in capital, I, where the cycle plays an important role, first in Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry, and especially in Chapter 25, the General Law of Capitalist Accumulation, in Section 3 of the latter chapter, which Marx significantly augments in the French edition. What he does here is systematically to relate the fluctuations of the business cycle to movements in wages and in the size of the industrial reserve army. 22. What makes this extension in the scope of Marx's analysis possible is his at least partial abandonment of the 6-volume plan, which separated the theory of capital from that of wage labor, and the introduction of Part 6, Wages, and in particular Chapter 19, where Marx presents the form assumed by wages as the value of labor as at once an expression as imaginary as the value of the earth and a form of appearance of capitalist production relations, c. 677. 23. In Chapter 25 Marx introduces the concept of the organic composition of capital. The relationship between the means of production and labor power reflected in value terms is the ratio of constant capital to variable capital, and argues that, as the process of technical transformation inherent in the capital relation expels living labor from production, the organic composition of capital tends to rise. This in turn leads to a tendency for the industrial reserve army, that is, those layers of the working class that, to differing degrees, are not fully integrated into production, also to rise. But this tendency does not take the form of a continuous trend, but rather that of a cyclical oscillation. The path characteristically described by modern industry, which takes the form of a decennial cycle, interrupted by smaller oscillations, of periods of average activity, production at high pressure, crisis, and stagnation, depends on the constant formation, the greater or less absorption, and the reformation of the industrial reserve army or surplus population. In their turn, the varying phases of the industrial cycle recruit the surplus population, and become one of the most energetic agencies of its reproduction. C. 785. The same cyclical movement also regulates that of wages. For Marx, the rate of accumulation is the independent, not the dependent variable. The rate of wages is the dependent, not the independent variable. C. 770. Crucially, the size of the industrial reserve army affects the bargaining power of employed workers, which therefore varies according to the stage of the cycle. Accordingly, the general movement of wages is exclusively regulated by the expansion and contraction of the industrial reserve army, and this in turn corresponds to the periodic alternations of the industrial cycle. C. 790. In a striking passage added in the French edition of Capital, I, Marx integrates the cycle, the development of the productive forces, the industrial reserve army, and the globalization of capitalist production. The jerky expansion of production is the primary cause of its sudden contraction. The latter, it is true, in turn causes the former. But would the exorbitant expansion of production, which forms the point of departure, be possible without a reserve army under the command of capital, without a surplus of workers independent of the natural growth of the population? This increase is achieved by using a very simple process which every day throws workers on the streets, namely the application of methods that, making labor more productive, diminish the demand for it. The conversion, constantly renewed, of a part of the working class who are half occupied or completely idle, thus imprints its typical form on the movement of modern industry. Just as the heavenly bodies always repeat a certain movement, once they have been flung into it, so too does social production, once it has been flung into this movement of alternate expansion and contraction, repeat it by mechanical necessity. Effects become causes in their turn, and the various vicissitudes, first irregular and seemingly accidental, assume more and more the shape of a normal periodicity. But it is only after mechanical industry has struck root so deeply that it exerted a preponderant influence on the whole of national production, only after foreign trade began to predominate over internal trade, thanks to mechanical industry, only after the world market had successively annexed extensive areas of in the New World, Asia and Australia, only after, finally, a sufficient number of industrial nations had entered the arena, only after all this can one date the repeated self-perpetuating cycles, whose successive phases embrace years and always culminate in a general crisis, which is the end of one cycle and the starting point of another. 24. Marx is not offering here anything like a full explanation of the cycle. More specifically, he is not putting forward a wage push or supply-side theory of crisis of the kind favored by Marxists influenced by Ricardo, for whom wage increases, by squeezing profits, precipitate crises. 25 Wages are, as we have seen, the dependent variable, responding to the accumulation process mediated by the business cycle. Nevertheless, Marx's analysis of the industrial reserve army underlines the importance to him of the cyclical character of capitalist development, or rather, in a metaphor he takes from Sismondi, its spiral form, c. 727, and hence of crises as the turning points of these cycles. 3. Capital, 2. The turnover and reproduction of capital. Crises figure twice in Volume 2, first positively in Part 2 and then negatively in Part 3. Part 2 is devoted to the turnover of capital. One determinant of profitability is the length of time it takes for the capital invested to flow back. In the case of fixed capital, invested in plant and machinery, this will be spread over several cycles of production, as the means of production are worn down physically and also suffer what Marx calls moral depreciation thanks to the development of cheaper and more efficient replacements. 26 Marx showed a long-standing interest in the turnover of capital, quizzing Engels in March 1858 about how it was calculated in Ehrman and Engels in Manchester, and in returning to the subject in the long letter of April 30, 1868 where he set out his plans for Volume 3, CW 43, 20-26. In Capital, 2, however, he uses the turnover of capital to help explain the periodicity of crises. To the same extent as the value and durability of the fixed capital applied develops with the development of the capitalist mode of production, so also does the life of industry and industrial capital in each particular investment develop, extending to several years, say an average of 10 years. If the development of fixed capital extends this life, on the one hand, it is cut short on the other by the constant revolutionizing of the means of production, which also increases steadily with the development of the capitalist mode of production. This also leads to changes in the means of production. They constantly have to be replaced, because of their moral depreciation, long before they are physically exhausted. We can assume that, for the most important branches of large-scale industry, this life cycle is now on average a 10-year one. The precise figure is not important here. The result is that the cycle of related turnovers, extending over a number of years, within which the capital is confined by its fixed component, is one of the material foundations for the periodic cycle, Krisen, in which business passes through successive periods of stagnation, moderate activity, overexcitement and crisis. The periods for which capital is invested certainly differ greatly, and do not coincide in time. But a crisis is always the starting point of a large volume of new investment. It is also, therefore, if we consider the society as a whole, more or less a new material basis for the next turnover cycle. Key 264. But, as Clark points out, Marx never provided even a suggestion of an explanation for crises based on the replacement cycle of fixed capital. Nevertheless, Marx is clearly moving towards a theory of the investment cycle, in which a burst of investment in the boom stimulates inflation and disproportionalities, which in turn provoke speculation and monetary instability, while the crash sees a massive liquidation of fixed capital, which eventually lays the foundation for recovery. However, Marx cannot take the analysis further at this stage, primarily because the problem of fixed capital in the investment cycle is linked to the problem of credit, which he has not yet considered. 27. This limitation did not prevent Yevgeny Preobrazhensky making creative use of Marx's treatment of fixed capital to develop his own original theory of crisis. 28. Indeed, in the history of Marxism it has been capital, too, that has provided the most fertile source of crisis theories by political economists seeking to complete Marx's own work. Rosa Luxemburg even says, it is especially important for solving the problem of economic crises. 29 Part 3. Where Marx seeks to define the conditions of capitalist reproduction by specifying the exchanges required between the two main departments of production, means of production and means of consumption, has exerted to the greatest influence, whether it be on Rudolf Hilferding's attempt to explain crises by disproportionalities between different sectors or Luxemburg's and Henrik Grossman's much more ambitious theories of capitalist breakdown. 30 Rich and complex though the debates provoked by these works are, there is no evidence that Marx himself thought that his analysis of reproduction, a constant preoccupation from the 1861-63 manuscript through to his various drafts of Capital, 2, up to the end of the 1870s, was particularly relevant to explaining crises. Roman Rozdilsky's discussion of Marx's theory of capitalist reproduction seems to me definitive. He praises Luxemburg for her pointing out of the fact that Marx's schemes of extended reproduction disregard all those changes in the mode of production which are caused by technical progress, namely, the increasing organic composition of capital, the increase in the rate of surplus value, and the rising rate of accumulation. Should any of these changes occur, the conditions of equilibrium specified by Marx would break down. But, Rozdilsky continues, it cannot be concluded from this failure of the schemes of reproduction, as she supposed, that accumulation is completely impossible, but simply that any revolution in the productive forces which takes place on a social scale must bring the given state of equilibrium of the branches of production to an end and lead, via all kinds of crises and disturbances, to a new temporary equilibrium. 31. In other words, what Capital, 2, Part 3, does is to specify conditions of equilibrium without implying that these will necessarily be met. This is made clear in a passage that I have already cited in part. The fact that the production of commodities is the general form of capitalist production already implies that money plays a role, not just as means of circulation, but also as money capital within the circulation sphere, and gives rise to certain conditions for normal exchange that are peculiar to this mode of production, conditions for the normal course of reproduction, whether simple or on an expanded scale, which turn into an equal number of conditions for an abnormal course, possibilities of crisis, since, on the basis of the spontaneous pattern, nature Gestaltung, of this production, this balance is itself an accident. Key 570-571. Marx's most famous comment on crises in Capital, 2, also comes in Part 3. It involves a rejection of the kind of underconsumptionist explanations already developed by Malthus and Sismondi that Luxemburg was greatly to elaborate on the basis of her critique of the reproduction schemes in Part 3. It is pure tautology to say that crises are provoked by a lack of effective demand or of effective consumption. The capitalist system does not recognize any forms of consumer other than those who can pay, if we exclude the consumption of paupers and swindlers. The fact that commodities are unsaleable means no more than that no effective buyer has been found for them, no consumers, no matter whether the commodities are ultimately sold to meet the needs of productive or individual consumption. If the attempt is made to give this tautology greater profundity, by the statement that the working class receives too small a portion of its own product, and that the evil could be remedied if it received a bigger share, if its wages rose, we need only note that crises are always prepared by a period in which wages generally rise, and the working class actually does receive a greater share of the annual product destined for consumption. From the standpoint of these advocates of sound and simple, common sense, such period should rather avert the crisis. It thus appears that capitalist production involves certain conditions independent of people's good or bad intentions, which permit the relative prosperity of the working class only temporarily, and moreover always as a harbinger, Sturmvogel, of crisis. Key 486-487. In the background here we see Marx's account of the interrelation between the business cycle and the fluctuations in the size of the industrial reserve army and the level of wages in Capital, Chapter 25. Commentators often counterpose this passage to an equally famous one, this time in Capital, 3, Part 6, which can be interpreted as saying the opposite. Marx suggests that, if we conceive society as composed simply of industrial capitalists and wage laborers, and ignore the depreciation of fixed capital, credit, fraud, and speculation, a crisis would be explicable only in terms of a disproportion in production between different branches and a disproportion between the consumption of capitalists themselves and their accumulation. But, as things actually are, the replacement of the capitals invested in production depends to a large extent on the consumption capacity of the non-productive classes, while the consumption capacity of the workers is restricted partly by the laws governing wages and partly by the fact they are employed only as long as they can be employed at a profit for the capitalist class. The ultimate reason for all actual, work-like crises always remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses, in the face of the drive of capitalist production to develop the productive forces as if only the absolute consumption capacity of society set a limit to them. Chai, 614, 615, translation modified. Marx seems to be returning here to the terrain of the discussion of crises in the 1861-63 manuscript, since the two factors he initially cites, disproportionalities and excessive saving, are those used respectively by the Ricardians and Malthists to account for crises. And his own explanation of actual crises, where the conditions he first specifies don't hold, seems as close to passages such as this from the earlier draft. Overproduction is specifically conditioned by the general law of the production of capital, to produce to the limit set by the productive forces, that is to say, to exploit the maximum amount of labor with a given amount of capital, without any consideration for the actual limits of the market or the needs backed by the ability to pay, and this is carried out through continuous expansion of reproduction and accumulation, and therefore constant reconversion of revenue into capital, while on the other hand, the mass of the producers remain tied to the average level of needs, and must remain tied to it according to the nature of capitalist production. CW 32, 163-164. The later passage in Capital, 3, is part of a discussion of the relationship between credit and productive capital in the context of the cycle and is in brackets in the original 1861-63 manuscript, Mega 22/4.2, 539-540. It is best taken, in my view, as more an example of Marx continuing to think through his understanding of crises than a considered and subtle espousal of underconsumptionism, particularly since the contradictory passage from Capital, 2, belongs to a considerably later manuscript written in 1878. Maurice Staub, while making these points, suggests in reconciliation that what Marx had in mind in the passage in question was the contradiction between the tendency of capital to expand the productive forces in a way which logically leads to a rise in real wages and its desire to restrain wages at a level at which a traditional rate of profit can be maintained. 32. 4. Capital, 3, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in financial boom and bust. We have already started to consider Marx's discussion of crises in Capital, 3, where it occurs primarily at two levels of determination. Part 3, originally entitled by Marx The Law of the Tendential Fall in the Rate of Profit and the Progress of Capitalist Production, and Part 5, the division of profit into interest and profit of enterprise. Interest-bearing capital, which contains Marx's most extensive discussion of financial markets. 33 Marx first discusses the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in the Grundrisse, and returns to it in both the 1861-3 and the 1863-5 manuscripts. In the Grundrisse he calls it in every respect the most important law of modern political economy, and the most essential for understanding the most difficult relations. It is the most important law from the historical standpoint. It is a law which, despite its simplicity, has never before been grasped and, even less, consciously articulated. G. 748, see also CW 33, 104. Marx was, of course, perfectly well aware that the idea that capitalist development involved a falling rate of profit long preceded his own theorization. British economic writers had noticed from the late 17th century onwards the relatively low level of interest rates in the United Provinces, then the most advanced European economy, and the declining trend of interest rates in Britain itself, which was on the way to overtaking Holland. They generally accounted for this by the general increase of wealth in these economies. Adam Smith at once summarized and transcended this discussion by rigorously distinguishing the rate of profit, the return on capital invested in industry or commerce, from the rate of interest on loans, and arguing that both tended to fall as a result of the accumulation of capital and competition among capitalists. The increase of stock, which raises wages, tends to lower profit. When the stocks of many rich merchants are turned into the same trade, their mutual competition naturally tends to lower its profit, and when there is an increase of stock in all the different trades carried on in the same society, the same competition must produce the same effect in them all. 34. By the time of the great debates among British political economists at the end of the Napoleonic Wars, their perception of the problem had changed. They tended now to emphasize low profitability in Britain compared to less developed economies such as the United States, and to cite Holland as a case of economic decline, often explained by the overabundance of capital forcing down the rate of profit. 35. Ricardo's explanation for a falling rate of profit was different. As we saw in Chapter 2, he uses the labor theory of value to support the assertion that wages and profits are inversely related. Wages depend on the price of the food, necessaries, and conveniences required for the support of the laborer and his family. R.I. 93. Ricardo accepts Malthus's law of population, according to which population tends to rise faster than food production, and he also agrees with Malthus that the operation of this law would prevent wages rises above a minimum of physical subsistence. This is the iron law of wages criticized by Marx in Value, Price and Profit. But Ricardo concludes that the share of wages in value newly created tends to rise. With the progress of society, the natural price of labor has always a tendency to rise, because one of the principal commodities by which its natural price is regulated, has a tendency to become dearer, from the greater difficulty of producing it. R.I. 93. Ricardo follows Malthus in accepting that diminishing returns in agriculture would require over time a larger amount of labor to be devoted to food production. The inescapable corollary, given his theory of value and profits, is that the share of value taken by profits would fall. The natural tendency of profits then is to fall, for in the progress of society and wealth, the additional quantity of food required is obtained by the sacrifice of more and more labor. This tendency, this gravitation as it were of profits, is happily checked at repeated intervals by the improvements in machinery, connected with the production of necessaries, as well as by discoveries in the science of agriculture which enable us to relinquish a portion of labor before required, and therefore to lower the price of the prime necessary of the laborer. The rise in the price of necessaries and in the wages of labor is however limited, for as soon as wages should be equal, as in the case formerly stated, to 720 liters, the whole receipts of the farmer, there must be an end of accumulation, for no capital can then yield any profit whatever, and no additional labor can be demanded, and consequently population will have reached its highest point. Long indeed before this period, the very low rate of profits will have arrested all accumulation, and almost the whole produce of the country, after paying the laborers, will be the property of the owners of land and the receivers of tithes and taxes. R.I. 120-121. This stationary state, as later economists such as John Stuart Mill came to describe it, represents, as Marx puts it, the bourgeois twilight of the gods, the day of judgment. CW 32, 172. Ricardo may have resituated the problem of the falling rate of profit within the framework of the labor theory of value, but his reliance on the law of diminishing returns exerted a lasting influence that survived the neoclassical revolution. Thus Stanley Jevons, one of the founders of marginalist value theory, wrote in 1871, "Our formula for the rate of interest shows that unless there be constant progress in the arts, the rate must tend to sink towards zero, supposing accumulation of capital to go on. There are sufficient statistical facts, too, to confirm this conclusion historically. The only question that can arise is as to the actual cause of this tendency." 36. Jevons's remarks are interesting because they underline the extent to which Marx's own writings on profitability take place against the background of a scholarly consensus that there is a tendency for the rate of profit to fall. They also give the lie to Jonathan Sperber's suggestion that, in preoccupying himself with this issue, Marx was constructing a backward-looking economics, a treatise written in the 1860s, whose central interests and approaches stem from circumstances in the first decades of the 19th century. 37 This criticism ignores the extraordinary scientific quality of the political economists' debates in the 1810s and 1820s, and also fails to take into account Marx's very substantial differences with Ricardo. These can be summarized under two headings. First, in relying on Malthus's theory of population, Ricardo confines his theory of value and profits within a naturalistic framework. As Marx puts it, he flees from economics to seek refuge in organic chemistry, G. 754. Secondly, Ricardo detaches the tendency for the rate of profit to fall from any account of crises, whose existence as a generalized phenomenon of overproduction he indeed denies. Marx's first account of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in the Grundrisse already differs radically from Ricardo's in both these respects. First, it relies, not on the assumption of falling productivity thanks to diminishing returns in agriculture, but on rising labor productivity, expressed in the rise of dead labor, constant capital invested in means of production, relative to living labor, represented by the variable capital invested in employing wage labor. Therefore, while Ricardo's theory of profits presupposes the absence of technical innovation, we will assume that no improvements take place in agriculture. R. 4. 12. Marx's makes capitalism's technological dynamism the source of falling profitability. Presupposing the same surplus value, the same surplus labor in proportion to necessary labor, then, the rate of profit depends on the relation between the part of capital exchanged for living labor and the part existing in the form of raw material and means of production. Hence, the smaller the portion exchanged for living labor becomes, the smaller becomes the rate of profit. Thus, in the same proportion as capital takes up a larger place as capital in the production process relative to immediate labor, the more the relative surplus value grows, the value-creating power of capital, the more does the rate of profit fall. G. 747-38. Secondly, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is treated as the expression of the conflict between the forces and relations of production that Marx argues is the motor of historical transformation. It is, moreover, to put it no stronger, associated with crises, which are themselves interpreted as a symptom of this conflict, reflected particularly in the destruction of capital they involve. Beyond a certain point, the development of the powers of production becomes a barrier for capital, hence the capital relation a barrier for the development of the productive powers of labor. When it has reached this point, capital, wage labor, enters into the same relation towards the development of social wealth and of the forces of production as the guild system, serfdom, slavery, and is necessarily stripped off as a fetter. The last form of servitude assumed by human activity, that of wage labor on one side, capital on the other, is thereby cast off like a skin, and this casting off itself is the result of the mode of production corresponding to capital, the material and mental conditions of the negation of wage labor and of capital, themselves already the negation of earlier forms of unfree social production, are themselves results of its production process. The growing incompatibility between the productive development of society and its hitherto existing relations of production expresses itself in bitter contradictions, crises, spasms. The violent destruction of capital not by relations external to it, but rather as a condition of its self-preservation, is the most striking form in which advice is given it to be gone and to give room to a higher state of social production. G. 749-750. Both of these features are preserved in Marx's later discussions of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in the 1861-63 manuscript and Capital. 3. Reuden and Thomas argue that in the Grundrisse, while he first strongly criticizes the naturalist presuppositions of classical political economy in his main arguments, his conclusion then problematically transfers a political theory of crisis onto the terrain of political economy. 39 This seems like an overstatement. Reuden's and Thomas's main evidence for their claim is the following passage. These contradictions lead to explosions, cataclysms, crises, in which by momentaneous suspension of labor and annihilation of a great portion of capital the latter is violently reduced to the point where it can go on. Yet, these regularly recurring catastrophes lead to their repetition on a higher scale, and finally to its violent overthrow. There are moments in the developed movement of capital which delay this movement other than by crises, such as e.g. the constant devaluation of a part of the existing capital, the transformation of a great part of capital into fixed capital which does not serve as agency of direct production, unproductive waste of a great portion of capital etc. G. 750. The crucial question for our purposes is whether Marx is positing here some economic mechanism that will produce capital's violent overthrow. There is no evidence that he is. On the contrary, in both the passages just cited from the Grundrisse, Marx already gestures towards the idea, developed more fully in later manuscripts, that crises, through the violent destruction of capital they involve, allow capitalism to go on, that is, to resume its course of development. Marx never sets out an economic theory of capitalist breakdown of the kind attempted by Luxemburg and Grossman. In an article published in the New York Tribune in September 1859, that is, not long after he had written the Grundrisse, Marx uses the statistical abstract for the United Kingdom 1844-58 to advance a law of production which might be proved with mathematical nicety, by comparing the returns of British exports since 1797. The law is this, that if, by overproduction and overspeculation, a crisis has been brought about, still the productive powers of the nation and the faculty of absorption on the market of the world, have, in the meantime, so far expanded, that they will only temporarily recede from the highest point reached, and that after some oscillations, spreading over some years, the scale of production which marked the highest point of prosperity in one period of the commercial cycle, becomes the starting point of the subsequent period. CW 16, 493. So crises interrupt rather than halt the upward expansion of the productive forces. In an important footnote in the 1861-63 manuscript, Marx writes, when Adam Smith explains the fall in the rate of profit from a superabundance of capital, an accumulation of capital, he is speaking of a permanent effect, and this is wrong. As against this, the transitory overabundance of capital, overproduction, and crises are something different. Permanent crises do not exist. CW 32, 128n. It is of course true that in the famous chapter 32 of Capital, the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, Marx writes, capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a natural process, mit der Notwendigkeit Naturprozesses, its own negation, c. 929. But the economic dimension of this process is provided, not directly by crises, but rather by the process of centralization and concentration of capital to which they contribute, which itself acts on political struggles primarily through the polarization of class relations. Along with the constant decrease in the number of capitalist magnates, who usurp and monopolize all the advantages of this process of transformation, the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation and exploitation grows, but with this there also grows the revolt of the working class, a class constantly increasing in numbers, and trained, united, and organized by the very mechanism of the capitalist process of production. C. 929. Inasmuch as Marx tends to conceive socialist revolution as inevitable, this is not a consequence of any version of his theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, but rather a reflection of, as Henri Weber puts it, the assimilation by Marx and Engels of the constitution of the proletariat as a revolutionary class to a natural movement, comparable to physical phenomena, which one can hasten or delay, but which must develop in any conditions. 40. This is undoubtedly problematic, but it is not directly relevant to Marx's theory of profitability and crises. This is not to say that this theory doesn't develop across successive manuscripts, as Ryuden demonstrates in a very important earlier study to which I am indebted. 41. These developments occur in three areas: the organic composition of capital, 2. the tendency and counter-tendencies, and 3. the relationship between the tendency and the business cycle. In the Grundrisse, Marx explains the tendency of the rate of profit to fall by dead labor rising relative to living labor. It is only in the 1861-63 manuscript that he formulates the conception of the organic composition of capital in the context of the transformation of values into prices of production, see Chapter 2. Much later in the manuscript he draws the following crucial distinction. The ratio between the different elements of productive capital is determined in two ways. First, by the organic composition of productive capital. By this we mean the technological composition. With the given productivity of labor, which can be taken as constant so long as no change occurs, the amount of raw material and means of labor, that is, the amount of constant capital, in terms of its material elements, which corresponds to a definite quantity of living labor, paid or unpaid, that is, to the material elements of variable capital, is determined in every sphere of production. Secondly, however, if one assumes that the organic composition of capitals is given and likewise the differences which arise from the differences in their organic composition, then the value ratio can change although the technological composition remains the same. What can happen is, a change in the value of constant capital, b. a change in the value of the variable capital, c. a change in both, in equal or unequal proportions. CW 33, 305, 306. Marx is here beginning to distinguish between three kinds of composition of capital: technical, organic and value. As Ben Fine and Lawrence Harris explain. The technical composition, DCC, is the ratio of the mass of means of production consumed per production period, abstracting from fixed capital, to the mass of wage goods. It is a ratio of physical, material quantities and hence unmeasurable by a single index. The value composition, VCC, is an expression for the same ratio measured in terms of the current values of means of production and wage goods consumed. It is therefore the ratio of constant to variable capital, CV. Now for the organic composition, OCC, it is the CV where the elements of the means of production and wage goods are valued at their old values. Therefore, changes in the OCC are directly proportional to changes in the technical composition, whereas changes in VCC are not. 42. The passage from the 1861-63 manuscript comes a couple of hundred pages after Marx discusses the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. It is only in Capital, 3, that these concepts are properly integrated. After offering an example where the OCC rises and the rate of profit falls, he writes, "The hypothetical series that we constructed at the opening of this chapter therefore expresses the actual tendency of capitalist production. With the progressive decline in the variable capital in relation to the constant capital, this tendency leads to a rising organic composition of the total capital, and the direct result of this is that the rate of surplus value, with the level of exploitation of labor remaining the same or even rising, is expressed in a steadily falling general rate of profit." Chai 318-319. 2. It is also only in Capital, 3, that Marx systematically discusses the factors inhibiting the falling rate of profit. It was common ground among 19th-century political economists that there was only a tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Thus, as we have seen, Ricardo concedes that technological innovations could counteract diminishing returns in agriculture. John Stuart Mill discusses in some detail the counteracting circumstances, which, in the existing state of things, maintain a tolerably equal struggle against the downward tendency of profits, and prevent the great annual savings which take place in this country from depressing the rate of profit much nearer to the lowest point to which it is always tending, and which, left to itself, it would so promptly attain. 43. In the 1861-63 manuscript Marx merely notes, "If one considers the development of productive power and the relatively not so pronounced fall in the rate of profit, the exploitation of labor must have increased very much, and what is remarkable is not the fall in the rate of profit but that it has not fallen to a greater degree. This can be explained partly by circumstances to be considered in dealing with competition between capitals, partly by the general circumstance that so far the immense increase of productive power in some branches has been paralyzed or restricted by its much slower development in other branches, with the result that the general ratio of variable to constant capital, considered from the point of view of the total capital of society, has not fallen in the proportion which strikes us so forcibly in certain outstanding spheres of production." CW 33, 101. In Capital, 3, he goes considerably further, perhaps because he is now much less inhibited about considering phenomena arising at the level of competition, see Chapter 3 above. If we consider the enormous development in the productive powers of social labor over the past 30 years alone, compared with all earlier periods, and particularly if we consider the enormous mass of fixed capital in the overall process of social production quite apart from machinery proper, then instead of the problem that occupied previous economists, the problem of explaining the fall in the profit rate, we have the opposite problem of explaining why this fall is not greater or faster. Counteracting influences must be at work, checking and cancelling the effects of the general law and giving it simply the character of a tendency, which is why we have described the fall in the general rate of profit as a tendential fall, tendenziellen fall. Chai, 339. Marx then lists 6 factors: the more intense exploitation of labor, the reduction of wages below their value, the cheapening of the elements of constant capital, the effects of the relative surplus population in forcing down wages, the role of foreign trade in cheapening inputs and of investment in the colonies, where the organic composition of capital is typically lower than in the metropolis, and the increase of share capital where expectations of returns are governed by the rate of interest, which is necessarily lower than the rate of profit. This is plainly a heterogeneous list, which may have been influenced by Mill's discussion of the downward tendency of profits and its counteracting circumstances. 44. Nevertheless, as Grossman notes, with the exception of the 6th, they are all reducible to the fact that they either reduce the value of the constant capital or increase the rate of surplus value. 45. Once again Marx is thinking problems through as he writes. But the overall conception of the law of the falling rate of profit as a tendency is deepening. We have shown in general, therefore, how the same causes that bring about a fall in the general rate of profit provoke counter-effects that inhibit this effect, delay it and in part even paralyze it. These do not annul the law, but they weaken its effect. If this were not the case, it would not be fall in the general rate of profit that was incomprehensible, but rather the relative slowness of its fall. The law operates therefore as a tendency, whose effect is decisive only under particular circumstances and over long periods. Chai, 344. Fine and Harris offer a persuasive interpretation of how the interaction between tendency and counter-effects is to be understood. In considering the counteracting influences, Marx introduces accumulation's effects on distribution and on the value composition of capital. They are at the same level of abstraction as the law as such in the sense that the counteracting influences are not predicated upon the concept of the law, they are not the effects or results of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Instead, both the law of the TRPF, tendency of the rate of profit to fall, and the counteracting influences are equally the effect of capitalist accumulation with its necessary concomitant of a rising technical composition, reflected in Marx's analysis by a rising organic composition but a value composition which does not necessarily rise. As Marx puts it, the same influences which produce a tendency in the general rate of profit to fall, also call forth counter-effects, emphasis added. In the light of this we think that the name law of the TRPF is something of a misnomer. The law in its broad definition is in fact the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and its counteracting influences. 46. One example is provided by the rate of surplus value. As we have seen, Marx's account of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in Capital, 3, starts from the assumption of a constant rate of surplus value. But at the end of his discussion of the tendency in the 1861-63 manuscript he associates it with the rising rate of surplus value. The result of the investigation is this: firstly, the rate of surplus value does not rise in proportion to the growth in productive power or the decline in the relative number of workers employed. The capital does not grow in the same proportion as the productive power. Or, the rate of surplus value does not rise in the same proportion as the variable capital falls in comparison with the total amount of capital. Hence a diminution of the relative magnitude of the surplus value. Hence a decline in the rate of profit. A constant tendency towards a decline in the same. CW 33-148. Similarly, when discussing the counteracting influences in Capital, 3, Marx shifts from assuming a constant rate of surplus value to positing a rising one. The same mode of production that reduces the total mass of additional living labor in a commodity is accompanied by a rise in absolute and relative surplus value. The tendential fall in the rate of profit linked to a tendential rise in the rate of surplus value, in the level of exploitation of labor. Nothing is more absurd, than to explain the fall in the rate of profit in terms of a rise in wage rates, even though this too may be an exceptional case. The profit rate does not fall because labor becomes less productive but rather because it becomes more productive. The rise in the rate of surplus value and the fall in the rate of profit are simply forms that express the growing productivity of labor in capitalist terms. Chai, 347-47. The result is a much more complex conception of the falling rate of profit than is to be found in Marx's predecessors or in the accounts given by many of his numerous critics. As Fine and Harris put it, he is presenting an abstract tendency, a proposition developed at a certain level of abstraction which by itself yields no general predictions about actual movements in the rate of profit. Actual movements depend on a complicated relationship between the tendency and the counteracting influences which have been abstracted from their particular balance at particular times. 48 Where the main work of analysis based on the theory should focus is on the unfolding through time of the interplay between tendency and counter-tendencies. This is particularly relevant to one of the principal criticisms put forward by economists, Marxist and otherwise, influenced by Piero Sraffa's attempt to rehabilitate Ricardian economics, namely that the same higher productivity that increases the technical composition of capital, the physical ratio of means of production to labor power, will, by making new means of production cheaper, cause the value composition to remain constant or even fall, thereby preventing a fall in the rate of profit. This ignores the organic composition of capital, where, as Fine and Harris put it, the elements of the means of production and wage goods are valued at their old values. Since capital accumulation is a dynamic process unfolding in time, and not a succession of instantaneous states each captured in a set of simultaneous equations, when innovation cheapens the elements of constant capital, a divergence opens up between the value at which existing means of production were purchased and the value, increasingly reflecting the reduction in costs caused innovation, at which capitalists must now sell their products. John Weeks outlines the consequences. During this process, it is the organic composition of capital that is relevant, since the new and lower set of values does not affect capital advanced until the next circuit of capital, when it enters the profit calculation. Even at that point, the new values affect only the increments of fixed capital, for all fixed capital that has been bought at previous values does not circulate in its entirety, part remains fixed in the machines and other equipment. The problem for capital is to realize the existing means of production in the context of the progressive devaluation of those means of production. This problem affects those capitals using new means of production as well as those using socially obsolete ones. For each enterprise, means of production and labor power are purchased at one set of values and realized at another. The difference between enterprises is that for those using new means of production, the devaluation of advanced capital is offset in part or whole by the reduction in the cost price of the realized commodities. In this process of accumulation and value formation, the rate of profit will fall for some capitals, those using old means of production. As the circuits of capital repeat themselves, each time with technical change reducing the concrete labor consumed in the production of commodities, the stratification of capitals increases. The number of capitals experiencing a fall in the rate of profit depends upon the intensity of the competitive struggle. 49. 3. So here a counteracting tendency actually causes the rate of profit to fall, at least for capitals with heavy investments in old means of production. Indeed, Marx argues, the problems caused by the devaluation of capital and the consequent stratification of capitals are most effectively overcome in crises. The means of labor are for the most part constantly revolutionized by the progress of industry. Hence they are not replaced in their original form, but in the revolutionized form. On the one hand, the volume of fixed capital that is invested in a particular natural form, and has to last out for a definite average lifespan within this, is a reason why new machines, etc. are introduced only gradually, and hence forms an obstacle to the rapid general introduction of improved means of labor. On the other hand, competition, der Konkurrenzkampf, forces the replacement of old means of production by new ones before their natural demise, particularly when decisive revolutions, entscheidende Umwälzungen, have taken place. Catastrophes, crises, etc. are the principal causes that compel such premature renewals of equipment on a broad social scale. Key 250. This argument is part of a much broader understanding of the way in which crises are functional to the process of capital accumulation. Like Schumpeter, Marx believes recession is a process that fills a function and not simply a misfortune. 50 as Grossman puts it, in Marx's conception crises are simply a healing process of the system, a form in which equilibrium is again re-established, even if forcibly and with huge losses. 51 Indeed, what is striking about Marx's treatment of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in both the 1861-63 manuscript and Capital, 3, is the way in which he seeks to integrate it with the business cycle. In the earlier text he writes, "So where does this tendency for the general rate of profit to fall come from?" Before this question is answered, one may point out that it has caused a great deal of anxiety to bourgeois political economy. The whole of the Ricardian and Malthusian school is a cry of woe over the day of judgment this process would inevitably bring about, since capitalist production is the production of profit, hence loses its stimulus, the soul which animates it, with the fall in this profit. But apart from theory there is also the practice, the crises from superabundance of capital or, what comes to the same, the mad adventures capital enters upon in consequence of the lowering of the rate of profit. Hence crises, see Fullerton, acknowledged as a necessary violent means for the cure of the plethora of capital, and the restoration of a sound rate of profit. CW 33, 104-105. 52. John Fullerton was a leading figure in the banking school, critics of the quantity theory of money whom Marx closely studied in the early 1850s, see Chapter 2 above. He argues that the origins of crises lie in the fact that the amount of capital seeking productive investment accumulates in ordinary times with a rapidity greatly out of proportion to the increase of the means of advantageously employing it. Hence the excess capital is splurged on increasingly speculative investment, leading to bubbles, panics and busts. Fullerton concludes, in a passage quoted by Marx, "From more recent events, indeed, one might almost be tempted to expect that a periodical destruction of capital has become a necessary condition of any market rate of interest at all. And, considered in that point of view, these awful visitations, to which we are accustomed to look forward with so much disquiet and apprehension and which we are so anxious to avert, may be nothing more than the natural and necessary corrective of an overgrown and bloated opulence, the vis medicatrix, healing power, by which our social system, as at present constituted, is enabled to relieve itself from time to time of an ever-recurring plethora which menaces its existence, and to regain a sound and wholesome state. 53. What Marx does in Capital, 3, is much more systematically to explore the relationship between the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the cycle of boom and bust driven by the financial markets. The key locus of this discussion is Chapter 15, named by Engels, who divided what had been a continuous text into separate chapters, Development of the Internal Contradictions, Inneren Widersprüche, of the law. Clark's general description of the 1863-5 manuscript is particularly true of this chapter. A large number of fragments in which Marx works through his ideas in different ways, sometimes reaching conclusions, sometimes abandoning a train of thought, sometimes losing his way, usually in a thicket of arithmetical examples, without providing any indication of the systematic significance of his observations. Any attempt to present Marx's theory of crises therefore necessarily includes a substantial element of interpretation and reconstruction. 54. All the same, Chapter 15 shows Marx struggling to integrate all the different aspects of capitalist development, including some of the tendencies that he discusses in Capital, for example, rising productivity and hence the growth of the relative surplus population, the expansion of the world market, and the concentration and centralization of capital. Within his conceptualization of the interplay between the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the business cycle. This becomes clear in the following, crucial passage, which bears quotation at length. Yet these two aspects, rising productivity devaluing capital and thereby slowing down TRPF but also increasing the massive use values and thereby promoting accumulation, involved in the accumulation process cannot just be considered as existing quietly side by side, which is how Ricardo treats them. They contain a contradiction, Widerspruch, and this is announced by the appearance of contradictory, Widerstreitenden, tendencies and phenomena. The contending agencies function simultaneously in opposition to one another. These various influences sometimes tend to exhibit themselves side by side, spatially, at other times, one after the other, temporally, and periodically the conflict of contending agencies breaks through in crises. Crises, Krisen, are never more than momentary, violent solutions for the existing contradictions, Widersprüche, violent eruptions that re-establish the disturbed balance for the time being. To express this contradiction in the most general terms, it consists in the fact that the capitalist mode of production tends towards an absolute development of the productive forces irrespective of value and the surplus value this contains, and even irrespective of the social relations within which capitalist production takes place, while on the other hand its purpose is to maintain the existing capital value and to valorize it to the utmost extent possible, an ever-accelerated increase in this value. In this it is directed towards using the existing capital value as a means for the greatest possible valorization of this value. The methods through which it attains this end involve a decline in the profit rate, the devaluation of the existing capital and the development of the productive forces of labor at the cost of the productive forces already produced. The periodic devaluation, Entwertung, of the existing capital, which is a means, imminent to the capitalist mode of production, for delaying the fall in the profit rate and accelerating the accumulation of capital value by the formation of new capital, disturbs the given conditions in which the circulation and reproduction process of capital takes place, and is therefore accompanied by sudden stoppages and crises in the production process. Capitalist production constantly strives to overcome these imminent barriers, Schranken, but it overcomes them only by means that set up the barriers afresh and on a more powerful scale. The true barrier, Schranke, to capitalist production is capital itself. It is that capital and its self-valorization appear as the starting and finishing point, as the motive and purpose of production. Production is production only for capital, and not the reverse. Chai, 357-358. We see here very clearly that Marx continues to situate the tendency of the rate of profit to fall as the specifically capitalist expression of the propensity for the productive forces to come into conflict with the relations of production. Economists like Ricardo, who take the capitalist mode of production as an absolute, feel here that this mode of production creates a barrier, Schrank, for itself and seek the source of this barrier not in production but rather in nature, in the theory of rent. The important thing in their horror at the falling rate of profit is the feeling that the capitalist mode of production comes up against a barrier to the development of the productive forces which has nothing to do with the production of wealth as such. But this characteristic barrier in fact testifies to the restrictiveness and the solely historical and transitory character of the capitalist mode of production. It bears witness that this is not an absolute mode of production for the production of wealth but actually comes into conflict, at a certain stage with the latter's further development. Fortentwicklung. Chai, 350. The interesting thing, however, is that, in moving from the trans-historical tendency for the forces to come into conflict with the relations of production, Marx does not treat its capitalist expression as a continuous downward trend in profitability. As Ryuden puts it. In Chapter 15, Marx indicates how the tendential decline of the rate of profit is expressed cyclically. Along with the accumulation of capital and the concomitant rise in the organic composition of capital, the rate of profit declines, that is, in the upturn phase of the cycle. This gives rise to an economic crisis, in the process of which the rate of profit is restored, most importantly because of the writing down of capital values, devaluation of capital, and the scrapping of capital, cf. Section 3 of Chapter 15. 55. Indeed, as we have seen, One counter-tendency, the devaluation of capital caused by rising productivity, is integrated into Marx's account as an important force itself making for crises. But crises themselves help to restore profitability. The balance will be restored by capital's lying idle or even by its destruction. All this therefore leads to violent and acute crises, sudden forcible devaluations, an actual stagnation and disruption in the reproduction process, and hence to an actual decline in reproduction. Chai, 362-363. The resulting rise in the relative surplus population brings wages down, thereby increasing the rate of exploitation. This, together with the cheapening of the elements of constant capital achieved by the sudden depreciation of means of production that bankruptcies, write-offs, and takeovers during crises promote, restores the rate of profit, and so we go round the whole circle, once again. One part of the capital that was devalued by the cessation of its function now regains its old value. And apart from that, with expanded conditions of production, a wider market and increased productivity, the same vicious circle, vicieux, is pursued once more. Mega 22/4.2-329-56. Understanding the tendency of the rate of profit as expressed cyclically is not inconsistent with the idea that capitalism may undergo prolonged periods of relatively high or low profitability. Many Marxist political economists argue that global capitalism has been struggling with chronic problems of low profitability since the late 1960s. The plausibility of such an interpretation depends, of course, in part on the empirical evidence of profit trends, but also on the identification of factors that have prevented the counter-tendencies from restoring profitability. The most satisfactory explanation to my mind is the effect of the concentration and centralization of capital in increasing the size of individual units of capital and their interdependence with the state, thereby creating a powerful obstacle to the destruction of capital that Marx identifies as a crucial force pushing the rate of profit back up during crises. The massive bailouts of the US and European banking system in response to the 2008 financial crash provide powerful support for such an analysis. 57. In Marx's own analysis, it is the specifically financial cycle of bubble, panic, and bust that acts as a crucial agency for the destruction of capital. Thus he integrates the theme of the plethora of capital that preoccupies the banking school into the theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The so-called plethora of capital is always basically reducible to a plethora of that capital for which the fall in the profit rate is not outweighed by its mass, and this is always the case with fresh offshoots of capital that are newly formed, or to the plethora in which these capitals are available to the leaders of great branches of production in the form of credit. 58 This plethora of capital arises from the same causes that produce a relative surplus population and is therefore a phenomenon that complements this latter, even though the two stand at opposite poles, unoccupied capital on the one hand and an unemployed working population on the other. Overproduction of capital and not of individual commodities, though this overproduction of capital always involves overproduction of commodities, is nothing more than overaccumulation of capital. Chai 359. In the manuscript Marx adds that understanding this overaccumulation includes further investigation into considering the apparent movement of capital, Erscheinend and bewegende capitals, where interest-bearing capital etc. credit etc. are further developed. Mega 22/4.2, 325. This indicates that there is an integral connection between Part 3 of Capital, 3, on the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, and Part 5, which involves Marx's most extensive discussion of the financial system. Clark dismisses Part 5 as rudimentary. 59 It certainly is a mess. In the overall architecture of capital it functions as part of Marx's exploration of the distribution of surplus value, and more specifically of the fragmentation of surplus value into industrial and commercial profit, profit of enterprise, interest, and rent. The development of the financial market allows holders of idle money, for example, surplus value that has yet to accumulate in sufficient quantity to fund investment on its own, CCW 33, 165-170 and Key, ch2, to lend it to productive capitalists in exchange for a portion of the surplus value whose extraction the loan will make possible. Marx, as we have seen, presents interest-bearing capital as the most extreme case of capital fetishism. He also, much more rigorously than his predecessors, distinguishes between the rate of interest and the rate of profit. As far as the permanently fluctuating market rate of interest is concerned, this is a fixed magnitude at any given moment, just like the market price of commodities, because on the money market all capital on loan confronts the functioning capital as an overall mess, the relationship between the supply of loan capital on the one hand and the demand for it on the other, is what determines the market level of interest at any given time. The general rate of profit, on the other hand, only ever exists as a tendency, a movement of equalization between particular rates of profit. The competition between capitalists, which is itself this movement of equalization, consists here in their withdrawing capital bit by bit from those spheres where profit is below the average for a long period, and similarly injecting it bit by bit into spheres where it is above this, or, alternatively, in their dividing additional capital between these spheres in varying proportions. Chai, 488-489. The manuscript then balloons into a massive exploration of both the functioning and the ideological representation of the money market. Part 5 sprawls over more than 250 pages in the Mega 2. This involves detailed discussion of the relationship between financial and industrial cycles, lengthy extracts with commentary from the parliamentary inquiries into the suspension of the Bank Charter Act in both the 1847 and 1857 crises, headed in the original manuscript Confusion, and critical observations on the theories of money and finance offered by the currency and banking schools. Marx is particularly contemptuous of Samuel Lloyd, later Lord Overstone, denouncing the logic of this millionaire, this dunghill aristocrat. Chai, 522. As we saw in Chapter 1, this part of the 1863-5 manuscript caused Engels the greatest difficulty, and in editing Capital, 3, he extensively rewrote and rearranged text and broke it up into more chapters, many of which owe their titles to him. Whatever criticisms we may have of Engels's work, the text with which he struggled cannot be dismissed as lightly as Clark does. To begin with, it seems clear that the reason why Marx developed such an extensive discussion of the financial markets reflected, not his undeniable liability to get sidetracked, but a recognition of their importance in completing his analysis of the course of capitalist development. This is perhaps clearest in Chapter 27 of the Engels edition, The Role of Credit in Capitalist Production. Here Marx famously argues that the development of joint stock companies represents the progressive socialization of production within a capitalist framework, as well as the transformation of the actual functioning capitalist into a mere manager, in charge of other people's capital, and of the capital owner into a mere owner, a mere money capitalist. Chai, 567. He seeks to situate the broader historical significance of this development. This is the transcendence of the capitalist mode of production within the capitalist mode of production, and hence a self-transcending contradiction. Die Aufhebung der kapitalistischen Produktionsweise innerhalb der kapitalistischen Produktionsweise selbst unter ihr ein sich selbst aufhebender Widerspruch, which presents itself prima facie as a mere point of transition to a new form of production. It presents itself as such a contradiction even in appearance. It gives rise to monopoly in certain spheres and hence provokes state intervention. It reproduces a new financial aristocracy, a new kind of parasite in the guise of company promoters, speculators and merely nominal directors, an entire system of swindling and cheating with respect to the promotion of companies, issues of shares and share dealings. It is private production unchecked by private ownership. Chai, 569, translation modified. The latter part of this paragraph makes it clear that, contrary to some social democratic misinterpretations of Chapter 27, Marx is not proposing that capitalism can render its own overthrow unnecessary through gradually transcending itself. Like the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, the socialization of production represented by the modern corporation is, as Marx puts it in the Grundrisse, a form in which advice is given it to be gone and to give room to a higher state of social production. In the penultimate paragraph of the chapter, Marx returns to the relationship between credit and the cycle. If the credit system, Kreditwesen, appears as the principal lever of overproduction and excessive speculation in commerce, this is simply because the reproduction process, which is elastic by nature, is now forced to its most extreme limit, and this is because a great part of the social capital is applied by those who are not its owners and who therefore proceed quite unlike owners who, when they function themselves, anxiously weigh the limits of their private capital. This only goes to show how the valorization of capital founded on the antithetical, Gegensätzlichen, character of capitalist production permits actual free development only up to a certain point, which is constantly broken by the credit system. The credit system hence accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the creation of the world market, which is the historical task of the capitalist mode of production to bring to a certain level of development, as material foundation for the new form of production. At the same time, credit accelerates the violent outbreaks of this contradiction, Widersprüchs, crises, and with these the elements of dissolution of the old mode of production. Chai, 572. The more substantive analysis in Part 5, as opposed to the running commentary on the parliamentary inquiries, largely unfolds with the framework set by this overall understanding of credit as simultaneously accelerating the accumulation process and ensuring that its interruptions in the form of crises take a particularly abrupt and brutal form. This is true, for example, of the discussion, previewed in Chapter 25 of the Engels edition but actually delivered in Chapter 29, of fictitious capital. This is made possible through the use of the interest rate as a means of calculation to capitalize any income, thereby creating markets for securities of different kinds that represent nothing but accumulated claims, legal titles, to future production, so that, with the development of interest-bearing capital in the credit system, all capital seems to be duplicated, and at some points triplicated, by the various ways in which the same capital, or even the same claims, appear in various hands in different guises. Chai, 599, 601. But although Marx goes on to say that everything in this credit system appears in duplicate and triplicate, and is transformed into a mere phantom of the mind, bloßes Hirnspinst, Chai, 603, this analysis of fictitious capital, which, as the role of credit derivatives in precipitating the global economic and financial crisis in 2007-8 shows, has lost none of its relevance, does not imply that the money market is a pure world of illusion. 60 As we should expect from the overall construction of capital, the apparent movement of capital on the financial markets is part of its real functioning. This is particularly clear in the three successive chapters, 30-32, Engels carves out from the manuscript under the share title Money Capital and Real, Wirkliches, Capital. Marx here seeks to trace the relationship between the cycles of money and productive capital, at once recognizing their specificity and their interdependence. The latter is most strongly asserted in moments of panic and crisis, where the credit system breaks down. He explores here a theme already adumbrated in the Grundrisse and the 1859 Contribution. It is the foundation of capitalist production that money confronts commodities as an autonomous form of value, or that exchange value must obtain an autonomous form in money, and this is only possible if one particular commodity becomes the material in whose value all other commodities are measured, this thereby becoming the universal commodity, the commodity par excellence, in contrast to all other commodities. This must show itself in two ways, particularly in developed capitalist countries, which replace money to a large extent by credit operations or by credit money. In times of pressure, when credit contracts or dries up altogether, money suddenly confronts commodities absolutely as the only means of payment and the true existence of value. Hence the general devaluation of commodities and the difficulty or even impossibility of transforming them into money, into their own purely fantastic form. Secondly, however, credit money is itself only money insofar as it absolutely represents real money to the sum of its nominal value. With the drain of gold, its convertibility into money becomes problematic, its identity with actual gold. Hence we get forcible measures, putting up the rate of interest, etc. in order to guarantee the conditions of its convertibility. Chai, 648-649-61. Marx subsequently says that this kind of breakdown of the credit system and the resulting flight to cash is a regular and necessary phase in the cycle of modern industry. Chai, 708. When Marx returns to the subject of financial panics in Capital, Chapter 3, Money, or the circulation of commodities, he offers a vivid sketch of the collapse of credit and the desperate search of every individual capitalist for cash. As the hart pants after fresh water, so pants his soul after money, the only wealth. C. 236, compare G. 621. But he also refers to that aspect of an industrial and commercial crisis which is known as a monetary crisis. C. 236. As Engels notes, this doesn't mean that all monetary crises are part of larger industrial and commercial crises. C. 236 and 50. Marx emphasizes elsewhere that a plethora of money capital as such does not necessarily signify overproduction, or even a lack of spheres of employment for capital. Chai, 639. Nevertheless, it is clear the cycle of euphoria and panic made possible by the credit system plays an essential role in Marx's broader understanding of capitalist crises. 62. Beyond crises? None of the foregoing should suggest that capital contains anything resembling a complete theory of crisis. The unfinished nature of the book is particularly evident in Capital 3, above all in Part 5. Nevertheless, it seems to me undeniable that, at successive levels of determination, a conception of capitalist crises is unfolded through Capital. This involves, the formal possibility of crises arising from the separation of purchase and sale inherent in the circulation of commodities and from the function of money as means of payment. 2. The interaction between the business cycle and fluctuations in the size of the industrial reserve army and the rate of wages. 3. The role of the turnover of fixed capital in regulating the length of the business cycle. 4. The possibility of disruption inherent in the conditions of exchange between the two main departments of production required for reproduction. V. The interplay between the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and its counter-tendencies, and vi, the function of the cycle of bubble and panic in the financial markets in both, during booms, accelerating the accumulation process and, during crises, effecting the destruction of capital required to restore the rate of profit to a level permitting further expansion. This would seem to support Ernest Mandel's argument that Marx has a multi-causal theory of capitalist development. In fact, any single-factor assumption is clearly opposed to the notion of the capitalist mode of production as a dynamic totality in which the interplay of all the basic laws of development is necessary in order to produce any particular outcome. This notion means that up to a certain point all the basic variables of this mode of production can partially and periodically perform the role of autonomous variables, naturally not to the point of complete independence, but in an interplay constantly articulated through the laws of development of the whole capitalist mode of production. These variables include the following central variables: the organic composition of capital, distribution of constant capital between fixed and circulating capital, the development of the rate of surplus value, the development of the rate of accumulation, the development of the turnover time of capital, and the relations of exchange between the two departments. 63. Mandel is quite right to stress the multiplicity of determinations involved in Marx's conception of crisis. But his own analyses of capitalist development suffer from a failure to specify the relative causal weight of his different variables and therefore to render them open to ad hoc adjustment to avoid empirical refutation. 64 We should recall that Marx's own account of his method of rising from the abstract to the concrete involves conceiving the concrete as the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the diverse, g. 101, italics cited. Marx uses the same term concentration repeatedly in his characterizations of world market crises. Concentration implies that the unity of the diverse has a specific structure. So, to return to my own list of the determinations of crisis, coincidentally, like Mandel's variables, numbering 6, they have different explanatory status. The formal possibilities of crisis, I, and the conditions of exchange between the two departments, 4, are enabling rather than playing a directly causal role. The interrelated fluctuations of wages and the industrial reserve army, 2, and the turnover of fixed capital, 3, are conditioning factors. The causality of crisis for Marx centers on the interplay between the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the movements of capital on the money market, as I have tried to demonstrate in the preceding section. This interpretation bears some resemblance to Harvey's suggestion that Marx's exposition of the law of falling profits is a first-cut statement of his theory of crisis formation under capitalism, with a second-cut theory of crisis arising from his analysis of money and credit and offering a more integrated view of the relation between financial phenomena and the dynamics of production. Harvey adds to this his own third-cut theory, the famous spatial fix arising from capital's efforts to escape the infernal cycles of overaccumulation and devaluation by shifting the geographical locus of investment. 65 Whatever its strengths, this argument underplays the tightness of the relationship between the tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the financial cycle that Marx posits in Capital, 3. No doubt this reflects Harvey's view that Marx's falling rate of profit argument is not particularly well honed or rigorously defined even as a purely theoretical argument. In my view, negative consequence of this failure fully to grasp the logic of Marx's theory can be seen in Harvey's more recent espousal of an explanation of crises arising from the possibility of blockages emerging in the different circuits of capital that, to put it charitably, embraces the explanatory looseness already implied in Mandel's version of a multi-causal theory of crisis. 66. The interpretation of Marx's conception of crises offered in this chapter allows us to put in perspective the claims that various commentators have made that he later retreated from it. On the basis of his own contestable critique of Marx's theory of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, Michael Heinrich argues that, in revising the 1861-63 manuscript in the 1870s, presumably, Marx was plagued by considerable doubts concerning the law of the rate of profit. 67 The adverb presumably indicates that Heinrich is riffing, the only evidence he offers, that in 1875 Marx wrote a draft exploring the mathematics of the relationship between the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit, rather suggests his continuing commitment to the theory. As we saw in Chapter 1, Heinrich is certainly right when he argues that Marx was preoccupied in this period with deepening his understanding of the credit system. The American journalist John Swinton quotes Marx as saying in an interview in 1878 that capital was but a fragment, a single part of the work in 3 parts, 2 of the parts being yet unpublished, the full trilogy being land, capital, credit, the last part, he said, being largely illustrated from the United States, where credit has had such an amazing development. CW 24, 584. If accurately reported, This remark shows Marx's continual uncertainty about the overall architecture of his critique of political economy, but his interest in deepening his understanding of the financial markets in no way contradicts his commitment to the tendency of the rate of profit to fall given, as we have seen, the role played by bubbles and panics in the interaction of the tendency and its counter-tendencies. Clark is certainly completely mistaken when he asserts that the theory of crises plays a rapidly diminishing role in Marx's work after 1868, to be replaced by an emphasis on the secular tendencies of capital accumulation. 68 Thus in an as yet unpublished notebook dating from the late 1860s, B113, Marx took extensive excerpts from press coverage of the crisis of 1866, focusing especially on the precipitating event, the collapse of the discount house Overend, Gurney, & Co., and the speculation and scams driving the preceding boom in railway shares. This study was probably intended to contribute to his revision of Capital. 369 Marx's continuing preoccupation with crises is shown, for example, in a letter to Engels of May 31, 1873, where he confesses his hope to determine mathematically the principal laws governing crises, though he notes their friend Samuel Moore, one of the authorities to whom Marx deferred on scientific questions, doubted that this was possible. CW 44, 504. And he writes to Pyotr Lavrov on June 18, 1875, "One truly remarkable phenomenon is the decrease in the number of years between general crises. I have always regarded that number, not as a constant, but as a decreasing magnitude. What is pleasing, however, is that the signs of its decrease are so palpable as to augur ill for the survival of the bourgeois world." CW 4578. Nearly 4 years later, in explaining to another Russian correspondent, Nikolai Danielson, why he had yet to complete Capital, he writes, 10th of April. Magnitude, what is pleasing, however, is that the signs of its decrease are so palpable as to augur ill for the survival of the bourgeois world. CW 4578. Nearly 4 years later, in explaining to another Russian correspondent, Nikolai Danielson, why he had yet to complete Capital, he writes, 10th of April. Growth of power instinct determined by social conditions. And inevitably this cursed element is to be found, as a natural instinct, in every man, the best of them not excepted. Everyone carries within himself the germs of this lust for power, and every germ, as we know, because of a basic law of life, necessarily must develop and grow, if only it finds in its environment favorable conditions. These conditions in human society are the stupidity, ignorance, apathetic indifference, and servile habits of the masses, so one may say justly that it is the masses themselves that produce those exploiters, oppressors, despots, and executioners of humanity, of whom they are the victims. When the masses are deeply sunk in their sleep, patiently resigned to their degradation and slavery, the best men in their midst, the most energetic and intelligent of them, those who in a different environment might render great services to humanity, necessarily become despots. Often they become such by entertaining the illusion that they are working for the good of those whom they oppress. On the contrary, in an intelligent, wide-awake society, jealously guarding its liberty and disposed to defend its rights, even the most egoistic and malevolent individuals become good members of society. Such is the power of society, 1,000 times greater than that of the strongest individuals. Exercise of power and negative social determinant. Man's nature is so constituted that, given the possibility of doing evil, that is, of feeding his urbanity, his ambition, and his cupidity at the expense of someone else, he surely will make full use of such an opportunity. We of course are all sincere socialists and revolutionists, and still, were we endowed with power, even for the short duration of a few months, we would not be what we are now. As socialists we are convinced, you and I, that social environment, social position, and conditions of existence, are more powerful than the intelligence and will of the strongest and most powerful individual. And it is precisely for this reason that we demand not natural but social equality of individuals as the condition for justice and the foundation of morality. And that is why we detest power, all power, just as the people detest it. 2. No one should be entrusted with power, inasmuch as anyone invested with authority must, through the force of an immutable social law, become an oppressor and exploiter of society. 2. We are in fact enemies of all authority, for we realize that power and authority corrupt those who exercise them as much as those who are compelled to submit to them. Under its baneful influence some become ambitious despots, lusting for power and greedy for gain, exploiters of society for their own benefit or that of their class, while others become slaves. 4. Exercise of authority cannot be claimed on the ground of science. The great misfortune is that a large number of natural laws, already established as such by science, remain unknown to the masses, thanks to the solicitous care of these tutelary governments that exist, as we know, only for the good of the people. And there also is another difficulty, namely, that the greater number of the natural laws inherent in the development of human society, which are quite as necessary, invariable, and inevitable as the laws which govern the physical world, have not been duly recognized and established by science itself. Once they have been recognized, at first by science and then by means of an extensive system of popular education and instruction, once they have become part and parcel of the general consciousness, the question of liberty will be solved. The most recalcitrant authorities will then have to admit that henceforth there will be no need of political organization, administration, or legislation. Those three things, whether emanating from the will of the sovereign or issuing from the will of a parliament elected by universal suffrage, or even conforming to the system of natural laws, which has never yet happened and never will happen, are always equally baneful and hostile to the liberty of the people because they impose upon the latter a system of external and therefore despotic laws. Natural laws must be freely accepted. The liberty of man consists solely in that he obeys natural laws because he has recognized them as such himself, and not because they have been imposed upon him by any external will whatever, divine or human, collective or individual. Dictatorship by scientists. Suppose a learned academy, composed of the most illustrious representatives of science, suppose this academy were charged with legislation for, and the organization of, society, and that, inspired only by the purest love for truth, it would frame none but laws in absolute conformity with the latest discoveries of science. Well, I maintain that legislation and that organization would be monstrosities, and this for two reasons. First, human science is always and necessarily imperfect, and, comparing what it has discovered with what remains to be discovered, we may say that it is still in its cradle. This is true to such an extent that were we to force the practical life of men, collective as well as individual, into strict and exclusive conformity with the latest data of science, we should condemn society as well as individuals to suffer martyrdom on a Procrustean bed, which would soon end by dislocating and stifling them, life always remaining an infinitely greater thing than science. The second reason is this: a society obeying legislation emanating from a scientific academy, not because it understood the reasonableness of this legislation, in which case the existence of that academy would become useless, but because the legislation emanated from the academy and was imposed in the name of science, which was venerated without being understood, that society would be a society of brutes and not of men. It would be a second edition of the wretched Paraguayan Republic which submitted so long to the rule of the Society of Jesus. Such a society would rapidly sink to the lowest stage of idiocy. But there is also a third reason rendering such a government impossible. This reason is that a scientific academy invested, so to speak, with absolute, sovereign power, even if it were composed of the most illustrious men, would unavoidably and quickly end by becoming morally and intellectually corrupted. Such has been the history of academies when the privileges allowed them were few and scanty. The greatest scientific genius, from the moment that he becomes an academician, an officially licensed savant, inevitably deteriorates and becomes sluggish. He loses his spontaneity, his revolutionary boldness, that wild and troublesome characteristic of the greatest geniuses who are always called upon to destroy old decrepit worlds and lay the foundations of new worlds. Doubtless our academician gains in good manners, in worldly and utilitarian wisdom, what he loses in power of thought. Scientists are not accepted from the workings of the law of equality. It is the characteristic of privilege and of every privileged position to destroy the minds and hearts of men. A privileged man, whether politically or economically so, is a man depraved intellectually and morally. This is a social law which admits of no exception, and which is equally valid with respect to entire nations as well as social classes, social groups, and individuals. It is the law of equality, the supreme condition of freedom and humanity. A scientific body entrusted with the government of society would soon end by devoting itself no longer to science but to some other effort. And this effort, as is the case with all established powers, would be to try to perpetuate itself by rendering the society entrusted to its care ever more stupid and consequently more in need of its direction and government. And that which is true of scientific academies is equally true of all constituent assemblies and legislative bodies, even those elected on the basis of universal suffrage. It is true that the makeup of these latter bodies can be changed, but that does not prevent the formation in a few years' time of a body of politicians, privileged in fact if not in law, and who, devoting themselves exclusively to the direction of the public affairs of a country, end by forming a sort of political aristocracy or oligarchy. Witness the United States of America and Switzerland. Thus no external legislation and no authority are necessary, for that matter, one is separable from the other, and both tend to enslave society and to degrade mentally the legislators themselves. 5. In the good old times when the Christian faith, still unshaken and mainly represented by the Roman Catholic Church, flourished in all its might, God had no difficulty in designating his elect. It was understood that all the sovereigns, great and small, reigned by the grace of God, if only they were not excommunicated. The nobility itself based its privileges upon the benediction of the Holy Church. Even Protestantism, which contributed powerfully toward the destruction of faith, against its will of course, left, in this respect at least, the Christian doctrine wholly intact. For there is no power, it repeated the words of St. Paul, but of God. Protestantism even reinforced the authority of the sovereign by proclaiming that it proceeded directly from God, without needing the intervention of the Church, and by subjecting the latter to the power of the sovereign. But ever since the philosophy of the last century, the 18th, acting in union with the bourgeois revolution, delivered a mortal blow to faith and overthrew all the institutions based upon that faith, the doctrine of authority has had a hard time re-establishing itself in the consciousness of men. The present sovereigns continue, of course, to designate themselves as rulers by the grace of God, but these words which once possessed a meaning that was real, powerful, and palpitating with life, are now considered by the educated classes and even by a section of the people itself, as an obsolete, banal, and essentially meaningless phrase. Napoleon III tried to rejuvenate it by adding to it another phrase, "and by the will of the people," which, added to the first one, either annuls its meaning and thereby becomes annulled in turn, or signifies that God wills whatever the people will. What remains to be done is to ascertain the will of the people and to find out which political organ faithfully expresses that will. The radical Democrats imagine that it is an assembly elected on the basis of universal suffrage that will prove to be the most adequate organ for that purpose. Others, even more radical Democrats, add to it the referendum, the direct voting of the whole people upon every more or less important law. All of them, conservatives, liberals, moderates, and extreme radicals, agree on one point, that the people should be governed, whether the people themselves elect their rulers and masters, or such are imposed upon them, but rulers and masters they should have. Devoid of intelligence, the people should let themselves be guided by those who do possess such intelligence. The reason of the privileged classes in the light of their acceptance of barbarous dictatorship. Whereas, in past centuries authority was demanded in the name of God, now the doctrinaire is demanded in the name of reason. It is not any more the priests of a decayed religion who demand power, but the licensed priests of the doctrinaire reason, and this is done at a time when the bankruptcy of that reason has become evident. For never did educated and learned people, and in general the so-called enlightened classes, show such moral degradation, such cowardice, egoism, and such a complete lack of convictions as in our own days. Because of this cowardice they have remained stupid in spite of their learning, understanding only one thing, and that is to conserve whatever exists, madly hoping to arrest the course of history with the brutal force of a military dictatorship before which they now have shamefully prostrated themselves. Moral bankruptcy of the old intelligentsia. Just as in the days of old the representatives of divine reason and authority, the church and the priests, too obviously allied themselves with the economic exploitation of the masses, which was the principal cause of their downfall, so now have the representatives of man's reason and authority, the state, the learned societies, and the enlightened classes, too obviously identified themselves with the business of cruel and iniquitous exploitation to retain the slightest moral force or any prestige whatever. Condemned by their own conscience, they feel themselves exposed, and have no other recourse against the contempt which, as they know, has been well merited by them, but the ferocious arguments of an organized and armed violence. An organization based upon three detestable things: bureaucracy, police, and a standing army. This is what now constitutes the state, the visible body of the exploiting and doctrinaire reasoning of the privileged classes. Emergence of a new reasoning and the rise of a libertarian outlook. In contrast to this rotting and dying reasoning, a new, young, and vigorous spirit is awakening and crystallizing in the midst of the people. It is full of life and hope for the future. It is of course not yet fully developed with respect to science, but it eagerly aspires toward a new science cleared from all the stupidities of metaphysics and theology. This new logic will have neither licensed professors nor prophets nor priests, nor, drawing its power from each and all, will it found a new church or a new state. It will destroy the last vestiges of this cursed and fatal principle of authority, human as well as divine, and, rendering everyone his full liberty, it will realize the equality, solidarity, and fraternity of mankind. 6. The proper role and function of the expert. Does it follow that I reject all authority? No, far be it from me to entertain such a thought. In the matter of boots, I defer to the authority of the bootmaker. When it is a question of houses, canals, or railroads, I consult the authority of the architect or engineer. For each special type of knowledge I apply to the scientist of that respective branch. I listen to them freely, and with all the respect merited by their intelligence, their character, and their knowledge, though always reserving my indisputable right of criticism and control. I do not content myself with consulting a single specialist who is an authority in a given field, I consult several of them. I compare their opinions and I choose the one which seems to me the soundest. But I recognize no infallible authority, not even on questions of an altogether special character. Consequently, whatever respect I may have for the honesty and sincerity of such and such individuals, I have no absolute faith in any person. Such faith would be fatal to my reason, to my liberty, and to the success of my undertakings. It would immediately transform me into a stupid slave, an instrument of the will and interests of others. If I bow before the authority of the specialists and declare myself ready to follow, to a certain extent and so long as it may seem to me to be necessary, their general indications and even their directions, it is because their authority is imposed upon me by no one, neither by men nor by God. Otherwise I would reject them with horror and send to the devil their counsels, their directions, and their knowledge, certain that they would make me pay, by the loss of my liberty and self-respect, for such odd bits of truth enveloped in a multitude of lies, as they might give me. I bow before the authority of specialists because it is imposed upon me by my own reason. I am aware of the fact that I can embrace in all its details and positive developments only a very small part of human knowledge. The greatest intelligence would not be equal to the task of embracing the whole. Hence there results, for science as well as for industry, the necessity of division and association of labor. I take and I give such is human life. Each is an authoritative leader and in turn is led by others. Accordingly there is no fixed and constant authority, but a continual exchange of mutual, temporary, and, above all, voluntary authority and subordination. Government by Superman. This same reason forbids me, then, to recognize a fixed, constant, and universal authority, for there is no universal man capable of embracing all the sciences, all the branches of social life, in all their wealth of details, without which the application of science to life is impossible. And if such universality ever could be realized in a single man, and if he wanted to make use of that universality to impose his authority upon us, it would be necessary to drive that man out of society, because the exercise of such authority by him would reduce all the others to slavery and imbecility. I do not believe that society ought to maltreat men of genius as it has done up to now, but neither do I believe that it should pamper them, still less accord them any exclusive privileges or rights whatever. And that is so for three reasons. First, because it has often happened that society mistook a charlatan for a man of genius. Second, because, through such a system of privileges, it might transform even a real man of genius into a charlatan, demoralize and degrade him, and finally, because it might thus set up a despot over itself. I recapitulate. We recognize, then, the absolute authority of science, for science has for its object only the mentally elaborated reproduction, as systematic as possible, of the natural laws inherent in the material, intellectual and moral life of both the physical and social worlds, those two worlds constituting in fact one and the same natural world. Outside of this only legitimate authority, legitimate because it is rational and is in harmony with human liberty, we declare all other authorities false, arbitrary, and fatal. Authority of science is not identical with authority of savants. We recognize the absolute authority of science, but we reject the infallibility and universality of the representatives of science. In our church, if I may be permitted to use for a moment an expression which otherwise I detest, church and state are my two bugbears. In our church, as in the Protestant church, we have a chief, an invisible Christ, science, and, like the Protestants, being even more consistent than the Protestants, we will suit out for neither pope, nor council, nor conclaves of infallible cardinals, nor bishops, nor even priests. Our Christ differs from the Protestant and Christian Christ in this, that the latter is a personal being, while ours is impersonal. The Christ of Christianity, already completed in an eternal past, appears as a perfect being, whereas the completing and perfecting of our Christ, science, are ever in the future, which is equivalent to saying that these ends never will be realized. So, in recognizing absolute science as the only absolute authority, we in no way compromise our liberty. Absolute science is a dynamic concept of an infinite process of becoming. By the words absolute science I mean the truly universal science which would reproduce ideally, to its full extent and in all its infinite detail, the universe, the system, or the coordination of all the natural laws manifested by the incessant development of worlds. It is evident that such a science, the sublime object of all the efforts of the human mind, will never be fully and absolutely realized. Our Christ, then, will remain uncompleted throughout eternity, a circumstance which must take down the pride of his licensed representatives among us. Against God the Son, in whose name they assume to impose upon us their insolent and pedantic authority, we appeal to God the Father, who is the real world, the real life, of which He, the Son, is only a too imperfect expression, whereas we, real beings, living, working, struggling, loving, aspiring, enjoying, and suffering, are its direct representatives. But, while rejecting the absolute, universal, and infallible authority of men of science, we willingly bow before the respectable, although relative, temporary, and closely restricted authority of the representatives of special sciences, asking for nothing better than to consult them by turns, and feeling very grateful for such valuable information as they may want to extend to us, on condition, however, that they be willing to receive similar counsel from us on occasions when, and concerning matters about which, we are more learned than they. In general, we ask nothing better than to see men endowed with great knowledge, great experience, great minds, and above all great hearts, exercise over us a natural and legitimate influence, freely accepted, and never imposed in the name of any official authority whatever, celestial or terrestrial. We accept all natural authorities and all influences of fact, but none of right, for every authority and every influence of right, officially imposed as such, becoming directly an oppression and a falsehood, would inevitably impose upon us slavery and absurdity. 7. The authority flowing from the collective experience of free and equal men. The only great and omnipotent authority, at once natural and rational, the only one which we may respect, will be that of the collective and public spirit of a society founded on equality and solidarity and the mutual human respect of all its members. Yes, this is an authority which is not at all divine, which is wholly human, but before which we shall bow willingly, certain that, far from enslaving them, it will emancipate men. It will be 1,000 times more powerful than all your divine, theological, metaphysical, political, and judicial authorities, established by the Church and State, more powerful than your criminal codes, your jailers, and your executioners. 9. The ideal of anarchism. In a word, we reject all privileged, licensed, official, and legal legislation and authority, even though it arise from universal suffrage, convinced that it could turn only to the benefit of a dominant and exploiting minority, and against the interests of the vast enslaved majority. It is in this sense that we are really anarchists. 9. 14. State centralization and its effects. Political centralization is destructive of liberty. The political centralization created by the Radical Party of Switzerland is destructive of liberty. The old regime of cantonal autonomy guaranteed the freedom and national independence of Switzerland much better than the present system of centralization. If liberty has of late made notable progress in several of the erstwhile reactionary cantons, it is not at all due to the new powers with which the Constitution of 1848 invested the federal authorities. This, the progress in backward cantons, is due solely to intellectual development meanwhile, and to the march of time. All the progress achieved since 1848 in the federal domain is of the economic order, like the introduction of a single currency, a single standard of weights and measures, large-scale public works, commercial treaties, etc. Economic and political centralization. It will be contended that economic centralization can be attained only by political centralization, that one implies the other, and that both are necessary and beneficial to the same extent. Not at all, we say. Economic centralization, the essential condition of civilization, creates liberty, but political centralization kills it, destroying for the benefit of the government and the governing classes the life and spontaneous action of the population. Concentration of political power can produce only slavery, for freedom and power are mutually exclusive. Every government, even the most democratic one, is the natural enemy of freedom, and the stronger it is, the more concentrated its power, the more oppressive it becomes. These truths, for that matter, are so simple and clear that one feels ashamed in having to repeat them. 1. The lesson of Switzerland. The experience of the last 22 years, 1848 to 1870, shows that political centralization has likewise proven fatal to Switzerland. It destroys the liberty of the country, endangers its independence, turns it into a complacent and servile gendarme in the service of all the powerful despots of Europe. In reducing its moral force, political centralization jeopardizes the material existence of the country. 2. The last word in political centralization. Cavaignac, who rendered such valuable service to both the French and international reaction, was, however, a man of sincere republican convictions. Is it not remarkable that it was a republican who was destined to lay the first basis for the military dictatorship in Europe, to be the forerunner, In the direct line of Napoleon III and the German Emperor, just as it was the eye of another republican, his famous predecessor, Robespierre, to pave the road for the state despotism personified by Napoleon? Does it not prove that the all-absorbing and overwhelming military discipline, the ideal of the pan-German empire, is the inevitable last word in bourgeois state centralization, in bourgeois civilization? Centralization in Germany. Whatever the case may be, the noblemen, the bureaucracy, the ruling caste, and the princes conceived a great liking for Cavaignac, and, greatly aroused by his success, they visibly took courage and began preparing for new struggles. 8. The conquered rich provinces, and the immense quantities of captured war materials, have enabled Germany to maintain a huge standing army. The creation of the empire and its organic subjection to the Prussian autocracy, the building and arming of new fortresses, and, finally, the building of the fleet, all that, of course, has contributed greatly toward the strengthening of German might. But its chief support consists above all in the deep and undeniable popular sympathy. As one of our Swiss friends has said, now every German tailor living in Japan, China, and Moscow feels behind him the German navy, and the whole German power. And this proud realization makes him madly exultant. At last the German has come to see the day when, leaning upon the armed might of the state, he can say, just as proudly as the Englishman or the American, speaks of his own nationality, I am a German, true, but the Englishman or the American, in saying I am an Englishman or I am an American, says thereby I am a free man, while the German says I am a slave, but my emperor is stronger than all the other sovereigns, and the German soldier, who is strangling me, will finally have strangled all of you. The German people turn toward discipline. Will the German people content themselves for long with this realization? Who can say? The Germans have been yearning so long for a single, totalitarian, state with a single stick, that they probably will be enjoying their present bliss for a long time. Every people to its taste, and the taste of the German people runs toward a stout stick to be wielded by the state. Moral effects of state centralization. No one can seriously doubt that with state centralization rampant, there will begin, for that matter, there already has begun, to develop in Germany all the evil principles, all the corruption, all the causes of inner disintegration which always go hand in hand with political centralization. One can doubt it the less inasmuch as this process of moral and intellectual disintegration already has set in. One has only to read the German magazines, of conservative or moderate orientation, to find their descriptions of the corruption sweeping through the German public, which until now, as we know, has been the most honest in the world. This inevitable result of capitalist monopoly is always and everywhere accompanied by the intensification and extension of state centralization. 4. Political centralization instrumental in distorting political progress of French nation. We are convinced that if France twice lost its freedom, and saw its democratic republic turn into a military dictatorship, the fault does not lie with the character of the people, but with political centralization. This centralization, long since prepared by the French kings and statesmen, later personified in a man whom the fawning rhetoric of the court named the Great King, then hurled into the abyss by the shameful disorders of a decrepit monarchy, this political centralization would have perished in the mire, had it not been raised by the mighty hand of the Revolution. Yes, strange indeed, that great revolution, which for the first time in history had proclaimed the liberty not only of the citizen but of man, by making itself the heir of the monarchy which it had destroyed, revived at the same time this negation of all liberty, centralization and omnipotence of the state. Recreated by the Constituent Assembly and combated, although with little success, by the Girondists, this political centralization was completed by the National Convention. Robespierre and Saint-Just were the true restorers of centralization. Nothing was overlooked by this new governmental machine, not even the supreme being with the cult of the state. This machine awaited only a clever mechanic to show to the astonished world the possibilities for powerful oppression with which it had been endowed by its imprudent builders, and then came Napoleon. Thus this revolution, which at first was inspired by love for liberty and humanity, only because it came to believe in the possibility of reconciling those two concepts with state centralization, committed suicide, and killed both, begetting in their place only a military dictatorship, Caesarism. Federalism, the political ideal of a new society. Is it not clear then, gentlemen, that in order to save liberty and peace in Europe, we ought to oppose to this monstrous and oppressive centralization of the military, bureaucratic, despotic, monarchic, constitutional, or even republican states, the great salutary principles of federalism? Henceforth it ought to be clear to all those who really want the emancipation of Europe that, While retaining our sympathies for the great socialist and humanitarian ideas proclaimed by the French Revolution, we must reject its state policy and resolutely adopt the policy of liberty pursued by the Americans of the North. 15. The element of discipline. The mystic cult of authority in the France of Napoleon III. With discipline and confidence it is the same as with union. All those are excellent things when put in the right place, but they are disastrous when applied to people who do not deserve them. Passionate lover of freedom that I am, I confess that I greatly distrust those who always have the word discipline on their lips. It is exceedingly dangerous, especially in France, where most of the time discipline signifies despotism on one hand and automatism on the other. In France the mystic cult of authority, the love of commanding and the habit of submitting to orders, has destroyed in society, as well as among the vast majority of individuals, every feeling for liberty and all faith in the spontaneous and living order which liberty alone can create. Speak to them of liberty, and they raise an outcry about disorder. For it seems to them that no sooner would this ever oppressive and violent discipline of the state stop functioning than everyone would be at the next one's throat and society would have collapsed. Therein lies the astounding secret of the slavery which French society has put up with ever since its great revolution. Robespierre and the Jacobins bequeathed to it the cult of state discipline. This cult, which you will find in its entirety among your bourgeois republicans, whether official or officious, is now ruining France. It is ruining it by paralyzing the only source and the only means of deliverance that is left open to it, the unleashing of the popular forces of the country. It is ruining France by making it seek salvation in authority and the illusory action of the state, which at the present moment represents only vain despotic pretensions going hand in hand with absolute impotence. Freedom is compatible with discipline. Hostile as I am to that which in France is called discipline, nevertheless I recognize that a certain kind of discipline, not automatic but voluntary and thoughtful discipline, which harmonizes perfectly with the freedom of individuals, is, and ever will be, necessary when a great number of individuals, freely united, undertake any kind of collective work or action. Under those conditions, discipline is simply the voluntary and thoughtful coordination of all individual efforts toward a common goal. At the moment of action, in the midst of a struggle, the roles are naturally distributed in accordance with everyone's attitudes, evaluated and judged by the whole collective, some direct and command, while others execute commands. But no function remains fixed and petrified, nothing is irrevocably attached to one person. Hierarchic order and advancement do not exist, so that the executive of yesterday may become the subordinate of today. No one is raised above the others, or, if he does rise for some time, it is only to drop back at a later time into his former position, like the sea wave ever dropping back to the salutary level of equality. The diffusion of power. In such a system power, properly speaking, no longer exists. Power is diffused in the collective and becomes the sincere expression of the liberty of everyone, the faithful and serious realization of the will of all. Everyone obeys because the executive for the day dictates only what he himself, that is, every individual, wants. This is the only true human discipline, the discipline necessary for the organization of freedom. It is not this kind of discipline that is preached by the Republican statesmen. They want the old French discipline, automatic, routine-like, blind discipline. They want a chief, not freely elected and for only one day, but one that is imposed by the state for a long time, if not forever. This executive commands and the rest obey. The salvation of France, they tell you, and even the freedom of France, is possible only at this price. Thus passive obedience, the foundation of every despotism, will be the cornerstone upon which you are going to found your republic. But if this chief of mine orders me to turn my weapons against this very republic, or to betray France to the Prussians, must I or must I not obey such an order? If I obey, I betray France. If I disobey, I violate, I break the discipline which you want to impose upon me as the only means of salvation for France. Authoritarian discipline in the face of the profound political crisis of 1871. And do not tell me that this dilemma which I ask you to solve is an idle problem. No, it is a problem of palpitating urgency, for it is with the painful choices of this dilemma that the soldiers are now faced. Who does not know that their chiefs, their generals, and the great majority of their superior officers, are devoted body and soul to the imperial regime? Who does not know that they are everywhere openly conspiring and plotting against the Republic? What are the soldiers to do? If they obey, they will betray France. And if they disobey, they will destroy what is left of your regular army. Revolution destroys blind discipline. For the Republicans, for the partisans of the state, of public order and discipline, this dilemma is insoluble. But for us revolutionary socialists it does not present any difficulty. Yes, they should disobey, they should revolt, They should break this discipline and destroy the present organization of the regular army. They should destroy, in the name of the salvation of France, this phantom state, powerless to do good, but powerful for evil. 1. Part 3, The System of Anarchism. 1. Freedom and Equality. Natural and man-made laws. Man can never be altogether free in relation to natural and social laws. 1. What is freedom? What is slavery? Does man's freedom consist in revolting against all laws? We say no, insofar as laws are natural, economic, and social laws, not authoritatively imposed but inherent in things, in relations, in situations, the natural development of which is expressed by those laws. We say yes if they are political and juridical laws, imposed by men upon men, whether violently by the right of force, whether by deceit and hypocrisy, in the name of religion or any doctrine whatever, or finally, by dint of the fiction, the democratic falsehood called universal suffrage. 2. Man cannot revolt against nor escape from nature. Against the laws of nature no revolt is possible on the part of man, the simple reason being that he himself is a product of nature and that he exists only by virtue of those laws. A rebellion on his part would be a ridiculous attempt, it would be a revolt against himself, a veritable suicide. And when man has a determination to destroy himself, or even when he carries out such a design, he again acts in accordance with those same natural laws, from which nothing can exempt him, neither thought, nor will, nor despair, nor any other passion, nor life, nor death. Man himself is nothing but nature. His most sublime or most monstrous sentiments, the most perverted, the most egoistic, or the most heroic resolves or manifestations of his will, his most abstract, most theological, or most insane thoughts, all that is nothing else but nature. Nature envelops, permeates, constitutes his whole existence. How can he ever escape this nature? 2. The sources of escapism. It is really to be wondered at how man could ever conceive this idea of escaping from nature. Separation from nature being utterly impossible, how could man ever dream of such a thing? Whence this monstrous dream? Whence does it come if not from theology, the science of non-being, and later from metaphysics, which is the impossible reconciliation of non-existence with reality? 4. We must distinguish well between natural laws and authoritarian, arbitrary political, religious, criminal, and civil laws which the privileged classes have established in the course of history, always in the interest of exploitation of the labor of the toiling masses, laws which, under the pretense of a fictitious morality were ever the source of the deepest immorality, consequently, involuntary and inescapable obedience to all laws which, independently of human will, constitute the very life of nature and society, and at the same time independence as complete as possible for everyone in relation to all pretensions to command, coming from any human will whatever, individual as well as collective, and tending to assert themselves not by way of natural influence, but by imposing their law, their despotism. 5. Freedom does not imply foregoing any exertion of influence. The freedom of every man is the result produced ever anew by a multitude of physical, mental, and moral influences to which he is subjected by the environment in which he was born, and in which he lives and dies. To wish to escape from this influence in the name of some transcendental, divine freedom, self-sufficient and absolutely egoistical, is to aim at non-existence. To forego influencing others means to forego social action, or even giving expression to one's thoughts and feelings, which again is to tend toward non-existence. This notorious independence, so greatly extolled by the idealists and metaphysicians, and individual freedom conceived in this sense, are just mere nothingness. 6. The worse it is for those who are ignorant of the natural and social law of human solidarity to the extent of imagining that the absolute mutual independence of individuals or the masses is possible or desirable. To will that is to will the very annihilation of society, for all social life is simply this incessant mutual dependence of individuals and masses. All individuals, even the strongest and the most intelligent of them, are, at every instant of their lives, at once producers and the product of the will and action of the masses. 7. In nature as in human society, which in itself is nothing but nature, everything that lives does so only under the supreme condition of intervening in the most positive manner in the life of others, intervening in as powerful a manner as the particular nature of a given individual permits it to do so. To do away with this reciprocal influence would spell death in the full sense of the word. And when we demand liberty for the mass, we do not pretend to have abolished any of the natural influences exerted upon the masses by any individual or group of individuals. What we want is the abolition of fictitious, privileged, legal, and official influences. 8. Liberty in conformity with natural laws. Man's freedom consists solely in this, that he obeys natural laws because he has himself recognized them as such, and not because they have been imposed upon him by any extrinsic will whatever, divine or human, collective or individual. 9. As against natural laws there is only one kind of liberty possible for man, and that is to recognize and apply them on an ever-extending scale in conformity with the goal of emancipation, or humanization, individual or collective, which he pursues. These laws, once recognized, exercise an authority which has never been disputed by the great mass of mankind. 1. Must, for instance, be a madman or a theologian, or at least a metaphysician, a jurist, or a bourgeois economist to revolt against the law according to which 2 + 2 = 4. One must have faith to imagine that one will not burn in fire or that he will not drown in water unless he has recourse to some subterfuge, which, in its turn, is founded on some other natural law. But these revolts, or rather these attempts at or wild fancies of impossible revolts, constitute only very rare exceptions, for in general it may be said that the mass of mankind, in their daily lives, let themselves be governed, in an almost absolute fashion, by common sense, that is, by the sum of generally recognized natural laws. 10. Rational liberty. True, man, with the aid of knowledge and the thoughtful application of the laws of nature, gradually emancipates himself, but he achieves this emancipation not in regard to the universal yoke, which is borne by all living beings, himself included, and by all existing things that are produced and that vanish in this world. Man frees himself only from the brutal pressure of his external material and social world, including that of all the things and people surrounding him. He dominates things through science and by work, and as to the arbitrary yoke of men, he throws it off through revolutions. Such then is the only rational meaning of the word liberty. It is the domination over external things, based upon the respectful observance of the laws of nature. It is independence from the pretentious claims and despotic acts of men. It is science, work, political rebellion, and, finally, it is the organization, at once planned and free, of a social environment, in conformity with the natural laws inherent in every human society. The first and last condition of this liberty remains then the most absolute submission to the omnipotence of nature, our mother, and the observance, the most rigorous application of her laws. 11. Wide diffusion of knowledge will lead to full freedom. The great misfortune is that a large number of natural laws, already established as such by science, remain unknown to the masses, thanks to the solicitous care of the tutelary governments that exist, as we know, only for the good of the people. There also is another difficulty, namely, that the greater number of the natural laws inherent in the development of human society, are quite as necessary, invariable, and inevitable, as the laws which govern the physical world, have not been duly recognized and established by science itself. 12. Once they have been recognized, first by science and then by means of an extensive system of popular education and instruction, once they have become part and parcel of the general consciousness, the question of liberty will be completely solved. The most recalcitrant authorities must admit that there will then be no need of political organization, administration, or legislation, 3 things which, whether emanating from the will of the sovereign or from that of a parliament elected on the basis of universal suffrage, and even if they should conform to the system of natural laws, which has never happened yet and never will happen, are always equally baneful and hostile to the liberty of the people because they impose upon the latter a system of external and therefore despotic laws. 13. Freedom is valid only when shared by everyone. The materialist, realist, and collectivist definition of liberty is altogether opposed to that of the idealists. The materialist definition runs like this: man becomes man and arrives at awareness as well as realization of his humanity only in society and only through the collective action of the whole society. He frees himself from the yoke of external nature only by collective and social labor, which alone is capable of transforming the surface of the earth into an abode favorable to the development of humanity. And without this material emancipation there can be no intellectual or moral emancipation for anyone. Man cannot free himself from the yoke of his own nature, that is, he can subordinate his instincts and his bodily movements to the direction of his ever-developing mind only with the aid of education and upbringing. Both, however, are preeminently and exclusively social phenomena. For outside of society man would always remain a wild beast or a saint, which is about the same. Finally, an isolated man cannot have awareness of his liberty. To be free signifies that man shall be recognized and treated as such by another man, by all men who surround him. Liberty then is not a fact springing from isolation but from reciprocal action, a fact not of exclusion, but, on the contrary, of social interaction, for the freedom of every individual is simply the reflection of his humanity or his human right in the consciousness of all free men, his brothers, his equals. 14. I can call myself and feel myself a free man only in the presence of and in relation to other men. In the presence of an animal of inferior species, I am neither free nor am I a man, for that animal is incapable of conceiving, and consequently incapable of recognizing my humanity. I myself am human and free only inasmuch as I recognize the freedom and humanity of all people surrounding me. It is only when I respect their human character that I respect my own humanity. A cannibal who eats his captives, treating them as savage animals, is not a man but a beast. The master of slaves is not a man but a master. In ignoring the humanity of his slaves, he ignores his own humanity. Every ancient society furnishes good proofs thereof. The Greeks, the Romans, did not feel free as men, they did not consider themselves as such from the point of view of human right. They believed themselves privileged as Greeks, as Romans, only in their own fatherland, and only so long as the latter remained unconquered and on the contrary conquering other countries because of the special protection of their national gods. And they did not wonder and did not hold it their right or duty to revolt when, having been vanquished, they themselves fell into slavery. 15. Christian freedom. It was the great merit of Christianity that it proclaimed the humanity of all human beings, including that of women, and the equality of all men before God. Yet how was it proclaimed? In the sky, in the future life, but not for the existing real life upon earth. Besides, this equality to come constitutes a falsehood because, as we know, the number of the elect is greatly restricted. On this point all the theologians of the various Christian sects are in full agreement. Accordingly, the so-called Christian equality entails the most flagrant privilege on the part of the several thousands elected by divine grace over the millions of the damned. For that matter, the equality of all before God, even if it were all-inclusive to embrace everyone, would only be equality of nothingness, and equal slavery of all before a supreme master. 16. And is not the basis of the Christian cult and the first condition of salvation the renunciation of human dignity and the cultivation of contempt for this dignity in the presence of divine grandeur? A Christian then is not a man, in the sense that he lacks the consciousness of his humanity, and because, not respecting human dignity in himself, he cannot respect it in others, and not respecting it in others, he cannot respect it in himself. A Christian can be a prophet, a saint, a priest, a king, a general, a minister, a state functionary, a representative of some authority, a gendarme, an executioner, a nobleman, an exploiting bourgeois, an enthralled proletarian, an oppressor or one of the oppressed, a torturer or one of the tortured, an employer or a hired man. But he has no right to call himself man, for one becomes a man only when he respects and loves the humanity and liberty of everyone else and when his own freedom and his humanity are respected, loved, stimulated, and created by all others. 17. Freedom of individual increased and not limited by freedom of all? I am free only when all human beings surrounding me, men and women alike, are equally free. The freedom of others, far from limiting or negating my liberty, is on the contrary its necessary condition and confirmation. I become free in the true sense only by virtue of the liberty of others, so much so that the greater the number of free people surrounding me and the deeper and greater and more extensive their liberty, the deeper and larger becomes my liberty. On the contrary, it is the slavery of men that sets up a barrier to my liberty, or, which practically amounts to the same, it is their bestiality which constitutes a negation of my humanity because, I repeat again, I call myself a truly free person only when my freedom or, which is the same, my human dignity, my human right, the essence of which is to obey no one and to follow only the guidance of my own ideas, when this freedom, reflected by the equally free consciousness of all men, comes back to me confirmed by everybody's assent. My personal freedom, confirmed by the freedom of everyone else, extends to infinity. The constituent elements of freedom. We can see then that freedom, as understood by materialists, is something very positive, very complex, and above all eminently social, since it can be realized only by society and only under conditions of strict equality and solidarity of each person with all his fellows. One can distinguish in it three phases of development, three elements, the first of which is highly positive and social. It is the full development and the full enjoyment by everyone of all the faculties and human powers through the means of education, scientific upbringing, and material prosperity, and all that can be given to everyone only by collective labor, and by the material and mental, muscular, and nervous labor of society as a whole. 18. Rebellion, the second element of liberty. The second element or phase of liberty is negative in character. It is the element of revolt on the part of the human individual against all divine and human authority, collective and individual. It is first of all a revolt against the tyranny of the supreme phantom of theology, against God. Following that and coming as a consequence of the revolt against God, There is the revolt against the tyranny of man, against authority, individual as well as collective, represented and legalized by the state. 19. The implication of the theory of the pre-social existence of individual freedom. But if the metaphysicians affirm that men, especially those who believe in the immortality of the soul, stand outside of the society of free beings, we inevitably arrive at the conclusion that men can unite in a society only at the cost of their own liberty, their natural independence, and by sacrificing first their personal and their local interests. Such self-renunciation and self-sacrifice are thus all the more imperative the more numerous society is in point of membership and the greater the complexity of its organization. In this sense the state is the expression of all the individual sacrifices. Given this abstract and at the same time violent origin, the state has to restrict liberty to an ever greater extent, doing it in the name of a falsehood called the good of the people, which in reality represents exclusively the interests of the dominant class. Thus the state appears as an inevitable negation and annihilation of all liberty, of all individual and collective interests. 20. Freedom, the ultimate aim of human development. But we who believe neither in God nor in the immortality of the soul, nor in the freedom of will, we maintain that liberty should be understood in its larger connotation as the goal of the historic progress of humanity. By a strange, although logical contrast, our adversaries, the idealists of theology and metaphysics, take the principle of liberty as the foundation and the starting point of their theories, to deduce from it the indispensability of slavery for all men. We, materialists in theory, aim in practice to create and consolidate a rational and noble idealism. Our enemies, the divine and transcendental idealists, sink into a practical bloody, and vile materialism, impelled by the same logic according to which every development is the negation of the basic principle. We are convinced that all the wealth and all the intellectual, moral, and material development of man, as well as the degree of independence he already has attained, that all this is the product of life in society. Outside of society, man would not only fail to be free, he would not even grow to the stature of a true man, that is, a being aware of himself and who feels and has the power of speech. It was only the intercourse of minds and collective labor that forced man out of the stage of being a savage and a brute, which constituted his original nature, or the starting point of his ultimate development. 21. Freedom and socialism are mutually complementary. The serious realization of liberty, justice, and peace will be impossible so long as the vast majority of the population remains dispossessed in point of elementary needs, so long as it is deprived of education and is condemned to political and social insignificance and slavery, in fact if not by law, by the poverty as well as the necessity of working without rest or leisure, producing all the wealth, upon which the world now prides itself, and receiving in return only such a small part thereof that it hardly suffices to assure the workers bread for the next day. We are convinced that freedom without socialism is privilege and injustice, and that socialism without freedom is slavery and brutality. 22. It is characteristic of privilege and of every privileged position to kill the minds and hearts of men. The privileged man, whether politically or economically, is a mentally and morally depraved man. That is a social law which admits of no exception and which holds good in relation to whole nations as well as to classes, groups, and individuals. It is the law of equality, the supreme condition of freedom and humanity. 23. Socialism and equality. Much as one may resort to all kinds of subterfuges, much as one may try to obscure the issue, and to falsify social science for the benefit of bourgeois exploitation, all sensible people who have no interest in deceiving themselves, now understand that so long as a certain number of people possessing economic privileges have the means to lead a life which is beyond the reach of the workers, that so long as a more or less considerable number inherit, in various proportions, capital and land which is not the product of their own labor, while on the other hand the vast majority of workers do not inherit anything at all, so long as land rent and interest on capital enable those privileged people to live without working, so long as such a state of things exists, equality is inconceivable. Even assuming that everyone in society works, whether by compulsion or by free choice, but that one class in society, thanks to its economic situation and enjoying as a result thereof special political and social privileges, can devote itself exclusively to mental work, while the vast majority of people struggle hard for a bare living. In a word, so long as individuals on coming into life do not find in society the same means of livelihood, the same education, upbringing, work, and enjoyment, political, economic, and social equality will be impossible. It was in the name of equality that the bourgeoisie overthrew and massacred the nobility. And it is in the name of equality that we now demand either the violent death or the voluntary suicide of the bourgeoisie, only with this difference, that being less bloodthirsty than the bourgeoisie of the revolutionary period, we do not want the death of men but the abolition of positions and things. If the bourgeoisie resigns itself to the inevitable changes, not a hair on its head will be touched. But so much the worse for it, if, forgetting prudence and sacrificing its individual interests to the collective interests of its class, a class doomed to extinction, it places itself athwart the course of the historic justice of the people, in order to save a position which will soon become utterly untenable. 24. The nature of true freedom. I am a fanatical lover of freedom, viewing it as the only milieu in the midst of which the intelligence, dignity, and happiness of man can grow, but not of that formal liberty, vouchsafed, measured, and regulated by the state, which is an eternal falsehood and which in reality represents only the privilege of the select few based upon the slavery of the rest, and not of that individualist, egoistic, jejune, and fictitious liberty proclaimed by Jean-Jacques Rousseau as well as by all the other schools of bourgeois liberalism, which regard the so-called public right represented by the state as being the limit of the right of everyone, which necessarily and always results in the whittling down of the right of everyone to the 0 point. No, I have in mind the only liberty worthy of that name, liberty consisting in the full development of all the material, intellectual, and moral powers latent in every man, a liberty which does not recognize any other restrictions but those which are traced by the laws of our own nature, which, properly speaking, is tantamount to saying that there are no restrictions at all, since these laws are not imposed upon us by some outside legislator standing above us or alongside us. Those laws are immanent, inherent in us, they constitute the very basis of our being, material as well as intellectual and moral, and instead of finding in them a limit to our liberty we should regard them as its real conditions and as its effective reason. 25. I have in mind this liberty of everyone which, far from finding itself checked by the freedom of others, is, on the contrary, confirmed by it and extended to infinity. And I have in mind the freedom of every individual unlimited by the freedom of all, freedom in solidarity, freedom in equality, freedom triumphing over brute force and the principle of authority, which was ever the ideal expression of this force, a freedom which, having overthrown all the heavenly and earthly idols, will have founded and organized a new world, the world of human solidarity, upon the ruins of all the churches and states. 26. I am a convinced partisan of economic and social equality because I know that outside of this equality, freedom, justice, human dignity, morality, and the well-being of individuals as well as the flourishing of nations, are a lie. 27. We already have said that by freedom we understand on one hand the development, as complete as possible, of all the natural faculties of every individual, and on the other hand his independence not in relation to natural and social laws, but in relation to all laws imposed by other human wills, whether collective or isolated. 28. We understand by freedom, from the positive point of view, the development, as complete as possible, of all faculties which man has within himself, and, from the negative point of view, the independence of the will of everyone from the will of others. 29. We are convinced, and modern history fully confirms our conviction, that so long as humanity is divided into an exploiting minority and an exploited majority, freedom is impossible, becoming instead a falsehood. If you want freedom for all, you must strive together with us to attain universal equality. 30. How can freedom and equality be assured? Do you want to make it impossible for anyone to oppress his fellow man? Then make sure that no one shall possess power. Do you want men to respect the liberty, rights, and personality of their fellows? Make sure that they shall be compelled to respect them, forced not by the will nor by the oppressive action of other men, and not by the repression of the state and its laws, necessarily represented and applied by men, which in turn makes slaves of them, but by the very organization of social environment, an organization so constituted that by affording everyone the fullest enjoyment of his liberty, it does not permit anyone to rise above others nor dominate them in any way but through the natural influence of the intellectual and moral qualities which he possesses, without this influence ever being imposed as a right and without leaning upon any political institution whatever. 31. 02. Federalism, real and sham. Is municipal self-government a sufficient counterbalance for a centralized state? The illustrious Italian patriot Joseph Mazzini maintains that autonomy of the communes is quite sufficient to counterbalance the omnipotence of a solidly built republic, but he is mistaken about that. No isolated commune would be capable of resisting such a formidable centralization, it would be crushed by it. In order not to succumb in this struggle, each commune will have to combine with neighboring communes in a federation with a view to common defense, that is, it will have to form together with them an autonomous province. Besides, if the provinces are not autonomous, they will have to be governed by state-appointed functionaries. There is no midway between a rigorously consistent federalism and a bureaucratic regime. In 1793, under the regime of terror, the autonomy of communes was recognized, but that did not prevent their being crushed by the revolutionary despotism of the Convention, or rather of the Commune of Paris, of which Napoleon was the heir. 1. Organic social unity versus state unity. Mazzini and all the advocates of unity place themselves in a contradictory position when on one hand they tell you of the deep, intimate, brotherly feeling existing among this group of 25 millions of Italians, united by language, tradition, morals, faith, and common aspirations, while on the other hand they want to maintain, nay, to augment, the power of the state, which, they say, is necessary for the preservation of that unity. But if the Italians are so effectively and indissolubly linked by ties of solidarity, it would be a luxury and even sheer nonsense to force them into a union. If, on the contrary, you believe it necessary to force them to unite, it simply shows that you are convinced that the natural bonds are not so strong, and that you lie to them, that you wish to mislead them when you talk of union. A social union, the real outcome of a combination of traditions, habits, customs, ideas, present interests, and common aspirations, is a living, fertile, real unity. The political unity of the state is a fiction, an abstraction of unity, and not only does it conceal discord, but it artificially produces such discord where, without this intervention by the state, a living unity would not fail to spring up. 2. Socialism must be federalistic in character. That is why socialism is federalistic in character and why the International as a whole enthusiastically hailed the program of the Paris Commune. This refers to the Commune of 1871, and is not to be confused with the Commune of 1793, cited earlier in this chapter. On the other hand, the Commune proclaimed explicitly in its manifestos that what it wanted was not the dissolution of the national unity of France but its resurrection, its consolidation, its revival, and real and full liberty for the people. It wanted the unity of the nation, of the people, of French society, but not the unity of the state. Medieval and modern communes. Mazzini, in his hatred of the Paris Commune, has gone to the extreme of sheer foolishness. He maintains that the system proclaimed by the last revolution in Paris would lead us back to the medieval ages, that is, to the breaking up of the civilized world into a number of small centers, foreign to and ignoring one another. He does not understand, poor fellow, that between the Commune of the Middle Ages and the modern Commune there is the vast difference which the history of the last 5 centuries wrought not just in books but in the morals, aspirations, ideas, interests, and needs of the population. The Italian communes were, at the beginning of their history, really isolated centers of social and political life, independent of one another, lacking any solidarity, and forced into a certain kind of self-sufficiency. How different that was from what is in existence today. The material, intellectual, and moral interests created among all the members of the same nation, nay, even of different nations, a social unity of so powerful and real a nature that whatever is being done now by the states to paralyze and destroy such unity is of no avail. That unity resists everything and it will survive the states. 3. The living unity of the future. When the states have disappeared, a living, fertile, beneficent unity of regions as well as of nations, first the international unity of the civilized world and then the unity of all of the peoples of the earth, by way of a free federation and organization from below upward, will unfold itself in all its majesty, not divine but human. 4. The patriotic movement of the Italian youth under the direction of Garibaldi and Mazzini was legitimate, useful, and glorious, not because it created political unity, the unified Italian state. On the contrary, that was its mistake, for it could not create that unity without sacrificing the liberty and prosperity of the people, but because it destroyed the various political centers of domination, the different states which violently and artificially obstructed the social unification of the Italian people. That glorious work having been accomplished, the youth of Italy is called upon to perform an even more glorious task. That is to aid the Italian people in destroying the unitary state which it founded with its own hands. It, the youth of Italy, should oppose to the unitary banner of Mazzini the federal banner of the Italian nation, of the Italian people. Real and sham federalism. One has to distinguish between federalism and federalism. There exists in Italy the tradition of a regional federalism, which by now has become a political and historical falsehood. Let us say once for all, the past will never come back. It would be a great misfortune if it were revived. Regional federalism could be only an institution of the merging aristocratic and plutocratic classes, consortia, for, in relation to the communes and workers' associations, industrial and agricultural, it would still be a political organization built from the top downward. A truly popular organization begins, on the contrary, from below, from the association, from the commune. Thus, starting out with the organization lowest nucleus and proceeding upward, federalism becomes a political institution of socialism, the free and spontaneous organization popular life. 5. In conformity with sentiment unanimously expressed at the First Congress of the League for Peace and Freedom, held in Geneva, Switzerland in September 1867, we now declare the principle of federalism. 1. There is only one way of ensuring the triumph of freedom, justice, and peace in the international relations of Europe, of rendering impossible any civil war among peoples comprising the European family, and that is, by building up a United States of Europe. 2. The United States of Europe can never be formed out of the present European states, in view of the monstrous inequality existing among their respective forces. 3. The example of the defunct German Confederation proved in a peremptory manner that a confederation of monarchies is a mockery, that it is powerless to guarantee peace and liberty to the populations. 6. 4. No centralized, bureaucratic, military state, even if it calls itself republican, can seriously and sincerely enter into an international confederation. By its constitution, which will always be a negation of freedom within the state, either open or masked, it will necessarily be a permanent war declaration, a standing menace to the existence of the neighboring countries. Based essentially upon a preceding act of violence, upon conquest, or what in private life is called burglary, an act blessed by the Church, consecrated by time, and therefore transformed into a historic right, and resting upon this divine consecration of a triumphant violence as an exclusive and supreme right, every centralized state thereby poses itself as an absolute negation of the rights of all other states, recognizing them in the treaties it concludes only in view of some political interest or owing to its impotence. 5. All the adherents of the League should direct their efforts to rebuild their respective countries, in order to replace the old organization, founded from above downward upon violence and the principle of authority, by a new organization having no other foundation but the interests, needs, and natural affinities of the population, and admitting no other principle but the free federation of individuals into communes, of communes into provinces, of provinces into nations, and finally, of nations into the United States of Europe and then into the United States of the world. 6. Consequently, the absolute abandonment of all that is called the historic rights of the states, all questions relating to natural, political, strategic, and commercial boundaries should henceforth be considered as belonging to ancient history and be vigorously rejected by League adherents. 7. 7. Recognition of the absolute right of every nation, small or large, of every people, weak or strong, and of every province, of every commune, to a complete autonomy, provided the internal constitution of any such unit is not in the nature of a menace to the autonomy and freedom of its neighbors. 8. Because a certain country constitutes a part of some state, even if it joined that state of its own free will, it does not follow that it is under obligation to remain forever attached to that state. No perpetual obligation can be admitted by human justice, the only justice which we recognize as having authority with us, and we will never recognize any duties that are not founded upon freedom. The right of free reunion, as well as the right of secession, is the first and most important of all political rights. Lacking that right, a confederation would simply be disguised centralization. 9. 12. The League recognizes nationality as a natural fact, having the incontestable right to exist and to develop freely, but it does not recognize it as a principle, for every principle should possess the character of universality, whereas nationality, on the contrary, is an exclusive and isolated fact. The so-called principle of nationalities, such as has been posed in our day by the governments of France, Russia, and Prussia, and even by many German, Polish, Italian, and Hungarian patriots, is only a derivative of reaction and is opposed to the spirit of revolution. A highly aristocratic principle at heart, going so far as to despise the local dialects of the illiterate population, implicitly denying the liberty of the provinces and the real autonomy of the communes, and lacking the support of the masses whose real interests it sacrifices for the sake of the so-called public good. This principle expresses only the pretended historic rights and ambitions of the states. Thus the right of nationality can be considered only as the natural result of the supreme principle of liberty, ceasing to be a right from the moment it is posed against or even outside of liberty. 9. 13. Unity is the goal toward which humanity irresistibly tends. But it becomes fatal and destructive of the intelligence, dignity, and prosperity of individuals and peoples whenever it is formed by excluding liberty, whether by violence or by the authority of any theological, metaphysical, political, or even economic ideas. The League can recognize only one kind of unity, that which is freely constituted by the federation of the autonomous parties into a single whole, so that the latter, no longer being the negation of rights and particular interests, and ceasing to be the cemetery wherein all the local prosperities are interred, will become, on the contrary, the source and the confirmation of all these autonomies and all these prosperities. The League shall then vigorously attack every religious, political, economic, and social organization which is not permeated by this great principle of liberty. Without that principle there can be neither enlightenment, nor prosperity, nor justice, nor humanity. 10. Such then are the developments and the necessary consequences of the great principle of federalism. Such are the necessary conditions of peace and freedom. The necessary conditions, yes, but the only ones? We do not think so. 11. The abolition of every political state, the transformation of the political federation into an economic, national, and international federation. It is toward this aim that Europe as a whole is now marching. 12. The federalism of the southern states was based upon a hideous social reality. The southern states, in the great Republican Confederation of North America, were, from the time of the proclamation of independence by the American Republic, preeminently democratic and federalist states, going to the length of clamoring for secession. And still they have of late, drawn upon themselves the condemnation of all partisans of liberty and humanity, and by their iniquitous and sacrilegious war against the Republican states of the North, they nearly succeeded in overthrowing and destroying the finest political organization that mankind has ever known. What is the main cause behind this strange fact? Is it a political cause? No, the cause is wholly social in character. The internal political organization of the southern states was in many respects more perfect, more completely in harmony with the ideal of liberty than the political organization of the northern states. But this magnificent political structure had its dark side. Like the republics of antiquity, the freedom of citizens was founded upon the forced labor of slaves. 12. The stirrings of equality produced by the French Revolution. From the time when the Revolution brought down to the masses its gospel, not the mystic but the rational, not the heavenly but the earthly, not TK divine but the human gospel, the gospel of the rights of man, and after it proclaimed that all men are equal, and that all men are entitled to liberty and equality, the masses of all the civilized world, awakening gradually from the sleep which had kept them in bondage ever since Christianity drugged them with its opium, began to ask themselves whether they too had the right to equality, freedom, and humanity. Socialism, the explicit expression of the hopes raised by the French Revolution. As soon as this question was posed, the people, guided by their admirable sound sense as well as by their instincts, realized that the first condition of their real emancipation, or of their humanization, must be a radical change in their economic situation. The question of daily bread was, justly, the first question to them, for, as Aristotle noted, man in order to think, to feel himself free, and to become a man, must be freed from the preoccupations of the material life. For that matter, the bourgeois, who are so vociferous in their outcries against the materialism of the people and who preach to the latter the abstinences of idealism, know it very well, for they themselves preach it by word and not by example. The second question arising for the people is that of leisure after work, an indispensable condition for humanity, but bread and leisure can never be obtained apart from a radical transformation of society, and that explains why the revolution, driven on by the implications of its own principle, gave birth to socialism. 14. 03. State socialism theories weighed. Babeuf, the link between the French Revolution and socialism. The French Revolution, having proclaimed the right and the duty of every human individual to become a man, arrived in its ultimate conclusions at Babouvism. Babeuf, one of the last energetic and pure-hearted citizens whom the revolution created and then killed off in such a great number, and who had the good fortune to count among his friends such men as Buonarroti, combined in a singular conception the political tradition of antiquity with the altogether modern ideas of a social revolution. Seeing that the revolution was failing for lack of a radical change, which, in all probability, was then impossible in view of the economic structure of that period, and faithful, on the other hand, to the spirit of the revolution, which ended by substituting the omnipotent action of the state for all individual initiative, he had conceived a political and social system, according to which the republic, the expression of the collective will of the citizens, after having confiscated all individual property, was to administer it in the interest of all, allotting to everyone in equal shares, education, instruction, the means of existence, and pleasures, and compelling all, without exception, in the measure of each one's capacity, to do physical or mental labor. Babeuf's conspiracy failed, and he was guillotined with some of his friends. But his ideal of a socialist republic did not die with him. Taken up by his friend, Buonarroti, the greatest conspirator of this century, that idea was transmitted by the latter as a sacred trust to new generations, and, owing to the secret societies which he founded in Belgium and France, communist ideas blossomed forth in the popular imagination. From 1830 to 1848 they found capable interpreters in the persons of Cabet and Louis Blanc, who definitively established revolutionary socialism. 1. Doctrinaire socialism. Another socialist current, issuing from the same revolutionary source, and tending toward the same goal, but by altogether different means, a current which we should gladly call doctrinaire socialism, was founded by two eminent men, Saint-Simon and Fourier. Saint-Simonism was expounded, developed, transformed, and established as a quasi-practical system, as a church, by Father Infenton, together with many of his friends, most of whom, later, became financiers and statesmen, singularly devoted to the empire. Fourierism found its exponent in Démocratie Pacifique, Peaceful Democracy, edited until December 2, 1852, by Victor Considerant. 2. The historic role of Saint-Simonism and Fourierism. The merits of those two systems, differing from each other in many respects, consist mainly in the profound, scientific, and severe criticism of the present system, the monstrous contradictions of which they boldly uncovered, and in the important fact that they attacked and shook Christianity in the name of rehabilitation of matter and human passions, calumniated and at the same time so widely practiced by Christian priests. The Saint-Simonians wanted to replace Christianity with a new religion, based upon the mystic cult of the flesh, with a new hierarchy of priests, new exploiters of the multitude by the privilege of genius, ability and talent. The Fourierists, Democrats to a much greater extent, and one might say, more sincerely democratic, conceived their phalansteries as being governed and administered by chiefs selected through universal suffrage, and in which, they believed, each would find the kind of work and kind of place most suitable to his natural passions. The fallacies of the Saint-Simonians are too evident to be discussed here. The twofold error of the Fourierists consisted, first, in believing sincerely that through the power of persuasion and peaceful propaganda they would be able to touch the hearts of the rich to such an extent that the latter would come themselves and lay down the surpluses of their riches at the doors of their phalansterics, and their second error was that they imagined it would be possible to construct theoretically, a priori, a so-called paradise in which humanity would settle down forever. They did not understand that all we can do now is to indicate the great principles of the development of humanity, and that we should leave it to future generations to carry those principles into practice. In general, regimentation was the common passion of all the socialists. Except one, prior to 1848. Cabet, Louis Blanc, the Fourierists, the Saint-Simonians, all these were possessed by the passion to indoctrinate and to organize the future. All of them were authoritarians to a greater or lesser extent. Proudhon. But then came Proudhon, the son of a peasant, and, his works and instinct, 100 times more revolutionary than all doctrinaire and bourgeois socialists. He equipped himself with a point of view, as ruthless as it was profound and penetrating, in order to destroy all their systems. Opposing liberty to authority, he boldly proclaimed himself an anarchist by way of setting forth his ideas in contradistinction to those of the state socialists, and, in the face of their deism or pantheism, he had the courage simply to declare himself an atheist, or rather a positivist, like Auguste Comte. 3. Proudhon's socialism, based upon individual and collective freedom and upon the spontaneous actions of free associations, and obeying no other laws but the general laws of the social economy, those that already had been discovered or would be discovered in the future, a socialism functioning outside of any governmental regulation and all state protection, and subordinating politics to the economic, intellectual, and moral interests of society. That kind of socialism was bound in the course of time to arrive at federalism. 4. Such was the state of social science prior to 1848. The polemics voiced through newspapers, leaflets, and socialist pamphlets carried a multitude of new ideas into the midst of the working class. The latter became permeated with those ideas toward 1848, and when the revolution broke out in that year, socialism emerged as a powerful force. 5. The June defeat of the workers of Paris was the defeat of state socialism, but not of socialism in general. It was not socialism in general that succumbed in June 1848, but only state socialism, the authoritarian, regimenting socialism which hoped and believed that the state would be able to satisfy the needs and the legitimate aspirations of the working class, and that, armed with full and unlimited power, it would be desirous and capable of inaugurating a new social order. Thus it was not socialism that died in the month of June, on the contrary, it was the state that went bankrupt. Proclaiming itself incapable of paying the debt which it had contracted towards socialism, the state attempted to kill the latter to rid itself in this easy manner of the debt it had incurred. The state did not succeed in destroying socialism, but it did kill the faith in the state entertained by socialism. By this very act the state annihilated the theories of authoritarian or doctrinaire socialism, some of which, like Kabetz-Zakaria and Louis Blanc's The Organization of Labor, counseled the people to repose full confidence in the state, while others demonstrated their absurdity by a number of ridiculous experiments. Even Proudhon's Bank, which might have prospered under more favorable circumstances, succumbed under the crushing weight of the universal hostility of the bourgeois. Why socialism lost out in the Revolution of 1848? Socialism lost this first battle for a very simple reason: it was full of instinctive drives and negative ideas. It was 1,000 times right when it fought against privilege. But it still lacked positive and practical ideas necessary to build a new system, a system of popular justice, upon the ruins of the bourgeois system. The workers who fought in June for the emancipation of the people, were united by instinct and not by ideas. The ideas which they did have formed a veritable Tower of Babel, a chaos from which nothing could come out. Such was the principal cause of their defeat. Should one on that account doubt the present and future power of socialism? Christianity, which set for itself the task of founding the kingdom of justice in heaven, needed several centuries to conquer Europe. Is it to be wondered then that socialism, which set for itself a more difficult task, the founding of the kingdom of justice upon the earth, has not triumphed in a few years? 8. The ruined petty bourgeois will be swept into the social struggle under the leadership of the proletariat. At the present time the petty bourgeoisie, small industry, and petty trade begin to suffer almost as much as the working masses, and, if things continue moving in the same direction and at the same rate, this respectable bourgeois majority will, in all probability, soon merge with the proletariat. Large-scale commerce, big industry, and above all, big and dishonest speculation, crush the petty bourgeoisie, devour, and push it toward the abyss. Thus the position of petty bourgeoisie becomes more and more revolutionary, and its ideas, which have been reactionary until now, must take an opposite direction. The most intelligent of its members begin to understand that no other salvation remains for the honest bourgeoisie but to ally themselves with the people, and that the petty bourgeoisie is interested in the social problem no less than and in the same manner as the people. 7. This progressive change in the climate of opinion among the petty bourgeoisie in Europe is a fact as consoling as it is indisputable. We should not, however, entertain any illusions on that score. The initiative in this new development will belong to the people and not to the petty bourgeoisie. In the West, to the factory and city workers, and in Russia, Poland, and most of the Slavic countries, to the peasants. The petty bourgeoisie has become too cowardly, too timid, too skeptical, to take any initiative whatever. It lets itself be carried away, but it does not show initiative in this respect, for it is poverty-stricken in regard to ideas to the same extent that it lacks faith and social passion. The passion which sweeps away all obstacles and creates new worlds can be found now only among the people. Therefore it is with the people that the initiative of this new movement will belong in the future. 8. The Party of Reaction and the Party of Social Revolution. In our time, everywhere, in America, and throughout Europe, as well as Russia, there exist only two serious, truly strong parties: the Party of Reaction, embracing the whole world of state and class privilege and resting upon personal, inheritable property and the resulting exploitation of the people's toil, resting upon divine right, family authority, law, and state law, and the Party of Social Revolution, which steadfastly aims at the final annihilation of this decrepit, criminal world, in order to build upon its ruins a world in which no special privilege will exist, a world based upon common labor obligatory for all, upon free human right, and upon human truth illuminated by science. 9. Thus, without hesitation, we include in the hostile Party of Reaction not only outspoken reactionaries and Jesuits, but likewise liberal constitutionalists and also the Radical Party, the Party of Political Republicans. Bourgeois Socialism. Let us turn now to the Socialists, who divide into three essentially different parties. First of all, we shall divide them into two categories: the Party of Peaceful or Bourgeois Socialists, and the Party of Social Revolutionists. The latter is in turn subdivided into Revolutionary State Socialists and Revolutionary Anarchist Socialists, the enemies of every state and every state principle. 10. The Party of Peaceful Bourgeois Socialists or Political Social Jesuits, belongs by its essence to the Party of Reaction. It comprises men of various political categories, who are flirting with socialism only with the view of strengthening their own party. There are conservatives who are socialists, there are socialist priests, and liberal and radical socialists. All of them recognize in socialism a formidable rising force, and every one of them pulls it in his direction, hoping with its aid to restore the sinking and decrepit vitality of his respective party. Among the great number of these malicious exploiters of socialism are to be found, here and there, sincere and well-meaning people who really want to see an improvement in the lot of the proletariat, but who lack sufficient energy of mind and will to place before themselves the social problem in all its formidable reality, in order to recognize the absolute irreconcilability of the past with the future or even the present day with the morrow, and who waste their days in vain, idle efforts to reconcile those contradictions. They are sincere, it is true, but their sincerity causes great harm, covering up the insincerity of the malicious exploiters of socialism. 11. The peaceful socialists of all denominations agree upon one essential point which determines quite concretely their reactionary trend and dooms even the most sincere among them to merge sooner or later with the party of deliberate and conscious reaction, that is, if they do not prefer to throw in their lot beforehand with the party of revolutionary socialism. 12. Class ties stronger than convictions with bourgeois socialists. Life dominates thought and determines the will. Here is a truth which should never be lost sight of whenever we want to get our bearings in the realm of political and social phenomena. If we want to establish a sincere and complete community of thought among men, we must found it upon the same conditions of life, upon a community of interests. And since, by the very conditions of their respective existence, there exists a gulf between the bourgeois and the proletarian worlds, one being the exploiting and the other the exploited world, I conclude that if a man, born and raised in a bourgeois environment, wishes sincerely and without any phrasemongering to become a friend and brother of the workers, he must renounce all the conditions of his past existence, all his bourgeois habits, break off all ties of feelings, vanity, and mind which bind him to the bourgeois world, and, turning his back upon the latter, becoming its enemy and declaring relentless war upon it, plunge essentially different parties. First of all, we shall divide them into two categories, the party of peaceful or bourgeois socialists, and the party of social revolutionists. The latter is in turn subdivided into revolutionary state socialists and revolutionary anarchist socialists, the enemies of every state and every state principle. 10. The party of peaceful bourgeois socialists or political social Jesuits belongs by its essence to the party of reaction. It comprises men of various political categories, who are flirting with socialism only with the view of strengthening their own party. There are conservatives who are socialists, there are socialist priests, and liberal and radical socialists. All of them recognize in socialism a formidable rising force, and every one of them pulls it in his direction, hoping with its aid to restore the sinking and decrepit vitality of his respective party. Among the great number of these malicious exploiters of socialism are to be found, here and there, sincere and well-meaning people who really want to see an improvement in the lot of the proletariat, but who lack sufficient energy of mind and will to place before themselves the social problem in all its formidable reality, in order to recognize the absolute irreconcilability of the past with the future or even the present day with the morrow, and who waste their days in vain, idle efforts to reconcile those contradictions. They are sincere, it is true, but their sincerity causes great harm, covering up the insincerity of the malicious exploiters of socialism. 11. The peaceful socialists of all denominations agree upon one essential point which determines quite concretely their reactionary trend and dooms even the most sincere among them to merge sooner or later with the party of deliberate and conscious reaction, that is, if they do not prefer to throw in their lot beforehand with the party of revolutionary socialism. 12. Class ties stronger than convictions with bourgeois socialists. Life dominates thought and determines the will. Here is a truth which should never be lost sight of whenever we want to get our bearings in the realm of political and social phenomena. If we want to establish a sincere and complete community of thought among men, we must found it upon the same conditions of life, upon a community of interests. And since, by the very conditions of their respective existence, there exists a gulf between the bourgeois and the proletarian worlds, one being the exploiting and the other the exploited world, I conclude that if a man, born and raised in a bourgeois environment, wishes sincerely and without any phrasemongering to become a friend and brother of the workers, he must renounce all the conditions of his past existence, all his bourgeois habits, break off all ties of feelings, vanity, and mind which bind him to the bourgeois world, and, turning his back upon the latter, becoming its enemy and declaring relentless war upon it, plunge the latter, the passion for revenge which makes the people seek, to its own detriment, self-satisfaction, emancipation, and salvation in the wholesale annihilation of persons but not of things, not of the regimes which constitute the power of the individuals belonging to the state and class hierarchy, whose moral degeneration can be laid directly at the door of this social order. The dangerous prejudice on the part of the people consists in the bias, unfortunately deep-seated, in favor of a strong state power, of the people, of course, and not of a class hierarchy, as if the official power of the state can ever become the power of the people, and as if such power is not in itself the unquestionable source and origin of classes and class hierarchy. 16. The distinguishing characteristic of a bourgeois socialist. Here is an infallible sign by which workers can discern a sham socialist, a bourgeois socialist, if, in speaking to them of revolution, or, if you please, of social transformation, he tells them that a political change must precede the economic change, if he denies that both those revolutions have to take place at once, or even that a political revolution should be something else than the immediate and direct carrying out of a full social liquidation, let the workers turn their back upon him, for he is nothing but a fool, or a hypocritical exploiter. 17. One cannot really be a free thinker without being at the same time a socialist in the larger sense of the word. It is ridiculous to talk about free thought and at the same time to aspire toward a unitary, authoritarian, and bourgeois republic. 18.